And you're registering on the online broadcasting software. How about you, Aristides? Say hello.
Uh, Good evening, everyone.
Hi!
Well,
Okay, so he's registering on the online broadcasting software. Let's see if Brendan Zogit has joined us. Brendan, can you say something?
yes, I'm here.
Excellent.
Greetings. Good evening.
Excellent. You all three are registering on the online broadcasting software. Now, I'm going to check out the studio and let's see if it's linked. That would help. And El Nemo says, loud and clear in Australia. God bless you, El Nemo. And I want you to know, dear Nemo, that our wonderful Amy Como said that you're always there, that you have been really the mover and the shaker behind rescuing so much. And she was specifically referencing how you finally knocked that horrible individual, Nicholas Trappist Nicholson, off of the calls, like he was knocking everybody else off. First, he was, of course, knocking Peter Moon off the calls, the past calls, all of the past conversations, so that future notifications that he pumped into them would not span Peter Moon. Then he started knocking Brendan Zogit off, whom he specifically targeted in our last episode when he was trolling. So even though we banned that channel, it came back automatically. And of course, with the help of the NSA, it goes without saying. And El Nemo says she is a lovely lady. Yes, I'll tell you more. She had plenty positive to say about you. And T Tank Berry says, God bless these transmissions. Triple D and Team Dietrich, the double lightning bolts. Thank you so much, T Tank Berry. Goddess bless you as well. This is the wake day, or the after day of the death day of my father, my legal sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, the 17 years ago. Yesterday he died, and I spent most of that day in communion. Had a telephonic appointment. I had honor and took care of that. And aside from that, you will notice the Alexandria's Genesis manifest in the photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream. Vicky Johnson says hello, Douglas. So let me send Vicky Johnson my regards. Love you dearly, Vicky Johnson. Thank you so much for being able to join us. And since we're blessed with Brendan Zogit's presence today, Brendan, catch us up on something. I fear that whenever you join us like this, that there's been some further stress or stress factors. Share them with us, please. And let's see if he's still with us. He might have just been
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So of course,
Yeah. Yes, by all means.
the situation that I've been in is, I mean, it's improving slowly, but there's a lot of stifling energies being thrown my way, and a lot of it has to do with the municipal level of the city I'm in.
Yeah.
So somehow they're able to send these people, you know, get these so whatever, you know, these cultists.
Yes.
To assist them in any municipality, I guess, and
Of course.
you know, especially here in Cali, I'm assuming.
Oh.
And what's funny is the city that I'm in is the city that the Night Stalker, or not the Night Stalker, was this there was a few big serial killers that came out of this city. So
Either the
goes to
Zodiac
show
Killer or the
no, it
Richard
was one of the ones
Ramirez.
you brought up. The
Yeah.
dude that was
Oh,
going all
Golden
around
State
South
Killer. Golden State
yeah,
Killer.
so
Yeah.
that guy was caught here. He was hiding out in this city for. So it goes to show how much this city is actually corrupt.
Yes.
You know?
Yes,
And
that's
it was
quite true.
recently incorporated in like the 90s, but you know,
Yeah.
they're basically bulletproof. So
Yeah.
Which city are you in, Brendan?
I'm near Sacramento, but the city that I'm dealing with is called Citrus Heights,
Oh,
California.
yeah, I'm familiar with Citrus Heights. Not intimately, but I know where
Right.
it is.
Yeah, so it's like in the Sacramento area.
And just so people understand, the Golden State Killer served as a sworn officer of the law in that city, among others. So he was he's representative of the worst you can get with a killer cop. Yes, by all means, have there been more of these Manson sister type incidents where ladies in bubble jackets are coming by and sunglasses?
No, that's the thing is like that's why you got to call these people out, because then they just completely cease and desist because they want to operate in the shadows.
Yes.
So that hasn't happened, but the there's like some contractors that are working, and they've gone to the city 4 different times, and each time they've canceled the permits, the building permit, and it's for something superficial. It's not even like, so they're definitely deliberately targeting my
Well, explain the
living
context.
situation.
Basically, what happened is you were helping to care for your grandparents because the rest of the family is just basically a bunch of asshole slackers and motherfuckers, and they finally decided to potentially lead you on by saying, "Hey, we're going to build this house," and then take the grandparents out of the rest home and
Or the house isn't. Sorry, I just want to clarify. The house is not like freshly built. It was just being improved so my grandparents can have, so their walkers can fit in the door. Basically, it's nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
But what makes me suspect is your relatives have gone all out with all the bells and whistles. They originally said we want to make it like something that was well beyond the needs of simply making the doors wider for the walkers and shit. And
Right.
And then we're gonna get them out of the rest home, a highly unusual move, put them in your care. Then theoretically it grandfathers over to you once they die. I do not trust your relations as far as I could kick a turd.
Yeah.
But with this being said,
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, they
But
can't
it's
get
just
it done. They can't get it done at all because of the harassment that you're constantly getting because of these bogus inspections that are declaring
Exactly.
everything to be.
And they're having inspectors walk inside the house when no one's home. Literally, like when there's contractors there,
Yeah.
these people will just show up and walk inside, and we have like video evidence, all that stuff, but they basically, they have other ways of getting back at you once you tell them to stop, doing that.
Yes.
And it's getting to the point where the project might not ever finish,
What's the ostensible purpose?
Mhm.
The ostensible purpose of what they're doing? Like, what's their excuse for doing what they're doing?
The inspectors, you mean, Peter, or his relations?
I mean, inspectors
Yeah.
inspect, but
Yeah.
what's their excuse?
They're saying
Go ahead.
the permits are going beyond what the original permits were for, so they keep canceling. But no one's gone outside of. They're all licensed contractors. No one's gone outside of anything. So and then one of
Are
the
they trying
sheets.
to extort money?
That was my first thought, but no money's ever been mentioned. And at this point, they would make more money off the permits than anything else. So it's like there's no motive. It's just straight up harassment.
What about personal, like, in other words, money under the table?
Like trying to get it out of my family. I mean, I
You
doubt
or
it.
the contractors? Do they bust the contractors' balls, or your families?
So far, it's been both. Like
I was about to say.
Yeah, the contractors have gone into the office 4 different times, and they've canceled. Every time they file for a permit, it gets canceled the same day. Like, they basically grant them the permit, and then they get an email like an hour later and says it's canceled. But one of these
ask
guys.
them why? And what do they say?
I haven't talked to one of the plumbers that's doing it, but he had to get another plumber that had, like, I guess more. What would be the word?
Clout.
Like he had more clout basically. So he had to go in there, and they finally approved it after we got a different guy. So, but the reasons are really bonkers. They're saying like, oh, you're improving the siding of the house, you're adding electricity to the house, like, but nothing was really updated outside of what was already there. And it's basically we're just trying to paint the front of the house, and because there's a bunch of stuff from the old owner was like a MacGyver, so it was already way out of code, and we're just fixing that, which apparently is outside of their quote unquote whatever they're saying. It's basically, I would see bogus. It's the way they're claiming.
Tell Peter about how all the boxes were checked. Tell Peter.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, so like the piece of paper they left, it said stop immediately, you're outside of the permiture. And then the guy literally checked every box: electrical, plumbing, appearance. Like, it was literally, he didn't like indiscriminately just checked a bunch of boxes and left there was no other information. And it was just like, you have to cease.
I will tell you, this has to be an occult attack. It's not like a common conspiracy it is a conspiracy, but it's an occult conspiracy,
Yes.
and there's something going on, and this is how you have to address it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
this
after
is
I
not
put up the
uncommon
runes
with
and
you,
stuff.
what I've been
That's-
told.
Yeah, listen to what Peter is going to say. I'm sure Peter has some suggestions. Yes.
Well, yeah, I will share with you off the air some suggestions.
Okay. Excellent. Excellent.
Nothing
I
which
appreciate
is illegal, by the way.
Yes. Understood.
Yes. I appreciate that. And
Yeah,
it immediately stopped actually. A lot of, or it toned down when I finally went in there, and because I was planning on moving my stuff in as soon as possible, I actually set a perimeter using various wards, Hakenkreuz, runes, and ever since then the activities almost ceased except for the city issues. So I had this lady in a puffer jacket, this older lady.
One of two. One of two. Emphasize that. Looking exactly alike.
There was a second one. There was a second one that showed up at my mom's house and looked directly into the window while I was home. And I went out there and I said, who are you? What are you doing? And she said, oh, I didn't think anyone was home. And And so I asked her name. And then she basically took off after that, after she gave her name, because I caught her off guard. But these people have very similar looks to them. It's like an old lady wearing a black puffer jacket and John Lennon sunglasses. And the same thing happened at the other place where she just walked in while the contractors were there and was asking, questions to the contractors and different things. But she never identified herself. She's never returned since since I put up signs that said no trespassing, etc. And the ward, I put one of the ancient runes that is a warding, protective rune. And you could see people coming up to the door on camera, and they stop as if the rune's a force field.
Yes.
So if you guys want to see that footage, it's pretty cool to see. There is truth to the occult side of life.
Yes. No.
And you have to protect yourself more than just legally.
Yes.
Which we have legal protections, but it's that's.
Yeah, because
just one portion.
People come out of the woodwork. They come out of the woodwork, and they make no sense. And the only thing that does make sense in this particular case is it's an occult thing, which is not under anybody's ostensible control.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. And I thank you for having the courage to share that with us. I want everyone again to understand that occult forces are essentially applied quantum mechanics. And this is not a retreat into superstitious fear. This is dealing with something very real and something which, of course, the people in your power structure cleave to fervently. Their entire lives are structured around these phenomena. And that being said, Brendan Zogit has given the brunt of the punishment concerning his affiliation with myself. One of the reasons is that he helped me establish this channel, and there's only two people who can access the managerial compartment of this channel. He is one of them, and in that compartment where we're both acknowledged as the co-managers of this channel, there is an enormous red nuclear button that sits right in the center of the screen that says delete channel. That's an option that's provided for people who are pedophiles and child pornographers who get on YouTube, and then when they get the warning that feds are going to check into their materials, they can delete their channel immediately. This will not theoretically save them if the feds are truly tracking up on them and following with a search engine history like the Wayback Machine or these various other programs that can theoretically track such things, but it gives this kind of security excuse for YouTube so that it can still continue to deal with pedophiles and child pornographers. That is basically something they set up over many what they call adpocalypses, which they paid the price for essentially being a platform for such predators. And this way they give the predators an out and it gives YouTube an out. But it could also lead to the immediate destruction of anyone's channel if they have a co-manager who turns on them. And so a lot of punishment is being applied to Brendan Zogit in their hope is that he'll basically press that button. So he's been given hints and allusions to that being the out. and he refuses to take that route. So do understand that that's how trustworthy Brendan is and the important position that he holds in all of this. And for that reason, thank you, Brendan. And anything else you wish to say before we go over to Peter? I'll give a few updates of my own first, of course, and then turn it over to Peter as always. But anything else you want to say, Brendan, for the moment, please do so.
No, that was everything. I appreciate that.
Okay.
And to you and Peter, and I'm sure you guys will cover the Baltimore incident, and then there was something I sent you as well, that Taiwan has a super carrier strike force. Now they've updated their fleet to have this aircraft carrier, basically a ship, a destroyer.
Right. It's actually what's considered to be a aircraft carrier destroyer, or a ship that is meant to hunt and kill aircraft carriers. Yes.
And the reason why I brought it up to you is I was thinking that perhaps they were following kind of that Trail of the Silkworm type maneuver.
Yes.
Where they were using this ship as it has surface-to-air missiles, and it could basically take out the Chinese Navy in that way.
Yes.
As per what the Dietrich knows. So
yes, thank you. No, profoundly appreciated, Brendan. And I definitely appreciate your always sending me links from Asian news. And believe me, I need everyone to keep me up to date on various things. So bless you, Brendan, and stay safe and be well. And I'll call you again around midnight or a little after. Okay?
All right. Gratitude.
Thank you. And with that, just a few updates. I want people to understand that people have contributed. They have responded. We've just received a $10 contribution from Australia, from Nemo Albano himself. Goddess bless him. And I want people to understand that other people have contributed, and they've helped to bring down the amount of money that I needed by half so far. We are, of course, code red because we still need, at absolute minimum, about $240 at this point, and we're hoping to raise about $120 each episode for the next 2 episodes to make Rin. But we did make pretty much half of the 400 that I was aiming for with our latest episode before tonight's. And all of this helps immensely. So what I'm going to do now is just check into PayPal, give these wonderful people their credit, because I do want to do that at the beginning of the show from this point forward, because otherwise I may never get to it. And the first thing I want to do is just make certain that I'm not violating any desire for anonymity. And Dylan Breeding is not asking for anonymity, and he's in, of course, this incredible place named Lebanon, Virginia. So that it should not compromise him security-wise very much. Then again, it could be a small town with a Sears Die Hard battery as its power plant for all I know, and he may be the only one there. But he sent 20 United States dollars. Goddess bless him. Of course, the wonderful Victoria Lauren Hobbs sent 10 United States dollars. And of course, as I said, Trappist Nicholson, who had sent $27 for the express purpose of simply filing a claim against it. As soon as he sent it, he lost his claim. And what happens is PayPal has turned the money over to myself. As for the other wonderful people who have contributed thus far and helped us to cut down our needs by half, it brought us halfway to the milestone mark of our fundraising. Again, another $10 from Australia, our dear Nemo Albano, who's put $10 in each account. The fabulous Clarice Claudette, who also sent me some wonderful links about the fact that the Dune meme is spreading like a plague, meaning that the Dune is essentially a takeoff on Islam, and it basically, Dune represents an Islamized universe, that is profoundly messianic, Muslim fundamentalist. Dune's universe is fascinating only from the sense of you would never want to live in it, but because of the massive desertification of our planet and the desiccation of many waterways due to climate change, we're quickly becoming the Dune world. And so she sent me some links concerning this phenomenon. I want to thank her for that, and Clarice Claudette has sent some wonderful care packages in the past, which I'm still using right now. I'm still warming my butt using her little warmer that she sent me for that very purpose. 40 United States dollars was received from her, and a quarter of 100 United States dollars, or $25 came from Stephen Myers earlier. Brooke Hagberg, of course, has her $40 a month on autopay, something which I encourage many of you to participate in as an option. So, all that being said, I want to thank all of these wonderful, blessed people for all their contributions. Of course, we still need more, and hopefully we'll raise that through the next 2 episodes. And aside from that, I do want people to know that rain and snow have returned to California, and they're going to be lingering for a while. Temperatures dropped precipitously last night, and I woke up frigid. So definitely the problem is V's got these 2 wonderful electric blankets, but they're with her in San Bruno, and I won't be getting those till like the Saturday after next. Not this Saturday, but next Saturday. And to make it till then, hopefully these 2 electric blankets that I've got last. Each one of them has only one half side working, and I've got them just one overlaid over the other. But just everybody keep your fingers crossed in that regard. Other than that, I've got some of the cushion heaters set up from Clarice Claudette, and of course this wonderful heating poncho sent by V earlier, so that at least is working. So there we have that. With that, we turn it over to dear Peter. Catch us up on everything and take us into everything that you feel is relevant, my good man.
The first thing I want to address is how much of this attack on Brendan Zoget is because of his association with you. He stirs up shit in his own right. You know what I'm saying?
I don't
mean that negative. I don't mean that uncomplimentary.
Understood, and appreciated. But on analysis, it does seem, without my taking it on as some kind of Christ-like burden or a cross to bear at all, it is one of these things that is very similar to the assassination attempts, which were quite real. We know that because of the forensic evidence involved with Brandon Young and Amanda Ute. Those occurred specifically because of me, which both of them acknowledge, and both of them have always said such without resorting to blame. And in Brendan Zoget's case, we do know that it's connected with me simply because he was approached so many times. He was approached by any number of people, which Brendan Zoget could go into in detail and has to a great degree in the past. But just to summarize it briefly, to do justice to Peter's question, which is valid, Brendan was contacted multiple times by Miguel Andahar on behalf of Richard K. Cole Jr., and Miguel Andahar went so far as to send a file of child pornography to Brendan Zoget, directly connected to Richard K. Cole's child pornography peddling links, which was to implicate Brendan Zoget in child pornography and thereby render him as forcibly converted. In other words, this is how they work with some people, is they basically load their computer with child porn, and these people get identified, put on a watch list, and automatically they feel their only way out is to cooperate with Richard K. Cole Jr. This was the tactic they applied to Brendan Zoget, who then thereafter nuked his computer, basically, of course, just scrubbed it of everything, deleted even its original programs to make certain that it wasn't infected. because this is what they did to him. This is just one example, but he was specifically contacted by Lena Shea, just relentlessly, telling him to convert to the cult of the kings of Edom and worship the anti-gods. This is not something that we're reading into. He was blatantly asked to do this. So with all of the contact that he received from Daniel Arola, who then called him and said, join us, non-stop orgies, feast of the beast, it's you'll finally get laid, fulfill every sexual desire, and offered his own services. Daniel Arola did, being bisexual in his professional sex proclivities, as he used to be on stage in the past, because such performers are oftentimes more hired by men than they are by women. That stands as the staple of their income. And those are only the ones that immediately come to mind, aside from Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese also contacting Brendan Zoe. So since he's been contacted nonstop by all of the usual suspects, it stands to reason that all that he's suffering from is directly connected to these individuals who he's repeatedly turned down with a adamantly. And just so people understand, it's not that Brendan Zoget didn't try to make space for himself. There was a period of time Brendan Zoget and I were distant. And Brendan Zoget originally took up the white flag of neutrality and simply told them, look, I just don't want a part of in any of this. I'm not affiliated with either party, please. But their philosophy, the cults of chaos, is that you're with us or against us. And that's when they started hitting him hard, nonstop and relentlessly. At which point he felt more gravitated towards myself, and he
back into your camp.
Yes,
That's how stupid they are. It's another foot bullet.
But understand, it's he aside from only one other person, he's the only one that has ever done that. Every other person they've approached has always joined them, without fail. Without fail, they were riding high for quite some time. Everyone they approached joined them immediately. People are immediately flattered, seduced. Plus, all of them were promised their own radio shows at that time, because Gurn was still operating Global Entertainment Radio Network, and Penny Bradley was promising them all that her man, the producer at Global Entertainment Radio Network, Daryl Neely, would provide them all their own show slot, which all of them lusted after. And of course, that all went down the tubes when I had Daryl Neely arrested by reporting him for stripping that dead officer of his uniform on January 6th. As a matter of fact, they still do not know who killed that officer. The officer was dead, but Daryl Neely definitively stripped his uniform and may well be responsible for killing him in the first place. So Daryl Neely will be in jail for quite some time. And that was, of course, the producer for Penny Bradley and the man who ran the Global Entertainment Radio Network, which did, for a period of some 24 to 72 hours, a period of between 1 to 3 days, before it was completely shut down, had an entire battery of what they called anti-Dietrich hosts, who did nothing for their 1 to 2 hour slots other than attack myself. And that's the entire purpose and meaning in all of their lives. A purpose which, of course, Trampus Nicholson serves now, and had always intended to serve, because that's why he was foisted upon myself. And his behavior was incredibly neutral until the moment that I allowed him onto the program, when he began love bombing me relentlessly and remorselessly. And I knew this was going to end catastrophically, because it could end no other way. When somebody is just lusting after you, literally lusting after you, insisting you come to sleep with them, drink their blood.
I wouldn't call it love bombing. I would call it lust bombing.
Yes, thank you. Lust bombing. When somebody is at that level, the only response you get when you refuse them is this inimical hostility that, as they say, in the old days, back when everyone was sexist, they used to say, a woman scorned has there be no greater wrath than that of a woman scorned.
No greater fury than a woman scorned.
Thank you, and that applies to both genders that are in that mindset of so that being articulated, definitely we are other than that on quite the roll here in a positive sense, and with that, we turn it over to dear Peter. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think it applies more to, I mean, in the past, it was hell hath no fury like a woman scorned.
Yes.
Well, it wasn't, in those days, they didn't use it in the context of somebody who was gay, because gay wasn't socially acceptable behavior. I think it is even harsher when it's a gay person.
Yes, absolutely. It's true. It is true. There's a real bitchiness there that no woman can ever muster.
We might want to modify that. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, save for a
frustrated faggot. How's
save for a frustrated homosexual. Yeah. We won't use the word faggot because it's impolite. We'll use it with great discretion. But in any case, so thank you for answering that question. I would wholeheartedly agree with you. Wow. So it's amazing. Well, the first thing I would say is if somebody thinks they're going to get a radio show, that's not a big gesture, because if you're going to have a radio show, you're going to have some content and some delivery.
Yes.
You just can't have a radio show. Even if you have a big platform, it's like, Selena used to, talk about her real estate. It's like, this is not stuff people want to hear.
Yes, that's right.
So it's like,
or rather, she couldn't communicate or express herself in such a way that people could even really comprehend what she was saying.
Well, I could comprehend what she said, but it was like, who wants to hear about a day at the office at the real estate? Somebody came in and had listed a property.
Well, almost anything could be made to sound entertaining, in all fairness.
Could. But then you would have to have considerable skill.
Yes.
Which the average person is not even trained to do.
That's quite true.
Let alone whether or not they have a knack for it. Yes. And at that point, you become desperate for, content. You got to start calling people and saying, you want to be on my stupid show?
No, it's true. I could never understand the lust that people had for a platform when most people they can't do anything with it. And the reality is what they degenerate into immediately is guesting. They host guests, but then
that's ultimately what you have to do. Yeah. Because if you take Johnny Carson, who was just an incredibly capable entertainer, a lot of his whole show was driven by guests, and then with his, clever banter, or humor, made it work. But it was guest driven. It might have been more entertaining if he took more of the reins himself, but he needed guests to play off of.
Yeah.
That's what everybody needs. It's like, even you need your team around you just to sustain your continuity in the wee hours of the evening.
Oh, most certainly. Yeah, but the difference is that the guests are all these other people have. And then they bring them on. They're just desperate, and they go around basically haranguing people to ask them if they want to come on their show. It's not a good position to be in. For instance, the one thing that is fairly different is that we hope that some of the people who are in the general circle of friends that we have, we hope that they appear and generally provide some roundtable time until I go into monologue, if indeed I'm capable of going into monologue on any given night. Otherwise, however, usually when nobody shows up, I can usually finesse. When you have somebody like, say, for instance, that idiot who was working with George Noy for a while, John B. Wells, that's basically, he has to have a guest, and people like that. They have to have a guest, and they seem incapable of otherwise presenting something on their own. So that's not a good position to be in, and it renders one very stressed at having to consistently schedule different people. With Art Bell, he didn't give a shit because he just had the same 12 people on speed dial. He was bringing on again and again and again. But anyhow, back to Peter, just to qualify what you said, which, yeah, otherwise, of course, stands true.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
What I would also say is we're moving into a time where I see it on YouTube. There's a lot of content with a lot of no quality in the content. It has a limit. In other words, people have in other words, the more rope you give them, the worse their show gets. They might initially have something to say, but then they've got to keep on juggling the balls.
Yeah.
As if it's a chimp act or something. And I mean, this sounds it sounds funny, and it is funny, but basically, you've got to, hold an audience. Now, and it's all about. I saw something today. They were complaining about how X has gotten so much worse with Elon Musk. But I would be quick to point out in Elon Musk's defense that Twitter was never any good anyway.
Yeah.
Not to say that he's doing a better job. But it was an unfiltered, relatively unfiltered forum until they had to take out Donald Trump, which they did. They cut him off of Twitter. But X is now what people are using. See, he's monetizing it. So he's saying the more engagement you get, the more money you will get. So what people are doing, and I'm not saying they don't do this on YouTube, and they are making fake news or fake conspiracy, but whatever, it's geared at getting clicks and attention. And the more clicks and attention you get, the more money you get. In other words, it's encouraging fakery.
Yes.
Which I'm not saying that's the intention, but this is what, it's not just X, it's everything. There was some posting today about TikTok, and they were saying they were reading all these horrible statistics about what TikTok does, and every time they get it to the end of a horrible statistic about how TikTok is sending your data to China or to corporations or other countries, they'd stop and say, no, excuse me, this is not TikTok, this is Facebook. And every time they get to, they'd say, oh, no, excuse me, this is not TikTok, this is Facebook. So in other words, they were showing how heinous Facebook is. And it's like, I mean, this is what social media does. It sells your data.
Yeah.
I think and it's even surprised me as I'll order something on Amazon and then I'll see it come up on my YouTube feed.
Yeah.
But just one time, like one thing, which is sometimes very helpful.
Can be.
Yeah. So this media thing is, it's all about everybody's got a, like, you can go through Middle America and wax nostalgic about the fact that there used to be mom and pop stores and you could go to a shoe store. Now you've got to look for, like, if you want to get your shoes repaired, you got to hunt. You can't find a shoe repair store.
Right.
I mean, you can't even send them into Amazon and get them repaired. Maybe you can.
That would be nice.
Yeah. But so there's like, you can't go to a stationery store anymore. You've got to go to Staples or order it over the internet. So you can wax nostalgic about that sort of thing. But what we're moving into a time period is when everybody has a, what do they call it? A shingle, put up a shingle. Everybody has a shingle and it's on the internet.
Yeah.
And they can relatively say or do anything they want, but the game is to get attention. It's not to provide a service, like to fix a shoe.
Right.
It's just to get attention and provide, content. Here's a picture of Hunter Biden blowing up the Grand Coulee Dam. It's like artificially intelligent story.
Oh my God.
It wasn't Hunter Biden. It was really Donald Trump Jr. or something. It's like you can. This is the now when Jupiter moves into Gemini.
Mm-hmm.
Gemini is the sign of media.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, this whatever trends are going on are going to expand.
When is this happening?
I think Jupiter moves through a sign. Saturn takes 3 years to move into a sign. Jupiter is, I think, about a year. I think it's going to move in this summer, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, well, thank you for that warning. By the way, I'm going to because of
good for us.
Yes, it will be. It will be. I have that feeling. It's a good year. It's a year of the dragon too. It's altogether a good time for us. Aristides, do me a favor if you can hear me. I just need to check with my landlord again about that fuse box. I'm going to be doing that, some nights like this when I see these lights flicker, because that does concern me, simply because the weather that's coming back in, the temperature drops have been extreme enough where things do get impacted. So I'm going to check with him right now, like I've done the past few times, just to make sure we have that backup. So I'll be right back. I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. But Aristides, could you segue back to Peter for me after telling people about how they can best add an upvote? Because Peter reminded me of that, and I'll go mute and then give it right back to Peter. Thank you so much, Aristides. You're the best.
Thank you. Sure. All right. And excuse me. In my experience, to provide an upvote on YouTube, you need to be signed in. I imagine it's not hard to make a new account. If you haven't, probably just a email, your password, and then you can upvote the video. And if you want to provide additional upvotes, you can go into your account settings and you can create basically alternate sub accounts to your main account. You don't need a new password or login or anything. You can just easily switch between them. And the good thing about that is you can provide additional upvotes with each one of those. So I just provided to myself, and that'll be very helpful.
Thank you for that. As I heard today, or I think it was today, some girl who has a anti-Scientology channel was commenting that she's getting 500,000 engagement on her videos. And of course, she's saying these people are not ex-Scientologists. Of course, there's not 500,000 ex-Scientologists. That's a no-brainer. But this subject continues to garnish more information. It's like people can't get enough of it. And it's like watching a train wreck. But like, what is the fascination with this subject? It fascinates people beyond any reasonable reason, in my opinion. Like it doesn't stop, and they're hearing these people's stories as if it's some some story waiting to drop, and perhaps there's a lot going on, but it's like in an all-time fever pitch, and I assume, I take her at face value. I don't believe that these are false numbers. 500,000 people. If I could get my own stuff or Douglas's stuff in front of 500,000 people, it would create major swells in society. It would also make me busier than I would like to be at this stage of my life.
Peter, where was this engagement? This alleged, what was it, 500,000 on what?
I'll look it up. I think her name's Kelly Copt. This is what she said. She was born into Scientology. Kelly Copt, very, very pleasant personality. Let me see here. Kelly Copter, Kate. She could name her kid Helicopter. Kelly Copter. Let me see what it says.
Well, I bring it up because in this day and age,
it says here, excuse me, I'm sorry, what?
No, I bring it up because in this day and age, like, there are people that, I'm not saying she's doing this, but like where the followers or the likes are not, organic. Like they, there's ways for them, they buy bots or whatever, or some people to, there's people on Twitter.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah. There's,
but she said it says 2.9K like. That's that's like almost 3,000 likes.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says, I think let me see. I got to shut her thing off. I'm trying to think. It says, okay, 15,000 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what she was saying about 500,000, or if she was, but I have no. If I take her at face value.
Yeah. What's the platform?
Her platform, YouTube.
This is on YouTube. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That could have been like aggregate engagements, 500,000.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I just don't have any. She doesn't come off as a liar.
Right.
And it could be on her 69 videos she's put out. She's attractive and she speaks well, and she tells a story, and she's telling a story of, her horrendous childhood, and she's got a sense of humor.
Yeah.
And I've heard a few of her videos, and she, and it seems so much of what so many people do, especially in that venue, is point out other people's stupidities and illogics. That's in the Scientology venue.
Okay.
And of course, you often see this. This is what you see with the Republicans point out the illogics of the Democrats, which they run high in illogic. High.
Mhm.
And it's very easy to point them out. The best one, and this was this made, I think, the front page of Yahoo, was, and it made TV, was Kamala Harris going to Puerto Rico, and she was attending a protest where they were playing music, which was protesting her appearance there. And she's clapping and nodding her head as if she was enjoying the music. Like,
Oh,
she
God.
was completely clueless that they were protesting her.
Hmm. I could totally see that happening.
Yeah, complete disengagement.
Mhm.
And complete misassessment of what their weaknesses are as a political party. But I think their strength is they don't care.
Right.
And we're going to win anyway. It's like might over
Right.
the alternative view. We won't call it right. Might over the alternative view. But as we move into Jupiter moves into Gemini, this is like, wow. This is like media expansion. Like, media has ballooned the sports world with streaming services.
Mhm.
This has caused sports franchises to just shoot up in terms of revenue and overall value. So it's outrageous what media can do in this day and age.
Yeah.
So
Well, streaming is everything these days. It used to be broadcast, and now just because of the high data rate that can be transported, you can basically buy that TV program and zoom, it's right to your device. Streaming is the future.
I thought that when Donald Trump was taken out or lost the election, that he was going to have his own alternative media company. I never saw, but he just went on the public, taking it public, and he's worth $3 billion or something like that now that he wasn't, 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, didn't they do that that Truth Social thing? Was that his?
Yeah.
I think that sounds like a joke. I've never been there.
But this is the thing. I was saying, whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to Donald Trump? I never heard of it. I've never heard of it. I've never heard of anybody watching it. The only time I heard of it, all of a sudden it's worth $3 billion. This is the first I've heard of it. So as much as it must be a very active forum, or it wouldn't have sold for $3 billion.
Well,
it merged with another activity.
Which forum, or what's this? Or
Truth Social.
Oh,
it's called
really?
Truth Social. It's Donald Trump's.
Yeah,
He owns $3 billion.
So okay, so yeah, they made that, and it became worth $3 billion, and then merged with something.
No, it merged, and that was part of the stock offering. And when the stock offering happened, manifested, and it shot up right away, he's worth $3 billion on paper. He can't cash it in until, for 6 months or something, I don't think, if he chooses to cash it in. Sometimes these public offerings shoot up and then crash down. But the point of it is, I never heard of it until it went public. Okay, Trump has a channel. The only two media outlets I'm aware of that are pro, conservative, are the Gateway Pundit, which I will no longer look at because its page has become so ugly. I'm just talking about the format. I won't even look at it. It's just, the presentation is horrible. the way it's presented. And the Epoch Times, which I will not touch for other reasons.
Yeah, those are the big ones. There are smaller ones similar to those out there.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is Truth Social should be at
Truth
least
Social was meant to be like his Twitter alternative when he was banned off of Twitter. So it's not the same as like a broadcast thing, like you know.
Well, it would be like a news service. Now, if I look it up here, Truth Social is America's big tent social media platform that encourages an open, free, and honest global conversation without discriminating on the basis of political ideology. You know, the trouble with that statement, and I'm not criticizing Truth Social, is that this is kind of what everybody says. And even if, and then there becomes the troll factor. Because the first thing that gets done with anything is trolling. Now, I had to deal with this with the Montauk Project initially. And the trolling didn't really get going until the internet happened. And there was some trolling. I mean, you get letters and stuff, but the trolling is lame. But there was more of a fan-inspired basis on the internet for Montauk than there was a troll faction. And there was a posting board called the Montauk Project.com. Somebody had got it, and they set up this forum. And it became famous. This is in the around 2000, late 1990s. It became infamous in internet circles for its aggressive trolling and obnoxiousness. It was over the top, let me put it this way. Over the top for its rude, crude, and abusiveness. Eventually I had to have it shut down because it began to indulge in criminal behavior. And, you know, the police offered to put the owner, arrest him. And I didn't have him arrested. I just told him to take it down.
Yeah.
And because I had no pleasure in having him arrested.
Right. Well, it's a lot of trolling out there. It's a whole.
He wasn't necessarily the troll, but he was enabling a forum. And but so that trolling never really, I can't say it seriously bothered me. It was something I had to deal with. At one point, I actually went down to the police station and told them what was going on, and they were ready to put him in handcuffs. I mean, they didn't care what it was about because it was going down the child porn angle.
Oh boy.
It wasn't even, it was just basically saying stuff. It was going down that rabbit hole. But the trolling, it's like if you're going, I mean, every comedian who gets on stage has to know how to deal with hecklers.
Mm-hmm.
But heckling or trolling has become, it seems to be the major industry on the internet.
That's true. It's very true. There's a lot of it.
Yeah. Now, it's a fascinating subject in a way. I don't waste my time too much about it. I'm been very adept at dealing with it whenever it comes my way because I recognize it right away. And but it's like
organized gangs almost on the internet at this point.
But I'm talking about. Well, we can take it back to, Christianity. as just an example, I'm taking the story at face value. And the story at face value of the New Testament is Christ is trolled. There's all this trolling. Like, why can't he just come out, do his miracles, and people say, "Oh, love, that's a good idea."
Right.
Or, let's all love one another. It's like, and then you begin to see people's attitudes, and this is what you're hitting up against. And I'm just using Christianity at face value as an example. If you present something, so in other words, you have this tremendous rejection of ideas that are offered. Yet at the same time, you can go onto YouTube and you can see tremendous amount of BS that's out there that you may or may not be aware of because you might not know it's BS, but it is. And people are just accepting of it. Aliens and UFOs is a great example where people are just swallowing it like fish. It's not being trolled. And to the degree that it is trolled, they're saying, "Oh, you're just, part of the conspirators trying to cover up the fact there really are aliens." This sort of thing. So it's like, while you have extreme trolling on the one hand, you have extreme gullibility at the same time. It's
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there are people that'll literally believe anything that's posted.
Yeah, exactly. Or say something the way the flat Earth is not trolled. The flat Earth is rejected by people.
Yes,
It's not
indeed.
particularly trolled.
Yes, that's quite true. It's not trolled. It's simply tolerated far too much. But I do want to thank you for your patience. I have to wait till the landlord comes home before I can check in with him. So as soon as I can hear him at the door is when I make certain that we can take care of what I just did. There is some mitigating water damage in the basement. He's afraid to be in there alone, so I do have to accompany him when he runs a check by shutting down the power in his unit upstairs and then restarts it so that he can make certain that he can do the same with mine effectively if need be. And we have to run these checks pretty regularly considering the attacks we come under and the effect of just plain weather these days. So I want to thank everyone for their patience, and let's get back into...
Question.
Yeah.
I thought your landlord was a she.
No, it's her relative. I just call him landlord for the sake of convenience. It's basically he's not even her relation, really. Her relation is the female upstairs. So I'm not going to give their names, but the female upstairs.
We couldn't pronounce them anyway.
One of the female upstairs is the cousin, and she is actually fairly beautiful, and I believe Amerasian or half Asian, half Caucasian, and her lover or her soulmate or partner for life is actually Filipino. So so I use the term landlord again for the sake of convenience, but the landlady is basically, in a sense, absentee, and she really prefers I never contact her, if at all possible, about anything, and just tells me, she references me to the people upstairs at this point, which is actually very convenient in its own way, considering the kinds of technical difficulties that we have to deal with. But yeah, my landlady is still a she, and but thank goodness she has surrogates. And okay, back to the narrative.
This prompts more.
Oh yeah,
more
go ahead.
Questions.
Yeah.
And question is, you said this is in your basement.
Yeah, the fuse box. Yes.
Now, feng shui wise, if I were to walk into your house from the front door, which is I'm going north. Your door faces south.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And I'm trying to think if I was just to go as the crow flies into this basement where the leak is, am I going to go north, south, east, or west, northwest?
Oh well,
What?
when you came to the door in the car and you saw my clawed hand reach out to take the food bin in, we just the access point that my landlord is aware of, the one that therefore is the only one I use with him. Again, I'm using the term landlord out of convenience, but basically the Filipino guy who's sleeping with the chick upstairs. How's that? He goes down right down beneath the that entranceway. So where you saw my clawed hand, there is like a little alcove to the further. Your car was further up the hill, so further down the hill, a little further down is a little inlet, ingress, a little ingress of steps into the first level of the basement. It's not so much flooding really as it is water damage to a degree, that because there's filters that are kind of like what you would find in a shower, so that I guess there's supposedly a drainage point in case the basement becomes flooded. But oftentimes various mysterious liquids will bubble up from that into the basement to a degree. It's not that they flood the basement per se. Lucky for him, because at this point they've got a lot of their own stuff in that area around these like gutters or drains, cisterns, whatever the fuck you call them. And I, of course, have never bothered to tell them what that ultimately leads to. The landlady knows, but they probably do not, and I'm not going to bother enlightening them. The last time I tried to bring to the attention of my neighbor further up the hill to my left, if I'm standing outside the door facing the street, but to my right, if I were a visitor facing my door, the neighbors in that direction, as I said, seem to be an American husband with an Argentine wife and family. But when I tried to tell him about the murders that took place in that home and the like, he just put his arms up in the sign of the cross. Not just his fingers, but his arms. He put them up in the sign of the cross. No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. But everybody should be familiar at this point with how haunted the place is. Certainly they know upstairs something's amiss. The dog is always barking at ghosts. I hear them saying, "What are you barking at? What are you barking at?" I feel like telling them, "Oh, the dead people staring in through your window. What do you think?" But other than that, for those of you who don't know, our house is built on top of a cemetery, old Russian cemetery, that was also the ground for many murders, and the murdered bodies were buried under legally buried bodies to hide them. So some of them are stacked up like kids in a bunk bed. So there you go with that. Back to Peter. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Now it's hard for me to, see without, really being there and seeing it. And then when a house is facing south, you kind of have to adjust the bagua, which is the 8 sections or directions of the house. But it sounds to me like your water leakage is either in your career corner or your Feng corner, which has to do everything with what we're doing right now.
Interesting.
And that's okay though, because when it gets fixed, it fixes the problem, you see. So the fact that it's leaking means that it's water is emotions.
Yes.
And it's, the bad news that is leaking. The good news is that it's going to get fixed, ostensibly.
Yes.
So that's good. That's good. And it can lead to a lot of positive things as we move forward here.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So I was very curious about, the nature of the leakage and where it was. Leaks are very important.
Yes.
To deal with. in a house or any dwelling that you're in, because it directly ties to emotions. And it's usually your own emotions, but it can also be the emotions of the people that you're working with. People will tend to introvert.
Yes.
And so it's very important. Like I had a huge blowout in my wealth corner.
Mm-hmm.
Pipe blew in my wealth corner. This is before my divorce.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this,
Wow. So, but is this considered a leak when you've got fluids bubbling up from below? It's
yeah,
more.
it is.
Okay.
It
Okay.
is. It's water.
Okay.
It's
Got
the
it.
water that,
Yeah.
that is meaningful.
Got
Water is emotions. It's the water.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's just it's the leak, whatever.
Yeah.
So it's bubbling up from, and it's very, very suitable for you that it's bubbling up from the subterranean world.
Of course. Yes.
Michael Aquino might be, fomenting.
Yes. Indeed. No, I agree. I agree. I sense it. It vibes with me. Yes. What you're saying, that is. Yes. It
Yeah,
resonates.
no, exactly.
Yeah.
So, where I want to go in the direction of now,
Yes.
speaking of feng shui, is Japan.
Okay.
But the first thing I got to say is, I saw YouTube on somebody's telling you how 10 secrets you don't know about Japan, how to behave.
Interesting.
Japan.
Okay.
Yeah, like saying, like if there's a plate, like say there's a bunch of sushi on a plate that's, it's for the table, nobody's going to take the last piece.
Right. Right.
It's a big faux pas to take the last piece
Yeah.
because the Japanese are so polite.
Yes. Yes. Quite true.
And so, finally, if it, sat there long enough, you ask for permission. Would you like this? Or would it be okay if I have this? Yeah. And then they talked about, I don't remember the Japanese names for them, but there were two activities of doing good. There's two ways of doing good for like karma, for just improving your own. They didn't say karma. Maybe they did say karma. I don't know. But just, in other words, things you're going to do that are just good, just to get credit. Not, get credit for life, which might be picking up litter on the highway and everybody's seeing you. But there's another type where you're doing stuff where you don't get credit for it and you don't want to get credit for it. One of these things would be rich people in Japan. He said it's very common, or owners who will pay somebody to go around and clean toilets and make toilets impeccable. So, because it's considered very good energy to have clean toilets.
Mm-hmm.
And in other words, you're not being paid for this. And I was telling Paula about this, and she says, well, they'll do that in America. I said, no, they don't do that in America.
Yeah, where did she ever get that idea?
I don't know, because I don't know. But certainly you might go, like if you went to Trump Tower, you'd probably find the bathrooms are very clean.
Mm-hmm.
But they're paying a utility, a janitor, a super to do that.
Yeah.
In Japan, they're paying somebody on the sly to do it. They go around and make sure, it might not even be their buildings.
Mm-hmm.
Might be go around and make sure all the buildings on this block have clean toilets.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe all the people would know this is the guy who cleans the toilets. But it's not being done, and it's being done for just energy purposes, just keeping the energy clean. I've also heard that if you have a dent in your car in Japan, they will come and give you a ticket and say, take care of that. And they'll come back in 2 weeks and check to make sure you have it done.
Right.
If you don't, then you have to deal with it because they don't want dented cars on the street.
Yes, that's true. That's true. It's another example of something that you would find only in Japan is that people's cars, especially younger men, will be completely painted over with girly pictures that are very anime styled, and they're not pornographic per se, but rather just how would I say it? Just kind of enthusiastic girls in happy poses, shall I say? Just kind of like looking like cheerleaders or something, but anime cartoons. But it covers the car in the sense that you'll have like the car with this one girl on the on the trunk of the car, and the like. You find those cars all over Japan, and they're just parked casually, and some young guy more than likely owns that. But you couldn't do that in America. People would graffiti it. They would just attack the car. They would just damage it because.
But is that acceptable art in Japan that that doesn't cross the line of good taste?
It's not, like I said, it's not pornographic. It's just girls looking happy. It's just like a kind of like a for lack of a better word, kind of like a enthusiasm for life kind of attitude that's being portrayed, and it's kind of like the car's persona. Or because they personalize the car that way. It's like people refer to the ship as female, and so sailors will have a name for the ship and they'll refer to it as a she. So it gets all the way down to the car with the Japanese culture because they imbue these produced objects with a kami, a spirit of their own. So it represents a personification of the spirit of the car. And they therefore, they maintain it like they would a virtual pet. So it's kind of just this attitude towards it. But in America, somebody would, like I said, you can't park something like that, anything of beauty or just that stands out. People just deface. In America, they will deface it. Parked outside of a garage, so long as it's parked anywhere publicly that is not heavily guarded or patrolled, you're going to get people just rushing up to it and defacing it. But it goes along the lines of what you're saying, just this kind of very, very specific behavior patterns in Japan that you'll find almost nowhere else, albeit much of Asia kind of reflects that to a lesser degree. Though you'll see things like that, maybe lesser, but of course Japan is where it really becomes pronounced. And so continue, with what you were saying.
This harkens back to what I was saying about, a trolling culture. Japan is really, Japan has its elements, there's no question. But it's like, there's so much that goes on, and certainly in America, that's just like, okay, let's destroy it.
Yes.
Let's troll it.
Yes.
Let's troll it. Because we can. They can't leave well enough alone.
Yeah.
If it's well enough, it's obviously not well enough to them.
That's right. Or it's too well for them. It's too well for them, and they hate that. It basically manifests happiness, and they want to attack that. Americans hate happiness because they're intrinsically miserable people. They want to make everyone else miserable. This is why they troll. Everyone who trolls is obviously unhappy, or they wouldn't be trolling. Not only are they unhappy, but they're also have obviously a load of time on their hands. So they're not just unhappy, they're unoccupied. So not just unemployed, but literally unoccupied. They have nothing to occupy themselves with. So this is what you see manifest so universally, is a bunch of unoccupied, unhappy people that are determined to make everyone else around them as miserable as they are. That is the essence of what we see.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Is that it's making people miserable. Misery seeks company, and this is a very important point. It's about keeping people occupied. If I'm not mistaken, it used to be this way: is that crime would go down during the Super Bowl. If you keep people occupied. There was probably a lot more calculation than we give credit for the reason they had these huge games in Rome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, they'd have the Hippodrome or whatever the Hippodrome, the Colosseum, and it was these emperors had to, if they didn't have elaborate games, they were not as popular, and then the emperors would be evaluated by how well their entertainment services were.
Yeah.
And of course, this included bloodlusts and the like. This is, so this is an element of, what is it? The opiate of the masses. You control the masses so that they don't overtake the body politic.
Mm-hmm.
It becomes a real political issue. And just like we've seen with the Democrats particularly, is that they just want power. They got to maintain their power at all costs. That's what's important. And it is important if you want to stay in power. So when we go back into Rome, which was a much more, I think the visceral stuff that went on there was much more less hidden. It was still hidden, but it was much less hidden. So here you have keeping the world busy. And how do you keep the world busy? Well, TV.
Yeah.
The internet.
Yes.
This is another vote of confidence for the Affordable
Thank you.
Activity Act, because if they don't keep the impoverished people on the internet, they might find the people tearing down certain media installations or certain cable stuff. It's like it might cost the cable companies more in the long run if they don't provide the service. So what all this comes down to on a mass basis is keeping people living and occupied. The best way to keep them occupied and living is through breathing.
Yeah.
And, living life correctly.
Yes.
With the precepts of Buddhism as one example.
Thank you.
I think the precepts of Buddhism are a lot more workable, or Taoism, than, say, the Ten Commandments.
Yes.
Which kind of puts you in a frame of mind where you want to covet thy neighbor's wife and you want to steal from your neighbor because it's putting it there in your face, like, you know what I mean? Like,
yes. Yeah.
thou shalt not. Why thou shalt not? It implies that you should want to, and you have to hold yourself back.
Yes.
That's kind of the implication. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Well, the only reason you'd want to covet thy neighbor's wife is because she's covetable.
Yes. Yes.
You want to steal from thy neighbor because he's got something that you want. It's like putting this like sin in your head.
Yes. Your point's well taken. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, if you read the Buddhist thing, it's kind of like, okay, no, we want peace. We want to give ourselves peace of mind. We want to give ourselves. We don't want to, hurt others. Even the Christian co-opting of do unto others, the golden rule, as you would have them do unto you, is softer. Is a lot softer. What I hate about the golden rule, though, is people assume that do unto others as you would want them to do unto you. So the person thinks, well, yeah, I like tuna fish, so I'm going to give tuna fish to Peter Moon. Like, this is a big problem with the golden rule.
Yes.
In other words, people will do for you, do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
Yes.
Well, what if I don't want you to do unto me as you would do unto me? You know, because you don't even know who the hell I am. Or are you honoring me? And when I tell you that I don't want tuna fish, you're more upset over the fact that somebody couldn't want tuna fish.
Yes. Yes.
And I have found that very problematic. Whereas people assume that, everybody should think this way.
It's hysterically funny. At the same time, it's problematic. It's amazing how people project onto others their likes and dislikes, as if we are all on the same track.
Yeah, my favorite one was my daughter. Her grandmother was saying to her something about Oprah. They were watching Oprah something, and she says to my daughter's pretty young at this time. She's probably about 10 or 11. She says, "You don't like Oprah?" My daughter goes, "No."
Good for her.
No.
Good for her.
Yeah. In other words, she didn't buy into Oprah for whatever reason. I don't know.
She could see right through her with the acuity of the innocent.
Yeah, I don't know. Oprah completely lost it. When my book came out with Preston, the Montauk Project, and the very first page when you open it up, it's quoting Oprah Winfrey and Edgar Mitchell, because I'd seen it on the Oprah show and I copied it down. It was VCR taped, it was back in the VHS days, and I wrote it down. And she's saying, well, why do you think that happened? He says, oh, it goes back to all that stuff that happened during World War II, classified stuff or whatever.
Uh-huh.
And it was quoted from there.
Right.
And after I put that quote and printed that book, Oprah started doing bullshit.
Of course.
She would have controversial stuff. And then this show just went into, it became, let's make a deal. Like with Monty Hall, and she'd say, okay, I have for everybody in this audience laptop computer, and everybody's clapping and they're just going nuts.
Yes.
It was like, let's make a deal. And then she's giving stuff away. And this was being used to promote, her show was being used to promote goods.
Yeah, products.
So everybody get, a Toshiba laptop or whatever it was, and they'd all be jumping up and down, the enthusiasm. And of course, this was better than a 60-second commercial. Whatever that might cost, which was probably pretty expensive. It's better. It's like you're getting a whole show dedicated to the laptop computer or whatever they're selling, whether it be a hair dryer or a mouse trap or whatever it was. And it just became completely commercialized. And she has her own network. I mean, she's just...
She had her own magazine and everything. It was disgusting. Yes, it was her empire, her media empire.
Yeah, and I saw, one of the things that I saw was, and I don't know how long it lasted, but it was Sylvester Stallone put a magazine out and it was called Sly.
Yes. Oh my.
And I said, oh, we want to read about Sylvester Stallone? I mean, I mean, you might as well write a biography. That's one thing, but a magazine. This is what Sly did this week. I mean, that's the epitome of self-aggrandizement. And from what I understood, my friend Chelsea used to know him, or she knew him to some degree. Mm-hmm. She went to Disneyland with him. She said he had a very good head on his shoulders for his success. There were other problems with the brother, Frank, though, who actually was involved with Scientology, if he's not still. But I don't think he was jealous of his brother's success, from what I heard. But then again, Sylvester Stallone is so full of himself, because how could he not be? How could he not be?
Oh, that might also explain the multiple divorces. And all of the children produced by each union were autistic, developmentally disabled.
I don't know anything about that, but he tells a story of how he was rivaling Arnold Schwarzenegger at the time, and Arnold Schwarzenegger set him up with this, I think his name was Brigitte Nielsen.
Yes.
He set up Sylvester Stallone to be totally raked over the coals.
Yes.
He set him up.
Yes.
Schwarzenegger set him up because they were rivals in theatrical and in E-Man roles, and finally Sylvester Stallone realized that he'd been had by Arnold.
Yes.
And it's all about, this sort of like low-level competition. People, and in Schwarzenegger's case, he's had more money than he'd ever need.
Yeah.
But he was still being competitive.
Yes.
And trying to destroy his competition, which he can. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen an Arnold Schwarzenegger film. I found the whole idea of the whole repulsive. I've seen little bits of Terminator. I've seen little bits of the Terminator, and I've heard his famous line, "Hasta la vista, baby," or whatever it is.
Oh, so awful.
But I don't think I've ever seen a full movie of his. I did see Total Recall.
Mm-hmm.
I did see.
That was awful. That was awful. Every time I see some stupid father who's got their infant child inside the baby bag slung across their stomach, all I can think of is, oh, look, it's the mutant leader from Total Recall. That is the first thing that comes to my mind when I see these dumb fuckers walking around like that. It is so stupid, so grotesque, and at any rate, back to Peter. I couldn't resist that.
I guess I had seen an Arnold movie. But again, it's like, if you get paid or sustained, he also bought up most of Santa Monica with his money.
Yeah,
when I say bought up Santa Monica, he was buying up all these houses, which was just eventually inflated the hell out of real estate.
Of course.
In Los Angeles.
Yeah.
It wasn't a natural, and this is what's happened with all these people with a lot of money.
Yeah.
And they start buying up places and
fucking everybody up.
Well, it's like it. So now, what is $1 million? It's a couple of houses. This is what it's been reduced to. I'm back in the '60s. A house could be $20,000 or $30,000. In the '70s, went up to $70,000, and then above and beyond that. And now, houses are, in Long Island, I don't think you're going to find anything under $500,000, except for maybe you might find a co-op.
Right.
A one-bedroom co-op or something.
One bedroom.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, so what's what's $1 million? It's pretty soon anybody who has a house will be a millionaire.
Yeah.
And,
You almost have to be.
Well, yeah, and then and now millionaires don't have any clout. It's a billionaire.
That's right.
And billionaires are now becoming so ubiquitous, meaning they're all over the place, that I heard some billionaire talking on Instagram saying, he says, well, it's billionaires are usually smarter than other people, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And, if they're not smarter, they're luckier. And then he says, you start thinking you can, how much more can I control? Can I take over the world? Whatever that. It's like, and, that can lead to severe problems, not only for the billionaire, but for the rest of the world.
Well, billionaires like that used to be relegated to James Bond flicks, but they're becoming real.
As I say, what are they going to do? Sugar Daddy's making the best of his situation by trying to elongate his life.
Yes.
And without casting any aspersions on him, he might find that's the worst thing he could have done for himself. I'm not saying that's the case, and I'm not saying he should change direction, but be careful what you wish for.
I get it, dude. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, the potential's always there for a kind of blowback that you didn't expect. Collateral results. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, good, I can live forever. Okay, well, here's forever. And you might not like it. You might say, God, I wish I would have had a natural death. That's a good existential, issue to discuss. Speaking of which, I've got a good idea for you, and I thought of this. You answered my question. I'd asked you about, why you pay attention to all these holidays.
Yes.
I don't even want to know all these holidays. It's too much for me. I like during the football season, I might have a casual interest in saying, well, who are the Jets playing this week? I asked that. I might look it up. It's very casual. Whereas, my friends will know, oh yeah, they're playing so-and-so. They'll know, but it's like, I don't have time for, and then plus if I have time for anything, all these holidays you mentioned, which are actually traditional holidays, most of them anyway.
Yes.
They'll have all these bullshit things like this is Bagel Day. Everybody, this is National Bagel Day.
Yes, I hate those. I do hate those.
They'll have all sorts of crap to go along with this. National Paperclip Day.
Yes.
But what you should do with your history lectures is you should have them videotaped. And you should have them as consumable, marketable things that you can sell. They don't have to show the Blood Boys.
Of course.
This is what L. Ron Hubbard did with his tapes. He recorded everything and recorded like at the start of a semester or something. This is because I imagine you teach them in a way that's
well, certainly engaging and
but also sequential.
Yes.
So that they can follow.
Yes.
And I think you should discuss this with your son and see, because if you record, once you record them, then you can do something with them.
Oh, yeah.
And it would also give the Blood Boys an opportunity to look at them if they're on YouTube or whatever forum, and this would educate. It would also help educate humanity as well. I mean, if you just think of doing that, making it a little more to your advantage.
No, I definitely appreciate what you're saying. Certainly, an idea would be to set up a kind of course to produce for videos. Such, of course, ideas had come up before about potentially recording what I was doing right in front of the Blood Boys, but unfortunately, or rather understandably, Sugar Daddy doesn't want me filming anything on the estates and publishing them for the security reasons in terms of people.
Couldn't they be done in a room where nobody would know where the hell it is?
Oh, believe me, your point's well taken. I'll discuss it. I'll discuss it.
Yeah.
I'll bring it up
I mean,
again.
that's for you. I have no personal interest in it.
Oh, understood. No, you're.
I mean, I'm interested in it and you doing it for yourself, but so be it.
Yes. I mean, because oftentimes when I do teach the Blood Boys, there's oftentimes field trips involved. There's oftentimes a kind of outdoor lesson when the weather permits, simply because it's just so much more enjoyable for them that way. The environment is such where screens can be used in a kind of the best way to describe it would be patio environment, where they can sit outdoors but still see the screen because it's shaded enough by basically, I forget the architectural term for it. They used to use terms like portilico or something, but yeah. Thank you.
You know, there would be exceptions to what I'm saying.
Yeah, understood.
But you know, there would also be opportunities to
well, I should produce courses on video, yes. I mean, you know, good idea.
and you have to think around the, you know, the impediments or whatever. So anyway, for that. Now, so I was discussing the Japanese culture.
Yes, and
now we're going to go back to... In this, I'm going now because I need a little help with the book.
Sure.
And just to review, and of course, for those who are new to this or are not familiar, I'm talking about the reliquary or imperial treasures of the Empire of Japan, which come from Lost Continent.
Yes.
Is it Moravia?
I think we've yet to agree on something too specific, but we all agree on the fact that the baseline name of we just don't like it because it's Muvaya. Yeah.
This is a continent that really equates to New Zealandia, where you know, north of New Zealand. And can sometimes colloquially be referred to as Mu, which is not really Mu because it can be convoluted with Lemuria. You know, there's more than one civilization. But this civilization, and is where these Artelica, or reliquary, sacred objects, which would enable quantum resonance to take place, because you have a direct interface with the kami, or the spiritual energy that is recognized by the Shinto religion of Japan. And in my own process of this has been very hard to produce this chapter, because it's like I have an understanding. You can go onto Wikipedia and you can read more or less versions of what you've written. Yours is a little more, I guess, integrated, maybe a little bit different. Your spellings are more correct, I would guess. And I've had to refer to Wiki or other articles just to get because sometimes I don't have you right there at my beck and call to ask about this, that, or the other thing.
Right.
But but for the audience, there's 3 basic pieces of reliquary that are sacred to the Empire of Japan. They came from this ancient civilization, Muyan civilization,
Yes.
which integrated with the lost tribes, more or less, of the Hebrew tradition, which came there with their own Hebrew reliquary.
Yes.
And you have the language of Japan and ancient Hebrew. The alphabet is so similar as to, it's got everybody shaking their heads to this day. They don't put it all together. And this was, in a way, Hebrew central, mixing with ancient move on.
Yes.
I want to call it Lemuria because it sounds better, but more.
Well, when we're referring, when we're referring to, say, for instance, the cultural attributes, or in an adjective sense, we could say several things, either muan or muvayan. I think those are the two that strike me as most common from what I've heard. It's unfortunately I would prefer Lemuria too, almost just for the sake of convenience. But it
sounds better. It sounds more, I guess what you'd say, vernacularly correct, but it's not.
Yeah, because the problem is that Lemuria is affiliated with the Indian Ocean, where, of course, in Melanesia or Madagascar, we have the lemurs, who are named after ancient Lemurians. Basically ghosts or shadow continent, ghost shadow people, is what the lemurs are called from that sunken continent. And like the degenerate beings after millennia of downbreeding, the people feel that they became the lemurs. And so when it comes to the Muvayans or Muans, I think that either term is acceptable. I'll see if I can find some others. But as for the continent itself, I'm fine with us referencing it as either Muwa or simply Muvaya. Muvaya is probably fine.
We'll hash that out when we do the reading on it.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
But so you've got the ancient continents, and of course with this continent, just as you hear that Atlantis had all this super vril technology, this is the same thing with this ancient Pacific continent that mixes with the remnants of the Hebrew civilization on the island of Japan. There is a grave site for James, the brother of Jesus, in Japan to this very day. There's supposedly the skull of Jesus, arguably, at that location. And it's not like somebody's making a claim for fame here, because as Douglas has explained, it's ho-hum in Japan. They're not Christian.
Yes, if any.
They have no vested interest in claiming, the gravesite of the brother of Jesus or Jesus' head himself.
Yes.
So, how did this things get there? It's known about in conventional history. It's sort of an anomaly that is known about, but nobody really digs deep enough into it, except to maybe make a Curiosa documentary. And even with the Japanese stuff, and I've seen YouTubes of the Japanese, doing it, but it's like as they say, a quiz show format. It's like done like a quiz. It's not a quiz show. It's like, oh, what's this, and it's like a quiz show, and it's with a lot of hokey kabuki thrown in. You can't. It's the truth, the data. It's like if you took candid camera and had Rip Taylor, if you remember that comedian, Rip Taylor was this guy who used to come out and throw confetti all over the place. He was, kind of flamboyant or aggressively ridiculous.
Okay.
And just sort of like you're presenting something in a very dramatic, orchestrated, theatrical point, to the point where it's too hyped up.
Right. This reminds me of the old guys who used to try to be the life of the party, and they'd bring in blowhorns and shit. But go on.
Well, this happens in all theater. I've seen it in European theater, where they just, it's just too much hype.
Yes.
It's all hyped up. You've seen it if you go to a NBC production or whatever, and they have the applause signs and you clap. It's like, oh, whoa, whoa. Or if you were in the audience of Seinfeld or some show like that, they want you to laugh and participate and clap.
Yeah.
They may or may not use that laugh track, but they want that live energy.
Yeah.
And yeah, it is what it is. Nevertheless, the important thing here is that these two cultures integrated, and this became the Yamato
dynasty. Yamato dynasty. Yes.
Yamato, no Yamamoto.
Yeah.
I have both.
Right. Understood.
Yeah,
Just so people understand. Yeah, just so people understand, Yamamoto would be the family of course, that admiral who is famous for leading the attack on Pearl Harbor. Yeah, Yamamoto.
Yamamoto.
Yes. He would be the one. Yes. Yes. Yamamoto, right? As opposed to the Yamato, which is far simpler. So just think it's much simpler.
Oh, wait, Yamato is Y-A-M-A or Y-M-O?
Oh, Y-A-M-O-T-O. Yamato. Oh, wait a second. Y-A-M-A-T-O. Yamato. Yes. Y-A-M-A-T-O.
It's not
Yes.
O-T-O.
No, not O-T-O.
Yamato.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. With the Yamamoto, you get the OTO, but the Yamato dynasty, it's only like Yama. Think Yama. Just so people know, there's a strange, kind of bizarre etymology here. When the Chinese use the term Yama kings, like when they reference the Yama kings, they're referring to the kings of hell. So Yama in the Chinese usually has a very ominous connotation, but the Yamato in Japan is the imperial dynasty of the Golden Empire of the Sun. So Yamato Damashi means the spirit of Japan. But the way to remember it is just think of the big battleship. The largest battleship that was ever built in the history of humanity was the Japanese battleship Yamato. So that's
this is the importance of dealing with magic.
Yes,
it's like the synchronicity is always going to be present.
Yes,
and it's the quantum resonance, and this is the day, probably the day after I met you, Douglas, in San Francisco in 2014.
Yeah.
The day after, I was staying in Berkeley, and I visited my friend Tantra Bensko, and I visited her. I had a motel in Berkeley. I went to her apartment, and I go inside and go into the kitchen, and I guess I'm giving her a hug, and I look out the window, and I see a garbage can, big black garbage can. Now, these garbage cans are provided by the city.
Yeah.
And I look out in the black garbage can in big white letters. It says OTO on it. I say, look at this. And we just start laughing. I don't even know if she thought about it. And that was like the company or whatever that does the garbage for Berkeley.
That's so funny.
And it's like, now she had her own understandings or run-ins with the OTO. But it was just like, here they are, they're representing of the garbage.
Yeah.
That was what was so funny.
There we go. Synchronicity.
Yeah, it's like, okay. Yet, I say that with a certain amount of disrespect. Yet again, I've read so much of what they've read.
Yes.
They provided me with favors and information.
Yes.
Which have been very helpful to me.
Yes.
And it's like they are, to some extent, the chroniclers of a pathway of understanding and knowledge, if not liberation. Because, what can I say? It's like, it's like Gandalf going into the library to find out something he doesn't know. And then he goes to his great, that's in the movie Lord of the Rings. Yes. And I think he says to Frodo after he gives him the ring, he says, I don't know, I've got to go. And he goes to read some scrolls, and then he's got to go see his master, Saruman, only to find Saruman has been possessed and overtaken.
Yeah.
By the Dark Lord of Mordor.
Yes.
So that's kind of what happens. You're studying this, you go to the scrolls and he's got to ask somebody greater than himself, and he finds out his teacher who's greater than himself is not so great. and this is inevitably what one must be prepared for.
Yes.
So these relics were given to the Yamato line.
Yeah. So I can just start articulating, a general summary, but continue, please.
No, you don't want a general summary because you've already done that.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you a very specific question.
Yeah.
Just let me do the summary. And
sure.
When we do the book, we can rehash it if I've left out parts, which I'm not going to rehash here.
Okay.
But I'm trying to give the audience a context so that, I'm going to ask you just some pretty simple questions.
Yes.
Pretty simple. It's just kind of pinning the tail on the donkey. I'm just giving the audience some context here for this reliquary is very important. I'm kind of going to retell the story a little bit, but I haven't got to my questions yet.
Sure, it takes time. Yeah.
But these reliquary were used to fend off the anti-gods throughout history. That's what they're there for.
Yes.
And I want to point out that their importance, and this is not something Douglas pointed out, but I got it off of Wikipedia. You won't disagree, even though it's on Wikipedia. Douglas did say that they have replicas of this reliquary.
Yes.
And they show them to the public, but they're fakes.
Yes.
They were always wary that they might be stolen in the case of a potential coup d'etat. Yeah. And such a coup d'etat, or an attempt at a coup d'etat, did take place during August of 1945.
Yes.
In and around the time the bombs were dropping in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But there is I got to get this quote here. It's a very powerful quote. Is that the emperor at this time? I'm going to get the exact quote, or relatively exact quote. Okay, the emperor said at the end of he declared at the end of July, before the bombs were dropped, he said to the Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal of Japan, the Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal of Japan, to protect the reliquary at all costs.
Mhm.
They knew they were going to be bombed. This is how important these reliquary are, because they protect Japan, literally. And this is what not only did Aquino know when he took his job,
Yes.
years later, but Roosevelt knew. They wanted this reliquary because Japan, like if you look at the story as the movie The Ark of the Covenant, or the story from the Bible where the Israeli could use the Ark of the Covenant to blow away their armies,
Yes.
you wonder why they don't have it right now.
Well, let's just put it this way. They don't need it when they got the Americans giving them cluster munitions up the ass to just burn people
Because
alive.
they don't have it.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
It would be much more effective. But but anyway, this reliquary is so powerful that it's what helps secure the victory for Japan. And it tells you, this is one more angle of how Japan won the war. Japan, you can say, won the war because they got the markets that they wanted. I mean, there's all these, like, if you look in the normal history books, it'll say Japan was defeated, unconditional surrender. Well, we know this not to be true. We look at 1951 Peace Treaty of San Francisco, which goes into effect on the Emperor's birthday in 1952. There's one strike, which makes the whole surrender, so-called surrender aboard the Missouri, false.
Yes.
You can also look at the fact that they would not let Japan have any markets before the war. After the war, they have markets. That's
Yes.
what they wanted.
Yes.
They wanted to take over the markets of Japan. They didn't get them.
Yes.
And then you also have, they wanted the emperor to be deposed.
Yes.
That they did not succeed in. Now, they really wanted the reliquary. They did not get the reliquary.
Yes.
The only way you can use public relations is, oh, it's just their sacred religion. It doesn't mean anything. We don't want to interfere with their religion. You can say that.
Hey, but they were willing to attempt to exterminate them throughout the war. The idea of accommodating them in any way is preposterous. It's amazing how the Americans can retain, in this Orwellian sense of holding two contradictory thoughts in your mind at once, they're able to perceive themselves. Yeah.
It's because they didn't really know what the war was about.
Yes.
It was just about, being heroes of the greatest generation.
Yes.
You walk around thinking I'm the members of the greatest generation. We kept my parents fought in the war and they kept us protected from evil. When in fact they were doing, the work of
Evil.
the work.
Yes, quite true.
And I was just having a friend of mine telling me how her father had his leg damaged stepping on a bomb in Vietnam,
Yes.
and telling he was telling his captain not to do something because he was going to be shooting his own men, and the captain didn't believe him, and he shot their own men.
There we
He
are.
wasn't doing it on purpose. He was
Right.
doing it stupidly.
Yes.
And then he didn't bother to go save her father because, was it her father or grandfather? I don't remember which. I think it was her father. But in other words, didn't bother to save him because
I would presume because he didn't want him to live as a witness against him. But
Yeah.
go.
exactly. But he dragged himself back and survived somehow or another.
Yeah.
But yeah, in other words, war is just a horrible, horrible game. Any way you look at it.
Yeah.
And I've been so blessed not to participate in that. not part of my red thread of destiny.
Well, in a sense, you're in one now.
When I was a young boy, I wanted to go fight in the war.
Yeah.
Because this is what I thought would, was something brave and fun to do. Because this is what I saw on TV. I was in the aftermath of World War II.
Yes. Yes.
I would go out in the backyard and shoot invisible Japanese.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it. I totally get it.
We had I had like helmets with 5 stars on it and nets to put, bushes into to hide in the camouflage of your
netting.
Just
helmet netting. Yes.
And you went out and shot pretend Japanese.
Yes.
And I would see faint images of them.
I understand. I get it.
Yeah. They never fought back. Fortunately for me, in my imagination. And that, so much of that was because I was living on the Pacific coast, and my father had been in the Japanese or in the Pacific theater of war.
Right.
Not engaged.
Yeah.
Except for the Pearl Harbor attack, when they all went out and got guns in their barracks and shot up at the planes in the sky. It wasn't. They all went in for guns and shot. I think that was the only action he got.
Interesting. So I've never really. You probably said this before, and it probably just slid by me. But I never realized your dad was a Pearl Harbor survivor.
Well, I think he was on the Big Island of Hawaii.
Okay. Yeah.
I have home movies of Waikiki Beach.
Okay.
Where it's empty.
Interesting. God.
Like 1941.
Oh yeah. Back then it was just like a, government military outpost. Nobody thought of it the way they do today.
That's right. And I'm sure he surfed there because, he was a surfer.
Yeah. That's amazing.
From, San Diego.
Oh my God. So he was using the old surfboards. They were big. They were large.
They had no...
Yeah, no fin.
They had no fin, no rudder.
Yeah.
And it was, when I grew up, it was, you couldn't call them that. You had to call them a skeg.
Yeah. Interesting.
If you called them a fin or a rudder, you were what was called a hodad.
Yes, got it.
This is a word that hodad didn't stick. A hodad was somebody who pretended to be a surfer and who was not.
Right.
You hodad. This is a word that's lost to the culture. I've never heard it in a Beach Boy record.
Interesting.
Because the Beach Boys were hodads, except for Dennis Wilson.
There we go.
They pretended to be surfers, but they were not. That would be the ultimate, insult to the Beach Boys. The hodad should. But only people from Southern California would remember that. As did, and I was very impressed with this guy I met in Shasta who got up in front of the audience. He was telling about how persecuted he felt in Southern California because he would get made fun of because he wore foremost jeans and he didn't wear Levi's.
Interesting.
And I said, you know what? I went up to him. I said, I know what that's all about. I said, I wasn't old enough to be persecuted for that because I wasn't like, but I knew what it was. Is if you wore Levi's, if you didn't wear Levi's, you weren't cool. And they would cuff them at the bottom, like about less than an inch. Just the little flap would be cuffed, if at all. It's like, and then they switched to white Levi's. So you could wear white foremost and nobody'd notice. But I mean, in other words, this was like a big deal. And he actually had a psychological complex. And of course, he was talking about how, he got over it.
I would hope.
I told him I knew exactly what he was talking about. Zach, this is when Converse tennis shoes became cool.
Mhm.
The shoes, if you shouldn't wear tennis shoes. You shouldn't wear any shoes. But if you were going to wear tennis shoes, you wore these shoes called Purcells, which had a blue stripe on the front. They were $10, and they would last 6 months if you wore them every day. Or you would have Converse. If you didn't have one of those two shoes, it was not acceptable dress. This is like 1962, 1963, 1964. But so much for that. Anyway, I was saying my father, he did surf in Hawaii, but that's beside the point. He was, he joined the Army. He was joined as an officer. He went to some program. I don't think it was ROTC. I don't know what it was.
They used to call it 90-day wonders was the colloquial term for these officers.
I don't know if it was that. He enlisted. Whatever he did, he enlisted.
Yeah.
And he enlisted as a lieutenant.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what you were.
Mm-hmm.
And joined the Army Air Corps.
Mm-hmm.
And then that was 1941. He was there. He joined because they all knew war was coming.
Yes.
It wasn't like a surprise. He knew he enlisted because he knew he would get drafted if he didn't enlisted. And then I don't know if he'd start. I think he must have started college by then.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to San Diego State.
Right.
And I don't know if it was part of the program. He finished with the GI Bill in Berkeley after the war.
Right.
But he went to Hawaii, and of course, the airplanes came, and they were all told to get their guns and shoot. I don't know how close he was to being directly targeted,
Right.
but definitely heard the bombs, saw the planes, and yeah, he was a veteran of that incident, and then ended up, I think, in Australia, New Guinea, and then came back to the United States. And I think he got promoted to captain and was a recruiter, which was probably the best of all places to be, back in the United States, sitting at a recruiting desk.
Right.
I suppose. And of course, I was very disappointed when I found out he'd never killed anybody in the war.
I'm surprised he shared that with you and didn't come up with bullshit stories like everyone usually does.
No, I was disappointed, sort of like saying, "Wow, yeah, your dad played for the Yankees, but he never hit a home run." But as I got older, and as I did my Scientology auditing, I realized, he was somebody who didn't even like to hurt animals.
Right. Yes.
So he, and he was smart. And I said, "Well, why didn't you?" He says, "You have to be in the infantry." I said, "Well, how do you get in the infantry?" He says, "You have to volunteer."
Yeah.
So I realized he was pretty smart.
Mm. Yeah.
And for that,
Yes.
I realized he had, better intelligence and qualities than I at first gave him credit for. And then I remember, my dad's, my best friend's dad, who was, my second dad, who was full-blooded Italian, and he was in the European theater of war. I always thought he was in the European theater of war. Until my friend's brother told me, no, because he spoke Italian and he would be of use over there. Now,
Right.
That's not why he was there. He just happened to be assigned to Europe, and he cooked, I guess his commander or whatever it was, a full Italian meal, and the guy liked it so much he assigned him to a non-combat zone. Just for cooking him an Italian meal, you know what I mean? A good one. So, there are different ways, different different people survived. But yeah, so that was Pearl Harbor. But to go back to Japan and the reliquary, and we have the Roosevelt, all of these forces of the kings of Edom wanted this reliquary, and they did not get it. The emperor persevered. Now, this becomes, okay, that's just the background, but this becomes a whole bigger scope. And what the United States tried to do, say, well, if Japan has all this reliquary and can be so powerful, we have to become powerful.
Yes.
So they began to, without complete information, back engineer this process and create their own artillery. And this was what started the creation of the Vox Arca.
Yes.
And the Vox Arca, was a device that was used to manipulate humans through voice.
Yes.
Because the emperor, Japanese are like a bee colony. They're like a queen bee, was the emperor, and he can get them all working in sync. Yes. This is not something you can do in America.
Yes.
You can't even get the Republicans and Democrats to agree on anything.
Yes, that's right.
Going back into the history, they had the same problem with, was it Hamilton and Jefferson?
Yes.
So people don't agree on things. So basically, with this, and so who did they get to do the legwork for collecting this piece of reliquary they were inventing? They were using Douglas to requisition certain things. And so therefore he's learning so much about this device.
Yes.
That he took possession of it, which is a whole nother story.
Yes.
But I have some questions about the reliquary itself.
Yes.
And it's very simple. Let's see here. Has to do, okay, just for the audience, the three pieces of reliquary. There's a sword, there's pearls, and there's a mirror. My question for tonight is about these giant pearls, which were the size of bowling balls. And they had the likenesses of ancient animals, which we would consider mythical today. And this is just a simple message. We're not going into great detail here. Just the turtle, and they had the what do they call them? I've got it written down here. The Tengu.
Tengu.
Or three gods that were part bird.
Yes.
Hybrids, part human, part birds.
Yes.
Now I'm a little confused because there were two others I think you mentioned.
Yeah.
The Karin or Karen, K-A-R-I-N.
Kirin. Kirin.
Okay.
Kirin. But go on. Yeah.
K-I-R-I-N.
Yes.
Was that the unicorn?
Yes, that's an Asian unicorn.
Now, was there another one of those four? Because I have three. You mentioned your mom saw four, and there were the tree gods, or which were the hybrids of
the Tengu,
human
yes.
birds,
Yeah.
the turtle, and the unicorn, and then what was there a fourth one that you recall? It doesn't matter if there wasn't.
If I remember what was said, and what our man Peter is referencing is the Yasakani no Magatama. This is the necklace of jade. So when it comes to the jewels These are enormous black pearls the size of bowling balls with the same kind of weight. And they have carved upon them on one side the kind of yin-yang symbol, just that gentle curve, so that you can get the impression of the yin-yang without it being black and white. Of course, it's all black, but that gentle curve symbolizes the yin and the yang. The four animals that my mother saw on the four pearls that she saw, which ultimately can be strung together into an enormous necklace. So there's many more of these sister jade eggs, as they reference them, jade eggs. But the four that she saw, one of them, Peter said turtle, but it's really kappa, which is not just a turtle, it's basically a human turtle, like a turtle man. That's the images that I gave to Peter that the U.S. Department of Defense produced sculpts of, was a kappa. And I can give them to you again, where you saw a very vicious looking sea creature. That would be a kappa, and it means river child in Japanese. It was the four animals she saw were the kappa. These were each on a different pearl, and one side, as I said, would have that gentle curve for the yin-yang suggestion. The other side would have the animal upon it, kind of carved gently into the pearl, the outline of the animal. One was a kappa, one was a tengu, one was a dragon, and the other was a kirin. And the Asian unicorns, they can fly, so they're usually portrayed in the air, flying, like a Pegasus horse, except without wings. They ride upon the clouds, the kirin. It was the kappa, the tengu, the dragon, and the kirin. So that these, if the gates are strung together, then they open a floating bridge to the heavens, and they help to, of course, summon the dragon that will combat the anti-gods. That is...
Well, this is my question.
Yes.
I got that. Now, the necklace included more than the four.
Yes, of course. There were many more.
Here, I want to disambiguate the dragon that she saw from the Mappo Norigan, the Mappo dragon.
It's I could understand how the Mappo dragon could be deemed to be a negative,
No,
but
not
yeah.
negative. I'm saying it's just different than the dragon who was on the necklace. This is different.
Interesting. The dragon on the necklace was very much an Asian dragon, and could be taken as, for lack of a better descriptive, a generic Asian dragon. In other words, a symbol as opposed to the Mappo dragon specifically.
Good. That's what I needed to disambiguate, just so I know what the hell I'm talking about.
Got it.
And that's all I needed. And I'll have this done fairly soon.
Sure.
And we'll go over it. We'll go over it, and we can get more into maybe details that I missed or details that you want to add. I will, at this point, talk about the mirror a little bit, and I'll ask questions about the mirror. And just again for the audience, there's the sword, there's the pearl necklace, and the mirror, and each one of these has a power over the anti-gods. But when they're all together, well, say in the case of the beads, in the case of the pearls, this is the Mappo dragon.
Yes.
But you have all of these together with the mirror, which we'll discuss in a moment.
Yes.
And this is the ultimate weapon of the anti-gods. This is the ultimate weapon.
Or against the anti-gods.
Negative.
But go on.
Pardon?
The ultimate weapon against the anti-gods.
Is that what I said?
You said of the anti-gods. So, in a sense.
Against the anti-gods.
Yes.
Be correct. And then what's very interesting is how does this parlay not only into apocalyptic scenarios, but into the technology of David Anderson, and which has the power to feed the Heart Project.
Yes.
I'm not saying it does, but it has the potential. I would also say one of the most interesting things in Radu's work is when he talks about in the Secret Parchment, he talks about this antenna structure, and they called it antenna because they didn't have any better word for it, that rose out of the Antarctic. It rose out of the Antarctic, and it had 3 directions it was tied to. One was the moon, I believe it was Europa, moon of Jupiter, or was it Io? But whatever, it was a moon. And then the other direction was Sarmisegetusa in Transylvania, this general area, which caused a lot of problems between the Americans and the Romanians, because the Americans thought the Romanians were hiding this, and they really had almost no information on it. This is what led to the revelation of Professor Constantine in Transylvania, who discovered these vast golden tunnels in the Valley of the Golden Thrones, which is a place that I go to every summer. Huge amounts of gold into that area. The third area was in Alaska, Mount McKinley, which was generally near the Alaskan Triangle, which I think Linda Moulton Howell did a lot of talk about. And then there's also the Heart Project in Alaska. So you have a major energy like this. And now the reason this antenna structure rose was coincident with the release of what's called a terma. A terma in the Buddhist tradition. I don't think this was mentioned at all in the book. See, this is where the books get interesting. This was noticed by my friend Alan, who says this releasing of the manuscript of the Secret Parchment is, well, he said it was coincident with, Radu said it was coincident with the raising of the Antarctic, but what my friend Alan pointed out in the Buddhist tradition, this is a terma. When a manuscript, when Pavan Vansava had these different hidden scrolls, or they were called termas, would be released at certain times. They were like time release, and they would coincident with some event. And because Alan recognized this as a significant event in Buddhist tradition, he wanted me to meet the Lama at Woodstock. And Regina, if you're listening, duly noted, this is how I met. Regina's my friend who, knew the Lama.
Okay.
We talked to her once, when I was out at Montauk. This is a different Regina from the other Regina we know.
Got it. Yeah.
And because she's been listening to us and has really been enjoying it.
Wonderful.
This is how I came to, meet the Lama from the. It's not technically in Woodstock, but it's practically in Woodstock, and I got to meet him on his birthday, with 300 people waiting to meet him, and I got ushered in the back door and got to spend. And Alan said it was unusual how much time he spent with me. He was very interested in Dr. Anderson's technology because he says, I'd like to stay alive. He passed away recently.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Because he was like, I think he was 93 when I saw him. So, he's not like he got shortchanged on the lifespan.
Point well taken. Holy shit.
And then I saw him again when my Romanian in-laws came, and they got to meet him too. He was happy to meet them. He had two audiences with him. But so this was significant time. Now, for this structure to be raising in Antarctica, it was very much like, sort of like the monolith in 2001.
Mm-hmm.
When they uncover the monolith on the moon is where they uncover it.
Yes.
And it sends out a signal to, in the movie it's Jupiter, in the book it's Saturn, that's beaconing a higher consciousness. And eventually the astronauts go out there, and David Bowman goes out there and has a consciousness change. It's somewhat vaguely similar to what Radu talks about, and he comes back as a star child. And he's coming back to the Earth to enlighten mankind. Very beautiful idea. Very cosmic idea. If that happens, seems like Earth is on the short end of the stick. Very beautiful, poetic idea. It was inspiring. The book is well written. The movie is hard to understand if you haven't read the book. But if you have read the book, the movie is a really piece of art. The movie's a piece of art anyway, but it's like, I remember taking my brother to see it in Sacramento. We drove to Sacramento to see the movie. It was playing the last theater, and I'm explaining it to him the whole time so he can understand it.
Ah, okay.
Because I read the book. Boom, 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 boom. And I see the movie. Thank God it's still playing. I never wanted to see the movie until I became an Arthur C. Clarke fan. And he was my favorite sci-fi author at the time because he was scientific. That I liked. And speaking of Dune, you were talking about Dune.
No.
I do want to go see Dune if it's out. I haven't even had time to see if it's out. I want to go see it. But Dune was symptomatic. It was a great sci-fi novel of the time. 1960s is when I read it. 1970 maybe. I think it was 1969. But whatever, I read it. But it was like, and before it was published in paperback.
Yeah.
And it was like a hit without even being in paperback. It was being tossed around as a manuscript. It was so, fascinating to people. But in those days, and this is one of the things the CIA just could not understand about Scientology. The CIA agent even wrote to me about it once. And I guess you'd call it a fan letter, but this guy was really messed up.
Wow.
But he had obviously worked for the CIA. But he said they just couldn't understand why people were so interested in this cult, that it was a science fiction. It's like they were just attracted to the science fictionness of it. This is without all the upper level stuff. It's like, it was called the science fiction religion. And I remember one of the executives at the mission in Davis was saying, he was just talking about to new people about L. Ron Hubbard is this guy, he's on this ship. And he says, all these people on the ship are like people right off of a science fiction bookshelf. I didn't know I was going to become one of them at the time. But the whole idea had a real appeal to the zeitgeist of the time. And the people of that time who read science fiction wanted to be in those realities because it was escapism. it was escaping the horrible world of the 1960s. The 1960s can be looked at as idyllic, and people wax nostalgic and say they wish they were there at the Summer of Love or something. But all of that was an escapism and from a world that was really messed up. It was sending people to war, and it was escapism. It was the message of youth who were rejecting. And of course, what is escapism? It's not only having love-ins and be-ins and sit-ins or whatever they call them, but drugs. Drugs are escapism. So science fiction was great escapism. You'd read a story and you'd identify with the hero, and he's usually up against trouble. And he's on some planet by himself. And he's having to deal with this weird stuff. Dune is like, it's like the ultimate, because here you have a messiah. What's bigger than a messiah? And he's got to, pass this test, and he's got to, and then he's, but what is the consciousness that he learns is the spice, the melange, they call it, it makes your eyes blue, and you become, he becomes conscious, and he becomes a messiah, and he's recognized. They call him Maudib, which is a takeoff on the Mahdi, the great deliverer of Islam, the Mahdi. But that whole scenario, and it was medieval, was not a very nice place to live. But it was an adventure. And what do people want in life is an adventure. And I think, Douglas, one of these shows, I've done parts and bits of it before, and I know one of my friends mentioned it, but he's not the only one. Was interested in hearing my experiences in the Sea Org. I think I might just do a whole show some night on the whole Scientology experience, about 3 hours worth, and do 3 hours worth. Might be very interesting. Kind of approach it differently than I've ever approached it before. Just do a whole story about it. But see, this is the one thing I would warn people. People will hear a story like that, and fortunately for me, it came out. It's a success story. It's a life story, but it's a success story. Because you can go on the internet and hear all sorts of crappy stories. They're bad stories, and they're stories of survival and escape and blah blah. Which I'm not going to go into now, my escape story was kind of like being escorted out by angels. Every time the demons would try and come for me, the angel would put a pillow under me and say, okay, here, just softly pat me on the bottom and escort me out. that was such that, such was my red thread of fate. And, the demons were trying to get at me, but they couldn't. And they go into reasons for that and why not, aside from just good fortune. But people will hear that story or parts of the story and say, wow, I want to have an experience like that. Now, you can't have an experience like that, because that's my experience. No more than you could go back in time and have an experience like St. Paul or any of the characters from that time period, or from any other period in history. Now, Jerry Garcia, the lead guitarist for the Grateful Dead, I once heard him say just casually, and he's saying, well, he was talking about, why are the Grateful Dead so popular? He says, well, you can't do this anymore. You can't ride the rails anymore. And, and we're kind of providing it. And I'm thinking, like, who in the hell would want to ride the rails? Now, I'll clarify what he means by riding the rails. The book that set the youth culture of the 1950s, and it was on fire, on edge, was the book On the Road by Jack Kerouac. And they call him the precursor to the hippie movement. He was the beatnik movement, the beat generation. And it was largely attributed to Jack Kerouac, William Burroughs, Allen Ginsberg, and Neil Cassidy. And there's another guy I don't remember who Jerry Garcia used to send money to just to keep him alive in some beat-up hotel in Chelsea or something, I think, just because he appreciated him. I forget the guy's name. But there was this beat generation, or the beats, they called them. And one of the things featured in On the Road by Jack Kerouac, which was based upon reality, was riding the trains like the hobos do. Now, it was an adventure. Now, I think it's after the war, things are low-key. You get on the train, and you ride the train, and, all of a sudden you're going from New York to Chicago to Kansas City, St. Louis, wherever. You're in Denver, and then you all the way to the Gold Coast of California, and inevitably end up in San Francisco. And that was like poetic, and he writes about it. And he writes about all his adventures and his experiences, and how he would eat, how you could live on dog food. Like you could go and buy dog food. And, it was like,
and this was supposed to be romantic. Go on, yes.
Yeah, he romanticizes dog food. You open the can, and it's got nutrition in it. You can live off of it. And then every once in a while, he'd stop in a diner, and for a dime at the time, you could buy apple pie with a scoop of ice cream on it.
Disgusting.
It was nutritious and it was delicious. That was a meal. That would supplement his dog food diet. But he would romanticize dog food. Now, this is one hell of an adventure. If you can imagine riding on a train, just even from San Francisco to LA, even a regular train, let alone a freight train. And it's like, wow. I can imagine at the age of 15 or 12, doing that would be like quite a thrill. I'd walk up to the top of the mountain when I was 10 or 11 and come down. I was like, wow, I really felt like I'd done something. to do a train it's incredible. But here it is. He's writing about this, and the book ends with a kind of like a whole scope of a whole, like, of America. It's like it's a whole new field of life. He's writing this. It's, takes place in the late 40s. I think the book is published early in the 50s. This is right as the tract housing of Long Island and Southern California, where I lived, were being built. It was like, this was kind of pre-baby boom. The baby boom may have started, but the neighborhoods were not yet built. So you had this youth culture, or post-World War II culture, that really And then, of course, what was Jack Kerouac? He was a writer, as was Burroughs, as was Ginsberg. And Ginsberg's poem Howl set the world on fire. At the same time what's his name? Jack Kerouac did. And the way Ginsberg, I think he was in prison.
Mm-hmm.
And his cellmate or friend had a uncle or somebody who was a publisher, and they sent this poem Howl, which was basically protest against Moloch.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of anti-Edomite in its own way. And it was published, but then it was forbidden because it was censored, and it was at all, it was like, it became this, and Ginsberg became a literary icon, as did Kerouac, and as did Burroughs. And then they could not relate at all to the hippies, because they didn't need drugs to inspire them, and it was sort of, the hippies, meaning Ken Kesey, was sort of a new thing, the new kid on the block who was stealing their thunder. It's sort of like the Beatles trying to integrate with punk rock. Only I'd say the Beatles were considerably more talented than the punk rock, and I would say Kesey was definitely more alive than the Beat Poets. There was more happening. But be that as it may, people would read these books and crave that experience. And in the 1980s, executives from New York City would be going out, whether it be a weekend or a week, and they would do sojourns, and they would be riding the rails. It was done with some degree of organization, And from what I heard, they were wearing shirt sleeves and stuff. I mean, they weren't wearing hobo clothes.
Right.
I mean, from what I heard, but they, like executives were trying to get an experience. Now, I thought this was very weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't need, now, of course, you say I had my own experience. And I suppose it's understandable to some degree to try and emulate somebody's experience. When I was doing the Sea Org thing, I wasn't trying to imitate anybody. It was thrust upon me by the red thread of fate. But I was into it. I mean, it was like my trip. And there really weren't too many people who really wanted to do that. There were certain people that wanted, but they couldn't do it. They were disqualified by their life circumstances. Either because they had children to feed, debts to pay, or medical conditions, or bad behavior conditions. And those who maybe could have qualified, they didn't want to because it was too intimidating. So I guess one has an experience. It's just like somebody wanting to go out and be a vampire. It's
pathetic. It's pathetic.
I think what's important is somebody has to go into their own heart and their own destiny and find out who and what they are. And I've had very good results by just getting at somebody's core desire of who and what they want to be, and then get them to accept and cultivate that. And from there, they can change their lives. It can be inspiring. I know one lady who read my books, it inspired her to go out and get deep into Egyptian archaeology. Just, that was her thing. which is fine, you know. It's like, and that's a trip to go in there and, you know, dig up all those old scarab or whatever you're digging. I mean, I don't know. It's like it's not my thing.
Right.
But it's quite. There's a lot of interesting things one can uncover if one has that destiny. So, I'm saying, you know, experience, and that's what I would warn people of. If you hear an interesting story, whether it be from Douglas Dietrich, Jack Kerouac, or, you know, Ken Kesey, like Ken Kesey, guy, I'd like to be on his bus. You know, I read his story about his bus that went across the country, creating havoc. I don't think I ever wanted to be on that bus. It was interesting. It was damned interesting. They even made a movie out of it. Finally, after 30, 50 years or something, they made a movie, maybe more like 40 years, 30, 40 years. But that was his trip. That was his trip. It was an interesting trip, and it was experimental, and it was full of drugs.
Of course.
Yeah, but and then, you know, ayahuasca is a very big thing today.
Yeah.
Because people want a trip. They want to transcend this reality. And I would say, of course, I never heard of ayahuasca when I was young.
I know you wouldn't.
No, we heard of DMT. DMT, which is the chemical name for ayahuasca, always sounded to me, from what I read, was the most benign of any of the drugs or psychedelics. Was the most benign. It was said to be about a 20-minute trip, the way it was administered at the time. It was never accessible to me. I would have taken it if it was accessible. But all of these things were just to be windows into what you could accomplish by yourself. The big challenge to anybody who was trying to obtain hallucinogenics, when I went to high school, was there wasn't anything good on the market. It was all crap. It was crap. It was to get pure. One time my friend got stuff, he said he got, thought he had pure mescaline. I don't know if it was mescaline or not. The only thing I remember was I could see the stars move. And that could have been the marijuana. You look up and see the stars move. You ever seen that?
Yeah, personally, yeah, maybe a few times, I guess. Right?
It's like you can see them move. It's like, wow, you can see the stars move. That's neat. But it kind of like, so you can see the stars move. Big what?
Yeah.
But
Thank you.
A big problem in because they would they'd mix all this crap with STP or whatever. They'd mix it in. They called it STP. I don't even remember what STP was, but it was a bunch of crap. In other words, the market was skewed against the user.
Consumer. Yes.
Yeah. The only thing relatively pure was the marijuana itself. So that and I really didn't aspire to be into the drug culture. It was just kind of what was there. And the DMT sounded, but of course it just wasn't available by that time, 1970 or thereabouts. So I would say that, and people want to do ayahuasca because they want to transcend this reality. This is escapism. escaping this reality.
Yes.
And in Qigong, you learn to be in this reality. Scientology done properly was to bring you into present time, to bring you into the present, not to get you out of the past. And Qigong is similar. You want to be in the present. Escapism is, as I say, it leads to more escapism.
Mm-hmm.
And to create a divinity within one's own ecostructure of one's home. That's what Feng Shui is about.
Yeah.
That's why the Japanese have such impeccable cleanliness and space orientation in their houses.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know if that's so prevalent in China,
Not as prevalent, but go on. Yeah.
but the Japanese are just incredibly well known for that.
Yes.
So,
You had a question about the mirror?
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
You know, it says, it was the mirror of the sun goddess, the Yatano Kagami, maintained sanctually, and then I've got this word, Jingue on ISEIL LAGE mirror. Can you clarify those words? Do I have those words right?
Probably the word ise. What I can say just off the top of my head, Yata no Kagami, the mirror of the eight-handed flower. Japan's emperor holds these three sacred insignia of office handed down from the time of the gods who created the islands of Japan. From that period of time, actually, of the exodus from Muvaya. Among these treasures is the mirror of the eight-handed flower, also known as the mirror of Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun and progenitor of the imperial line. Now, of course, a mirror is considered requisite for a woman to possess. An old saying goes that as the sword is the soul of the samurai, so is the mirror the soul of a woman. And mirrors have held a special sacred significance since ancient times, and the most ancient of mirrors, and also the most powerful, are the discs of Lagh, L-A-G-H. They're highly polished on one side, intricately detailed on the back with scenes of Japan, and the mirror of Amaterasu, the illustrious goddess, is within the main sanctuary in Ise, I-S-E, hyphen, Jingue, Jingue. That's Ise Jingue, the shrine to the sun goddess. Yes. Oh, say it. See if you could say it.
Isa Shingue.
Isa Jingue. Isa Jingue.
Jingue.
Yeah.
Isa Jingue.
Yeah.
Okay,
I-S-E.
so that her sun goddess was maintained in the sanctuary of Isa Shingue on Isa,
Yeah.
which is the isle.
Yeah,
correct?
it's the shrine to the sun goddess on Ise, I-S-E, on the island of Honshu. Honshu. H-O-N-S-H-U. One of the
Wait,
four.
wait, I'm confused.
I'm
You said
sorry?
it's the sun goddess.
Oh, it's
The shrine is Isa Jingue.
the main sanctuary is in Ise Jingue. That's the shrine. That's the name of the shrine to the sun goddess. Okay. And it's in the city of Ise. So Ise is the city.
Okay.
Yeah.
The city of
Ise.
Ise in
On the island of Honshu.
okay.
Yeah, that's one of the four main islands of Japan. Yeah.
Honshu.
Yeah.
Is that close is Issei close to Kyoto? Is it close to Tokyo? Is it, you happen to remember?
Believe it or not, let me look that up. It's
okay.
I know that
I can look
Issei.
it up. I can look it up.
Yeah, it's one of these places that people visit as a pilgrimage. So I've never been there myself. Certainly, my mother had when she was alive. But in terms of
You haven't been set foot on Japan, have you?
no, I've never set foot in the islands of Japan, and that's and of course I'm literally afraid to, because I'm afraid of how disappointed I would be with just what Japanese have turned into. Maybe I would be pleasantly surprised, but Issei on the map, it's just basically. Let me see now. Okay, coastal city, Japan's main island. So it's known for Issei Jingu, the massive Shinto shrine. And if you look it up on a map, let me see if I can find them putting it on a goddamn map instead of just giving me a bunch of tourist images. Yes, here we are. It's here. I'll just do the screen share. So here's the screen share, and if you can see the cursor moving, dear Peter.
Yep.
Oh, good. Okay, so here we are, and this is, of course, the first thing you're going to find is Wikipedia shit, but at least that gives you, here's Tokyo is more around this area, and Issei is down here. Yeah, so it's south of Tokyo, south, yeah. Yeah, there you go. That's where that is, and so just so people understand, this ancient lag mirror, it's LAGH. This lag mirror is, in terms of the imperial regalia, it's actually very plain, incredibly plain in appearance. The front is slightly tarnished, but a reflection can still be seen. The back is decorated with reliefs of a few magatama, as they would be known. And around the entire edge would be this strange script, much older than Japanese.
Shrines.
Yeah, I'm sorry?
Those are beautiful shrines.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yeah, they are. They are architectural marvels, of course, and of course, Japan is an incredibly photogenic country. As I've said before, many scholars believe that you have archaic Hebrew on the Japanese mirror. That around the entire edge of is this strange script that is actually Nekal, the language of Mua or Muvaya. It was an actual physical possession of the high sorceress Amaterasu, when she was a living sorceress on that continent before the Great War and the sinking of the continent to where only the spine or the mountains are visible today as New Zealand above the waterline. So just so our listeners understand the general overall shall we say situation, the imperial regalia are extremely powerful. They are the catalysts to usher in the supernatural defenses of Japan in the age of Mappo, should the anti-gods appear. They are that which would summon entities to defend Japan, such as the Mappo dragon. Some say that would mean the entire archipelago of Japan would rise out of the seas as a giant dragon. That is why it would be a truly cataclysmic, apocalyptic summoning. So nothing to be done lightly, obviously, unless the anti-gods were truly unleashed en masse upon the world.
We were taught
Yeah.
in the fourth grade that Japan was shaped like a dragon.
Yes,
You can
yes.
see it. You can see it there, and there are shapes of that I have that were sent to me by Paula's the stepmother, of showing the Carpathians shaped like a dragon.
Yes.
And in many spots in Romania, similar. There might be some synastry between those two cultures of, that are aligned with each other in terms of the anti-gods. And I just wished, one of my best friend in Romania, I wished his wife a happy birthday, because her birthday showed up on my Facebook, and I told her I can't wait to talk to her about Japan. She has the strongest affinity for Japan.
Oh,
It's just like this big deal. And I don't remember if I gave them your book or not, but I will.
excellent.
And it's just her heart is in Japan.
Yes. Wow.
You know, if you looked at her the right way, I suppose you could even make her up to look Japanese.
Excellent. That's adorable.
Maybe you could, you know. But I've been all around Romania with her, not necessarily at her instigation, but at her husband's.
Okay.
You know,
Wow.
Are you going off with Peter Moon again?
Wow.
It's the first one in the family that I met, though. So I've been friends with her for a long, long time. So,
So in terms of of sending Peter out into the night with a shall we say a proper intro for our many listeners, just understand that before you drool at the powers of these items, rest assured that they carry many dangers. They are generally inaccessible to any ordinary people, and that their abilities are costly to use. In fact, you probably would not be able to use them at all because they are true artilica, which means that they are tuned genetically only to the proper user, which people are trying to emulate now by creating biomimetic firearms that can be used only by the owner, that will respond only to the owner's thumbprint or the like, or to his life signs. These are the kinds of things that were developed, of course, with higher technology many millennia ago. At any rate, known as the imperial regalia, these three sacred Shinto objects together symbolize the power and authority inherent in the oldest, well, the most ancient and the oldest continual royal lineal family to survive into the modern age. And while the temporal authority of the Japanese emperors may have waxed and waned through the centuries, they have always been considered the spiritual leaders of the empire and the de facto high priests of the Shinto religion, which myth declares that the imperial line is directly descended from the sun goddess Amaterasu, the most powerful of all the kami. The divine Yamato line descended to earth to claim their birthright as the rightful rulers, and in thanks gave proper homage to their creators, and this became the Shinto religion. In turn, to bestow her blessings upon her children, Amaterasu bequeathed these three ancient and sacred objects as part of the covenant with the Yamato line, and these three ceremonial objects are bequeathed to the new emperor when the old one retires from public service. So the most important thing that Peter Moon was alluding to was, as I've mentioned before, from the Shinwa Taizin, or the Book of Myth. The line of emperors can trace their bloodline of 100 generations and beyond to the generations of the rulers of Mu's, or Muvaya's golden age, the Sunshu no Jingi, and the three symbolic regalia, the jewel, the mirror, the sword. They represent the divine right of rulership by emperors whose ancestors were themselves taken, along with the imperial regalia, from the sinking continent of Mua, or Muvaya, in the hands of a capable high priest, as the emperor often is, as the acting head of the Shinto religion. Unswerving command of the will of the masses can be mystically obtained with chilling ease, made possible by the vestiges of Muvayan blood that flows in the veins of every Japanese descendant. And this triad of powerful items, the sword and mirror, constructed of Muvayan golden metal. The leg, Lagh, also allows the command of the awesome raw fury of the elements to summon the kamikaze, the divine wind. So this is the power that was tapped during World War II by Emperor Hirohito to command total fealty of Japan's citizens to the war effort. And only he could break the spell that would wake the people of Japan from a mesmerizing haze of blind loyalty to emperor and state, which he had always wanted to do because he was a man of science and wanted Japan to enter a scientific state. But this is when it comes to the optimal resonance effect, the will of the emperor. The spell requires 3 conditions to be met. 1, that the individual possesses all 3 regalia. 2, that the individual is a high priest of the Shinto religion. And 3, that the individual has a high concentration of Muvayan blood, such as a member of the imperial line. So understand, if those 3 conditions are not met, it's not going to work for you. But if they are, the will of the emperor can command the masses. The caster can command any being with at least a trace of serpent folk blood, Hachurui, or the snake blood, the dragon's blood, in his or her veins, which includes all ethnic Japanese and those of Korean familial stock. As I said, the only notable exception are the Borukamin, the Eta class, the untouchables, who appear ethnically identical to other Japanese but possess no Muvayan blood, and thus that's why they're shunned by mainstream society as impure. Also, the small Hokkaido-based population of indigenous Ainu, the Caucasoids, they're immune. But aside from that, you now have the key to imperial charisma and the inspiration of the people. That's something that the Americans decided they were going to make for themselves, but they had, prior to the Vox Arca, of course, from 1854, the first attempt at the creation of a god machine. And that was the original model for the Vox Arca, or inspiration for it in many ways. So we can go into that later, or another episode.
I appreciate this, and you basically answered my questions. I have some more homework to do before I bring it back to you.
Yeah.
I've got to check out for the night, but before I go, what I will say, there's a couple things to say to you. I don't remember whether my next chapter after this, I think, is the Vox Arca or is the Henry Wallace chapter. I don't remember, but that's I can figure that out later.
Yes.
Those are interesting chapters to write. And also, did we agree to meet with Yonda on April 2nd or not?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. 3-way Skype call with Pete and Yonda. You just were going to give me a time.
Okay, I'm glad you, because I just don't remember. I mean,
Yeah, I put it on the calendar. Yeah, it's on the calendar.
I've got to make sure that she's. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Excellent.
Yeah. This was good. Good tonight.
Thank you.
Only thing I'll say before I go is that, right coincident with the eclipse was a huge peace demand from the United Nations.
Yes.
Which was completely coincident with the eclipse. It's not necessarily being accepted with the command or certainty that it was given, but that's a whole other story. But the eclipse did show itself. We're in eclipse, the eclipse window right now. There was the lunar eclipse on, I think, Sunday, and there will be the solar eclipse on April 8th, which we cannot underestimate. It is the 120th anniversary of the transmission of the Book of the Law.
Yes.
And I have always noticed those days, the 8th, 9th, and 10th of April, to be significant. I will also state before I go that the appearance of David Anderson in my life has often been coincident with astrology or magical energies, which could be associated with the Book of the Law or John Dee. Mystery.
Yes.
Wrapped in, was it wrapped in
A riddle in an enigma, a mystery in a riddle in an enigma, something they said about the Soviet Union.
riddle inside of an enigma, or wrapped in an enigma, a riddle inside of a mystery wrapped in an enigma, or something like that. But anyway, so I would only say about magical things, they need to be paid attention to and recognized. And the only reason one would opt for exercising a magical device like an artilica or something is for self-empowerment. And it's generally not a good idea. In Douglas's case, it's survival.
Yes.
I would also say that many screenwriters or people writing a novel or any story, they get very cute with their stories. You'll even see them on TV, and they can make a very cute story. And I've always been kind of curious, you know, what's the purpose of a cute story?
Thank you.
They're cute.
Yeah.
They're cute.
Yes.
It's like, but I mean, the script writer, the screenwriter, or the novelist, whatever they are, they get. It's like they have a window into how things work. That's what a writer does. He looks in and he gets a window into how things work, and they put their and sometimes they're very good at extracting the elements of what's going on there. And in the case of, you know, there's some writers that are very sick, and they'll make a bad ending.
Yes.
You want a good ending. You want a good ending. So, you know, that's what we're shooting for here. Okay, so I'll say good night to everybody. I want to remind Douglas, you need to raise how much money?
$240 approximately. Now about $10 less. About $230 at the moment. Let's try and raise at least $120 with each episode. This episode and the next.
Hopefully we'll get to 240 tonight.
Yes.
30 tonight.
Hopefully.
If somebody could help there, DouglasDietrich.com. You can donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Upper right-hand corner, hit the yellow button. It's PayPal button. Use that button. And today is Wednesday.
Yes.
I don't know if I'll check in the morning or not, but in any case, have a good night. I'll say good night to everybody.
Yes.
And thank you for your audience participation and your contributions.
Yes.
Good night.
Thank you so much. Goddess bless you, dear Peter. Sweet be thy dreams, blessed be thy slumber. All right. Skybooks.usa.com. And that was Peter Boot. Now we're going to bring everyone else back online. Let's try and call our usual suspects. And we're going to ask Brendan Zoget to just drop back in since he's already on the call. Of course, I'll try and call him again anyway. We will also see if we can reach our dear friend Troy Bellamy. Yes, add him. Before I forget, push him in the add button. Let's click on, of course, whoever else comes up here. Now, looking at my list, we'll hit Brendan again just in case. And Aristides, of course, is already with us, presumably. going to hit our dear friend Nemo, Esther. We're going to hit George Knight. Now, one thing that, well, I guess I'll bring that up as soon as the gang's all here, so to speak, or whoever does show up. And we're going to hope people show up, just for the sake of giving our dear friend Aristides someone to bounce off of while I refresh myself. Let's take a look at Amanda Yitt. We're going to hit Jennifer Hawkins just in case. And I think that covers pretty much everyone here. It's Amy Como, of course. Oh, wrong account. She's got 2 accounts. There we are. One of her accounts has just never been used, and or is unusable. Okay, we're gonna press that add button now. Let's see how this works. Watching the dials go by. And just hit after hit of unavailable. But still dialing on a few others. Let's hope we hear that appearance. There's dear Aristides making some noise. It's starting to...
What noise is that?
Oh, just, you went off mute. Amy Como has joined us. Amy Como has joined us. Yes, hello, dear Amy. And Brendan Zoget joined us. And how are you? Are you still at the school, or what's your position right now, dear Brendan? Let's see if he responds.
He's looking for a shitty earpiece or whatever. Yes. Sound like
he had to leave. He'll be back. He's and so it's just Amy and Aristides right now. Amy, catch us up, dear girl, as to what's been going on with yourself. So fun to talk to you with Aristides the other day, then speak to you a bit afterwards. Oh, so share with us anything new that you feel like sharing. Brendan's joined us. Say hello, Brendan. Let's see if we can hear you. And if he can ever go off mute. You're on, yeah. And he left again.
I understand I'm on. I just can't.
Can't
the
what?
thing isn't working like it usually does. Like
well, I want you to know
your
voice sounds excellent. Good God, you have no idea. Most of the time when I'm talking to you, for whatever reason, your voice glitches. I have a feeling that maybe you're not on speakerphone. Have you got earbuds in? Is that why it's so much more excellent right now?
Fuck no. I'm not gonna put anything in my ears, but I'm trying to tell you, like this screen, like whenever I hit it, it just goes black.
That's okay.
And
why would you?
so
why do you need to see it? You're not.
Me.
But you're not producing. You're not producing. Why would you care?
Thank you. Are you saying I'm not producing? Am I on tonight?
You're on. Wait, yeah.
The show for you for another hour while you go frolic.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I mean, that's producing, I guess. Yes. How shameful of me! I should have said. Yeah, I don't mean it that way. Yes. But what you could experiment with is you could try doing what Brendan's been trying and see if it works for you. Hang up and jump right back on the call. You could try hanging up and jumping right back on the call and see if the screen appears.
I got it.
You got it?
It's
okay.
Well, I hope I have it. Okay, I got back to where I can usually navigate. There we go.
Yes.
That's
okay. No, hey.
So
I have something to ask you, honey. So you can see us. You can see.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, great. So you're feeling much more comfortable about communicating, and that's excellent. That's important. And yes, you are producing. Yes, good way of phrasing it. Thank you for. Yes, you are producing. So, honey, in terms of what's new? Before I ask that question, because I don't want to drag us.
It's all the same stuff all the time. It's all the same stuff. But I'm doing the editing job for the Christian website, and that's been really interesting because I didn't have any time when I first started doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been able to do a little bit more because I didn't get the hospital job. Nobody got the hospital job. They figured out that they're trying to hire somebody to do 5 people's job. So they're, yeah. I don't know. That
Whoa.
didn't work.
Yeah.
But,
what about, have you checked in with the high teas?
so that didn't happen. What's that?
Have you checked in with the high tea service?
The high tea service. I drove over there, but I didn't do it. I drove right by.
Yeah.
But I'm supposed to go there tomorrow. I'm supposed to go over that way tomorrow for a acupuncture appointment.
Mm-hmm.
So I can try again tomorrow.
Sounds good. Yeah.
The stuff over here is not like, it's just not a big deal. Like there's there's like so many people with like offerings of stuff that like sound like they're gonna be fun, but then when you show up, it's like it's just obnoxious. Like they're angry at you for making them work. But I haven't ever been to this place either. So I was just gonna pop in and figure out if I really even want to make a reservation and do something like that. But yeah, I did go over there, and I just drove right by. I didn't even stop. It's so close. It's so close that I just felt like I'll be back by this way. So I haven't looked into that yet, but I am excited about putting my white gloves to use.
Yes.
I'm excited to go somewhere where they serve tea and I can wear gloves and then force my guests to wear gloves also.
Yes.
I can do this. I can do this because it's my birthday and I celebrate a whole month of my birthday.
Yes.
And that's the way I like it.
Yes.
To make sure I spread it out over the whole month.
Yeah.
It's your birthday now?
Out with people. Chill.
Yes. Yes.
It's your birthday now, Amy? When is it?
No, my birthday's at the end of April. But I have this old friend who.
Okay. You're just giving us a heads up that next month we're celebrating your birthday.
Yes. Yes.
All month.
All month.
Thank you. All month. Yes. Because my friend was like, she has brain damage, and she was just like, happy birthday. And I'm like, yeah, I'll celebrate the whole month.
Was this the lady who you told her I was a vampire and she said there's no such thing as vampires?
Yes. How did you know?
You told me.
Yeah. Yeah. No, she, I don't know. I guess I thought I had a lot of friends with brain damage, but she and I are really close, so it was good that she got a hold of me just to let me know that she's doing good. Yeah, I don't really have anything new to share.
You said she recently contacted you, reached out to you.
I think it was this morning.
Yeah.
Could have been yesterday.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she was just like, happy birthday. And I was like, do I tell her? Or then I'm like, no, she won't remember anyway. So just go with it. Just say,
yes.
Thank you. You know.
Yeah. By the way, just so people... Yeah, go on.
Be thankful.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, so...
I just feel like...
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I know.
Stay close to the
like
mic. Stay close to the mic.
People who are...
Yeah.
I'm losing it.
Yeah.
The people who are close to you, but like they, they're not all together. Like their minds aren't quite there, and I don't know if like young people have this problem too. But I'm noticing more and more that like people in my life like need a lot more hand holding with like their mental hygiene.
Yeah.
Like
Good
they
word
just
for it.
need like.
Yeah.
They just need like a little more comfort and maybe a little more safety, and then you can just break it to them softly that they got got it all wrong.
Mhm.
And it's not their fault, but you didn't get this. You were not clear with this. This is not quite. My birthday's next month, but I'm gonna celebrate all month now. So, thank you.
Yeah, and just
Yeah.
to know that,
I mean,
that's reasonable. I want people to understand that in the Philippines, you've got the longest Christmas season in the world. In the Philippines, they celebrate Christmas for over 4 months. That they take 4 months out of the year for the longest Christmas season in the fucking world. So you got 4 months of Christmas in the
and
Philippines.
they're mostly Catholic, right?
Yeah, Roman Catholic. Yeah, from the Spaniard days, but of course,
Yeah.
yeah, and a lot's changed, of course.
No, tell me.
Well, I mean, it's mostly in the old days. The older generation of Filipinos would speak Spanish, so you could actually turn on television and you'd see some niche Asian channels where they would have like Filipino movies, and you'd see Chinese kung fu movies dubbed in Spanish. And it would be just weird as hell, very disconcerting. My gang brother would say beaver, he would say gross, but you'd see Chinese people saying "Señor," and speaking with his Espanol, "Hombre," things like that. It just comes across so jarring. But anyhow, Spanish used to be the lingua franca, but then the Americans took over and they drilled that out of everybody. So the English is now the lingua franca of the Philippines. They try to teach people Tagalog or Tagalog, but I believe it's more correctly pronounced Tagalog, or at least I feel that sounds more euphonic. But their language, which of course consists of a series of basically what sounds like bong bong, as far as to the my ear, you hear Filipinos talk and it usually sounds a lot like bong 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 bong. I don't mean that to sound racist, but that's just how it sounds. At any rate, if Christmas is your favorite holiday, you'd love to spend it in the Philippines. There it's known as Pasko, and it's of course the most celebrated holiday in the country. It begins in September and lasts until after New Year's Day. So they start celebrating 3 months early, basically from September through the day after New Year's. It's, there you go, a Christmas that lasts over 4 months. So you can stretch your birthday out to a month. Why not? I mean, fine by me. And, I think that's all wonderful. I mean, celebration is wonderful, and we don't do enough of it. Now, for the downer question, I can't resist. So when Trappist Nicholson, so-called Sid, came into, who, of course, Brooke Gibson always rightfully called Lizard Dick. The moment that she met him, she called him Lizard Dick. Sometimes, she has a sharper sense of perception than any of us. But at any rate, when he came in his different accounts, I noticed that you deleted one of the comments. Did you time him out, or did you just hide him from the channel? Or as a moderator, I think you have the capacity to hide him from the channel completely. Did you do that, or did you just time him out? Because what our man Nemo said was that when the timeout wears out, then I'll just block him. But I got there first, and I just hit him from the channel as soon. Apparently, the timeout had worn out, if indeed somebody had applied a timeout. Did you hide him from the channel, or did you time him out? You hit him, right?
I saw it, and I was like, well, that's kind of nasty. So I just put the time out because I figured.
Oh, don't time out! No. Just
hide it. I know, but I didn't. The thing is, I didn't look at anything. I didn't know it was like a channel that was created.
Well, when it's that nasty. When it's that nasty, that's come on,
Douglas.
What's that?
The thing, don't give me the moderator wrench then, because for me, it's don't you want these people to show themselves, to evidence the fact that they're just disgusting?
Well, if that's the case, why time them out? If we take that attitude, why time them out?
Then I figure half an hour. By half an hour, you'll have looked at the chat again. You'll have seen the thing, made your decision. I don't know. I don't know how to do the moderator. Like,
no. It's just so
like
now you do.
me.
No, now you do. Now you do. It's just
Sounds good.
No, timeout is no good. No, it's you don't because they just come back and they do the same thing. Somebody who says something like that in the beginning, they're not going to change. I mean, it's established. It's I'm profoundly surprised that you would think otherwise because it's so obvious. I don't know, Aristides, you saw what was written or not?
Yeah, it was that's pretty bad.
Yeah, when it's that,
it was pretty insulting.
Yeah, when it's that bad, it's like that's by the way, because he's been consistent and all of his attacks are like that, and he comes in lately and does that, I owe him absolutely nothing. He did tell me not to tell the public about certain aspects of himself, but I'll happily share them with the public now. I owe him nothing because he just keeps coming back. He doesn't need to be coming back. That's the point. All he has to do is walk away. But he insists on coming in, wasting everybody's time. But just for future reference, obviously it's when something is said like that, there's no hope for this person. They're coming in and they're displaying how vile they are, and there's no reason for anyone to see that because it doesn't help anybody. Nobody is helped by that. In fact, something like that simply encourages other people to behave like that. That's something that I was trying to explain to people before about groupthink. Groupthink just does what it's monkey see, monkey do. And people don't say, oh, look at that person, they're exposing themselves. All they're saying is, the monkey in the cage picks up his own shit and throws it at me. Why can't I do that back at him? And then before you know it, you've got zoo visitors pulling down their pants and taking a shit and throwing turds at each other. Don't think this does not happen. That is the biggest problem that zookeepers deal with, as a matter of fact, is zoo visitors taking a crap and throwing shit at each other because they see the monkeys do it. Because humans are primates after all.
Because of the monkey wrench.
Yeah, so with the monkey wrench, though, use it. You're given it so you could use it. It's like you're given a gun. When you're given a gun, you kill people.
I did.
No, you took the gun and you hit him with a pistol butt. You pistol butted him, and that doesn't do anything except endanger your own life because now the gun is pointed at you, and the trigger could easily go off when you're butting him with a loaded pistol. So no, you basically, if you're gonna pistol whip somebody, you keep it pointed at them, and you pistol whip them with the barrel, which is much more potent than the butt of the gun, which is often buffered or cushioned. Let's put it this way. You're given a gun to kill.
Good to know.
Yeah, so use it and you kill with it. That's all you do. That's all a gun is for. You don't, these halfway measures with the gun where you're pistol whipping somebody, it's like, these are rare situations and they're extremely just not normal. They're like the stuff of comic books as opposed to reality. People almost never do something like that. You point a gun, you use it, and you use it to kill. So that's what you do with your wrench. You just use it and you block them from this point. But there you have that. And so yeah, you've got the spirit of it now. You got the understanding of it now, and so when it comes to the interesting thing about Trampus Nicholson, he obviously has alters. So he comes in with different personalities under these different accounts, but it's always bad, and he's just not wanted. And hopefully with time he just fades away. But he is paid to do this, and
sure.
Yeah. So he probably
He'll
won't
fade away, just like the remember when we used to get before I had the wrench.
Yeah.
There used to be like the sex bots would come in.
That's right. The sex bots would come in. Yeah. And they would be relentless. They would be relentless.
Haven't seen them in a long time.
Yeah. And you should have had the wrench then. I should have given you.
A long time.
Yeah, I should have given you the wrench way back then. I should have given you the wrench, right off the bat. I don't understand how you didn't have the wrench right off the bat. Probably was because some other bitch that was on the scene or something. Like, I don't know how long you've been around, but didn't you come in after all those weirdo like Laura Lee Solomon and all that stuff? You came in after them, or were you were around when they were around? I can't remember.
Viviana. I think I
Viviana
started
Sanchez.
talking around the time that Viviana was on. Yep.
Yeah, and by the way,
Yep.
just so people understand, Viviana has never done anything negative to me. However, she is swept away on that entire enemy platform. She's swept away onto by that I mean the more strategic enemy platform in the geopolitical sense. She's swept away by Russian propaganda, and she thinks Putin's going to save the fucking world, along with Elon Musk and who's the other idiot? Trump. Yes, that's her triumvirate, her holy trinity now, along with Ian West. So they're all down that yellow brick road to their vision of a some kind of cosmist future. But all that being said, she hasn't showed up since, but yeah, she was around for a little bit, and she was always kind of mysterious and faded in and out. Brendan's joined us. I think we can hear him now. So, Brendan, are you at school? At work?
No, I left work, but I got caught in the storm and I couldn't connect the call, I guess.
Okay.
With all this storm.
Is that what we're hearing in the background? That static sound?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lord. Yeah. And so, where are you right now? In the warehouse?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God! You can hear the rain through the warehouse like that?
Yeah, it's like a tin roof or something.
Holy shit! Are you going to be able to sleep later if that continues?
Well, I have before.
Okay.
So I should be all right.
Okay. Good. Good. Yes. And so, there we are. We were just discussing with Amy about the. I don't know if you saw what Trappist Nicholson entered into the chat room, but it was. He put his all into it. It was just venting and catharting and just every obscenity imaginable. So
Right.
he's just he's gone on full attack. So I've told people I'll tell people about his childhood now.
What did he say exactly?
Oh, it's just, well, you could just imagine somebody. It's like somebody just shouting, "Eat shit, drink piss."
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
choke on your vomit.
the
Cunt breath.
classic.
Yeah, it's just that's all. It's just that. It's just that. And so Amy said, "Oh, just time him out, and he'll calm down."
Wait, what'd she say?
Oh, so Amy said, "I'll just time him out, and maybe he'll calm down."
Yeah. Well,
So I told her, "No, Amy." I said, "You're given a gun. You use it, shoot to kill. You just hide him,
yeah. What were those other two people that came in?
Well, there's he has all these altars. One of them was this. He called it like something Hickstarter, Adolf Hickstarter or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was one of them. Then the other one was the he came in as suck myself. Literally, that was it, suck myself, which is no doubt what he does. Maybe his dick's not that long enough where he could do that, but no doubt he makes his attempt. At any rate, so and the icon of that,
ridiculous.
yeah, no, it's expected. This is what they do when you have somebody who says, "I love you, drink my blood, and please visit me, and I'll do anything for you," and just continually throwing themselves at you. When you say no to them, this is what's going to happen, and then they're just going to come back, and this is going to be the rest of their life is hating on you because they wanted you so bad. And so it's pattern. It's the same thing over and over again. And as I said to the listeners before, I never. He did not act that way until the moment I allowed him into to help out. Once I allowed him to help out, then he began to spew all of that. Peter Moon called it lust bombing. He began to lust bomb me, and the same with Brendan, which Brendan can testify to. There's nothing exaggerated here at all. So that being said, the end result is what we know. I'll refresh myself in a short amount of time. But before I do, what other developments might there be to share with us, Brendan, in terms of your experiences lately? Hopefully, you feel safe where you're at.
Yeah, nothing else to report. I just don't want to. I feel like it's unnecessary to reveal more info. But like I said earlier, it's like they already know. Obviously, they know it.
Well, they know everything. they know everything. So, yeah. As for just make sure to reach out to Peter later, see what he suggests, and that'll be fascinating. To find that out. And I like the way he said, I have some questions to ask you, and I had to remind him he had questions to ask. That was, oh God, he gets lost in the reverie. Okay, all that being said, the three of you.
Have you taken your break yet?
No, I'm going to take it soon. I just want to make sure
I'm going to do this. I have like this chore to do real quick.
Okay. Let us know when you're done, and then I'll take my break.
It's time sensitive, so I'm going to do it. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
She'll return.
Yeah, as soon as you return, I'll take my break. Take your time. Okay. Okay, so the two of us left with conversation, and your life's been so eventful, Amy. For someone who says there's nothing going on, your life is a straight series of events. How's the struggle with smoking with your friend?
I'm a smokeaholic. I can't stop. I just love it. I just like.
Talk about your friend. Your guy.
To feel a little better, and I'm like, smoke some more.
I'm talking about your friend. Your friend
tobacco.
was. Yeah, your friend.
What friend? Which one?
Your brother.
Which? My brother Sam.
Yeah. Your brother from another mother.
He's downstairs right now. He's doing stuff downstairs. I don't know what he's up to.
No, I mean the smoking struggle. He was struggling with.
He's doing it.
Yeah, he's doing it. Okay.
Oh, because he wasn't feeling good. Yeah, because he wasn't feeling good. It sounds like he's getting better.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. Comparatively.
Sounds like he's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, he's getting up and going to work every day. So.
Wow.
I mean.
Holy shit.
He's
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like the.
Oh, Amy,
so I was,
honey.
Nemo?
Yes. Tell Nemo what you told us about how he's turning out to be one of the guys who's just always there on time to save the day.
Oh,
hello.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good that
Hey, the gang's all here.
It's great that you're here, that you finally arrived.
Yeah. And tell him what you told me. Yeah, how impressed you were that he took out Trappist Nicholson and all that, and how he's saving the day lately. How he's there, he comes in, he saves the day.
Well, not even that. It's so great how I was thinking about when Nemo first started coming on.
Yeah.
And it took a little coaxing to get him to feel comfortable with the format.
Yeah.
Which I think is something that you can learn. Like there's a way to think about the audio format, and that you got to keep things flowing and keep, stuff moving along, and try to be a little aware of like how you might be perceived, but don't get too involved in it because then you won't say anything. But when he first started coming on, Viviana did that like homage to Douglas where she was on for 12 hours and Nemo showed up for it, and I just noticed it and then probably went back to bed. I don't know. But even with that, Nemo has survived all of that.
Yeah. All
of that nonsense, and then just keeps knocking him down. Like, it's so great. Like, I just feel like he really saved the day the other night when I had that champagne that made me sick, and I forgot that cheap champagne does that. Won't do that again. But he came up with the iron lung guy, which was brilliant. And I'm not trying to, fill you up so that you're just full of like this martyr complex of vanity, but it's so nice that somebody can like really just use the strength of severing and let stuff go, and carry on and be, and be focused and not obnoxious, like not
Thank you.
needy in too many ways, like
Yeah.
that, but in such a wonderful, commanding presence that I'm impressed, and I am really just congratulating you on helping me out the other night, because I needed it, because I'm not holding up my end of the bargain in a lot of ways, but
No problem.
you were able to cover, and that was great. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Appreciate the compliment.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, as Amy said, we're lucky to have everyone aboard, and she really mentioned how much she appreciated Aristides too. For he shows up on time. How was it you described him, Amy? He's there. He's always there. He shows up on time, and he's there. Right, Amy?
Whether he wants to be or not, right?
That's well, there we have that. I don't believe that he's here involuntarily. Aristides, maybe you could explain.
Yeah, at least I show up. I'm, might not be good for much at that moment, but I showed up.
Yes, he's always good. He's always good, and
I'm okay.
Yes, and we definitely don't want to, use him beyond, wring him dry. We don't want to wring him dry and overexploit him to the point where he's exhausted in the morning. Amy said one time she called Aristides in the morning, and she said he was the sweetest thing in the world, but you could tell how tired he was, how exhausted he was, and that's when I really began to appreciate that I just wring him dry. I just use him without a thought until he's just all nothing left but the skin after I chew it all up. Yes, I felt so.
That's exaggerating.
Yes. If I weren't so sociopathic, I'd be guilty about it.
It's a little rough some days or nights, but it's okay. I catch up in sleep the other days pretty well.
Yes. Good. No, that's important. And so for those of you who don't know, it's raining cats and dogs in California right now. Our friend Brendan Zoge is in Sacramento, the capital of the Golden State, whereas I'm in San Francisco, which is, for all intents and purposes, as far as I'm concerned, the real heart and nucleus, are the spirit and soul of California. And it's been pretty inclement weather here, and but it really the skies opened up, and you could hear it when Brendan was on. And here in San Francisco, it's a bit more subdued, but definitely we're impacted, and the cold has returned. Looking at the temperature right now, it's not that cold because, as my father, the sailor, always used to say, when it rains, it gets warmer. Actually, so the rain does make it warmer. Of course, there's this thing called wind chill factor, and when I was caught in the storm of the century, as they called it last month, I think, with after cashing my rental check, so it was probably the first. It was the first of this month. And when I was caught in that hailstorm, yes, that was fucking cold. The rain did nothing to make you feel warmer then, because it was basically fucking hail. So there we have that. And aside from that, we think George is going to show up a little later, spend about an hour with us, and then drift off into the gentle night. He might be with us for essentially a full show, or the rest of the show after he shows up on Sunday, meaning the next transmission maybe. We'll find that out from him when he drops in tonight. Other than that, not too much else that I can think of at the moment, most immediately, even though in my case there's always things going on. And Aristides, and Nemo, do us a favor, catch us a little bit up on what's been going on in your lives. So Aristides, you first, tell us a bit about anything new.
Oh, not too much new compared to like Brendan and Amy. It's super boring. Like I'm in the same house, same job.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like I'm a nomad or anything. What else is going on? I don't know. What do you think?
No news is good news. That's believe
just
me.
work, working during the week. And
Save up some money to get a more modern, powerful computer.
Yeah. No, that's coming up. I'm going to get something soon.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Are you guys now on a gaming group together, or?
No.
No, he doesn't game.
No, I don't. No.
It wouldn't be ideal too because he's in America.
Okay.
So if we were to play together, most games don't have the best net coding, so the ping, the
Interesting.
network connection stability wouldn't be good.
Interesting. So then it's all a bunch of shit. You don't really have Battlefield friends that you can have all over the world. You really are regionalized, I guess.
Yeah, depends on the game and how good the net coding is. Some games you can play with people overseas, most you can't.
Interesting.
Otherwise,
Yeah. Cool.
whoever's joining on the other individual overseas is going to be lagging a lot.
Interesting. Wow. Okay. I of course not a gamer myself. It makes perfect sense. And but of course they always market it as or at least they used to. But I guess it really pays to be realistic about this. And how about yourself, Nemo? I hope you're putting your money where your body is and saving up money towards that mattress.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
And,
Yes.
and a few more payments, I should be able to get one.
Oh,
I
thank
want to get a new bed too because I hate my bed frame. It's just a big metal bed frame that has wooden planks to hold up the mattress within the frame. It's annoying because I've banged my fucking toe on the outside of the metal frame post multiple times.
Oh!
I want to get one of those wooden beds that have integrated drawers inside so I can store some shit inside there.
Cool. And, like, just out of curiosity, I know this is probably a stupid question, but, like, what?
Oh, just lube and whatever.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Why did I ask? So, that's funny, though. Funny. I like it. Like the answer. It's courage.
Just anything I don't want laying around.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. And that makes sense. And so when it came to this one guy, poor bastard engineer, Richard McGuire was his name, and he inherited his parents' home after they died. Poor son of a bitch. And of course, it was all dilapidated at that point and just fairly unlivable. And he had this. He basically, there was this chick who was like almost like a supermodel kind of build. They knew each other through roller skating. They had the same hobby as roller skating, which of course is a dying hobby. Very few people roller skate anymore, but they're in Ohio, so it's like one of these few places stuck in time. And so she told me that, oh God, his bed is so horrible. She said he's got this mattress that's got springs coming out of it, and he sleeps on his stomach with these springs jutting out of this mattress that could penetrate him. It's just, what she described just made me feel really bad. Yeah. But that's, I can't imagine, that's really old. I mean, it would be like, at that point, the mattress is like, there is no mattress. It's like there's some kind of sub-mattress. That's like the bed itself, or there was the mattress that you had beneath the mattress that had the springs in the old days. And the mattress would be put on top of that. So it's almost like his upper mattress had to be gone, and he was down on the lower mattress at that point where the springs are poking up through. So that's how bad the situation was for him. And it's like, of course, he was so dead to the world or oblivious. He was a gamer in many ways. And she described, of course, that the only part of his home that was well lit, well heated, completely clean, and air conditioned in the summer was the game room. It was the game room. It was like that was his centerpiece, his showpiece. The rest of the house was just degenerating around that. But it was because he had inherited enough to buy her a new car. That's how she wound up dating him for a short period of time. When it all came to an end, and of course he was all crying about it, I told him, it's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. So there you have that, at least. It's but
how much did he spend on that car? Was it brand new?
Probably spent a good deal of what he inherited. I'd say probably It was the new car. It was, yeah. She kept wanting him to pay for a boob job. She wasn't happy with the size of her breasts, but he didn't do that because he knew she was eventually gonna leave him. But how he figured that out between the car and something else, I guess, was like, I always felt that should be kind of obvious, that she would leave him, but
He probably
go on.
he probably knew a guy who bought a boob job for some other woman who left him. Seems like a pretty common deal.
Thank you. So you tell us a story. You sound like you know a story.
I don't have.
You did it. You did it.
I know.
Oh my God, that's why your boobs look so great. I've always wondered about that. Yes. Oh my God, you've got that magnificent bust line. Now I know how you've got it. Oh my God. Yes. Oh, that guy.
Don't tell me you have fake boobs. No way. Don't do that.
They look so real. I know.
Douglas?
They look real. They look real. Yeah. It's a great job.
Because they are, you weirdo. They are.
Okay.
Unbelievable. No, one of my high school friends bought his wife tits and she left him.
Oh, shit. I love it. I love it. Oh, fuck. Tell us about that. Oh, fuck. What were the details?
Well, no, I mean, if I know somebody that did that, there's got to be, I'm sure your friend there. What was his name? McGuire?
Yeah, Richard McGuire. Richard McGuire.
Yeah.
Poor bastard.
He probably knew of somebody who did that and it didn't work out so good, which is why he was like, I'll get you a car.
Yeah. Oh my God. Because I could
maybe steal the car from you.
Right. Maybe he was thinking like that, but he just didn't have the repo man in him, poor son of a bitch. It was poor guy, his voice sounded like his grandmother's. He had that kind of grandmotherly voice. And Richard McGuire, the thing about him was he went to this university in Ohio that he majored in engineering. He got trained by the last engineer, at least in the state of Ohio. And the guy said, you're the last American student that I'm teaching. You're the only student in the class. And after this course is over, I'm leaving for Korea, where, I can have a full class of students. And then Richard McGuire, whose engineering major was a double major in automated assembly line systems and artificial intelligence. He had double majored in artificial intelligence and automated assembly line systems. This was the guy who could have built fucking... What did they call it? Skynet. This guy could have built Skynet. He couldn't get a job to save his soul. He went to the U.S. government with his qualifications, and they said, we got all these old engineers working for us that are like in the 90s, and they don't want to quit.
This was the guy that was too qualified or something.
Yeah.
I remember this.
Yeah. And then he, so he had all these friends he knew at NASA, because he kept trying to apply for NASA, and they were all these old pot-bellied motherfuckers on this permanent employment program for engineers. And their scam was every new president that comes in says, we're going to go back to Mars. Or we're going to go back to the moon. And it's always the same shit. We'll do it in 2025 or whatever it's going to be after their term. It's going to be whatever it's going to be. It's going to be after their 8-year term. But they're always going to say, we're going to go back to the moon or Mars after their 8-year term is over. And then all the guys at NASA will just give them all these airbrush vehicles. They call them ABVs, airbrush vehicles about, how they're going to get to the moon or Mars until the president leaves. And then they start to scam over for the next guy. And these guys are doing that all their lives. And, so that's what this kid was running up against. He couldn't get a job because all these guys were permanently employed doing that. So George Knight has joined us. And welcome aboard, George. Have you had...
Hello, Douglas.
Yes.
Thank you for having me on.
Oh,
yes.
Thank you for joining us. We were just talking with Amy Como about these fake boobs that she does not have. Hers are real. And that explains, why they feel different, not so bouncy. Right, Amy?
George, how many of your guy friends have bought women breasts and then the chick takes off? How many?
Oh God, I don't know any personally, but I've heard stories of that happening. I've heard people
Tell
that.
us! Tell us! I mean,
Oh my God, I could drop names actually. I could do. There was this one poor son of a bitch who bought his ex boobs, and they had multiple children together, and then she ran off with this bodybuilder. Actually, yeah.
it was you! It was George!
It was
George! He's just not saying it! Then I stole my friend's girl, yeah, after she got that nice set of pins. Yeah, I said, baby, you need a bodybuilder to lift those. Yeah, you got a lot of extra weight. I'll help you carry those bags of groceries home. Yeah, come here, babe. Yeah, that's George. That's our man. So, yeah, now that we know about your personality, aspects you never exposed before, yes. But this is incredible. It makes sense. Woman gets some guy to buy this for him. Now they figure they can. Now they've got the lure. Now they've got the lure. The anglerfish
They'll
lure.
get a better looking dude. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God! It's the human condition. The human condition is just. So go on. Yeah.
And Brendan and also Douglas, like you outlined with that Trampus, you have delivery, so people just take note. He has delivery, so you can. It's humorous.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. No.
It's there we are. Thank you. So what George is trying to say is, unlike Brandon Young, who has this flat tone to his voice, and it's just everything he says sounds. You take it. It's like the tone that Brandon Young uses.
Brandon, that was it.
Yeah. Brandon, I hope you find that. But I do it sometimes myself. There is something supernaturally. Just attuned about their names that makes you conflate them. It's very bizarre, but everybody has made that mistake at one point or another, at least. And Brendan takes it well, right, Brendan? And, let's see if he's.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't mind.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I would. I'd hate to be confused with Brandon Young, but Brandon Young. His tone is fit for like these charity commercials where the announcer comes on and says, "Children are dying in Biafra, and we need your donations." It's a terror. That's what his tone is like, and so the problem.
I remember when I was younger, those would come on while while watching whatever Saturday night cartoons or whatever, something late at night. Yeah. And then you'd see this fat British guy, and then there'll be all these starving Africans, and you're like, this fucker brought sandwiches in his luggage, and he's like saying, you got to donate to these people. It's like, why don't you give them your sandwiches?
Better yet, why don't you just fling yourselves upon them so they can cook you in the pot for tonight? That would be, yes.
If they weren't Brits, they probably would have gotten cooked, honestly. Because there's almost like something about like the British passport. Like when I was in England, the people that are smart that travel to and from everywhere. India, they go to India. They've been all over the world. They said once you pull out the English passport, 90% of the countries are just like basically let you do whatever you want. Wow. You can get out of jail with that shit.
Wow, cool. I mean, fuck, George, you got an advantage. I mean, George was over there in that island off of Africa, and they treated you pretty well. That kid wanted to come home with you. Fuck, that kid was like, take me back. Take me with you. Yes. Tell him about that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, no, they wanted to come back. Well, I said, no, you're better off staying here where you are.
For the weather, at least. But
this was like, what, Madagascar or something? Or Canary Islands?
It was Boa Vista we went to. It was for our honeymoon. Yeah, last year.
Oh, you went where?
It was Boa Vista. It's this group of islands on the west coast of Africa. Yeah, it's an archipelago group of islands.
Near like Azores and these kind of places, right?
Yeah, and all the local people wanted. They kept saying to us, "Oh, please take us back. We want to go to your country and get us jobs." And we're like, "No, you're better off here. You don't know what the state what the state of the country is like where we are from." Yes.
And so
it was funny because when I was in England, I had some Pakistani guy that was like, "I want to go to America. Take me to California." I'm like, dude, just trust me on this one. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Yeah, it's not worth it. You might as well just stay where you're at.
What do they think they're going to do once they get to these places? They have no idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they only see like the Silicon Valley or like LA.
They say
Like, they don't realize
side,
that 90% of the state is like impoverished and shit.
What do they have
Like
any
backwards.
concept of the cost of the kind of lifestyle that they see on television? Do they think that they just magically are given summer
I doubt
clothes and the one thing
Like Hawaiian t-shirts, and shit,
yeah,
like 90
yeah,
PI.
yeah, and cars? I mean, where do they think all that comes from?
It's a common misconception that most people in the poorer countries think all Americans are commonly wealthy and shit.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. They really overcalculate.
Maybe at one point they were.
Yeah, comparatively speaking, at one point, no longer. George, you went mute there. Are you okay? Just making sure he might be making coffee.
Oh yes, Douglas. I'll be 2 seconds. I'll be straight back. Thank you.
Okay,
I'll come
thank
back
you.
off-
Yeah,
I'll
let us
come
know
back
when
off
you're
mute,
back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Make his bean juice, man.
Yeah. Yes. And so then let's take a look at the chat before I prepare myself to go on a short break. And welcome to everyone who's still with us. And we will have this little round table. I'll ultimately segue my way into monologue, but George Knight just left, but he'll be back. When he comes back, I'll probably take a short break then. And but in the meantime, we'll try and just be casual and enjoy a little chat between ourselves.
Are we ever formal? I mean,
Good point. I mean, I don't think so. There's no real.
that was supposed to be funny. The delivery was bad. I'm turning into Brandon.
No worries. It's tomorrow's weather. They say is partly sunny. Thank God. And there we have that. I didn't catch the temps, but I'll take a look at them now. But has the rain died down where you're at in that warehouse of yours?
Not really.
Okay.
It's like, I mean, it's like misty, but not clear.
Okay. So at least how do you see it? There's no window, right? It's windowless. You have to go out.
Well, I have access to like a door to get outside.
Okay.
It's not-
Yeah. Hope you didn't knock over your rice cooker there. Or
Yeah, sadly, I don't have the Instapot, which is unfortunate because that's what what almost killed me the most is having really bad food.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
Like, living out. You know, I tried to get the highest quality like ramen I could buy, but it's bad. It's a bad situation, but it's improving. That's the good news.
Thank God.
That's good.
Yeah. Always concerned, of course. And, and
Did any of you see the footage of the ship crashing into the pillar of the bridge in Baltimore?
yeah, let me say this. I want everyone to understand that bridges have been collapsing all over the United States and nobody's been talking about it. I
was about to mention that Doug has brought this up before everyone else. Like,
Thank you.
the last few years since like 2020.
Yeah, thank
Or
you.
even prior to that, you actually brought it up prior to that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Where there was like decaying bridges, like collapsing everywhere.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And
this one was just very visually, everyone could see it. Like,
Yeah, the cargo ship apparently it lost power because you see all the lights turn off on the ship as
but
it's
then it
heading
does a
towards-
90-degree turn at the end. I mean,
and
yeah.
the power goes back on, then the power turns back off, and
on
fortunately,
the perfect
Yeah.
instance, yeah.
some people are starting to think it was deliberately done or whatever. But yeah, fortunately, I was watching the video and I was just like watching the cars go by as the ship's heading towards them. Like, oh, I hope no car is on that bridge when this ship hits the fucking bridge.
right.
And fortunately, no person was driving as it collapsed.
They said someone stopped the traffic, but go on.
Yeah, pretty much the whole bridge, or just most of the bridge, just collapsed instantly just from the ship hitting that one pillar. And I'm like, I would not have expected a whole bridge to collapse just from that crash.
That it shouldn't
It was
be.
just strange.
Yeah, it shouldn't be happening. That shouldn't happen. And I can understand why people are puzzled by it and thinking in terms of conspiracy. So George, welcome back.
I'm back.
Thank you for.
Sorry about that.
So, no worries. Now on tonight, how long are we blessed with your presence, George?
A little over an hour. I've managed to come on an hour early, so I've literally just woken up. Probably why I conflated Trampus with Brandon or Brandon.
It's Brandon and Brandon Young. Brendan and Brandon Young. Don't worry. Everybody at one. Yeah, everybody at one point or another has done that. No worries.
Yes.
And what about the so? What about Sunday? Is this coming Sunday the night you might be able to spend the episode with us?
Hopefully, yes.
Good.
I'm hoping so. It all depends on the. I've just had a disturbance now, but hopefully I don't get any disturbances, so then I'm able to be on with you for much longer, Douglas. So it all depends on my schedule.
Understood.
On how life pans out. Yes.
Right.
As you know, with responsibilities and all that. It was quite ironic actually, because last night just having a conversation with Sarah about daylight saving time, because the clocks are changing this Saturday.
Yeah.
And obviously it affects Everly's sleep, so this is one of the reasons to do away with daylight saving and just get rid of the war.
Thank you. Oh my God,
it's
yes.
One of those, yes. All these things to contend with. It's just like, people don't understand.
If only they knew the context, and hopefully we'll be able to reach out more to them. And as well, have you were you able to review some of the other episodes that I asked you to review if you had a chance?
Yes, I've skimmed over Douglas also. I did listen after I departed last time, last transmission. Abruptly, I couldn't finish off the conversation with Brendan here to finish off to put it into context about the swastika, the Hakenkreuz. But I did tune in and I did listen to yours and Brendan's conversation, as well as you're going into monologue. I did listen to that as well.
So you were able to hear me talk about the Princess of Wales and her cancer and the like as well.
Yes,
okay, good.
Thank you.
Good.
Yes, I managed to. Yes, so thank you for bringing that to my attention last time, because I wasn't aware of it. So I only found out for the first time from yourself that announcement happened. So yes. It's and I did see on the news a lot of these celebrities come out and to apologise to the Princess of Wales, Kate Middleton, on their offensive statements they've published on their social media.
As well they should. Oh my God, that shows there's some decency left in the fucking world that they would do that. Thank goodness.
And also you brought up Caroline Flack and what happened to that individual. It was such a tragic story of she was abused. She got a lot of flack, no pun intended, with her name. It was tragedy what happened, and her boyfriend was making all these accusations and allegations against her, and she got a lot of stick from the public. It then resulted in her taking her own life, so sadly. And so you brought that up as well, Douglas, which I really appreciate, because that hit the headlines massively in the UK.
Yeah,
that was
that's horrible. I mean, it's just this is like social. This is what the social media does, and it's really weaponized, and it's weaponized into a virtual lynching. People are using it to lynch victims with, and this is it's truly just. It brings out the worst in humanity. So such being said, were you able to? Oh, go on.
Oh, I was going to say words have dramatic and very detrimental effects. They cast spells, and they do impact people's lives, and that was why the quotation, what was it, the mission statement after when Caroline Flack took her own life, it was to be kind to people and to think of others before you think before you speak, and use consideration as opposed to just emoting off your emotions and just spurting all these derogative and demoralizing views, just public statements, just to denigrate people, to bring them down, because this is the end result. It does bring people to the point of, well, I want out, and that's when people do decide to take their own life. And one thing I didn't mention, Douglas, it was actually on the episode where it was on the 13th of March episode, just when I entered, and Brandon Young and Trampus was just causing their
casting their own spell, if you
casting their own spell on the show. I refrained from mentioning that I found out I lost one of my best friends. He committed suicide, and I didn't bring it up, which I'm glad I didn't at the time. I've only just really got over it and contemplated what's happened. But yeah, one of my best friends from school I grew up with, he took his own life for the same reason Caroline Flack took her own life.
You're kidding.
No, I will probably go into private conversation with you about it. I'm happy to speak about it publicly because the family have, so it's nothing. I'm not defaming or I'm not causing anything that's not public knowledge anyway from people who know him. For people who don't know him, it doesn't matter really so much. I'm not I'm not implicating anything, like revealing any information, but he got a lot of stick from the locals where we live because his son was getting involved in misconduct of stealing people's property, such as mopeds, scooters, and last year, and the father got a lot of stick for it, a lot of flack from the public, and I felt so sorry for him, and he put out a public statement saying that he's brought his son up, to the best of his ability, and he has taught him from right and wrong, but unfortunately kids do get involved with these hooligan acts. And he unfortunately did conduct something that was illegal, and he did suffer the consequences, and he did adhere to the full extent of the law, the full penalty of the law, and but the public outburst was just so drastic towards my friend, and so in the end he took his own life. He felt like a failure, and he felt like he was letting his whole family down.
This is just unbearable. I mean, this is just unspeakable cruelty. That
yes, and a bit like he was a very outgoing person. He looked on the positive views of life as well, and he was never one for portraying he was down in the dumps ever. He was very positive. He would say hello to everyone that he knew and spoke and asked them how they were. He didn't deserve it, and this is what happens when people are unkind.
Yes.
and just what you've outlined in the last couple of transmissions. That's why I feel like it's appropriate to speak of this, because you've outlined bullying and how people should be kind to people, and what Brandon Young did with that, what he did to his friend as a child, his neighbour. He said he was going to kill him, and so it could have ended in that.
Yes.
I could have panicked, and Oh God, Douglas! I don't know where to go any further with this, but it's just I think it's appropriate to bring this up.
Thank you.
And I've refrained from speaking of this for the last 3 weeks, but obviously he took his own life, so obviously there needs to conduct an investigation. The coroner, the autopsy needs to, look into it, see what condition he was in before, and so that's why it's prolonged. It's not going ahead yet, the funeral dates just yet, obviously for obvious reasons, because of the circumstances of the nature of the death. So it's all that, but it's a very very precarious and downtime for the family. And I've reached out to him as well. I've sent them my condolences, but I'll stop there. Bringing the show down.
Did they respond to your condolences?
Yes, they said they appreciate it. Yes, the brother did, because I actually went on holiday with the brother, the younger brother, because I was good friends with all the family, and and I actually went on holiday 10 years ago with the younger brother, who was only a couple of years younger than us, and because we all did the gym together as well. We were all heavily fanatical in the gym at one stage in our previous lifestyle. So so I do know him very well. And so it's a very sad sad situation, a sad news to hear. That was,
but it helps to.
It was it was actually it was the day before I came on that transmission. That was when I found out. So I refrained from speaking of it then, which I'm glad I did.
Yes, and I appreciate you sharing that with us, and I want you to know how important it is, and it helps to, of course, really validate what I spoke about.
Yes,
and I'm
absolutely. Hence why I appreciate it, and I said thank you for speaking of this. Yes. hope that makes a bit more sense for people.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate Douglas so much, and it's a form of input that people can integrate into their lives if they listen to Douglas. Like certainly what he teaches, and that's why I value Douglas so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Deeply appreciate it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Please continue, Douglas. And when you need a break, we'll cover the show for you.
Wonderful. I'll take a break soon, and let's check in to see if Brendan is able to speak with us, because I saw he went mute. And Brendan, you're still with us, right? Let's test your quality of sound there, and see if he's ready to participate.
Yes, I'm glad I was on mute for the last couple minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Because of my circumstances.
Yes, yes. Oh my God. Oh my
You didn't want
God.
to hear what I just went through.
Oh Jesus. What? Why? Was there anything you're willing to?
No, I was being facetious, but
Okay. Yeah. It's yeah. I know that. I mean, there's dogs in the vicinity, aren't there? Because you did mention before when you go out the warehouse, you have to meander your way through dogs or fences or something like that. Is that the case? Or?
Yeah, there is protection out there. But,
Okay. Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
But yeah, I heard what George said. Like, so
Thank you, Brendan.
I'm not trying to.
I don't mean to dwell. Yeah, and I don't mean to dwell on people. To bring
No. That's good that you brought it up
because
because
burden on people.
No. These things need to be brought up.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a good thing because I've dealt with similar things in my life and
Yes.
and it's kind of like it needs to be said, right?
Yes.
Because people don't realize like what they're saying, like when they just speak
Yes.
out of once they just speak out of reflex, like they think
Yes.
the people that it's like so cynical now. Everyone thinks it's a joke, and like not everyone takes it as a joke. Like, and then once you get that 24/7, 365 of people deriding you or whatever, it's like after a while it is abuse. And like there's this quote from Mike Tyson. He says, he says social media has made people comfortable with not getting punched in the face because they just talk shit all the time and they never get repercussions.
Yeah, a bit like a Daniel Roller, so to speak, someone behind a keyboard trolling online.
Yes.
That's just
Perfect
one
example.
Yes, that's just one example for people. People can hide behind a screen, a monitor, or a keyboard, and they don't reap the repercussions. They don't understand it.
He'll definitely get it when he dies.
One would hope.
Even,
go on, Brendan.
Yeah, even what you brought up, George, even the local people, especially in places like England and stuff, it's like they're really hard. Yeah, they're really tough on other people not conforming this kind of like puritanical like background that the Anglican kind of background, or in Germany it's very severe like that. They get really, if you go against the community, then you're pretty much screwed, and it happens in America too to an extent, but we're more open in that sense. Like you can do your own thing, but places in Europe can be very tough in that regard, so that's unfortunate.
Well, there's still, at least in Europe at the moment, still more of a homogeneity of culture to an extent. Obviously, that homogeneity is breaking up in a big way, a lot of different ways.
Places like Japan, right? There's a reason why the suicide rate's so high, because they have to conform. It's like it's not an option.
Yes. Yes.
Very rarely do people succeed if they go outside of the box, and then even then they're like musicians or something exceptional.
Yeah, there's no, definitely. Just so people understand, it's really kind of like a bizarre paradox when it comes to Japan and Scandinavia. When you take a look at Japan and Scandinavia, they rate as some of the happiest cultures in the world, where when they're asked about how's your life, are you happy, they generally rate very high, but at the same time they also have the highest suicide rates in the world. And that tends to match up with education. My gang brother Beaver said this was his thought on it. His observation was, it's the education. And he said, because you'd be hard pressed to get a stupid guy to kill himself. And I could understand that. It's when somebody truly is really ignorant, they're very desensitized. and they may not even be aware that they're suffering. So it takes a level of education to make one aware that they are suffering. And then with that level of education comes a moroseness, a depression of your suffering, and then you wind up being more prone towards suicide the more higher educated, the more intelligent you are. So yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because the stupidest people in the world are dense and therefore not necessarily prone to suicide because they are just too stupid. And so there you go with that. That was an observation that has some validity to it. But generally overall, they tend to be happier cultures, but they're extraordinarily educated. They have this kind of also, certainly in Japan, an achievement orientation to a degree. And also, Scandinavia, Germanic kind of culture. But when it comes to Japan, even in World War II, you definitely had your misfits. I know about that because they certainly assembled them together in certain units that I've written about. I wrote columns about in the past. And when it came to Japan, with a population of 127 million, certainly around the time of World War II, you're obviously going to have room for different kinds of people or personality types. It's not necessarily the way Americans get the impression of too much of a uniformity, but it definitely is hard in high school. And that is kind of like, you see this obsession with anime, which Brendan can give you endless examples of, where it takes place in a high school. Like there's some kind of, what would you call it? Some kind of stuck, psychological sticking point with high school.
Fixation.
Yeah, and then but Americans had that forever. Americans, it was like you can talk to Americans where the high point of their life was high school. It's really fucking sad. It's like, they were captain of the football team, or they were cheerleader or something like that, and there was nothing in life after that. It is bizarre, but that was the way it was with a lot of middle America. By that I mean middle class America for a long time. But it's definitely the social
You gotta
media.
grow up to become a worker, and that's not really a fun life.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It's like a lot of people. It's high school was it, and then after that was the work, and life ended at that point. Oh my God, I don't want to think about it. Holy shit. Well, I mean, come on, it can't be that bad. I don't understand what so many people. Oh well, I guess it's just because I don't know what I would
Like
never
the
know.
only time they ever got laid or something.
I don't know. I just can't imagine, because it's so alien from my life. It's so alien from my life with the kinds of problems I had.
Oh, I guess that's a good point. You didn't really go to like a normal school, right?
No.
Normal
I never had any of that. My life was in an alien planet. So,
Yeah.
all that is alien to me. I would not understand what people are going through. But that's like George Knight said, that poor dear Flack saying "be kind" before she kills herself. I mean, Jesus Christ, this is the horror of people, and they are going online, they assault others, and of course this is like what we saw with that idiot Trappist Nicholson coming in different accounts and just spewing bile at this point. And that's, as I said, to be expected. But I'm certainly not going to honor his request that I keep his secrets from the public anymore, since he's taken that tone.
I mean, his so-called secrets were pretty lame.
No, the one secret he told me not to tell the public, which I'll tell now, because since he decided to come in and on the wake day of my father's death, and first leave a comment about my father. First he left a comment about my father saying, "Who's that? Some young boy." And then he left a comment about myself, just spewing all.
I was wondering what that was about.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Yes.
I thought it was like some Korean K-pop group or something. I was confused.
Because it was all spelled wrong in like one word.
Yes, that's what he's trying to make it sound like. Who's some young boy, like it's a Chinese dish or something, which is racist in and of itself. And
and that reminds me, since we're on the topic of the photo, it's like, remember that original article of the Alexandria's Genesis that we were referencing back?
Yes.
Okay, so I went back to that same article, and like we already addressed that they fucked with it. Now they fucked with it even more.
Oh my god!
To the point where it just, the intro is, this is a fake story about Alexandria's Genesis, and then it gives a couple examples, and it says just complete fakery, and then you go to all the references, and they're all deleted, every single one.
That is, it's so maddening. By the way, George, did you just say something about that, or
I just mentioned about the eyes. Yes, Douglas, that's all I mentioned because I knew exactly what Brendan was talking about. Not in context, but I knew what it was regarding.
Right.
And I did also, Douglas, review that video that you told me to look at. That was in the Skype feed, the Skype chat.
Oh yeah. What did you think of that?
It was a short segment, wasn't it? So someone's done a little short segment on Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, and it was the when
the AI.
Yeah. When it was the statement about Douglas makes outlandish claims, and that is just where I laughed, because it's like if anyone asked myself, I can verify everything Douglas is saying is true. There's no outlandish claims there at all. Hence the reason why I'm with Douglas.
Well, in all fairness, in all fairness, the individual who generated that, he probably thinks that he's segueing me in. I look at it from a positive perspective, that he means well, because what he's saying is, first he says Douglas claims, and that's generally a negative, because that's basically like basically saying you're lying as opposed to telling the truth. But after that he says some of his stories are compelling. Some people consider his stories outlandish. But all in all, it's free advertising. The images are quite flattering, and somebody entered a comment. If you take a look at the comments, somebody entered a comment saying Douglas is the best. He's the best teacher, and the person who produced the video agreed.
That's mine.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Yes,
that's on my top toner account.
Thank you, and he agreed with you. He responded to you with a positive. So the person who produced the video seems to be generally trying to provide myself free advertising in a manner that doesn't seem too partisan, which is probably the only way you can do it as an intro. So we'll take it as a positive, as a general positive.
Yes.
And but I'm glad you reviewed.
That's the impression I got.
Yeah, thank you.
It was kind of like an ad.
Yeah.
Something nice.
Yeah.
It means well.
And what's interesting is that he, like Selena Khan was a real estate agent. He's also a real estate agent. This individual, we know that for a fact, thanks to Brendan looking it up and confirming that he his name is Schwartz, and he's Schwartz Real Estate. So there we have that. You confirmed that, right, Brendan? I think it was Brendan that checked.
I checked something about Schwartz.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that was the name. The name was
Schwartz.
May the Schwartz be with you, like from
from Spaceballs. But you looked it up and you said that on his channel he actually is a real estate agent, Schwartz Real Estate, which is why he uses that.
Is that what I mean? I've been on really sleep deprivation. So I have to look at it again.
Maybe it was Aristides. Was it Aristides pointed that out to me? Maybe it was you, Aristides, that did that. If that's the case, thank you. Yes, that might be you.
The recent video he uploaded is about real estate topics. So most likely,
that's what it was. That's what it was.
Yeah. So there we have that. And okay, so
I thought the funniest part about that was that the AI prompts that he used was definitely like sexy vampire with San Francisco background.
He'd have to say something like that. He'd have to say.
There's no other way to get with it.
Yeah. He'd have to literally.
Definitely a fan. That's what I was trying to say. It's definitely a fan.
Yes. Yeah. And So yeah, that being said, in terms of the what was it that was said here when Brendan said, yeah, well, Trappist Nicholson's got nothing that I don't know why he's asking you to keep this shit secret. It's nothing, it's not like he really had anything that was spectacular.
The stuff he told me, and then he said, "Oh, don't bring it up on air," was just like so bonkers. Like, it was about like, "Oh, don't tell people I do ketamine," and like, dude, you say it every time you're on air.
Yeah, that was stupid. That stuff's stupid. No, but what he told me, and this harkens back to what Nemo said. Nemo made this general observation about men are awful. Nemo was saying, these. Men are just like dogs. And Nemo was saying, a lot of these guys will fuck their own daughters. Well, here's an observation for you. Yeah, when it came to Trappist Nicholson, they fucked their own sons. So what Trappist basically was saying to me was, oh, don't tell people I grew up fucking my father, that my father was fucking me. That's what he told me not to tell anyone. But since he comes on my show, in the WAKEDy after my father's death day, first saying what he did about my father and then saying what he did about myself, then I'll just let everyone know, he grew up fucking his father. That's the big deal with Trappist Nicholson, that he didn't want people to know. Well, that explains why you needed all the prostate stimulation. That explains why you keep going to baddragon.com to order the dildos, because you need the prostate stimulation in order to ejaculate. That's gives us.
And I'm literally eating nuts right now.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
It's disgusting.
Pity it's not those, meat chunks, so that they could, be like meat nuts. Yes. They have a brand. You can look this up. There is a brand.
They're pistachios, but still.
There's a brand
not
called...
what I wanted to hear.
Sorry. Not really sorry, but... formally sorry, but I'm too psychopathic to really care. But that being said, as he chews down, it's
not a mystery. It's not a mystery.
True enough. At any rate, but when George Knight brought up the Alexandria's Genesis, just for our listeners to understand what Brendan Zogid was talking about as well, was this article that used to be online that spoke about Alexandria's Genesis, which, by the way, for those of you who do not know, historically, there are many color photographs of Adolf Hitler, and many of these photographs have different eye color. So what people would claim is that Hitler's eyes must have been brown, and they colorized them blue. And other people who have seen him historically have consistently referenced extraordinarily piercing eyes. And oftentimes, when asked their color, they would generally say blue. But the reality was that what Adolf Hitler had was Alexandria's Genesis, and the eye color would change due to the ambient light. So his eye color would appear sometimes almost reddish, and in certain lights people would assume that was a kind of off brown or hazel, and then at other times it would appear more bluish, but in reality it was generally a kind of light purple. And my legal father had the same genetic trait, which is why my mother married him. She said it was because his eyes were just like Hitler's. So this is a very real phenomenon. And I can tell you that one time my father was with me at the Veterans Administration when I was his care provider, and we were asking about Alexandria's Genesis with the nurse, and my father's sitting right in front of her with his purple eyes, and she said that when we asked her about Alexandria's Genesis, she says, oh, that's an urban legend, there's no such thing.
She denied it.
Yeah, she denied it, and I said, look at my father's eyes. And she said,
right in front of you.
Yeah, and she said, well, you must be wearing contact lenses. And he said, I'm not wearing contact lenses. No. And she just walked out of the room. She just simply walked out of the room. But this is, there are real things in the world, more on heaven and earth than many people are willing to acknowledge. And for some reason, certain subjects just seem to be completely taboo. Alexandria's Genesis seems to be one of those topics. As Brendan said, they've scrubbed what they did off the internet. But one thing to explain its rarity was in the ancient days, people thought that by eating someone who had purple eyes, by eating their eyeballs, you would gain immortality. That was this would explain why a lot of these people did not live to reproduce, is because they were blinded at a young age. So people who were born with the purple eye strain were often blinded because people would gouge their eyes out and eat them. This is, therefore, they, as blind people, they didn't have a good chance for survival, let alone reproduction. And so you don't see it often, but nevertheless, it is out there. And so in terms of that, hopefully people are now aware of something they didn't know before. But if you look it up online, as Brendan said, it is now increasingly, you're going to find misinformation. You're going to find them saying, no, the question would be why? Why is there this campaign to relegate it to some kind of fantasy or superstition? We can only speculate, but no doubt it has to do with occult reasons. And no doubt it probably has to do with many people still seeking to eat the eyes of people who have Alexandria's Genesis. Of that I have no doubt, because that's the kind of world we live in. We live in a ghoulish, ghastly world. Or as they used to say in the cartoon Daria on Adult Swim Network, Sick Sad World was the name of their news hour. Sick Sad World. Oh my God. So with that, I am going to take a break. I'm going to leave. Brendan's on pause right now, but hopefully he will return. I'm going to leave Amy Como, George Knight, Nemo Albano, Aristides. Going to leave them all to hold the conversation. I will be back shortly, and so everyone do stay. And
Yes.
obviously, obviously we've had a bridge collapse in America. It was very strange. If you ever take a look at the footage, you'll see why. It's just very bizarre. But it's a fairly important bridge, the Baltimore Bridge. It's actually named after some poet or hero or something. But it's down now. And, they're gonna have to rebuild it. In the interim, very strange things going on in general, but I'll leave you all to discuss such things. I'll be back. And
the name of the bridge, I think, was Francis Scott Key Bridge.
Thank you! Francis Scott Key Bridge, right? Yeah, the guy who wrote the national anthem, right?
Probably.
Yes.
Probably. I like that. Yeah, he's Australian. Yeah. Yes, right, Amy?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, honey. Thank you. By the way, for those of you who don't know, the national anthem, if you ever wonder why it's such a controversy among black people and why black people refuse to stand and hold their heart to their hand and can protest the national anthem, it's because it's a fucking racist song that really had lyrics in it that said, because the British during the American Revolutionary War of Independence offered black slaves freedom for themselves and their families if they would swear loyalty to the crown. That's how many black people escaped to Jamaica. That's how the British would take them to live in Jamaica and these other islands in the Caribbean that became majority black islands, was because these were blacks who earned their freedom by fighting for the crown. So the Americans, Francis Scott Key wrote these lyrics into the American song, the national anthem, saying, we'll hunt those niggers down and bury them in the ground. Real, like, I guess you could call it early rap, only it's white chocolate. And and of course, later on they started censoring those lyrics, but blacks know their history, and those that do, they should be upset. And people will start calling them unpatriotic and start, like, attacking them on media lynch mobs. Because based on social media and all that, they start calling them traitors and all that crap because of their own ignorance, and probably a lot of white Americans don't even care. Probably think those lyrics are just fine. But so that being said, okay, I'm gonna take a short break. I will be back, and everybody stay here. These people have plenty to educate and enlighten you with, starting with Amy. Amy, take it away.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I've been thinking a lot about this term that has nothing to do with anything that's been discussed tonight, but I wanted to bring it up because I think it's just an interesting dynamic for the culture that I am from, where the French sent over all these fur trappers to Quebec, and the king was upset that none of them were coming back, and so he sent a regime of soldiers over, and that was really the first record of the people who were coming. And most of my lineage goes back to that particular regiment of soldiers. But there's this thing that happened where the trappers would come over and they would join up with the natives. They would marry native wives, they would have families, and then they were called the Bois Brûlés. And my understanding was that Bois Brûlé is it would translate to something like a dark drink or sugar drink. And my understanding of the interaction between the natives and the French is that the natives didn't have the enzyme in their digestive system to process the alcohol, and so they would become drunk in ways that the Europeans just don't even realize. Like natives will have a tiny bit of alcohol and be drunk for days. And that's just because they don't have the enzyme to process the alcohol out of their bodies. But this idea that the Bois Brûlés were these drinking men in the wild of North America. Anyway, that's just what I've been thinking of a lot, is this translation, because I looked up the definition of Bois Brûlé, and it was absolutely nothing like what I would translate it as, learning French and understanding French and some aspects of the history of the culture. And it was just interesting. Like they said that Bois Brûlé was like a person of mixed race, and that it had connotations to the darker skin. What? I don't know. My idea was that the Bois Brûlés were just the interface of Europeans with the native culture, and they would bring the alcohol. And so the natives, calling them Bois Brûlés, would be like labeling them as, you're the person with the sugary, delicious drink. Anyway, that was my thought. That was what I wanted to present. Take it away.
No, much appreciated.
You're welcome.
Yes. No, that was that was delightful and enlightening. Thank you, Amy. Excuse me, let me just catch my voice. But yeah, no, it's thank you for bringing that up. That's something that I'm not aware of, Amy. Obviously, some of the historical context of that I can obviously allude to, more of the interactions. And during the proceedings of that time period of it was under, obviously, what should I say, under King George III, he instituted the Royal Proclamation. It was like an executive order that you no longer they drew a line. He drew the line in the sand that they would not the influx of European immigrants, or the influx of the Freemasons. They wanted to expand further west, and he drew the line in the sand, telling the Freemasons, like, this is the founding fathers of the United States, that you will no longer expand west. You will no further than the Appalachian Mountains, and you will consult with the French. You will not take land from the indigenous peoples. You would trade through the French Republic. You would trade, only consult through them. And obviously they betrayed the Royal Proclamation, and they didn't want any of that. So they became traitors to the crown of King George.
They wanted all the land to themselves.
Yeah.
Yes. So thank you for bringing that aspect, that dynamic up, Amy. just regarding
Yeah,
that.
there's also
because the Europeans were filthy. They came from a filthy culture. Also, they never bathed either. So when they came over, they would spread germs and diseases and bacteria, which the native indigenous populations were completely deprived of. They were depleted of that, and so they were exposed to many detrimental exposures by the Europeans when they came over. So it was a very what would you want to say it? Call it?
I wanted to, yeah, I also wanted to mention there's this little known history about Louis Riel, and this character was the oldest of 11 children, and he, Louis Riel, had a very political life. Like, he was nominated in all of his communities to lead and to be the head of this or that. But he was Métis. He was part native, part French. And he went into these psychotic episodes where he believed himself to be the second coming of Christ. And he would lead vigilantes against the Hudson Bay Company because he felt so strongly that that was his, the Roman Catholics with their rituals and everything. Like, it just gets into people's heads. And so this poor guy, Louis Riel, Riel, he had some how do I want to say this? So he had some support. Like, there were people who were giving him, credence to him believing this. Like, he was supported. He was, I'm just going to look up what I was looking at so I can give you some key points. So he's born in Winnipeg, headed an 1869-1870 rebellion against the transfer of Métis land. Métis is just that half French, half native, from the Hudson Bay Company to the Dominion of Canada, leading to the formation of the province of Manitoba. He went to Montana. He lived in Montana, and again, they elected him as a leader. They shot him. They ended up catching him and putting him in prison and then executed him at gunpoint. He wasn't very old. It was, let's see. He was shot November 16th, 1885. So he would have been 44 years old. But I just think it's so key to think about that Hudson Bay Company and the difference between the French, who integrated so seamlessly with the natives, and then the Hudson Bay Company, which was clearly just King George. It was just, it was all about the crown. It was all about getting the resources from the area, the fur primarily. But there was this arts and crafts movement too, where all of the European Victorian homes had to have their Native American quill artifacts that were made from porcupine quills in America. That kind of thing, that kind of trade. Anybody?
Yeah, the
Are you
French.
sleeping?
No, the
Yeah.
French were a lot more kind and well behaved compared to the British, especially back then. They just established a good relationship with the Native Americans. They would trade resources and even intermarry. Like, some of the French would marry some of the native women and bring them back over into wealthy families, and then the family of that female will benefit from receiving various necessities for being part of the wealthy families, marrying into them. But then the British just had
Something
to
like
come
that.
along and fuck all that up. They just couldn't leave it alone.
Mhm. Yeah, sorry, I'm back now. One of the reasons why King George III was so resented is because he was so liberal progressive. And when he wrote the Royal Proclamation, which is equivalent to an executive order, it's equivalent to a presidential proclamation also. He drew the line in the sand for the Freemasons not to expand any further west, and because he knew he was because he was so liberal progressive, and he was thinking of the indigenous natives and the French in the 13 colonies, outside the 13 colonies. And so when he wrote that, and they became traitors, these are the men like George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, and the rest. There's a large number of them. When they wanted to just expand to see the shiny seas of the Pacific, they wanted to create a railroad. This was the robber barons. This is the inception of the robber barons that Douglas has gone into in the past. When they wanted to expand further west past the Appalachian Mountains, these men were deists. They're defined as deism. These were men who thought that the clockwork universe of the mechanism, the clockwork of the universe was abandoned by the creator, the divine creator himself, and they wanted to put themselves on the position as God, as themselves. And this is why you see these monuments outside of Washington, D.C., portraying George Washington as divinity, as divine, on the throne as God. They wanted to be worshipped as gods themselves. And these were traitors and treasonous betrayals of King George. But throughout history, through just the general walks of life, when I come across people when they denigrate King George, and I have to present and know he was so liberal progressive, just like Adolphus Jacob Hitler was so liberal progressive himself. When he instituted the Royal Proclamation, he was trying to prevent the expansionism of these founding fathers. He wanted to prevent that from happening. What resulted in the Constitutional Republic of the United States as a result in the end. And so this is one of the factors that people are completely unaware of, but they celebrate it. They celebrate their Constitution. So yes, but no, Nemo, if you have any further context to that, it'd be much appreciated.
Oh, it's despicable. Can you hear me? Oh, it's just despicable when I see modern Americans having so much pride in fighting off the British in that particular war, because they were completely in the wrong, where they shouldn't have been establishing further than what they were allowed to. Yeah, and slaughtering all the natives, taking all the land and resources for themselves. It's just repugnant, despicable that anyone could have pride in such. And this is part of the reason why most Americans are just hated. Their despicable history, how egotistical they are, and how they think they're the best, strongest people in the world. They're just crumbling into shit now, and they're going to get what's coming to them.
They're in free fall, aren't they? They're in a free fall state of plummeting. Yes, at the
karmic justice.
And if you take a look at men like Benjamin Franklin, he had a house in London, which what they claim, historians claim, is it was his. He had a lodger or someone that was living with him, who was conducting experiments on. These were black African emigres, or these were part of the slave trade. These were indigenous people that are part of that trade triangle. And the bones that they what the anthropologists, or what they were called paleontologists, whoever was conducting who retrieved the bone samples from these victims, they concluded it was determined that these were black African slaves that were imported. And Benjamin Franklin was the man who would sever the limbs of these individuals, and he would basically reattach these limbs to the torso or These were cadavers. These were dead bodies. He would conduct experiments on, and he would electrocute them to try and reanimate them, to try to revive or reanimate them, so they would jolt and they would shimmer with electricity bolts being jolted into their bodies, into the basically it's dismemberment of a cadaver. And this was the inspiration for Mary Shelley's Frankenstein novel. For this was yes, this is where this is the concept of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein novel came from, was Benjamin Franklin, because he was conducting all these tormented experiments on these imported slaves from Africa, outside of Africa, that were imported. And people will actually deny this. There are historians that will go into, well, this was conducted by his lodger, and he was unaware of this, but the bodies and the bones were found in the basement of his London house in the UK, and people can look this up. It's nothing that is disingenuous. It's an actual fact. And this is the kind of repugnant, grotesque, and despicable human beings that the founding fathers were. These were deists. And this is why you would see depictions of Benjamin Franklin flying a kite trying to collect electricity. You can see these images online that they portrayed of him flying a kite with a key on the end of it, trying to collect electricity. And so, this is the inspiration for Mary Shelley's Frankenstein novel, the monstrosity of Frankenstein.
Yeah, when we were growing up, they tried to say Benjamin Franklin invented electricity, quote unquote. I'm not joking.
Right.
In America, that's how we grew up as kids. Is oh yeah, he was he discovered electricity first. How insane is that shit?
Yes, just preposterous. That is something that's
when it was supposed to be interpreted as, he found out that lightning consists of electricity.
Well, yeah, that was the reality. If that was true, that story.
If it was true, yeah.
But they
None
push
of
it
us know for sure.
because he was American. He was the first to discover.
Yeah, that's deep.
Yeah,
but that kind
and
of
the fact that he's a hero, they try and make him a hero. He's on the $100 bill, the Benjamin.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
That's the highest currency we have. They really love that guy.
Yeah, you see a lot of ghetto thugs calling the hundreds. Yeah, I got my Benjamins. I'm gonna buy some crack. But that kind of brutal
Which is
behavior.
Crazy because he's above the presidents. He wasn't even a president, but he was so revered that he was put on the highest currency note.
Mm-hmm.
That brutal behavior is to be expected if anyone has actually done some actual real background research on that individual, considering he was part of the Hellfire Club and Freemason, high-ranking Freemason, and treated peasants and slaves like shit. I remember hearing at one of his properties that the bones they found were
that's what George was
not the same one as he was mentioning, but I think it was a different place. But they found children's bones.
Pretty much all of his properties were suspect.
Yeah, and they in the skulls, there were holes in them, as if he was drilling holes in the head and trying to maybe do experiments or trying to gather secretions or brain chemicals for him to consume or use for whatever experimentation.
Guaranteed.
Something like that. But yeah, just all the founding fathers are diabolous scum.
Mm-hmm. As you mentioned, they're all part. Yeah, as you mentioned, these.
He was an American polymath, writer, scientist, statesman, diplomat, printer. Oh yeah, he was also one of the first people to print a newspaper or something like that, some kind of newsletter.
Didn't the North Koreans invent that?
The Chinese have had it, but he was one of the earliest in America as far as. But basically, he just got it from the Brits. He was the first ambassador to France, etc. Helped draft the Declaration of Independence, one of the first signers. From Boston. There you go. Boston, Massachusetts.
Yeah, so America just worships diabolism, pretty much.
Right, but
Their god
they
is Satan.
dress it up. They dress it up
Yeah.
to make him.
Oh yeah, they're all ugly as fuck too. I don't know how Benjamin could even. Wasn't he? Was he married?
Oh yeah, yeah,
I
children.
don't know how any woman would marry that fat balding penguin. He kind of reminds me of the penguin from Batman.
I think
London
I
outlook.
think you're assuming that women had a choice in the matter. I mean,
Oh,
you
yeah,
just talked
yeah.
about how much power he had.
Yeah, thank you.
Like,
yes.
he could purchase
Well,
through whatever means necessary,
according
whatever he
to his
wanted.
bio, according to his bio, his wife, when he went to London, she married someone else, and then when he came back, she divorced him. Which that doesn't sound normal for those kind of times.
No.
And he took her in as a common law wife. They fathered a son out of wedlock. So this dude was just doing it. He was just doing it.
Right.
You know, so he was definitely not
Yeah.
the norm of that time period, I would say. To say the least.
Yeah, none of them were. As Nemo said, these were diabolists. These were all elite or echelons to the Hellfire Club. These were all members of that notorious club where they were conducting rituals, sacrifices, and
which
these men
makes you
just
wonder
wanted
because he
everything.
was supposed to be against the English crown, but it turns out he was in the thick of it. Meanwhile, he's being signing the Declaration of Independence and all this stuff. So the whole thing is very interesting.
Yes. And these were, as you know, Michael Aquino outlined in his book Mind War. These were deists. These were deism. All these men were. They literally, because the common thesis at the time, the consensus was that if you were born in royalty, you were the Davidian line of godlike. You were part of the lineage of God. You had the bloodline, the lineage of God itself. But these men were traitors to the royal crown. These men felt like as I mentioned, the definition of deism is that the clockwork mechanism or the clockwork construction of the universe was abandoned by the creator, and these men wanted to be put in the place of God themselves. And that's why you can see these statues and monuments of George Washington on the throne as God, and he has got like a Greek-like body.
In the bath, that makes sense.
They just like him in the Greeks had statues to commemorate their echelons. The founding fathers wanted the same thing.
Right.
And so yes, this is
the ego,
the insanity of deism. This is what these men wanted. But thank you. Yes, we can go always any other direction.
Why didn't the royal family just
yes
full on abolish Freemasonry, considering all of those founding fathers were Freemasons and completely betrayed the royal crown? You'd think they just would, just exterminate anyone affiliated with Freemasonry. The royal
it
families.
seems like they were it's like a controlled opposition. This is my view on it, is because like the Hellfire Club ran England as well. A lot of those people were a lot of the lords and ladies of England were part of that.
Yeah, the nobles, yes.
The noble class. So it seems like they allowed the American thing to go through. Like, even is it Francis Bacon? He was always up for like the new Atlantis. Like they allowed America to develop as it was, and then it got out of hand. But we know the rest of the history. But as far as I'm concerned, America is like, that's the way the Brits have it running, is they have like Europe doing the manufacturing, and we're like the Legion, the new Roman Legion. We just do the war shit. That's kind of, they've settled on this like formula,
Right.
Does that make sense? Like we're like the modern Legion, but a lot of the money comes from England. But it's like we're talking like super upper echelon, not like the English government or anything. I'm talking like actual controllers. So
Yeah.
yeah, they're against them, but it's like they allow it at the same time. That's how I would see it.
Didn't pan out exactly the way they foresee it for their plans.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny when you
Mm.
look it up, it says, oh, it allegedly claimed that Benjamin Franklin went to the Hellfire Club. It's like, and then in another article, it says he occasionally attended, like, you know, like he was definitely there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
going to have a
absolutely.
lot of conflicting information and perspectives because history's just completely been fragmented and fabricated.
Excellent.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just returned to hear
God.
that. Oh, catch me up. What have I missed?
Oh,
Oh,
well, just
thank
on
you.
the topic of the founding fathers and Benjamin Franklin affiliation with the Hellfire Club.
Oh, excellent. By the way, you held numbers completely. Numbers didn't drop by a single digit while I was gone. I'm so proud of you all. George is still with us too, as is
Yes.
Amy and Aristides. Yes. Oh my goodness. Where did you find the picture of Nastya Kumarova? That's she has violet
Oh, yeah,
irises. Yes. How did
yeah,
you even
she-
know about her?
I found out about her through the Alexandria's Genesis. Now,
I
but
met
they
her.
claim it doesn't
I
exist.
met her. She used
You
to.
met this lady? Oh,
Yes.
interesting.
She used to ride on the BART with me to City College of
Interesting.
San Francisco.
Interesting. So
Uh,
she must have Alexandria's Genesis because she looks pretty young. No offense to.
No, I mean that was a while back, but she maintains her youth quite well. And yeah, she was, but she's albino, but she has Alexandria's
Yeah.
Genesis.
That's what they're saying. So if you look up Alexandria's Genesis, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
They were saying it doesn't exist unequivocally or definitively. Sorry, definitively it doesn't exist. But violet irises can appear in albinos. But then if you look at the original quote unquote internet hoax page, they literally say that most people with Alexandria's Genesis are albino or like pretty white with white hair. And so it's like it doesn't line up the way they claim it. Oh, it doesn't exist, but yet the only people that have it are suspiciously similar to the, you know.
In other words,
condition.
what they're trying to claim is that it doesn't exist, while saying that there are exceptions where it does exist, which is incredibly insane. So
And
let me
they're
share.
saying, the albinos have like what is it? The blood vessels in their eyes become inflamed and all this shit. This is like total bullshit.
No.
And we tried to crack it a while back about like why do they want to suppress it so much? And
Yeah, go on.
the original story, which is now scrubbed, like even if you look at the old Tumblr posts that were like viral in 2013, the 2005 post, which was written by the lady that drew Daria, the cartoon, a comic.
Yeah.
She claimed, "Oh, I just made it up and all this shit."
Oh
But
my god.
the original page that Douglas and I found back when he first was bringing this up years ago.
Yeah.
I had downloaded the page myself.
Yes.
And I probably still have it on one of my old computers. But the original story was that there were these this group of people in ancient Egypt, and they were hit by this lightning storm or some kind of event.
They were under the shadow of a bypassing comet. A comet caught them in its comet tail. The comet passed so close to Earth that the comet tail's particles, the particulate matter, enveloped them, and that it go on. Take it from there.
Yeah,
and they stared. They all stared at it. And yes.
Yeah,
right?
and like basically, it was something along the lines of like the priests had predicted in this event, and they told. Basically they told people not to look, and the people that looked all ended up coming out completely white with purple eyes, and it carried through their genetics.
Yes.
Permanently.
Yes.
And some say it was a curse, and of course later on in history, the reason why they were wiped out is because the eyes were, what I was conjecturing was it became like
Well,
something
I
out of, like,
explained the fact that people thought you could gain immortality by eating those purple
by eating
eyes.
the eyes. By eating the eyes.
So,
Yeah,
and
thank
that, by
you.
the way, is the source for the taking someone's power. Explain that from Naruto. Explain that from the Naruto
Right.
perspective.
So in the Naruto universe, quote unquote, in their storyline of this manga / anime, there's a certain bloodline family that can trace their lineage back to the original user of these special eyes called like the Sharingan, and the only way they can get the ultimate power up in that family lineage is they have to kill their sibling with the eyes, and then consume them or somehow merge their eyes with their siblings' eyes, and then they gain the unobtainable eye, the eye that never goes blind, so they can fully unlock their powers. So that was obviously inspired by something historical that's in the genetic memory of all of us, you know.
Yes.
And-
Well,
and-
they practically show it, but then they don't show it. It's almost like passing their hand over someone's eyes, and then but what
It's
they
implied. Like,
yeah,
if you
they
read the
imply
manga,
that they've
it's
taken their
implied.
eyes and eaten them. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And,
But they never reveal it because it would be too, gross, right? But basically, it just.
well, they're trying to keep it at a certain age-rated level. If they had released it as an adult animated feature, they wouldn't give a shit. They just show them digging in and grabbing the guy's eyeballs out and eating them raw is what they would show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
but-
they still show like them like pulling the eyeballs out, but it's never stated. Like in the whole fandom, it's never stated how they get the power up. It's just like, and then like stupid theories come up, like fan fictions. They say, "Oh, well, there's still 2 sets of eyes." It's like, nah, dude, he ate them.
Thank you. Yes.
Because like the extra eyes never show up in the storyline. It's like,
Yes. Thank you. That's there we have that. So I'm going to do a screen share and
how do they allow?
yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Go
Those
on
you met
first.
this person, but how does this lady? How does she maintain her safety and not get dragged into these kind of like things? Like she just has enough public, like maybe she's from a rich family or somehow she's protected. Or
My impression
'cause
was
what you were saying. What
Go
you
on.
were saying is that
yeah.
that Q was like looking for these people because he was hoping to
Yes.
gain immortality, like some Voldemort level shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Quite so. And so your question is very well taken. And let me see if I can find just a little bit of the original thing that I wrote here. Let's see, because I had some Japanese guy begging me for her name. And this was a long time ago. He said, please, could you give me her name? And so then I gave him her name.
She's on Instagram now.
She was before she was kind of just you could only find her here and there on the internet because she was doing she was doing modeling and
She's a model,
but my impression was she maintained herself safe by marrying a rich Jew is basically, and so then that the rich Jew just enclaves her. So if you can see the screens, when I scroll down, we'll find her. And but there she is, right there, where I used her on this episode for where Marina Sarin was visiting us, and I didn't have Marina Sarin photographs, so I used this young lady. She should come up in a moment here. It takes a while because my computer is so slow. My internet is just agonizingly slow, and it just takes forever for. It's a combination of the computer and the internet, and so and then we got this shit. This Copilot keeps coming up, and so it'll take a while for that to focus.
Oh, I see. Well, I see it.
Yeah, well, it'll take a while for it to focus, but it's the Sunday, February 12th, 2023.
You straight up have the shot of Haukenkreuz. Like, I'm surprised they didn't nuke this one.
So it'll go into focus in a minute. There we are. See, now it's in focus. So I'll make the picture larger if I can. There we are.
And her eyes are like purple. This is not like CGI.
Yeah, no, it's
touch-ups.
I met her face to face.
Violet. That's why I was saying violet.
Yeah, and
special shade of.
I never had the temerity to ask her out or anything because I always had the feeling she was very vulnerable. and that she was very just generally cautious. So the picture should get larger, full screen now. So there we are. So here's full screen of her. And so I've used her more than once, and but this is how she looks. And so the reason I could use this is I took this photograph. So I took this photograph of her, and like I said, I used to ride with her to City College on the BART in San Francisco. But she definitely was very protective of herself. She was very she understood that the world was a dangerous place, and but like I said, my impression was that and I never, I don't have the resources to follow up on it. I can't hire a private detective, but at some point, of course, if I had available resources, I'd follow up on her. But my understanding was that yeah, she found some rich Jewish guy who basically enclaved her in kind of like a castle type estate in California. But other than that, let me see. I think I have another photograph of her that I integrated into one of my banners for one of the programs during the Marina Saren time, because I never got a photograph from Marina Saren at the time, and I didn't really think that I didn't know if she. The point was, I couldn't count on Marina Saren to show up anyway, so it wasn't like really. Shall I say, all that keen on necessarily promoting her, because the problem is with half of these people, you can't get anything done. They just don't. The majority of people just don't show up. I mean, it's just the way it is. Right. Yeah, it's really kind of frustrating.
Yeah, what is up with that? Like with Crystal and all these people?
Yeah, here we are. The other photograph of her, and then one more down here. It wasn't that I didn't have, shall we say, I had some exposure to her and interacted with her a bit, but like I said, she was very quiet. She was very, of course, she was extremely sensitive to the sun and light, and would tend to keep sunglasses on. But she definitely, this is something I probably shouldn't share, but what little she shared with me was that she was essentially descended from, her mother was a product of the Lebensborn project, the German breeding project. So that was where her sperm came
perhaps
in.
Were they? Oh, okay.
Well, what I think happened was that in the Lebensborn project, the children belonged to the state, and the people who were involved with that. Here, it's focused now. You can see that. You can see the eyes. What my understanding happened, and she alluded to it, was that in the Lebensborn project that her mother had been a part of, that they would often have sperm donated from the Nazi high command. And her mother received sperm from Adolf Hitler. Or Adolf Hitler came into the Lebensborn community and personally had sex with her mother, and that's how she had the eyes from Hitler himself. And so that meant that she and I were relatives, which was another reason I never pursued her sexually. Do you understand?
Yes, I do, Douglas. Thank you. Thank
you. And in other words, this young lady is essentially a half-sister. But, in America, she felt that she could get protection.
Or like a cousin or something?
It'd be something like that. I mean, what would you call it? I mean, if Hitler's the same father, she's like, if he's my father biologically and her father biologically, or
Definitely
grandfather. Yeah, it'd be more like a half-sister. But you're right, he would be more like her grandfather. Be kind of like, I guess, cousin or niece, nephew, something like that.
But I get it, like it's still too close.
It's just it didn't feel moral. But what was sad was that she said that she all her life, the one thing that the Jews wanted her bad. Every Jewish guy in the world would give her anything. So she did speak of getting offers from very wealthy Jews just on a daily basis, who would just offer her, I'll make you wealthy beyond your wildest dreams if you marry me, because of course, this is what they lusted after. But here, I think, is probably the best photo that I've ever taken of her, and it certainly is demonstrates her. Once the focus kicks in, it demonstrates her at her finest, I feel, and.
You really went wild with these banners, and like I don't remember them being this. We're gonna have to take screenshots of some of these.
Yeah, it's
Excuse me, Douglas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes,
I do
George.
apologise, Douglas. Could I please, disembark now? I do apologise.
Oh,
I
I'm
have
so
to move on.
thank you.
So thank you so much for having me on, and we'll try again this Sunday. It's transmission to be on with you for much longer, but I'll let you know beforehand if anything comes up about that. So yes, thank you so much for having me on, and please support Douglas. And it's been wonderful chatting to everyone.
Yeah.
Have a good one, George.
Yeah, thank you, George. Thank you so much for joining us. We all love you dearly. Stay safe and be well, okay? And share our love with Sarah. And
I
of
will
course,
do. Thank you so much, Douglas.
And Everly, of course. Bye for now.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Take care. Okay, and
Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't Christine Joan Hart part of that particular breeding program as well? How did you pronounce it?
Lebensborn. Lebens means life. Lebens, and born, just like born, somebody being born. Born. Lebensborn.
Right.
So fountains of life. So when it comes to the individual who truly was a product of that was the blonde girl in ABBA. The ABBA group, do you remember ABBA, the singing group? The blonde girl who was in that group was a direct product of Lebensborn. And she's had to maintain privacy all of her life because of constant death threats. But when it came to this young lady, she wasn't that famous, and her modeling was pretty subdued. If she's got did you say she was on TikTok or Instagram now? I don't know why this picture's not kicking into focus. Maybe I have to.
Well, it's called X. It's called X.
Oh, that shit. Yeah. So what is she saying on there? Yeah, what's she saying on there?
It's just like a modeling profile. Maybe like just her headshots and stuff.
Okay. And
she's not like actively like putting political stances or anything.
Oh, of course.
It's like a business profile. Whoever's managing her and stuff.
Yeah. And I don't know why this one isn't kicking into focus, but
I'm honestly surprised she's not more famous. It's like deliberately kept.
It's the fucking Jews. It's they want to keep her completely. Whoever married her is either keeping her there. Finally kicked into focus. They're either keeping her completely enclosed, like what you call a kept woman, just closed for themselves with specific modeling sessions only for other Jews or something like that. Other than that, I heard just a noise now, like we had some kind of thing go off. So let me check the status of our make certain everything's still on. Okay, let me make certain that we check back in the studio. Let me check the live stream here, make certain that's still connected. Excellent connection. Cultivated Image says, thank you, Douglas. Glad to be listening. Massive ice storm this past weekend. Lost power from Sunday night to Tuesday night. Thank you. And glad we're maintaining numbers otherwise. But what was the thing that came to my mind most about her in terms of the situation with the modeling? The question is, why don't people know about her? Why is she not famous? And it really does come down to Jewish suppression, their control of the media. They want to make certain nobody knows about her, and yet she probably got cloistered. Cloistered is the word that I'm looking for. So she's cloistered into their community where probably they're only taking modeling sessions of her amongst each other and sharing the photography among themselves. And then if they were to let the secret out, of course, that Hitler's granddaughter is loose in the world, that would be something that would be detrimental to their purposes. So they just maintain her in this kind of safekeeping in the most negative sense, I would say, just to suppress her and probably try and downbreed her in some regard. But other than that, I'm not her keeper, so I might follow up some other point in life. He was just one of those things. These kinds of tragedies are just constant in the world.
Did I miss something? It said call failed.
That's what I kept hearing. That is so weird. Let's stop the screen share. Let's go back into the call. And I noticed that. That's the noise I kept hearing, was the call failed. So we'll check into that. If everybody can hear us,
Yeah.
let us
It
know.
did cut out for a quick second.
That wouldn't surprise me. Well, considering the subject that we're talking about, then it's I'd be surprised that we're still on at all. So let us know that where we're at, and I'm gonna see now. Of course, the name that I knew her by might have been the same, or it might have been slightly different. It's been so many years since I've seen her name, so her name may well have been changed. But definitely the same person, because I gave her original name to that Japanese guy who was begging me for it, but I'd have to look for it. So other than that,
It's like the names, like to 90% of people, it would appear Russian, but it definitely doesn't seem like a normal name to me.
no,
It's like a pseudonym. Like
yeah,
a model name.
yeah, definitely,
And Kuma means bear in Japanese.
yeah.
I don't know if that's a fact or not.
Strange name.
Yeah, it's something going on with that, and
I posted a link to a Twitter channel if you want to see that whenever you want.
okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
It's like what happened is after X, whatever dude took over, after a while it's like I used to be able to access Twitter without an account,
yeah.
and now you can't. You have
No,
to
that's
sign
quite
up
true.
for it.
That's quite true. Yeah, that's
It's
right.
like, I don't really want to sign up for it, 'cause then I'll get stuck.
No,
looking at shit.
you don't want to sign up for that shit. You know, what's her name? Brooke Gibson. She said that she's been trying to get out of Twitter, and they won't let her leave. They won't let her leave, and so you get stuck in there and you can't get out. It's and they're all assholes anyway.
It's not hard to get your account terminated. You just post a lot of very insulting certain slurs and boom, you're off.
Well, not anymore. Not with Elon running it.
Well, I had
he's
my
like
account
he's like
terminated a
reviving.
while ago. Yeah.
Yours is probably back up because he just is like that.
Oh, it was gone for good because I was given multiple warning suspensions, and then they just hammered it, so I had to make a new account.
This was after it was X, or
Yeah, during X, yeah.
holy shit!
You're not allowed to say.
I can
certain
only
things.
imagine what you were
I can't-
saying.
Yeah, I can't say it on air.
No, I know what you were saying.
Thank you. Yes. Oh my God, that's all we fucking
being
need.
facetious.
Just imagine it, yeah. But yeah.
I was
I was going all guns blazing on them.
Yeah,
That's
I've seen the memes you've sent.
Yeah.
and
But yeah,
go on.
yeah, no, that's fascinating that you even interacted with someone like the only other person that's like on the surface that has Alexander's Genesis. You know?
So the from what I I remember her name is June Johnson.
JJ.
That's
Right.
how I remember her name, June Johnson.
Why did they Russianize her then? Probably to keep her safe.
Because of fucking Jews.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go with that. I mean, that's
Eastern European, Ashkenazis.
yeah. Just a bunch of Ashkenazi swine. It's just like what do you fucking expect? That's it's so at any rate, yeah, of course June Johnson itself was obviously probably just Americanized to keep her safe from her original German name. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so it was that's There might have been other names as well that I can think of, but it's yeah. I just feel, how do I say it? Just you brought back memories with that I haven't thought of in a while. So all such being said, go back down and screenshot some of those, or I can try and provide you the original photographs that don't have the text on them. And we can go from there. Let's see what else to say. Greets from D-Land, Billy Carson, and welcome, Billy Carson. Cultivated Image says we're sounding fine. Good, thank you so much. And okay, so, all such being said, so did everybody catch my message inside of the, I left a message inside to check about, okay, here we are. Let me see, okay, there we are. Ooh, so seems like a legit channel, but he has a video dub, Strange Universe with guest Dr. Michael Aquino. That's Sean David Morton. That's it, yeah. Sean David Morton and Michael Aquino. Thank you for tracing that down for me. Let me take a look at this.
What are you guys saying?
I was asking about somebody in the chat who was saying, "How much money have you raised?" And it's like, you know,
of course it's a coldest, yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, there you go. And so I'm going over there now, 19 subscribers. And yeah, it seems like a legit channel, but there you go. Strange Universe with guest Dr. Michael Aquino, of course. And that's with Sean David Morton. So there you go. It's occultist. And you can see they're occultists. Like, here we are. Do a screen share here. And here we are. Go to his channel and look at this shit. See, look at that crap. That's like... cultic shit right there. That's like you know,
the whole format, you could just tell immediately.
It's like yeah, of course Nibiru has been here and shit. Yeah, that's
and they've always got to pervert like the Vedic.
Of course, they always got to pervert that, you know. And of course, you know, the chick's got to have a black cat, and it's just like a fetish object to them. And of course, you know, whatever can look weird as hell in terms of, this is probably some indigenous, you know, sort of thing that they just
Jinn, they like working with jinn and shit.
And so glass harmonica stuff, so they can try and summon as many spirits as they can. You know, all this shit, clown nose, you know, Hollywood headshots. Yes. Okay, so there we go. And this shit, see, eyeballs behind the mouth, DARPA. Yeah, just like Nemo said. Yeah, it's MK Ultra shit. This is stuff that when they Clockwork Orange you see these images.
If you go to popular, their most popular thing is the Q interview. 2,000 views.
Oh so, God, yeah, that figures. Yes, there you go. Why would people go to this offbeat channel to watch that? I mean, you'd think that'd be available elsewhere. I mean, the person's got 19 subscribers, 19 videos, and yet over 2,500 people have come here to watch this shit.
Yeah.
That alone is bizarre. Joined January 31st, 2007. So we've got occultists watching us. You know, who else would care about how much money's coming in? No normal person would ask that question.
It's a strange question.
Well, it's a troll question. And,
want me to block him?
You might as well he's not saying anything that bothers me. I might block him later if I feel like it, but so far he's harmless. Yeah, if he starts saying anything at all that's just weird, just knock him off. Yeah, block him. Yes. And so glad you checked into that. Thank you so much. And so such being said, let's see if Amy's still with us. There we are. And of course, Amy, how are we? Did you fall asleep yet? I don't blame you if you did.
I'm gonna. My sweets, I have to go to bed.
I love you.
I have to find my way to sleep.
Yes.
I can't even open one of my eyes. I keep trying to open it, and it's like it's stuck.
I'll join you in the dreamlands.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for having me on.
It's an honor.
I can't do it.
We love you. Yes. Tell
love you
Amy how much
too.
you love
Okay.
her. Everybody say it. Yeah. We love you.
We
Yeah.
appreciate how much you share and come on the show.
Yeah.
Much respect.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yes.
Take
Have
care.
a good sleep.
I'm here for the fake boobs.
You can buy me some fake boobs. Get your pocket together. Fucking raise some money. Get your pocketbook together.
Yes.
Buy me some fake boobs.
I'll do that, honey.
Run off with somebody who appreciates my fake boobs. Silly. You're so silly. All right,
Yes.
take care.
Take care.
Like,
Bye for now. Okay. That's the lovely Amy Como in Vermont. Yes, where they've got faucets attached to all the trees out in back so they can make birch beer someday. When it stops snowing, perhaps.
oh, it snows a lot over there.
Oh God, I would die. It's just, why would anyone even want to live there? I can't even imagine. It's I think it's hell on earth. It's like, but
Well, I say that.
yeah.
I say the same for where I'm living. Because it gets real hot. Hot as hell.
I get it. I get it. But I
You'd
prefer.
probably like it though. Yeah,
Yes.
'cause you can't stand the cold. We should trade places.
Yes. That would be nice. And
Because I prefer the cold
yes.
over heat.
Well, maybe you think you do, but I mean, have you ever? You haven't traveled much. Have you ever been to a place where it really snowed? Have you ever seen snow? Touched snow?
No, not in snow, but it does get very cold in winter. It gets very hot in summer and very cold in winter over here.
Okay, there you go.
But
Yeah.
not in snow, but yeah, I could handle it because I just wear long pants and a jacket.
Whoa! Believe me, snow's horrible. Snow is horrible. It's like
Yeah.
It's fun to visit, and then but after 2 days,
You probably wouldn't want to live in it. Yeah.
no, it sucks. I've lived up in Lake Tahoe before.
What
I had
was
some
it?
friends that lived up there.
Tell people
And
it's like shoveling, right? Tell people about this. It's awful.
Oh, it's like, yeah, you gotta shovel your way out. We couldn't even drive the car for weeks at a time, and then you go outside and you slip and fall because everything's iced over. Like, so, like, especially when it's like early winter or late winter, it's like it melts a little bit during the daytime, and then at night it freezes into this like glassy layer. So you're falling all the time, almost breaking your neck. Like any kind of wooden deck or any kind of steps, you're just like, you basically get cooked every time. You have to like, like scrape all that ice off. It's horrible. It's really not.
You got to
fun.
be of like Finnish bloodline to be able to tolerate that because I've seen people in Finland where they just go skinny dipping in the fucking snow in the icy water and it's like nothing to them.
Like Wim Hof.
Yeah, it's just
kind of stuff.
whatever.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, it's possible, but once you do it long term, you won't like it.
yeah, and not only that,
Like I like the cold. Like I could survive in it, but it's more about the discomfort than the actual temperature. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like everything to do with the snow is just extra work.
yes.
And like one time they left the window open in the bathroom and it was like -20 overnight, and the toilet shattered. So we didn't have a toilet for like 2 days.
Right, because the toilet is porcelain, and the porcelain. This is like, who is
yeah,
the
it's frozen,
idiot?
yeah.
Who is the idiot who did that? I hope you killed
Some
them.
Stupid piece of shit. Yeah.
I hope you fucking killed them. I mean, that's like
We almost did. Yeah.
good. I mean, that's
Shouldn't
We had to
toilets
dry-
be
I
made
think
out
we-
of... Sorry. Yeah. I was just saying, in the snowy regions, all toilets should be made out of steel or something.
well, yeah. Then
Then-
your
then
then
it
your
would break the
ass would be
pipe.
stuck to it. You know.
Oh,
yeah,
you'd have to have a special
Yeah.
toilet seat, though, yeah.
Well, normally it doesn't just shatter unless you leave the window open all night. Like
Right.
some
Right.
fool.
Like some asshole fool, right? Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
It's and imagine walking into that room. Imagine walking into that room and so it was
Oh yeah, I was the one who found it. I like tried to use the bathroom in the morning and I was
Oh.
just like screaming. I was
Gotta
like, "What the
piss.
fuck?"
yeah, oh God. I'm left without words.
Because basically, if someone sat on it, like it could have like fucked us up. Like,
Yeah,
'cause
yeah.
Yeah.
like shards of porcelain.
Yeah, no, yeah.
You know?
It's like there was this one horror photograph that I saw, and I'm no Jameson Reese. You know, for those of you who don't know, Jambo the Reese Monkey, and testify
He
with
would,
me.
like, eat breakfast to that shit.
Yeah, yes. This fucker would jack off to Gorno, and he would cruise for, you know, all kinds of violent injuries and shit. This is something I'm not into. I've seen enough horror in my life. But
He would try to show us too, like check
Yeah.
out this guy with his face melted off. And
yes,
shit.
yes. He would constantly try to share this and this insanity. And but at some point across the internet, I can't remember how I ran across it. But it was a photograph of an injury that this overweight woman, she was some overweight middle-aged woman, had suffered because this fool, she had, there was she's in a bathroom. The toilet is beneath a window that is, these bathrooms are made with that in mind. The window was like way above the toilet. So if you're sitting on the toilet, no one can see you unless somebody knew the location of the bathroom and went to that window, either with a ladder, or if it were in the more of the basement where they have that kind of window in the basement, you know, where you get the light from outside. And have you ever been in a basement room where there's this little window that's kind of like that? It was one of those types of windows where it's way above near the ceiling, so that it would take somebody either with a ladder or knowing that you were shitting in the basement, and they'd have to crawl to that window and look in. But she was paranoid enough that someone would look in at her. And again, we're talking about an overweight middle-aged woman. She's not morbidly obese, but fat enough. It's like not even something that someone would want to look at. And yeah, so, but she stood up, she put down the toilet lid, stood up on it to make certain the window was shuttered. And that's when the toilet thing, because of her weight, the toilet seat and the lid went, you know, two different directions because of her feet braced on it. And then she fell, of course, on the toilet, and it shattered, and the porcelain cut this big jag into her thigh and ass that just split open. If you've ever seen a gutted whale, just like you know, to the bone, and it's like you dumb. It's like, just fucking take a shitter up piss. If someone's gonna get off on looking at you, so what? It's like, Jesus Christ, you're just there to do your business. Get out. It's like if somebody took some photos of you doing that, it's like it reflects more poorly on.
Get a step stool or something. Shit.
What's that?
Get a step stool, just like, or something. Who stands on a toilet?
Well, that's because the toilet was the most available, closest thing. You could understand why she did that, but it's not really.
I get it. Like, I've done it, but it's like, people that size should be aware of their situation. Right?
Yeah. Well, that's a combination of some. It's a combination of several things. One of them is it's self-indulgent. No one wants to look at you. That's
with like 99% of the people that are like afraid of peeping toms and shit.
Yes, it's so true. Well, it's all these people who say that when you look at the TV screen, it's looking back at you. They're watching you. What? Why would anyone want to see you sitting down?
They cover their webcams and shit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, can you imagine if you could see into the average person's room watching television and it's some idiot
You're disgusting
eating Fritos.
Eating Fritos and jacking off. Ew.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, no one wants to see you, people.
But like you said, people have this idea like, oh, they want to see me. It's like, no, they don't.
Yes, that's what you know. This stupid idiot. He was Romanian. He was on Facebook, and it was like, you know, I don't want this surveillance state, and, you know, I don't want some bureaucrat watching me taking a crap. And it's like, what bureaucrat on earth would want to watch you taking a crap, you dumb son of a bitch? This is like all these people are nuts. They really think highly of themselves. So and then this woman, and then, like you said, the weight. How can you not be cognizant of what could happen. But anyhow, so there you go with that. But she paid the price, and
Did she die, or is she just like named?
no, she's just like they just stitch it up. She's gonna look like what would you call it? Those dolls that are stuffed. Like it's kind of like the one they made of. Who is that? Nightmare Before Christmas. Who's the pumpkin head? Nightmare Before Christmas.
There's like Sally is the one with the stitches.
Well, yeah, but the man they made a doll of him. Yeah, skeleton. They made a skeleton doll that my sister said was really valuable. Oh, you should collect that. It's a collector's item. I said, what? It's a skeleton, and you open up its belly and all the spiders come out. And I said, why would I want that? It's a collector's item. And it's like, so she'd be like that Jack Skellington doll because they made it look all stitched up at the belly, except that would be on her ass. It'd be on her ass and her, she wasn't attractive before.
Horrible. That's horrible.
Yeah, there you go. Yes. It's like Amy Como said. That's what we're here for. The visuals. Yeah, and
that's not it. I don't even know why I'm here. Why am I here?
You're here because the enemy said that you're that they're gonna just make your life miserable, and so you're here to make their lives miserable. There we are, and
Check chat.
yeah, and I'm checking the chat, and
I mean, it's like how much worse can they make it? I mean, it's like it was already bad.
Oh my God! This individual has sent money before. If this is the same individual, they're coming in as a different. They're coming in as a different person. So thanks to them, we're getting.
Are they pissed? They sent you money.
Okay. Yeah, they sent money. They sent contributions. $20 from one, 30 from another. KP, who has sent money before, said, "Mighty DDD, keep on trucking." KP, 30 United States dollars. Let me see if this individual wants anonymity. They have not asked for anonymity, so Zahir Glass sent 20 United States dollars. Doesn't sound like somebody who would be a Satanist because Zahir Glass sounds fairly Muslim, but Glass is odd. But says, support. Thank you for
Glass
sharing on
like
YouTube.
A Jewish name, isn't it?
Yes, probably. Yeah, it is. Probably just as pissed as I am about the albino being taken. So, aside from that, Heather Holman. Oh my God.
She's still sending you cash?
Heather Holman sent me 240 United States dollars.
Dang.
That might be her channel. Oh my God. That might be Heather Holman's channel. That would make sense.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh my God, Heather.
She's got that Q money.
Well, let's. Oh my God, let's not be too cruel.
I should be nice.
Oh my God.
To be fair, I haven't sent Douglas money in a long time. So. Any help is appreciated.
But we all know Brendan Zogit's barely making it day to day with that. Yeah. Brendan Zogit's barely got anything to eat. Okay, so we understand that.
I'm literally cracking open nuts in an empty warehouse.
Yes. While I was talking about Trappist Nicholson getting raped butt-fucked by his dad. Yes, that's right. Yes, poor guy gave those pistachios that perilous taste. Yes.
Why do you have to bring that up again?
I'm sorry. Oh,
it's just funny.
Yeah.
I barely forgot.
Bruschetta.
The bruschetta. Yeah, I took your advice and I just ate it again, and I was like, I'm just gonna have to live with this. It's just like, fuck it. What am I gonna do?
Tell people the bruschetta situation.
Yeah, so Doug's amazing explanation of eating human flesh was, it tastes like artichoke bruschetta. And then now when I taste it, it's like, I don't know, there's something about like the boiled artichokes, it has this like metallic taste, and that's almost exactly what human flesh would taste like. I can imagine it, and that's fucking disgusting. And I'm vegetarian, so it's even worse. It's like,
that's right.
Like, I don't even want to know, but like you said, I just I add a little salt to it and spice it up a little, and it's doable.
Okay,
but
you don't need it on its own, do you?
No, that's especially gross. It's like brains. Or what did you call it? What was the English
Ganglia.
translation?
Ganglia.
Paste. Yeah.
Yes, ganglia paste.
Yeah, that's so just. That's sick, man.
Just so people understand, this was given to me without my knowledge of what it was. Okay? So...
You took... Never mind. You took it from the most sus person possible.
Yeah, Aquino.
I mean,
Aquino said, "You hungry, dog? Yeah. Yeah, after a hard day's
here,
work.
Try this.
Yeah, try this. Yeah.
How many snacks did he give you?
Not many. Not like,
Right.
take
So,
me.
there you go.
Yes.
And you're supposedly got the bumped up IQ. It's like,
So okay, I'm gonna share screen, and now for those of you who do not know, Heather Holman is a young lady who fell hard for me, and I wanted her to have her own life, and said, "Honey, you've got to, I just don't want you pining for me, so I want you away for your own good." And so then what happened was she ran to the person she thought could change that situation, and that was Michael Aquino. Now, Michael Aquino himself claimed he would never have survived his intestinal cancer without Heather Holman as his care provider. So she became his care provider. Now, there's several cross-references for this. Christine Joanna Hart was told this personally by Michael Aquino. Christine Joanna Hart, by the way, feels that she was involved with the SS in a past life. That's what you're thinking about, Nemo.
No, because I was just listening to one of your old interviews, and you mentioned that.
She might have been a product. She might have been a product of the Lebensborn. That's correct.
Yeah,
that's correct. She may have been. We don't know that though. We don't know that.
Right.
But she may well have been. That would make sense. The and then what happened was there was that cross reference. The other cross reference was the young lady I knew. I can't remember her name, but she lived in Oakland, California, I believe, and she was in this contemplative state where she fell into this meditative state where she's totally spaced out, kind of like when you're watching laundry, spin cycle and shit. And she swears during that moment, Michael Aquino walked into her room. Now, I know so many people who have said this, that this happens to people when they just wake up and they haven't yet begun to have a single thought form in their head. This is in the old days. That's when they would receive phone calls from dead relatives. There was a book written on the subject called Phone Calls from the Dead. You enter this kind of alpha state or some kind of certain state, and you can experience things. And in her case, like many other people who testified about this to me, she saw Michael Aquino wander into her room, and he had hiding behind him this girl that she described, who fit the physical description of Heather Holman perfectly. So he was teaching her to astral travel with him. And there's more to that story, but I can get into it later. But here's what she writes. "I, having fallen from a high state of grace, at a pendulous rate of the most perilous pace, oftentimes fail to remember the case, that I've come to this place, from somewhere in space. Another fine thought, my memory forgot, is the knowledge I've sought, can never be taught, and not even bought. Now nothing is basically, what have I got? While you are still on the same earthly plane, I'll reside, my enchanted illusions become bona fide, when I just keep on living, but to you I have died. All I remember is how hard I tried. When I return to the heavenly estate, that's existence remains a most heated debate, where nobody but you can quite claim to relate. For that day I wait, I don't have a mind that controls all my thought. The price you are asking isn't really a lot. Always and forever, the person I'm not." Of course, tears from my eyes. That's, Heather, what do we do? Her daughter was taken from her by the state. She it's like
this was sent just now.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry.
I just said that's cool.
Yes, yes. Well, we pray for you, Heather, of course. And I don't mean that in any way that's dismissive or what's the word that I'm seeking? Trite. I don't mean that to sound trite.
Best wishes towards her.
Yes, and certainly I don't feel that she's an evil person, and certainly I think that she of course was born to a Freemasonic family, and her photographs of her parents, you remember this, Brendan, I described them. They were all dressed in that Egyptian garb with bare feet on the ground, yet wearing goggles as if they were going to watch the Trinity explosion, because they were dealing with crystals and high intensity lasers that they were trying to use the crystals to generate. This was Freemasonic alchemical shit. So they needed their feet to be bare, to be on the ground, to be in touch with the earth resonance, and yet they're wearing the heavy goggles for the light that was produced from the light amplification of the crystals they were using to try and create lasers in the ancient Egyptian alchemical sense. And they were dressed in that Egyptian garb, what some people would call Cleopatra headgear. Her father was one of these types of Freemasons, and as a child she would sometimes wake up, probably from having been narcotized. She'd wake up in a coffin in the middle of a funeral home for whatever rituals they had performed with her. With that kind of background, it's just, you can imagine, she had a hard start in life, period, so it didn't get any easier.
Yeah, I don't. It's shocking.
Yeah. And but notice the you can feel the resonance of sympathy. I think we all feel for her, as opposed to someone like Trampus Nicholson. There's so Heather Holman has led a tragic life, and oh my God. So what shall I do from this point forward? Maybe we should try and invite her onto the show every once in a while. What scares me to death, however, is every once in a while she'd go into an altar. So it's that could happen, and but you
So what she talked in?
Yeah,
he's taking care of her, right?
Yeah. It's
basically he's dead.
Yeah, he's taken care of, all right. Yes, I sent it. So that's Heather. Oh my God. Well, let's okay. Heather Holman. Fuck, did I just say Holman? I'm left speechless. Okay, so help me out here, guys. Do me a favor. I'm going to send her a little message. I'll concentrate on that, and then I'm going to take a very short break after that. But Heather Holman.
You made your rent money.
Yes, I did. Yes, of course. Your point being, thanks to Heather Holman, yes.
You can quit early. Joking, of course.
Yes, understood. No, I'll go into monologues.
I just meant you can go take a line or something. But
yeah, you don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. I'm tempted to start drinking. Okay, so how do I say this? So just do me a favor, gentlemen. Talk about something while I try and say something to her that will have something meaningful behind it.
Shame that Russian, well, not Russian, just a chick with the Russian name, Nastya.
Yeah.
Kumarova, she couldn't have married a nice European Gentile individual.
Yeah, I saw that you said that.
Nice person from Europe.
Yeah.
She reminds me of an older, more pale Heather O'Rourke. When I see her face with that long hair, it's like, God damn.
Interesting. Yeah.
And Heather O'Rourke looked very, Germanic Aryan type. And Steven Spielberg.
Model?
No, she was a little blonde-haired child actor from that late 80s movie Poltergeist or whatever it was called.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay. Got it.
And
Yeah.
she was scouted by fucking Steven Spielberg.
Oh, of course.
That creep. He saw her with her mother, I think at a mall or whatever. He's like, oh, I gotta get her. I gotta have her in my fucking movie. Like,
Yeah, of course. They're all shady. Man.
yeah, blonde
Those
hair,
Hollywood people.
Aaron, yeah. Well, you know what he is, but yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking, and there's images of Heather O'Rourke sitting on Steven Spielberg's lap and Henry Winkler's
Yeah, of
lap,
course.
the cunt that played Fozzie.
Yeah.
And they just got her sitting directly on the lap like she's their fucking daughter or whatever, but she's not. It's so creepy.
Yeah.
And I don't know
Yeah.
why Henry Winkler was taking photos with her. Was he in a movie or show with her? Was he in Poltergeist? I've never saw the movie. I just saw clips of it.
No, I don't believe so, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, and he's
But
a
in that original
Yes.
Poltergeist film, they actually used like real skeletons.
All
So
right.
they had those two actresses, her and her mother, like literally swimming in a pool with real skeletons, and the prop department didn't tell anyone until after the fact, and that whole set was haunted as fuck, like apparently,
Yeah, that's creepy.
because they were using like literally like cursed items basically,
Right.
which is bonkers to me.
Yeah, and fucking not long after that movie, she ended up dying. And from the autopsy, it showed that her intestines were destroyed, and her rectum was blown out. So there's a lot of suspicion. People strongly think that Steven Spielberg, Henry Winkler, and these other diabolic, brutally sodomized her during the making and after the making of the movie.
Yeah, all that is
When
true.
you look at,
all that's
She
true,
died
by the
that
way.
young? She
Yeah.
died that young?
Yeah, it was horrific. And as our man Nemo is explaining, it is pretty much what people suspect. So gonna take a short break. I've just said to Heather, my heart's pierced by your grace, my darling. Please relay myself a Skype contact request at Douglas Dietrich 1, and let's see. She used to come on air every once in a while. It shouldn't hurt to guest her again. After all, she's been through a lot, and it wouldn't hurt just to have her visit. And if she sends me something and I miss it, then I'll let her know. Send it in about 15 or 20 minutes, Heather. Let me take my break. I don't want to miss the notification. I'll be back, of course, much sooner than 15 or 20 minutes, but I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. You can
My
send
phone
it
is
after that.
running out of time.
Oh, God. So I'll just take a few minute break. You can last for perhaps a few more minutes with Nemo, right?
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
It's getting low.
Okay, if
Yeah,
he dies off, Nemo, you can handle this. You can start talking.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that was Nemo. I thought it was he sent a photograph or a link. Okay. All right. So there we go. The poor dear who died. Okay. I'm going to be back. Let me go mute.
Yeah. Wait, Douglas, before you go, that set had real skeletons on it, apparently. I
heard you say that. No. It's
I think
these
you were the
people.
one that told me that.
Yeah. Just I want people to know that with all of these horror films, whether it's The Exorcist or The Omen or what else comes to mind? The Devil's Reign is another example. Along with Poltergeist. Any of these horror films, the reality is that everybody who participates is impacted in this incredibly negative way. Ernest Borgnine, who participated in the film The Devil's Reign with William Shatner, I think. Yes, William Shatner and a number of John Travolta. Ernest Borgnine said after that film, that he was so traumatized by all the negative things that happened on set that he was never going to make a horror film ever again. But pretty much everyone involved in these kinds of films says that. The story behind all of them, if you take a look in the making of these films, it's always just full of people dying, horrible effects on the people's lives after their involvement. It's because you're dealing with forces that are just going to respond to and the problem is they do things like what you described, and they wind up just drawing in negative forces. That was something that Nemo said earlier, that Daniel Rollo will find out when he dies the impact of how he's hurt other people all his life for the gleeful, gratuitous sadism. I said, one can hope, but the reality is, people judge themselves. They judge themselves not in any moral sense, because everyone would let themselves off the hook, but they judge themselves in the sense that whatever vibe they're in when they die, they're just gonna be surrounded by that kind of vibration. That's what Daniel Arola is destined for. His whole life is completely phony. The whole thing about a warrior never gets angry, and of course then he tries to provoke people into getting angry, and then he gets all smug. The very term he uses on his channel, I'm smugly watching you all suffer. He says that on his channel. It's like his mission statement. It's he's gonna go into this space where he's going to be surrounded by this kind of personality type. Other people like him, and all they've got to do is just torment each other with their stupidity. That's almost certainly what's going to happen, because that's what people do. You do wind up at your vibratory level, and it's a combination of the mood you're in, the position you're in when you die, plus an aggregate
What
of...
about his alignment with the chaos forces? When you start serving...
What everyone who does that, what they're hoping for is nullity. What they're hoping for is complete, total disintegration. They're hoping for nothing.
Get sucked in. Yeah, get sucked in that big black hole to get wiped out.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping for. And whether that works or not for them, take a look at Aquino. He's still very earthbound.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, doesn't work.
Yeah. Aquino's very earthbound. He's still bound to earth very strongly.
Well, isn't that why he did that ritual? Because he knew he was going to succumb to that fate, so he wanted to postpone the inevitable.
Yes, quite true. And that's why he's still so influential, and people are acting like he's still around. Peter had to explain to one lady that Aquino was dead, and of course this is constant. A lot of people don't know he's dead. Okay, so I'm going to take that break. I'll be back in a few minutes, and I know you guys have got this. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, in that last image, says Heather O'Rourke on top, but then says a young Drew Barrymore. That's misconception. But yeah, Drew Barrymore was in a Steven Spielberg.
Yeah, I think they maybe have the other photo below it or something.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, probably, yeah. And she was allegedly, we'll have to say, was sexually assaulted by a fucking Steven Spielberg on the set of E.T. Like, he's just got his hands on all these child actors, allegedly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Hollywood is such a cesspit of evil. I mean, hive of scum and villainy.
Casting couch applies to not just grown-ups, but definitely children. Any parent that willingly wants to get their children involved in that shit.
I remember when I was younger, like, I don't know what kind of appeal I had, but I was approached by like acting recruiters. Like, they'll just go for any innocent looking children that seem like they have potential, right? And then they,
for sucking and fucking,
and then they give you a few, movies or whatever, and then if you're in for it, then they'll keep you in. If they're not, they're not. Yeah.
If you don't play ball, you got nothing.
Yeah.
Like that poor fucking Aaron Carter dude, the that blonde-haired dude, when he was a kid, his parents got him into the music industry.
All those Disney kids are fucked up, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if Aaron Carter was affiliated with Disney at all, but yeah, I remember.
They were all in the same kind of.
His father was
vibe.
in the military. It's so common for all these mind control victim kids have parents either in the military or in a religious cult. Yeah, but his mother, it definitely came off as his full-on handler, like not just the mother, but full-on controlling him.
Of course.
Like he might as well had a chain leash on him when he was around her.
Yeah, many of those child actors are thrown into it. Yeah, of course, because the parents want money, or on the surface it's money, but who knows what kind of cults they're in, or who knows.
And he made a lot of money because he's the younger brother of one of the Backstreet Boys. I forgot his name.
Yeah.
And
Nick,
I don't
Nick
know.
and Aaron.
Yeah. And fucking mother's like, oh, let's milk this other kid. And
of course.
Yeah, I remember watching music videos of him as when I was a kid. Like, it was that long ago for me.
Yeah. No, yeah, it was years ago at this point. 20, 30 years.
Like, he was even in the music video, he had fucking Shaq in there playing basketball. Oh, I'm beating him in basketball and shit.
Yeah. And Shaq's open about it. He's like a straight up Freemason. He's in a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, he's a full-on Freemason too.
Yeah.
We have to be at that point. All of those famous athletes,
it's like
celebrities.
The amount of
it's
money
a prerequisite.
Shaq has,
yeah,
it's a prereq. The amount of money he has, it's like he doesn't have to do anything. All the acting he does and he shows up on every TV show, on every commercial. It's like he doesn't have to do that. It's like he's obligated though because of his deals.
Because he's in the game. He's got to keep playing.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's kind of like what Bob Dylan was saying in that interview, in that 60-minute interview, when the interviewer was saying, "Why do you still do it to this day?" Like, oh, it's like that old saying, I made a deal with the, and he wanted to say devil, but he said with the chief, the commander.
Yeah.
And the interview's like, what, on this earth?
Yeah.
He's like, oh, in this earth, in a realm we can't see, or in a world we can't see.
Right. Oh yeah,
So
he's been open about that for sure.
Yeah. Well, if you listen to his earlier songs, just the way the lyrics are conveyed and written, it's like spellcasting shit. Like what you just shit you see in a grimoire or whatever. His lyrics.
Yeah, and he's admitted that it came free flowing, like it just spontaneously.
Yeah, they all call it the muse, like it all comes to them. They don't think of it themselves. Like Darren Malakian from System of a Down, he's responsible for writing 90% of those songs, and he says multiple times it just comes to him. So he's doing fucking some kind of conjuring rituals or whatever, and he's just getting assistance from unseen forces for him to come up with these songs, real good songs. Like, you got to give him credit. They're memorable and they just stick in your head.
They're good because of the deals they make. I mean,
Yeah, I suspect of
it's like that old story.
Themselves. Yeah,
have you heard the story of like the one? I think he was like a fiddler back in the day, like the jazz era, and he made a deal with the devil at the crossroad, and then he became like the most famous fiddler. Like that guy was a real story.
Right. Yeah.
And
like a black guy.
The black guy. Yeah. Overnight he became famous. I mean, like once you make the deal, it's like all the stories talk about it. It's like
when they say that when they say you're making a deal with the devil, I wonder if they're just using that as a metaphor for actually bargaining with the people who are not allowed to be criticized. They're the devil kind of thing, because they're the ones running the entertainment industry.
That's a factor, but it's like they also work for these forces. But like the deal with the devil thing is like it just means an entity. It doesn't mean that specific entity.
Yeah,
it just means an entity that you make a deal with a.
Yeah.
And so they can do stuff for you, and they can do supernatural stuff, but you
Yeah.
have to pay with your soul.
That's
or-
how you get that ridiculous musical
Yeah.
talent. Because
Yeah.
I see that I've observed this in a lot of musicians. What I can't help but notice, all these musicians, especially rock and metal, back in the 70s, they all wear the crosses and they all wear multiple bracelets.
Yeah.
And I can't fully decipher. I haven't came to a full conclusion and decipher what is the purpose of them wearing so many bracelets. Is it an indication of their rank in whatever the cult they're in, or how many of these entities they companionize with? Because I see it like Yngwie Malmsteen, right? It's not for vanity purpose, that's for sure. Yngwie Malmsteen, the Swedish neoclassical metal guitarist, he wears like dozens of fucking bracelets, shitloads of chains, trinkets, and it's not for vain purposes. It's got to be for something spiritual, and because he's just like a fucking demon on the guitar.
Yeah, those kind of people are definitely, most likely using assistance from the other side. But like even like the magicians, like you have like David Blaine and what's the other guy? Dynamo.
Yeah.
Like they're openly they're openly using entities, and like it's not a secret. Like,
yeah. Especially Ari Geller. Besides that, he's just a snake. He's one of those snakes.
All of them, like all of them.
Oh yeah, but he's specifically just the way he portrays himself as this real humble, nice guy. But I can see right through him. He's a slithering snake, fucking scum. He used to be real close to Michael Jackson, but then he tried to arrange an interview with this. I forgot the name of him. It was this popular documentary this Indian or Pakistani guy did with Michael Jackson. But after that, Michael Jackson cut Uri Geller off in contact, didn't want nothing to do with him after that, because the guy that did the documentary was just trying to portray him as a fucking nut job, Michael Jackson. Yeah. And Louis Theroux met Uri Geller because he wanted to do an interview with Michael Jackson, the guy from BBC. And he's just confronting Uri Geller, trying to make him look stupid for not trying to get Louis Theroux to do an interview documentary of Michael Jackson, because he was trying to get contact with people close to Michael Jackson, and Uri Geller was close with him at that time. But after that particular documentary, I forgot the name of it. You might have seen it. This Indian guy or Pakistani guy did a full documentary of Michael Jackson. He went in his house and all that and met his kids and all that shit.
Wow. No, I don't remember. This was when he was still alive, presumably, right?
Yeah, it was like late 90s, early 2000s. Some shit like that.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, and Michael Jackson loved having magicians around him, like David Blaine. He always had him around him, and Uri Geller when they were still friends. He's a strong believer in magic, and he'd do a lot of unusual things himself. Michael Jackson, like he'd have.
Oh yeah, he was super like.
He would have been a magician. He would have been a magician himself. Yeah, he'd have a special room just fully. He'd surround himself with mirrors. I don't know what you're gonna do. Specifically in a room full of mirrors, has to do with something. And he'd said himself.
Yeah, a room full of mirrors is like definitely some entities.
Yeah, and he said himself that he was, he has a guardian angel, quote, like he has spirits companionized with him.
Of course, yeah.
Just he's a very strange guy. He's still mysterious after everything I've researched about him. Always wearing military fatigues, and he'd portray himself like he was going to become the next Bureau. Like he'd have videos that he had orchestrated and done before certain live concerts of him with a massive army following him, like he's the leader.
Oh yeah.
Wondering what message he was trying to convey there.
You're talking about MJ, right? Still.
Yeah.
I just got back a chance to hear that. Yes.
Yeah, I remember I went to a youth service once, and they were like, "Look, this is the real definition of an idol. All these people worshiping him." And I mean, it was pretty spooky if you like take it out of context. Like, you like mute the music and you just watch all these people like bowing to him, falling over and shit. It's pretty weird.
Yeah.
So there is some truth to that, like not having idols, and that includes these kind of people.
So what was this? Some Christian kiddie camp you went to? Holy shit!
Yeah, it was like a youth group or something.
Cool. It must have been Christian thematic.
Which was ironic because
Yeah.
oh yeah, it was Christian for sure, but it was ironic because they would say don't worship false idols, and then they would like roll up some fucking pastor that we have to like believe what he's saying. It's like, this is weird.
Yeah, of course.
Like
Yeah.
you could see the hypocrisy immediately. So it's, yeah, we just went because it was like that's how you meet kids and you can buy drugs there and shit. Like I saw a kid inside of it. Like, because the parents thought, oh, it's safe to go to church, right? Let's send them. And then it was just like one kid was rolling a joint or something.
Man, if only they knew. Oh man, that's okay. So I let Heather Holman know that I am returned. Please relay a contact request. I'll hit the notification as soon as I see it. Otherwise I'll miss it, and if I don't hit it right away as soon as I see it, then it goes into this bizarre like netherworld where I can't find it. So let's see if she does this. And in the interim, our man Brendan is. Are you going to work tomorrow? Oh my God, are you really?
Yeah, I have to work. Yeah.
Oh, that fucking
my
sucks.
phone's also almost dead, so
Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And oh, hey, dude, Brendan.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm still here.
Yes. Quercetin from the Dimorphandra mollusk seed pods, 1,000 milligrams combined with bromelain, 1,200. No, I'm asking you to find me a replacement for this particular.
Shit! I never sent that to you. Okay.
No, you never sent that to me. But something like this one had quercetin from the Dimorphandra mollusk seed pods at 1,000 milligrams. The bromelain at 1,200 GDU or 150 milligrams. Bromelain, are you familiar with that?
Yeah. Bromelain is the enzyme from pineapples. Yeah.
Okay, and stinging nettle leaf, the freeze-dried Urtica dioica. Yeah, that's 100 milligrams of that. So can you find something similar to this concoction?
Yeah, I actually found it. I'm surprised. Maybe something happened with it sending to you. So I'll check again.
Yeah, they also put in pantothenic acid from in there, 250 milligrams.
That's just B5.
Okay.
B6.
Oh, okay. And some magnesium. So that'll come from my other vitamins. But this superfood stuff, yes. Oh, could you find it now, or is it?
Yeah, I'll send it to you before I crash out.
Before you die.
Yeah, and reanimate, as you say.
Yes, that's what I do. Yes, holy shit. And yes, please, that'd be wonderful. And thank you so much for that. I look forward to that. Then I'll get V on to getting it right away. This stuff really, talk about performance enhancement.
I have one with zinc. Zinc in it, and licorice root extract, and some vitamin C.
Okay.
This one looks good, but do you prefer more of the herbals?
More of the herbals, because I got plenty of the vitamins. Vitamins.
Got it. Okay, so I will forward this to you.
Yes.
The one that I found here.
Excellent. And so vitamin H.
How about just the nettle plus the quercetin? Does that sound legit, or do you want something?
Well, that bromelain, is that like you feel that that's not necessary for the punch that is delivered by these pills? These pills.
The bromelain is kind of unnecessary, but it does potentiate some things. Like what that formula you have is for like respiratory, like lung cleansing and different things. So if you want just the herbals, I think if you found that the herbals were the best thing, that would be Because most likely your vitamins already have some kind of enzymes in it, so you don't really need the extras.
I see.
It's just
Got
redundant.
it. Okay.
It's probably
Okay.
such a small percentage, anyways. Usually they just put like.
Yeah.
Bromeline's very powerful. They probably don't even put that much in there.
Well, it was more than they put of the stinging nettle. They put 150 milligrams of that shit and only 100 milligrams of the stinging nettle.
Right.
Yeah.
So then I would recommend this one. It has 600 because the nettle is what you're getting a lot of nutrients from, anyways.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah. This is what's
and that's probably what you're getting the benefits from. Most likely is the quercetin nettle combination.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah.
So here, I'll just send this one.
And also send me a link to another supplement that's good for the lungs. I've been taking that one for a while that you said was more like a almost like an antioxidant or something. But if you know, for somebody like
vitamin C.
Well, vitamin C, I always take that. I take your, lipospheric. I take your lipospheric along with.
That is the best one.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's what V. She kept saying it's so expensive. What a ripoff! And I said, honey, you get what you pay for, right? I mean, that's what I.
Yes, that is true. It is expensive, but the company will not. They're doing it right. They won't let their technology out because otherwise they'll get bought out or completely washed out of the market. So, good for them. Yeah. But it does create this situation where it's super expensive.
Yes. And so Cultivated Image says Moulane is good for the lungs. What would you recommend for someone who had multiple lung collapses and just wants good lung health? Whatever supplement you think is good for that.
Pretty much the quercetin is the best because it removes the it dilates the bronchia.
So. Oh wow, cool.
So it kind of will relax that. Yeah.
Great.
I think what you're doing is essential. Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
Because also nettle is very good for like allergies.
Oh wow. Okay, so and tell people which one that you had in your yard that you had to people are afraid of it because it takes over the entire yard. Is that the nettle?
Yeah, stinging nettle. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Cool.
In England, that stuff is ruthless. I mean, I got hit so many times just gardening out there. Like it grows like literally it takes over entire fields and the whole forest is taken over by nettle. But
wow.
I actually have some out in my yard, but it's like it's in a pot because if it gets out, then you're fucked. So is this Vitamin Express company dead or are they still around? I'm just curious, but what you found is probably superior. Vitamin Express is no longer around. I checked.
Okay, so they are dead. Holy shit. It's so sad. Okay, so definitely but whatever you found, have you given me the link in my private messages or email or what? What'd you send it to?
I'll send it to you directly through the email here.
Okay, thank you.
Would you prefer email or nothing?
Use both. Use everything you've got, just all of it to make sure I get it. And meanwhile, send a message thereby. Send a message through it.
So
yeah,
but what you have sounds like ideal.
Yeah. And definitely appreciate your following up on this.
I'll have to grow some of this shit myself because it sounds pretty beneficial.
Yeah, and I'll check my messages. Yeah, I'll check my messages for what our man Brendan has sent because right now I'm going to stare at the screen and see. Our lady Heather says she sent me a request. But she needs to say hello on it or something. Send me another message, and then I'll jump on that notification. Then I can find her. But Brendan, thank you so much. You're the man, and really appreciate you being the source on this. And sleep well. What about that guy who invited you to do the tea party with all the chicks? Is that manifested yet? That coming up soon? That you got to watch out? Or
that one. I pissed them off.
Okay. Oh.
Or like last time I was there, it was just me and my homie and my friend, and we were just like having tea to the side, like away from the party, and and his girlfriend comes in and she's like, are you guys gonna get a restraining order on me? And we're just like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's just getting too weird for us, you know. It's just like, man, we're just trying to have tea.
Wow. Okay. And you said a girl was asking this about the restraining order?
Yeah, she was like, I'm bugging you guys so much, you're gonna like, you know the typical attention.
Oh, I got it.
That kind of thing. But she went too far with it. It's like no dude wants to hear that. It's like it's instantly red flag territory.
Well, there you go. I mean, but
so, and then the other chick that was hitting on us, her boyfriend, I guess, freaked out and crashed both of his parents' Mercedes, and he's like in prison now.
Whoa!
So I was telling my friend, I was like, at least pick her up. I mean, what's the worst that's gonna happen? At least, you know.
Yeah.
She'll at least introduce us to other chicks. Like,
yes. Yeah. You
might as well do the pickup, the cleanup.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Jesus Christ. Thank you for sharing that. At least you've got exposure to some.
But what I was telling my friend, I was like, that's what that fucker gets for messing with my fucking tea shit.
Yeah.
Like, he shouldn't have done that. Sounds like the universe slapped him back.
Well, let's put it this way.
I didn't even have to do anything.
Just, Brendan, explain to people that tea is a ritual, and that means it has occult power like any other ritual. And there's going to be ramifications for anyone who messes with this. So
yeah, and it was instant. It was pretty much within less than a week. His whole life got destroyed. So, but yeah, he did. He took the like tea towel, and he was like messing with the tea pet, like making fun of it, like, oh, it's supposed to give me luck, good luck, and he like, was, like,
man,
joking about it. And like,
that idiot.
Basically, he poured the water out of the tea pet, like destroying all the good luck, and like, look what happened to him. You know?
Yeah, there you go. There you
he
go.
Deserved it.
Yeah,
that was a tea ritual.
Yeah,
during the tea ritual when we were just having a good time, you know, it was just like what it was made for, like Douglas is saying. It's like
by the way, I'm getting your links there, Brendan. Thank you. And
that's the cheapest link I found. So you can probably find it elsewhere, but this is the cheapest I've seen.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, because basically I pay V a certain amount every month, and then she uses the collateral to purchase this. The expense is not too much of an issue, but you feel what matters is the quality. Like, I'm willing to pay more for the lithospheric C because that's what helps. Yeah. That's what really works.
Right.
And so if you feel that there's something out there more expensive but packs a bigger punch, just so people know.
Yeah, I'll do more research later, but this one is that's a company that I would trust.
Okay,
for the herbals. So
okay,
then, but if I see a better formula, I will definitely send it.
Thank you. Just so people know, this really hits the libido. Really helps with the performance. It's
yeah, for some people the nettle is very beneficial. Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's great stuff. And so other than that, the Sammy Romero was impressed by the effects of ashwagandha, but that actually just reduces stress. That reduces stress symptoms. But does it also help with...
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's can do a lot of things. It's called the strength of a horse. So you do with that what you will.
Whoa, yeah. Whoa, there you go. And... So
and actually, ashwagandha is one of the only herbs that helps my thyroid, so I use it regularly.
Oh, thank goodness! Tell people how your thyroid almost killed you. Do the enemy really? They struck at your thyroid, or they inflamed your thyroid during these attacks.
That was during the worst of the attack, where the pain. I was going through the intense pain, and then at the same time, my thyroid like goiterized and almost shut down. And at one point I was at work and I measured, because I almost had to go to the hospital. I measured my blood BPMs, beats per minute. Mm-hmm. It was like sub 50 beats per minute, which is like literally I was dying. Like that's like if I was in a hospital, they would have triaged me immediately with that kind of blood.
One would hope they would have done that.
Well, no, according to the people, the professionals I've talked to, they said if we see anyone like that, like they immediately have to take you in and give you something to raise your blood pressure.
Yeah.
And beats per minute, because you're like your body's not getting enough blood. Like it's
Yeah. Thank you.
The only people that can survive with that low of blood beats per minute are like professional athletes.
Athletes, yeah.
Otherwise, you're done.
I called the ambulance one time when my dad's blood pressure went down to 60/40. And that was, and those idiots were questioning me. Those fucking idiots were questioning me. Dumb, stupid sons of bitches. They were like saying when we were in the ambulance, is he always like this? To my dad, is he always like this? And my dad's barely able to talk and shit. And then, of course, he basically, heart stopped eventually. And then oh man, we gotta take him to emergency now. It's like, what did you fucking think, you stupid fucks?
Fucking bastards.
Yeah, I know. And I call them ambulance drivers. I don't call them emergency medical technicians because they don't rate that title.
No.
But at any rate, yeah. What was it again that happened to that stupid Trappist Nicholson where the idiot was so pissed off that everybody thought he was going to die? Like, he took great umbrage, but it was like right after he had drank so much bleach and pumped up so much, whatever into his veins or whatever, and he was like wondering why they assumed he was going to die. And they thought I was going to die! And they threw my clothes away, ready to throw my clothes away!
Oh, yeah, I wasn't there for that, but it sounds bonkers. I mean,
too bad he didn't die.
Yes, no shit. Yes, that's right. He would have been in a better place, perhaps. Well, yeah, that's at any rate. Stay safe and be well. Thank you for the feedback on this, and we're gonna follow up on it. And okay,
best of luck to you, Brandon.
Yeah.
Yes, gratitude.
Yes.
And then have a good rest of your day.
And don't be afraid to bother Peter Moon. Follow up with that. Follow up with him about his advice on that. Okay. If you think it's worth it, yeah, I noticed.
I don't want to say anything.
Good, yeah, good point. Yeah,
or anything,
yeah.
I appreciate him offering.
Yeah, doesn't hurt to find out what it might be. Doesn't hurt.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. And, okay. We'll talk privately later. That'll be funny. Okay, and so now it's Nemo and I. We're gonna go into monologue soon enough, and
did that chick send you a message?
Not that I can see. I've stopped looking. I've been staring at, waiting for her to do so. She doesn't seem to be following up with it, so I'm gonna.
You can't find an invitation that she claims she sent.
Let me see if I can, because most of the time when people send me these things, if I miss the notification for it, it just becomes almost impossible to find. I try to scroll down, see what we've got here, and let's take a look at further up. Let me take a look at incoming, whatever incoming there might be, and most of the time these things aren't worth a damn. New update is available. Don't want to do that now.
No.
Yeah, and that'll...
Yeah, I just dropped off for a second, but I was going to say, good night. And
good night.
Blessings.
Thank you. Bless you. Thank you. And let's see now. I'm just looking at the Skype contacts. Let's see if there's something that comes here. Let me see if I can find Heather Holman through this one.
And speaking of what Pete was saying about the feng shui, right?
Yeah.
Your front door is the most... I think the southern-facing door is one of the worst feng shui situations you could have.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Oh yeah. No, definitely, it's bad.
But it kind of goes along with your whole theme of 444 and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe it's good for your chart or something.
Yeah, I was about to say it's bad, and it's in my case, it's like par for the course, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're exceptional in that way.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, everything they hurl at me, it just bounces off anyway, as you well know.
Right. Like the sinkhole,
Yeah.
the Jameson sinkhole.
Yes, the infamous sinkhole is J-Mo Reese said, Douglas Dietrich he'll sink into the dead beneath his home will eat him alive. Yes, then the sinkhole opens up nearby, but yeah.
And then, your street falls, someone falls into your street,
Yes. The one thing they do affect is the electronics. They fuck the electronics. That's what they can fuck. And so that happens.
Yeah, I think you have like the world record for the amount of what are those things? Heating blankets.
Oh God, yeah. Oh dude,
like when I was a kid, I had one that lasted like for 10 years.
There you go.
And it was like you could see it was all charred and shit, but it still worked. So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, in my case, it just, I eat them.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not finding Heather here. I'm looking through this, and the funny thing is, you know what? Amy Como, she sent me a screenshot in yesterday's call, or the call from the last episode before tonight's. Somebody added in GEOPolitical, and I know it wasn't any of you. And I know it wasn't me, but she circled it and pointed, somebody added GEOPolitical into the call. And that's the enemy, of course.
Was it one of those old chats that we were removing the other guy from?
No, it was the latest. It was the call with which we were all involved with in the last episode before tonight's. And somebody added GEOPolitical in there, and I know it was none of us. That's
trippy. I mean, he tried to talk to me too, and he got through my Skype block. So somehow they let him in or something.
Well, it's the same way with Trappist Nicholson. You block him, and he comes back, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's strange. I see his name, in the previous call.
Yeah,
one of them.
Yeah.
With Antonio, Leslie's in there.
Yeah, that's right. And it's...
I think, Doug, you might just be pressing too many buttons.
You might accidentally pressed it.
I considered that, but it's one of those things that the chances are always there. I'll acknowledge that, but I don't think I did. I hate the guy so much. I mean, they
when you scroll up, it says Douglas has made the chat history visible to everyone.
Yeah.
I don't know if that had anything to do with it.
It's but when I see the guy's name, of course, I just recoil from it. It would be hard to believe I would hit it by accident. Obviously I've never done it before, so
I just remove him anyway.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Yes. At any rate, there you go with that. Okay, people, we are going to head ultimately towards the monologue. Dear Brendan is going to he's going to retreat into the gentle night. Nemo is, of course, going to stay with us through this, and if he fades out, let me know. Try and let me know if you start to fade out. But other than that, hopefully he'll be with us the rest of the night and act as potential backup if I need it. Aside from all of that, it's Heather Holman, if you're out there, try and I try and send me something, a little note, and then I'll jump on the notification. Otherwise, I'll try again to hit Heather Holman 23 and see if I can send a friend request. As a matter of fact, I'll try that again. It didn't work last time. It was just to there's a lot of Heather Holmans out there, which is really weird.
Just to quickly let you know, when I look at that last chat on the list of people you accidentally invited GEOPolitical. It says Douglas Dietrich added GEOPolitical to the conversation.
Yes. Don't forget that what we noticed is that here's a good example.
He's been blocked on all of our channels, so somehow it gets unblocked.
Yeah, that's what's going on. But like what happened was the other day I was on the Skype call with Peter Moon, and as I described, suddenly my Skype went active, which I always have it invisible. My status is always invisible, but somehow it went green, and then automatically Trappist Nicholson started sending me a ton of messages immediately. Now, I did not touch that button to turn on active status. So they can alter my Skype without my touching it. Guaranteed. So just because it says I did it doesn't mean I did it. I can assure you that.
Right.
Yeah. So let's try this Heather Holman and see if this is the Heather Holman. Let's see if this brings us to something. But I get this woman on K4, some kind of announcer named Heather Holman, but spelled differently. It's not giving me Heather Holman on a account.
Heather.Holman 23.
Yeah, I'm trying that and I get nothing. Here's what happens. I'll show you the screen share. So I enter the way she does it: capital Heather, dot, lowercase h full of Holman, then 23, and then all I get is this. We get other people here, but this is not the same person. This is the closest thing I can think of, but I click on that and nothing happens. So there's a group call with her and Noreen Halpam, but that doesn't seem to help me reach her in any way. 3 participants. It's like I can hit
Click
this.
on, scroll down.
Scroll down, Heather Holman. Oh, okay, I see this. So what we can do is take a look at that and see if I can do it's it seems to be blocked. Which
Scroll down.
Scroll down. Let's see now. Oh, here we are. Maybe you unblock contact. There we are.
Yeah.
Okay, and then okay, she is unblocked. Then add the contact, and then I guess I can go further and what do we do here? Add favorites. Okay, and then we can see if that works when I press the button. Now I'm not going to call her because that knocks me off this call. There we are. Then she shows up. Douglas, is this your Skype? Okay. All right. Let's heart that, and let's go back to this call and see if we can add her for a few minutes at least before I go into monologue. And okay, we're gonna press that button, and okay, here we are, and Heather, HE, there we are. Okay, press the add button. See if she responds. So we did it. See, I had to have Nemo's help to do that. This is why she's on with us. Darling Heather,
Hi,
how are you, darling?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, much the better for speaking with you. And so, honey, you've been very gracious, and I am indebted. And I welcome you to speak with us and join us for a little bit. Is there anything on your mind that you'd like to talk about? Your poem was incredible.
Thank you.
How your talent for writing that
Aw.
moves me to tears.
Oh, I've been working on that for like 20 years.
Honey, it's incredible. It needs to be published. As a matter of fact, yes, I'll certainly cut and paste it, and I'll add it into the text of our next episode.
Here's the deal, Douglas.
Yeah.
I was recently talking to James Rink, and I was reaching out to him because I needed some information, I guess, guidance or some kind of advice, I guess. And I don't think that he's capable of like helping me. And I know that you know about some of the things that I've been through, like with the dental fair and the tooth thing and just all the different weird stuff in the last 10 years. But more stuff is happening, and I just don't know what to do.
What's happening?
Like just other stuff is happening to the MK Ultra stuff.
Mm-hmm. And is it something you're willing to share with us now, or is
Well,
this?
I don't know if I mean, I've shared it all with you in the past, and I guess it's not something that I'm ready to talk about at 12:55 in the morning or whatever. But yeah, that's why I tried to reach out to you.
Well, I understand, and you have spoken a great deal in the past about being born into a Freemasonic family, being subject to a lot of rituals, and of course, this results in has resulted in well, a lot of pain. And how?
Not as much as that as it is on a physical level.
Mhm.
I don't even know where to start with it.
Mhm.
I guess, you know, the hearing tests that all the kids used to get in school?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so now, like, there's a new generation of people, like, younger than me, that they're all, like, waking up and thinking, like, oh, well, we had these hearing tests. That's when we were being MK Ultra.
Mhm.
And so, like, it brought out a lot of, like, memories. And my mom used to give those tests.
Mhm.
And they weren't, I don't think, hearing tests. And I just thought that you know about it because you probably destroyed the documents.
Well, understand, I destroyed a lot of documents in my time, and it doesn't mean I had a chance to review every one of them, and it doesn't necessarily mean that I destroyed documents that might have been relevant or pertinent to your case in particular, or the program in particular that you might have been subjected to. But I'm certainly aware of programs that are like that, and it potentially certainly happened to you. Good example, just for our listeners to validate what Heather Holman is saying. When I was young and very young, and my parents were gone, my phone would ring, and I would pick up the phone, and adult strangers would then ask me to participate in a survey and ask me all kinds of questions about politics and commercial products or whatever, and I would respond, and this was obviously a monitoring program. I only realized later in life that no adult is going to call someone, ask their age, find out that they're under 18 by far, half that age at least, and then subject them to a series of questions about politics or commercial products. This is something that was obviously some kind of program, and I was being monitored, and basically they were testing my development. So this is obviously
I
some.
think what I'm talking about more is along the lines of something else.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I understand. I understand, and obviously it was something that. Well, it certainly impacted.
Well, not as much as something else, but I just want to know about that particular programming, you know, and what that was. People say that they were in gifted, and you know they'd pull them out of class if they were gifted or talented or exceptional students, but then they would take them out of class, and then they would take them for these hearing tests, and so it's just brought a lot of stuff out in me that I remember. You know, my mom gave those tests. I didn't even realize that's what was happening.
Got it. Got it. Okay. And oh, by the way, let me introduce you to Nemo Albano. Nemo, this is Heather Holman, and Nemo's in Australia. Heather.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hello, Heather. Nice to
Hi,
meet you.
I'm doing well, thank you.
Yeah. Now
That's good.
Yes, last time I knew, Heather was living in the Mountain Time Zone. I think,
Yes.
yeah, one of the states such as New Mexico or Arizona. Was that the case, or Colorado?
Arizona. I live in Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona. How you still living there? How's that going?
Yeah, I don't know. I will never leave Arizona. In fact, I can walk to the place I was born, and I never move away from that location.
Oh, is that a good thing?
No, it's not. It's just kind of strange, I think.
Yeah. And yeah, maybe someday you should leave Arizona.
I wish I
Isn't
could.
that all
I
desert
really wish
land?
I could. I start to have meltdowns when I leave.
I see. Let me show a picture to Nemo so he can get an idea of Arizona, and because of course he has a understandable image of it as being a lot of desert. Of course, there's desert, but Heather describes some of the beautiful sunsets and some of the beauty of Arizona. Maybe for you, you don't find it all.
Oh, do you want me to do that? Do you want me to do that? I don't know. It is beautiful. There's a lot of things to see. You could go to the snow, you know, you could go to the lake, whatever.
There is some snow in Arizona, yes.
Yeah, and
All right.
in the mountains.
Yeah, yeah. And so what I'm trying to do is access my file here to get a good photograph of Arizona out. And
I can send you one. I can send you a photograph from the chat.
sure, it sounds
So it's
good.
got a good mix of various climates.
I wouldn't say that necessarily, but it produces its own kind of landscape mystique. And
Sure.
so, let me hit that right, and then go to, here we are, Devil's Bridge. Here, let's go to, yeah, Devil's Bridge, Arizona, and it should manifest. There it is. Press the enter button. There you go. What do you think of that, Nemo? There's
Oh yeah,
that's Devil's Bridge in Arizona, and so
fitting name.
yeah, and it's so you can have this landscape, and it's stunning. This is in Sedona. How are you near Sedona?
Oh, yeah, Sedona's nice.
Yeah.
I've been there before. It's really like a heavy vibe,
Yeah.
especially at night.
Yeah, the New Agers think that's the center of the universe, the capital of the New Age. Yes. Did you meet any of those people while you were there?
I did meet. It was on my 18th birthday. I did meet these hitchhikers, and they were going to the Rainbow Gathering Festival, and they had like on my birthday is the solstice, so they were having like a medicine wheel or something like that.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and they were just these three random people that lived in a cave. And,
Yeah, Charles Manson and
yeah, one of them, something like that.
oh, holy shit. Oh my God. And so what about how's now I take it your relation, your friendship with Noreen Helpan probably broke up or severed, or how did that go?
No, I was on Noreen's show with her on her birthday, which was Monday.
She still has the show. She was telling me she stopped it.
She's still going at it. She's such a trooper. She's a queen of revolution.
Oh my God.
Her and Wally.
Yeah. Who's Wally?
Wally is the guy that comes on with her because he's just one of the people that hangs out. I'm not sure exactly who he is. I don't trust really anybody, but he's a great guy. He's nice.
Okay. I don't blame you. So Noreen is still it's still Wild at Heart. It's still called Wild at Heart?
Yeah, her mother is 93 years old. Bless her heart.
Oh, holy shit, poor dear. By that I mean poor Noreen. She's stuck taking care of that lady. And I know Noreen was just, she was beside herself at some points when it came to her mom. So that's got to be kind of rough.
I think her mom has kind of calmed down a little bit through that phase that she was going through, the rowdy phase.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you're 93, I presume she's bedridden. Is that the case?
No, she's healthy. She's healthy.
Holy
She
shit.
gets around. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my.
What a blessing, huh?
Yeah, is Noreen still? I don't know about that, but
Right.
is Noreen still driving?
Yeah, of course. Noreen, I'm not sure what she does really. I know last time I heard she was caregiving, but she doesn't really talk about what she does anymore on air, you know.
Yeah, well, she was always kind of hush-hush about that. It's just that one time I was talking to her, and she went blank on me. Not the technology. It wasn't that her telephone stopped transmitting. I could hear other noises in the background, but she herself just stopped talking. And she was driving. She was on the phone. And all I could hear was this screeches, kind of like some shouts, and then she came back into consciousness. She had essentially lost consciousness while driving, and when she came back into consciousness, she said, "Oh wow, the car's on." She's in Los Angeles. Noreen is, and when she came back into the consciousness, her automobile was in the middle of the lane divider. It was like one side was in one lane, one side was in the other lane, and it was parked on the island in between, dividing the two lanes. So this was like, at that point I wanted to be very leery about investing too much emotional energy into her, because I felt she had neurological issues that needed to be tended to. So apparently these haven't taken her out, and so maybe she's dealt with them.
I think she and I have a lot in common as far as like the deepness or the deep level of the experience of this programming. And I think that it's not the Monarch programming isn't about butterflies. I think Monarch is just the name of the equipment that they used.
Okay. And
the manufacturer.
Okay. And
That's. I mean, I'm just grasping at anything I got, But I think that's because I looked up the equipment that they would use to program people, and there's all these weird, like strobe lights, meters, and weird stuff that I don't even know what it would be used for.
Well, there may be some parallels there. Noreen was very convinced that she had Morgellons syndrome. You don't feel you have that, do you?
No, but we do have a lot of the same symptoms and very similar symptoms, but I don't think it's Morgellons.
In your case. In
both of our case. I just don't think. I mean, I think that there was just like I had that tooth pulled out. Remember, it had some microchip in it or some RFID thing in it. And I went to the dental fair when you did your critical emissions one night. I talked about it.
Yeah.
So I've just like, now that I'm 50 years old, I figured, what was I supposed to become, or what is this thing? What is it for? What am I supposed to be doing with this? And it's been 50 years, and now just like all the other parts are coming apart, and it's like in tandem with all these other pieces and parts.
I was talking to Peter Moon the other day on Skype, and it was right here on this show. A few episodes ago, Peter Moon suddenly stops and says, "My implant just fell out." Did you hear that, Nemo? Do you remember that, Nemo? Did Peter Moon?
I didn't hear that, sorry.
Oh, man, he said it several times. He kept saying, "My implant just fell out. My implant just fell out." And I'm like...
What?
His mouth. His mouth.
His mouth.
Yeah.
Oh.
And
no, he's talking about his retainer for his teeth, probably.
It was. He finally said it was
70-year-old wears a retainer.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, that's what they call them nowadays instead of dentures, so I don't feel so old.
That makes sense.
See, whatever it was, he said it was something dental, having to do with a tooth. It sounded similar to what you're speaking of, Heather, actually.
Well, the one I had was put in there when I was little, and I'd lost all my teeth, and then they put it in, and then I went to have it another tooth removed at a dental fair, and they're like, "Oh, we can take out the baby tooth too." I'm like, "Fine," and they did, and it wasn't a tooth, and I thought that was it, but there's other pieces and parts that have been coming out of like my head ever since, and it's just, I'm a mess. No one believes me,
do me a favor, Nemo, could you check on bring me the link for this latest person in chat right beneath you?
I thought you would have known her because she seems to know you.
Maybe I just need to take a look at the channel.
Yeah, I'll send you the link.
Thank you. And hopefully a nice person, and we'll take a look at the channel. But in the interim, she's offering to connect and may be able to provide some information. There we are. So let me take a look at this. And other than that. Of course, your father being a Freemason and the like, I've no doubt he turned you over to a program, considering the fact that he was involved with heavy alchemical experimentation.
It's Esther. Sorry, just to let you know.
Oh, Esther! Oh, there you... Holy shit! Okay, so if that's Esther, we'll bring her on. Let's.
She might be able to relate with Heather Holman on certain topics.
Yes, that makes sense. So let's press the add button here. I'm going to see if I can do this without fucking everything up. It's here we go. Click that. She's on the call. Esther, you're on the call. You can jump right on. But I'll try and call you again anyway. And here we are. Let's just press that green button and then press add. Okay. Okay then. And
so
what about your
you
daughter?
asked me, Douglas, that my mom was adopted. I come from a long line of the adopted by old people, Masons, and I think I just kind of was the end of that line.
Okay.
And my grandparents weren't like responsible for, I don't think bad things that they did. They were just doing what they thought was right or what they were programmed to do.
Yeah.
And my grandparents' abuses were even worse than the ones of my mom and me, and are less. I've probably less.
Oh yeah. Thank you.
My mom died when she was 28.
Ooh, I'm so sorry. And your father, is he still alive?
Yeah, he's around, but he was just like hypnotized to think that everything was normal and I was a normal person.
Right.
And I sound crazy.
Well, I'm certain he doesn't think of you as quote unquote a normal person now.
He never did. He just wanted to pretend I was normal as I was growing up, so he didn't have to pay special attention or anything like that. He just didn't know. He wasn't aware of things that were going on.
What? The chase prank?
What was that?
Sorry, that was my dad.
That scared us. Oh my god! It was like
My dad?
No, his yeah. So at any rate, Esther, just if you delete anyhow. Esther, if you want to connect, you'll have to come on again. So why don't you just open an account or download the app. Download the app and send me a message, and I'll jump on the notification. Or download the app and I'll call you. Download the app and I'll call you through your account, since your account's still open. Yeah, just reinstall, log in. Okay, you can do it. And your daughter, Heather. How's your daughter?
My daughter she was not taken by the state. She is missing.
What?
Yeah, she is missing. I haven't talked to her in probably close to 10 years.
Oh my God! Please tell me what happened. How did
I don't know. She's missing. Nobody knows.
No, but I mean, when did it happen? What? How? There must be like some final point of contact.
No.
What?
She's just gone. Yeah, she like here and there she would send a message to her grandma saying Merry Christmas or something, but she's doing okay. I think that she just moved on and she's living her best life. That's what I just tell myself, whether it's true or not.
Yes. So, of course, our dear friend Esther says you're a targeted individual. Let me tell her, reinstall app and jump on call. Jump on call. Esther. There we are. Oh, my goodness.
I'm not a targeted individual. I'm on a list. They have a list, which is why I have like some immunity to the police, because when they see me or they run my name, they already know. They don't even have to run my name because the technology that I would harbor, it's like real time. So they already know before they run my name just to let me go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, with the, okay, so how does Noreen handle the concept of her being programmed?
She thinks it's Morgellons and it's something that's organic and non-invasive or invasive or non-invasive. I mean,
if she's still convinced she has the Morgellon syndrome, I would presume that she would interpret it as non-organic invasive and non-organic, right?
Yeah, well, she was taking some kind of a chemical, and she says it helped and made her feel better. So,
fuck! What was this chemical?
I forgot what it's called, and I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I don't know. I guess it cleared up her skin.
Okay, yeah, I remember vaguely she mentioned something along those lines, and hopefully whatever works for her. And I know she was self-conscious about some things. Now you don't have those symptoms. You don't have those epidermal symptoms, the skin symptoms.
No, I don't have the same kind of skin thing that she has, but I do get rashes in weird places randomly.
Okay. I mean, everybody gets that. Forgive me.
I know. Tomorrow's a big day for me.
What's going on tomorrow?
I just have a couple appointments and I have to work.
Oh my God! What? Well, may I ask what you do for a living?
Yeah, I work at a Chinese food restaurant, answering the phone and giving people food.
Well, that's great.
And walk. Yeah.
Oh my God!
They're the best.
Oh, that's so cute. That's adorable. How long have you been there?
Just a couple weeks.
Oh my gosh! How did you manage? How did you get into this?
It's just a place that I've been going to for my whole
life.
Like, yeah, my daughter's whole life basically. So I just know them, and I know the menu, and the lady that works there, she just wanted to prove something to someone, and I'm just gonna kick ass.
Cool. Go. Oh my God! What time does all this start tomorrow? Your appointments, this job. What time do you have to be at the first place you have to be at?
Okay, I have to go at 9 o'clock in the morning to my eye doctor, because you might remember also I have that thing with my eyes.
Yes. How is that?
Keratoconus.
Yeah. How is that going along?
It's just not going well. It's a part of it too. It's all related. Everything's relative.
Could you give me the name of the condition again, please?
Yeah, K-E-R-A-T, Kerat.
K-E-R-A-T. Keratoconus?
Conus. Yeah.
C-O-N-I-S? Keratoconus.
O-U-S.
O-U-S. Keratoconus. O-U-S. Something like this? Like that?
Yeah. But see, it's more like a different kind of keratoconus. I have keratoconus, but not the same kind like everyone else has. I have something more going on, and not really sure. My doctor doesn't explain it to me. She just says it's very aggressive, and she does not recommend me having any kind of surgeries. So she kind of protects me from, state doctors and from wanting to take my corneas.
Oh my God! Why would they take your cornea? Well, I mean the part of your eye. Yeah. Why would obviously it's just a people.
They say that it's for a corneal transplant. To fix my eyes, but it wouldn't fix my eyes. In fact, my eyes would never recover from a surgery. But that's why she stops it.
Okay, because she feels they would leave you blind.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
She knows that. So.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna send a picture of what I snuck a picture when I was at the eye doctor. I snuck a picture of what was on the screen, and there it is.
Okay, let me take a look here at the photographs that have just entered the text box, and okay. Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa! What is that?
That's my eyes with it's one of their Optimap images.
But it's got it's like wires or strings or that's
no, that part that's just one of the things that came out in my comb in the last couple of weeks. The red one is a elastic cord that's all stretched out. I mean, this stuff is 50 years old.
Wait, somebody implanted this cord into your eye to keep your eyes from bulging out?
It's just part of the thing. I don't know exactly what's going on with the eyes. I just know that they don't look like normal keratoconus.
Right.
And eye doctors all freak out on it. They don't know what to think.
Well, I mean, but have they ever seen this in other people?
No, not usually. No.
But you mean? But they must not interpret this as organic. They must understand that somebody
They know it's some kind of nano weirdness. I don't know because they don't know, so they won't talk about it.
Wow, I'm impressed. Wow, they did something to you when you were young.
When I was born or something, when I was a baby. And it's just been a part of the whole thing, like the whole mind-controlled thing, undetectable,
Well, these are other photos you're sending me. Like that. Oh, this is different stuff. Hand-dyed linen.
No, that's just to compare, so you can see what it was compared to. When I Google searched that stringy thing, that's the thing that came up saying that's what it was. But I don't think that's what it was. I don't know. That
last image just further confirms for me that all Freemasons are old white creeps.
Yeah, that was my grandpa.
So you're there you are. That what our man is speaking of. Let me take a look at that. This is the image of this old guy with the hat and your grandfather. Yes. Oh my God.
He's the one that with the Egyptian barefoot stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. So that's yeah. Thank you for sharing that.
And what's funny is that those people, that actual pyramid or that club or whatever, they contribute to the UC Davis Mind Institute. That's their donation or their charity that they give their charity to.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And what is like this Mind Institute? What do you know about it? For instance,
I don't know anything. I don't know anything. I've gone to like Microchip Technologies. I've tried to reach out to IBM. I mean, people that retired from there. I'm like, what is this shit? You know?
It sounds reasonable enough. Have you gotten any responses from any of these people? Certainly some of them must be curious.
No. They're kind of scared by it. The only kind of documentation or anything solid that I've been able to get is that I went to the emergency room when the red string came out. And they gave me a post-surgical wound instruction care. So that's anything.
Were you bleeding out of your eyes at that point? For them?
No, it didn't. It didn't bleed. It all comes out in like my comb, and it comes out from underneath my scalp, behind my ears.
Continuously? By that I mean like...
No, I think it was just like a system, because there's one part was blue, the other part was red, and I just think that they... when you do surgery or you link things together, like anchoring jaws and stuff like that, I think they have to use different colors so they know what they're doing, you know, like a violet thread suture. Right.
So, but sometimes you've been sutured in a number of areas, and then after a while it's shedding. With time it's shed, and this is what happens. Sometimes you get it falling out of your eye, sometimes out of your scalp. I mean, how common?
Just broke. I think when I took the tooth out, it just dismantled the whole system, and it's just over time has just fell apart. It's old, you know. It's not something God made. It's something that, you know, is man-made, so it'll break down and it'll be gone, you know.
Uh-huh. Well, isn't that a good thing?
Yeah, it actually does feel a little bit better, but I still want to know what the fuck, you know.
Yeah. Anyhow, Esther's saying you and I need to connect. Please give her my info. I'll gladly give her your phone number. I'll give her your phone number, and so I'll send that to you on your Skype.
Perfect.
Yes.
I like that. Thank you so much.
Okay, so let me do that.
It's 1:30 here, though. Just to let you know, I don't know. This is like something that has been driving my boyfriend crazy.
And how's he doing?
It's not the same boyfriend.
I'm glad to hear that. Wasn't he kind of abusive or something?
Yeah, he's very abusive.
Oh, sorry. I'm so glad he's gone.
Me too.
How did you meet your new boyfriend?
My new boyfriend, I met on the Marines' birthday party, because the birthday of the Marines, he had a party, and he was a Marine, so he has a party. Yeah, and then we met at his party 5 years ago.
Okay, and he's still with you?
He's right in the other room.
Okay, well, say Semper Fidelis for me. Semper Fidelis.
Semper Fidelis. That's funny.
Yes. At any rate, what I'm going to do now is hand this over to you. Sammy Romero contributed 25 United States dollars. Thank you, Sammy. Thank you so much, Sammy. Hope he hears that. And we're going to, let me see now, your private message. Here we are. And while I do this, our man Nemo is eating something, so I'm not quite sure he can speak. Esther, I want you to know I'm giving your phone number to Heather. And let's see now. Esther, did I ever add her to my call list? Let's see if I don't remember if I ever added her to my call list, but her phone number should display on everything that she sent me. At any rate, so here we are. Let me find this, Esther. There we are. Gonna click that, And does this display her stupid number? Where's the fucking number? Let me see if I can find this. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to call her and ask her what her number is again. But other than that, while I'm doing this, Heather.
Some things never change.
Yes. I mean, it's like so with as you said, you were just on the show with Noreen, and I was surprised. She gave me the impression that she had quit Revolution Radio and the show and all that stuff, and I guess none of that was the case, that she's been...
No, I think it's for her, it's some type of therapy.
Okay. Yeah, of course. It's therapeutic. Yeah. And there we are, Esther. Okay, there we are. And
Revolution Radio is still a thing?
Yeah, that's still on?
Oh my God.
It is.
Yeah, and what's your impression about... Do they have any listeners of, like...
Oh, I don't know. Like, I think Solaris Blue Raven still does it. Like, some people are still in there, but... When I started doing that, and when I was doing it, there were like 5 people on the not forgotten list, and now it's like 53 people on the forgotten list.
Yeah.
You know, non-forgotten.
Oh shit!
It's horrible.
Yeah. Oh my God! Say that again. I'm not quite. What is that gimmick supposed to be about?
On their webpage, when you go up to the freedomslips.com, it shows like gone but not forgotten, and it'll say the name of the person that passed away and their position or their title or whatever. Uh-huh. And it was just like a few people when I first started it, and now when I look, there's like a list of 50 names of people that aren't with us anymore. SJ's not here. Mona's not here.
Mona Radler? What's her name?
Yeah.
Yeah, SJ, of course, was dying all of his life. Poor bastard.
Poor guy.
Yeah, that was his story in life was, then they had me at the hospital entryway, and, he had a lot of magazines saved up in his basement. I remember that. Jesus, poor son of a bitch. And Mona Radler, I was, and recently that woman died. That's right, Mona Radler, the glasses.
Yeah. The hippie.
Yeah, the hippie. That's right. Poor dear. Died recently. Yeah, and like you said, they're just all dying off. Well, obviously, Revolution Radio is not a healthy environment.
Well, it's just like I just feel like I was in the wrong place, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's you're in the right place since you didn't wind up on that Go On Not Forgotten list.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I'm not doing that. I don't go around there anymore.
Yeah, cool. Good idea.
After what happened to Max Spears, it was kind of obvious.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that profoundly. Speaking of which, Crystal River really ghosted Peter Moon and myself. I hope she's doing all right. Don't know what went on with that, but not quite sure. I'm too anxious to find. Do you remember Crystal River at all? No.
No, I remember Christina Joanna Hart.
Yeah. Well, she's still around. Yeah, she seems to be doing okay, I guess. But she's like friends with Sarah Rachel Adams, and they do these like meditation trips into the astral.
Oh.
Yeah. They're doing.
Oh, well, yeah. I heard about that. I when that was happening, when she envisioned that or whatever, I was listening. I thought it was funny.
That's cute. Oh my God, I'm like.
I tried convincing her to do another interview with you, but she won't go for it.
She was asking me for interviews, but maybe she's angry because I haven't been able to get back to her. It's just been one of those things that I felt there was no point in getting back to her unless I could, spare the time for an interview, and I just haven't had that time. That may change, and so we'll see what happens. Or she could have been influenced by Sarah Rachel Adams or something into thinking I'm the root of all evil or something. But Sarah Rachel Adams was, monitoring me for a while. When I was on Facebook, she was watching my page all the time. So it was one of these weird things that, who knows what's going on.
She was kind of aloof.
Yes. So this is your eye. This is your eye on screen, right?
Yeah, with the fluorescent, with the fluorescent drop.
Yeah, and this is beautiful. What is this architectural image from?
That is just Arizona, probably, if it looks pretty.
Yeah.
They sent some desert pictures.
Mm-hmm. Yes, interesting. And the architecture is meant to go well with the desert. It's of
That's the golf course.
Yeah. Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you golf, or you just happen to find this place nice?
No,
Yeah.
that was after work one day. I went to the golf club or whatever. We went out to eat. I think me and my dad.
Mm-hmm. And so your dad still visits you?
Yeah, no, he's off and on.
Mhm.
You know, we don't get along too well.
I can imagine. And
No, my dad wasn't involved in that. My dad didn't know anything about it. He's programmed to not acknowledge it,
okay.
except for my grandpa and my mom. Those are the people that aren't here anymore
Okay.
that are involved.
Mm-hmm. And so when you wrote this poem, was this something that you had myself?
Something I've been working on for like 20 years.
Yeah, yeah. And was this with myself specifically in mind, or life in general?
Not until today.
Okay. Okay. Well, it's beautiful. I'll publish it with the next episode. I'll put that in the next episode's summary, more than likely. And it's
thank you. That's so kind.
Yeah.
You're far too kind.
Oh, Tony, it's the least I could do. And there, look at our lady Esther has withdrawn every message she sent. Why does she do this? Anyhow, she's got to stop doing things like. Yes, she's got to stop being so paranoid.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's like, this is my theory on it. I don't think that being a targeted individual, I don't think that anyone wants to hurt you. They're not trying to hurt you. Why would the government spend so much money and time and whatever to
unless you're a big threat.
I mean, we're weapons is what we are.
Mm-hmm. And well, when you're weaponized, what do you feel happens?
I don't know.
Okay.
Like, I don't know. I've got who knows how many different layers of shit going on.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah. I hear you. And
I know you know, Douglas. I know you know.
Yeah. And so but you've had a few channels. You used to have a channel that was Heather Holman. What happened to that?
Yeah, I do have that. It's probably the other Heather, you know, who knows?
Okay. Do you feel that you have alters?
I'm sure. Yeah, in fact, the person I'm with right now, he pointed that out to me. Even my handwriting is just obviously different from time to time, and he started to point it out to me. I'm like, wow.
Wow. And
I followed the program, and I've just pretended I'm fine and nothing's wrong all my life. And then I went to therapy, and then I started falling apart. You know, when they wanted my trauma.
Okay. Now, what significance this one of your more popular videos is the most beautiful girl in the world? What is the significance of that?
That is my daughter. She was in a modeling contest a long time ago, and I made a video for her with the pictures in her modeling contest.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
This is awful, and she just disappeared.
She's just gone.
No,
Nobody's really talked to her.
You mean, but no, has anybody tried to search for her?
Yeah, we've all tried to search for her, but it's like, at the same time, if somebody doesn't want to be found, you gotta like respect that. And if that's the case, you know, I don't want to go crazy.
Okay. Oh, so you've entered another photograph of cactus, and you entered this text about MK Ultra, yes?
Yeah, I'm just gonna bomb the chat room with this. What I'm trying to, I can't articulate into words what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to cut and paste this because what happens is that once these calls are over, I don't usually normally go back to them because then I'd have to search through them. And
yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, and so the only people seeing this are the people on the call. I wish we could put things like this into the chat room.
This is actually from a Quora. I answered a Quora question, and I said some things about it and was asking about where is this technology? What is this shit? And so then somebody else asked questions or answered questions to kind of answer my question to my answer, if that makes sense.
Yes, I understand. And now, Nemo, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm about to have a smoke, but
oh,
you need me to do something?
Oh, I just wanted you to take a look at Heather's channel so you could see her daughter. I mean, oh my God, this is so tragic. This young lady's been missing for 10 years. And can you reach her channel, or do I need to give you the link again?
You'll have to send me a. Did you ever send me a link?
I'll figure that out.
Oh, well, I'll give you the link right now, and I'm going to put it here, and I will put it in the chat. So let me do this right now, and here's the link. And if you go to the video, there's the link. If you go to the...
yeah, and I'll link the other one too. That's my old one from when I first started.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's it. I can't believe I forgot because I was just fucking on it.
Yeah, and if you take a look at her video, which is one of her more popular videos, The Most Beautiful Girl in the World, that's her daughter who was modeling.
My most popular video has like 64,000 views.
Oh, wow, which one is that?
It's 64 Arts, but I think it's on the other channel. Let me find it. It's very good.
Okay.
I only made one mistake.
Okay. And all of this being said, now, of course, I want you to get some rest before getting up for work and these appointments tomorrow, but I'll call you with each of our episodes.
How can I sleep now? I'm just kidding.
That's so cute. I order you to get some sleep. I'm going to go into a monologue soon, but I definitely want you to. I'll call you with each of our episodes, and we'll see if some of your altars come out. Not that we're trying to exploit that, but maybe that'll happen.
Thank you.
Yeah, at some point. But it's something that I'm cautious about because the two that I've encountered are, some of them go really into the Bhagavad Gita or the Vedic.
No, I think that is the part that's supposed to be what saves me, or that's my refuge, or something like that. I'm to escape it all.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like the deprogramming, probably because Hare Krishna is such a strong brainwash,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand, and the other thing that comes to mind is that sometimes you would go into this real Bible quoting fundamentalist altar. Do you remember that?
Vaguely, I don't know.
That was the more.
Know.
Yeah, that was the more
what
scary.
What happened is when I went into the therapy and then I broke down from all my trauma and everything started crumbling. Yeah. I'm kind of just a mess. Those personalities, I don't even recognize any of them.
Oh, and maybe that's for the best. But certainly, of course, you speak of your daughter missing as respecting her right to privacy.
No, well, I mean, that's what I'm led to believe. Okay. I just can't believe it,
Got it. So you acknowledge she may have been abducted?
No, I acknowledge that I probably wasn't the best mom,
Okay, I see.
That's what I'm acknowledging.
Right, yeah. Okay, and oh my God. Well, I mean, but of course, she must have understood how hard you had it and the challenges you were dealing with.
I really, I don't even think that she cared. She was really because she was always better than everybody. That was just the way that she was, I don't know why. I don't know why.
Yeah, okay. So I'm seeing here 64 Transcendental Arts of Srimati.
That's the other channel, yeah, it's my best video ever.
Okay, I'll put that in the link too. I'll put that in the chat as well.
Sweet, thank you, Douglas.
Yeah, 24,000 views 8 years ago. Wow.
Oh, it's only 24?
It says 24,000. 24,000.
I thought it was 64.
Oh, it's 64 Transcendental Arts of. So yeah, I could see that. But honey, 24,000 is nothing to sneeze at. That's you're doing good. Yeah, and
you're doing good, Douglas. It's great to hear your voice and have you talking to me. I appreciate that.
It's the least I could do. Obviously, you've certainly been graceful, and I am indebted to you.
Aww.
And so what I'll do is what I do with everyone.
She's a pretty looking gal.
Yeah.
And her profile picture.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
well, we'll be in touch then soon, and I'll be in touch with Esther too. I appreciate it very much. I mean, I'd like for you to maybe hit on the Kodak thing for a minute, because I refreshed my mind with that.
Well, just so people understand, in general, Kodak Company was run by George Eastman, and George Eastman, it used to be called Eastman Kodak. My father was born in Rochester, New York, which was a solid Kodak Company town, but they kind of subdivided Rochester into the general Rochester area, and then the Kodak Company town, which was like behind a giant electrified razor wire shrouded security fence that girded the entire perimeter. And within that, you had the Kodak Company facilities that included the basically hospital, so that they would never have to report employee accidents to the safety inspectors of the federal government. People would be treated in the hospital for chemical burns, survivors of chemical explosions, all of this to so that they could breach all of the federal safety requirements. And they had their own schools to educate people, Kodak Company style. They had their own playground, a massive playground. We're talking more like an amusement park with a Ferris wheel and everything else, so the kids could play. I mean, this was a womb to tomb environment in the sense that these people lived Kodak in the way that Japanese companies are perceived to envelop or cocoon their employee families. Good example was when my dad was growing up and his father, working at Kodak, got deathly sick during a holiday season. Then other staffers appeared at his home with a turkey that they had cooked for him, so that the family would not have to go out and buy a turkey and cook a turkey. They brought this to his home. This was the kind of company familial environment that Kodak had. On the more negative side, the Kodak Company was pumping out all manner of industrial pollutants. They had a special private, what you would call, what is it when a company owns something? There's a special term for it. It is a company property, intellectual property, formula for each color that colorized their photos. Like this would color it blue, this would color it red, this would color it yellow. And the industrial effluvia or waste output from those chemical formulas, they would pour straight into the river. And so you just, if you were traveling down the river or on the other side of the river, you would see just entire swaths of the river, solid yellow, solid blue, solid red, solid green. This, of course, is just alarming in and of itself. But then they would pay local farmers enormous amounts of money to bury chemical waste on their land. And so farmers would take this money and allow Kodak to come in, bury enormous amounts of industrial waste on their land. Eventually, this poisoned the entire area. All of this containers with all these chemical waste products broke open over the years and polluted the tap water, the groundwater. Then for that reason, Laura Lee Solomon, who probably blocked Heather a long time ago. That's why I had to unblock her. Laura Lee Solomon.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Laura Lee Solomon had to do very hard research on this, but found out exactly what I was talking about. They had a scientific name for it. She gave me the link to the PDF or the actual PDF. But because of the incredible amount of industrial waste that saturates the environment of Rochester area, Rochester University, which was not controlled by Kodak per se, Rochester University had to become a specialist in a mutation in men in the area that became known colloquially as Rochester Dick. And Rochester Dick was where men were born, where their penises are like dog penises. Their penises are right next, they're in the same genitalia position as a woman's vagina, meaning that the penis is hanging down towards the ground like a dog's tail. and right next to the anus, parked right next to the anus, just like a woman's vagina. So this is Rochester Dick, and this is a condition that has a scientific medical name that that Rochester University of Rochester medical studies have pursued and investigated. But of course, it's all due to the chemical pollution from Eastman Kodak, and the Eastman Kodak, of course, he himself was exposed to so many chemicals throughout his years of invention and chemical development that he ultimately developed a neuropathology of pain. His entire nervous system was diseased, and since he possessed a diseased nervous system, he was his nervous system kept delivering messages of pain to his brain. So his nervous system was always registering pain. So he basically was in agony. He was in so much agony that he ultimately killed himself. There was also disappointment involved with that because he had developed Kodak. He had developed a company calendar, and this calendar was a very specific 30 days a month, I believe, with maybe 10 or 12 months. It was different from the calendar we have. It was even, very symmetrical, very mathematical, and not at all like the Gregorian calendar. Every month had the same amount of days. And so this was something that he thought would universalize business, that this would be a universal business calendar used by all mega corporations. And he approached the League of Nations to have this taken on as an international business calendrical system, but they refused, and or it did not go through the League of Nations legalization process successfully. And as a result, he thought he would revolutionize the world, but he did not. Now, even after his suicide, that calendar was maintained by Kodak Company. So believe it or not, everybody living behind that razor-wired fence, everybody raised in those Kodak schools, everybody working and dying on Kodak Company time, and ultimately to just where he and now she says, Esther, I hope this doesn't, we're all here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Let me see if this works. I'm going to try and share the contact numbers, and that way at least they have potential to contact each other on Skype. But just so everyone knows, I used to deal with government documents that said Kodak Company, made on Kodak Company time. And what they meant was it was literally made on the Kodak Company calendar. So it was made, you'd have to calculate by Kodak Company time to figure out when a product was made or a project was completed. So they were using their own time system. They were totally off of time as we know it. That's how much they controlled. So I'm trying to let me see. Her Skype name is Esther for this chick. And so here's Heather Holman. So what am I trying to do here? Send message, share contact. There we are. Share contact, and I'm going to share it with send to Esther. Done. Now I'm going to try the same with Esther. Okay, and then there we are. Share contact and do that with our dear Heather Holman. Send, and done. There we are. So Heather Holman's got Esther's got Heather's, and it looks to me like it says last seen days ago. Yeah, she can Skype. She'll be able to Skype. All she needs to do is reload that app, and you know, hopefully the two of you become good friends, and let me, you know, Heather, enter what you said into the chat box. Heather should be able to see this if she. Heather Holman kicked Nemo out of the call. Let me add it back in. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, that's cute. I don't think she meant to do that unless her alter kicked in. So that would be cute. All right. Let's see. So if we could, yeah. Take care of that. That's so funny. So we're calling Nemo. It's like finding.
Where does Esther live?
Esther is. Where the fuck does Esther live? California. California. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you could call her now. Call her now. And then get to sleep.
I can't get on the phone right now because everyone's trying to sleep. I gotta go to bed.
Got it. And you do have to go to bed.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
And
vampire.
Yeah, yes, true. That's true. Well, I love you dearly, and say hello to your boyfriend, and wish him Semper Fi again, and we're Semper Fidelis. I use the full Latin term rather than saying Semper Fi because it sounds
Semper Fidelis.
Yes, Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. God
wish you well. I wish you well, and I thank you so much for giving me this moment.
Well, I'll be calling you again Sunday, and I'll just call you like I call everybody else. Then okay. And I'll do that from now on. Okay.
I could have not asked for a better result from this. Thank you so much.
Well, we adore you. Okay. Bye.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Okay. Sweet be thy dreams, and blessed be thy slumber. Okay, that was cute. She kicked you off the call. Did you see that?
I just heard on the phone when I was smoking.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's so funny. Okay. So now what I'll do is get ready to go into monologue. Can you talk for a few minutes while I just refresh myself for a few minutes? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Do me a favor, talk for a few minutes. I should be back in about 5 minutes, and then I'll get deep into monologue and oh my god, what they do with targeted individuals. Look, Heather, what she says makes sense about the money they invested in us. They're not going to necessarily hurt us, but they sure as hell steal your children, don't they? I mean, oh my god, that's of course I can understand she prefers to see it that her daughter just checked out and doesn't want to speak to her anymore. Let's hope that that's the case. Let's all hope and pray that's the case.
Yeah.
Oh my god, so tragic, and I'm just left. It is what it is, and okay, I'm gonna go mute for a few minutes. I'll be back in about 5-ish, and our man Nemo's got this, and then when I get back, I'm gonna do monologue, and hopefully, we'll be calling Heather and bringing her on the calls from this point forward, and I feel better about that. Okay.
Yep. No worries. I'll go into about the unconditional surrender between Japan and America, World War II, circa World War II. Unconditional surrender on May 7th, 1945. Signed location situated in France on Dwight D. Eisenhower's headquarters, a signature by General Alfred Jodl of the National Socialist military, the spelling. National Socialist topic. Military of High Command. Reported ceasefire declaration. Historian and scholars conflate this as official surrender by Germany on the Eastern Front and ending World War II on the continent of Europe, surrendering to the Western Alliance. This was unconditional surrender declared by Franklin D. Roosevelt before he died, later succeeded by Harry Truman. Unconditional surrender results to genocide, recognizing the National Socialist government as the unofficial government of Germany, and recognize the National Socialists as war criminals or a rogue nation, meaning no peace treaty could ever be signed as legal declaration of peace. This concludes the war was never officially over. No peace treaty was ever signed by any member of the NSDAP or National Socialist. No dignitary official signed any peace treaty to end the war. The ceasefire was signed by Alfred Jodl, Jodl, however you pronounce that, a military general in the field of combat. No government diplomat official by the NSDAP only cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities was ever declared. No legal end to World War II. To this day, pre-ported ceasefire is still recognized by every government on Earth, meaning the war is still legal by all recognized allied Western nations, such as Britain, France, and the United States. All other nations, states, recognized as legal allied nations by the United Nations. The ceasefire sign was opportunity for the blasted Führer Grand Admiral Karl Donitz, Donitz, of the U-boat command, to execute Operation Hannibal from the Baltic, Littoral, and Courland, East Prussia, to evade Russian advancements. This Operation Hannibal was the largest civilian evacuation in world history of German population. More than 1 million people evacuated, civilians, more than 350,000 military personnel, and German government diplomats, including Reichsfuhrer Heinrich Himmler, Reichsminister Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, and Adolf Wolf Hitler. This is why they are referred to as the Thousand-Year Realm in Exile, or Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, because they exist to this day as the exiled government of Germany, later reorganized as East and West Germany, an entity that never existed before cessation of hostilities, so no peace treaty was ever signed or declared. The war still continues to this day through tax-regulated bills issued to the taxpayer electorate, known as wartime federal tax, and daylight savings are still in effect. Mobilization of the Western Allied nations still experience anti-National Socialist and anti-Teutonic pathological fear and hatred for the entity, promoted through film, media, and education curricula. The war to this day still continues, and the National Socialists are still the legal enemy of today. We are still legally at war with the Third Reich, or the Allied nations still legally at war with the Third Reich, an entity that exists in an exile government. This is reality, and anyone who disagrees with the facts such as this live in total ignorance and denial and promote racist, white supremacist hate speech or anti-Teutonic hate speech, all propagandized by the Western allies, all verifiable with research and open source referencing. Go on the Dresden topic, firebombing on Dresden, a war crime by the Allied nations. Dresden, the capital of Saxony in Germany. The British and American allies result of strategic bombing on Dresden. Over 900,000 women, children, and seniors burned to death in open-air infernos from the firestorm conducted by the Strategic Bombardier Command, targeting only civilian populations. Complete acts of terrorism. Images you can see, if you look up and do enough research, you'll show the aftermath and horror, what the German population went through during the Second World War. And this was only one example. It was throughout the entire duration of the Second World War prior to the cessation, how do you pronounce it, of proactive prosecution of belligerent hostilities. It's presented to educate people because so many are so ignorant of the evil acts the Allies conducted over mobilization to prosecute hostilities. Complete unconditional surrender result to total war and genocide. That means innocent civilian populations will be annihilated. You should do your own research into this particular topic and decide for yourself who the real evil nations truly were during World War II. Go on the topic, the Code of Federal Regulations, Title 38. Terms of cessation of prosecution by way of proactive hostilities. 1945, ceasefire ineffective through December 31st, 1946, by Title 38 under citation of the U.S. Code, which is a law as created by Congress. It is established that the federal government of the United States is separated and or ancillary to United Nations mandate, which recognized World War II as ending with the Japanese-American Peace Treaty signed at El Presidio, San Francisco on the 8th date of September circa 1951, ineffective through the 28th date of April circa 1952. Didn't go into effect until 28th date of April circa 1952. Recognizes proactive U.S. participation per the Second World War under UN organizational auspice as the first date of January circa 1942. Coincident foundation of the United Nations on site El Presidio, San Francisco, as an organization of war per Title 42 of United National Charter, as effectively entering universal and global ceasefire status on the 31st of December circa 1946, as acknowledged by United States Congress, by which any and all veterans claim to establish service connections, recognized disabling injuries attributable to service in the Second World War, are subject to CFR, the Code of Federal Regulations, which implement the law as pursuant to U.S. Code, thereby extending and recognition establishment of service connected disablements to World War II's effective date of ceasefire, December 31st, 1946, as the CFR holds equal status with the law equivalent to executive orders. Going to a different topic here. Filipino history prior and during World War One. The long guerrilla war in the Catholic north of the Filipino archipelago would result in no less than 60,000 summary on-the-spot executions, 200,000 battle deaths, and 2 million peoples dislocated, rendered homeless in Luzon, spelled Luzon, and its regional environs alone. The American depopulation campaigns in the Islamic south of the Filipino archipelago would eradicate no less than 3 million Filipino Muslims in a Holocaust that overwhelms even the Republic of Turkey's ethnic cleansing of 2 million Armenians in World War One between 1914 and 1918. The Argonaut stated, "There has been too much hypocrisy about the Philippines business. We do not want the Filipinos, we want the Philippines. All of our troubles in this present annexation matter have been caused by the presence in the Philippines of the Filipinos. Were it not for them, the Treaty of Paris would have been an excellent thing. The purchase of the archipelago for $20 million would have been cheap. The islands are enormously rich. They abound in dense forests of valuable hardwood timber. They contain mines of precious metals. Their fertile land will produce immense crops of sugar, rice, and tobacco. Touched by the wand of American enterprise, fertilized with American capital, these islands will become speedily rich, but unfortunately they are infested with Filipinos. This is a quote, by the way.
Yes, thank you. I just got back in time to hear that. Continue.
There are millions of them there, and it is to be feared that their extinction will be slow. Still, every man who believes in developing the islands must admit that it cannot be done successfully while the Philippines are there. They are indolent. They raise
or to just reread that. The islands infested with Filipinos and cannot be developed while they're still there. They are indolent, something of that nature, correct? Something like that. Yes. Continue. Yes.
They raise only enough food to live on.
Imagine that. Imagine that. Yeah. Go on. Yeah. Go on.
They don't care about making money, and they occupy land which might be better utilized by Americans. Therefore, the more of them that are killed, the better. It seems harsh, but they must yield before the superior race and the American syndicate. How short-sighted, then, to check the army in its war of extermination against these savages? Question mark. You want me to stop or keep going?
Oh, please keep going for a while. Just try to be a bit more emphatic. Put some emotion behind it. Yeah, don't just read it in a drone. Read as if you're this individual speaking and you're passionate about it. So go on.
Yeah. I'll try.
Yes.
A report from the U.S. Army near Manila, M-A-N-I-L-A.
Yeah, Manila.
On February,
Oh.
On February 5th, 1989 reads, in the path of the Washington Regiment and Battery D of the 6th Artillery, there were 1,008, I can't say that, 1,008 dead.
They said dead niggers is what they said. You can't say that, by the way. Just so people know, that's not a word that's banned by the Federal Communications Agency. There are certain words that, if this were a live broadcast on a what they call terrestrial broadcast radio, there are certain words that theoretically or legally you cannot say without them shutting down the show or something like that. Believe it or not, the N-word is not one of them. Yeah, I do use that word.
Being cautious.
No, understood, and appreciated, but understood, just so our listeners understand, this is a historical document, and we're reading from a historical document, and this is not us speaking, this is history speaking, yeah. And what the person who is, this is a column from an American newspaper that circulated worldwide, and at that time, this is what Americans spoke like. And so this is historical evidence of their attitude towards other human beings as essentially less than human, as essentially non-human. And so, yes, by all means, please continue.
There were 1,008 dead niggers and a great many more. We burned all their houses. I can't read this. It's horrible.
It is.
It's hideously funny.
Yes, no, it's hideously funny because, honestly, this is one of those things that...
I can't believe they spoke like this.
Yeah, in print, no less. In print! Yes, go.
All right. I don't know how many men, women, and children the Tennessee boys did kill, but they wouldn't take any prisoners. In 1902, the New York Evening Post ran a report of what is called the water cure. The Filipino, quote, the Filipino is placed on the ground with his arms and legs pinned down. His head is partially raised so as to make the pouring in of the water an easier matter. If the prisoner tries to keep his mouth shut, his nose is pinched to force him to get or a bamboo stick. I'm so sorry. A bamboo stick is put into his mouth. Is this way water? In this way, water is steadily poured in as much as 4 or 5 gallons until the body becomes a frightful object to contemplate. The victims then cannot talk, so the water has to be squeezed out sometimes. To use the words of... Sorry?
Oh, yeah, I was just laughing because when they say the water has to be squeezed out sometimes, that means that their bellies are bloated with all this water stuck in their intestines, and what men would do is step up and jump up and down on their bellies with their boots. So these guys would be spraying the water out of their ass and out of their nose and out of their mouth, just coming out of them like a water balloon. And obviously excruciating pain, and this is what happens when you're just bored and you have nothing better to do with your life in combat.
That pastime.
Yeah, and Heather, by the way, says, thank you, everybody. Sorry, Nemo. She's sorry because she knocked you off the call.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, and aside from that, please continue. Yes.
Yep. Sometimes, to use the words of one soldier, we jump on them.
There you go.
To get it out quickly, the water.
Yeah.
1 or 2 such water cure treatments, and the prisoner either drowned or confessed to whatever the troops wanted him to talk about. The war between the United States and the forces of the Philippine Revolution began in 1899 and lasted over 3 years. Almost every unit of the U.S. Army served in the Philippines during the conflict, as well as a number of state and federal volunteers. Of some 125,000, Americans who fought in the islands at one time or another. Almost 4,000 died there.
Yeah. It was America's first Vietnam. It was a war that saw the first heavy use of narcotics among the troops, recreational narcotics, opium. And the Americans who came back were so unsocialized, irredeemable. They were unable to re-socialize them, that they let them move into the Pacific Northwest. They just gave them, tracts of land to live on up in Washington and Oregon, because these were mass murderers. These were genocidal mass murderers, and they literally could not be reintroduced into society. And so this is why, if you go up north of California into the states of Washington and Oregon, even though new people have moved in since then, if you take a look at the neighborhoods where you have the people who were some of the originally established American settlers from that period of time in 1898, 1900, they're just crazy people. They're crazy people with guns. It's
unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's when I was interviewed by 2 guys once that never published the interview. I spoke about the Filipino conflict, what was then called the Filipino insurgency. One of them blurted out that, oh yeah, my grandfather served in that conflict. And, this guy was older himself, so his grandfather was around at that time, and this guy must have been, at the time he conducted the interview with me, probably around my age now, 56, something like that. So his grandfather, he said, was in that conflict, and he said he came home with a little Filipino boy that he called Black Jim, that he kept butt fucking, and my grandmother was all pissed and shit. It was like,
wow.
And this is one reason they just couldn't let these people move back into society. They were, I don't know how that individual did that, in other words, bring this Filipino boy back to the States with him. But I believe it when he says it, because that's something I'm sure happened. There's a mutual tragedy here, however. There's, of course, when I was talking to one white guy who had married a Filipina, no one that has ever been on this program. Just for people who know, we have had on this program Gary States, and Gary States is a federale who was on my program, and we busted the Richard K. Cole Jr. Forgery ring, where they were forging documents about myself and even my dead parents. What happened was Gary States pointed out in great detail how these were forgeries. That everything that Richard K. Cole Jr. and the gang stalkers of the Cult of the Kings of Edom, the Herodian insurgency, were producing false federal documents. So when he pointed that out, he was at that time, and still is, so far as I know, married to a Filipina. And they had 2 children that were half American, half Filipino, what you'd call Amerasians, I suppose. And so he, I always thought, was very respectful of the culture. There was this other white guy I was talking to who had married a Filipina, and he was certainly in no way struck me as abusive. He didn't strike me as contemptuous of her culture. But when I spoke to him about these historical issues, he just felt like, well, when I told him the Filipinos desired independence, and the Americans came in, even though the Filipinos had their own revolutionary forces who took advantage of the American war with Spain to fight the Spaniards, the Americans came in and eradicated them and conquered the Philippines. And then they paid Spain a bunch of money and just had Spain legally transfer these lands, like Cuba, the Philippines. I said, do you not find this outrageous? And he was just like, well, you know, that's the way things were settled in those days. Now, this is like, I fail to comprehend this kind of selective morality that people display when it comes to history. Now, that's different from what I talk about with, say, for instance, when I'm confronted with, like, for instance, that one black African American idiot named Abdul Karim Haq, who was a Muslim for a great part of his life. He was a Muslim for so long that he had an impression, an indentation on his forehead where he had bowed towards Mecca 5 times, 3 to 5 times a day. Or it had to be something of that nature, because he had, like I said, a dented impression on his forehead from doing so for years. This idiot gets online, cruises online, and then reads online, Muhammad was a child molester. Muhammad was a pedophile. You shouldn't be a Muslim. And, oh my God, he uses that as one of his major rationales for giving up his lifelong religion, his lifelong faith, and changing his name from Abdullah, which means slave in the proudest sense of I am a slave to Allah, and he changed it to Abu, from Abdul to Abu, which means he's daddy, like he's now father himself, like he's taken the place of God in his own eyes. But this idiot then removed his kids out of school, and this was before COVID. He removed them out of school so he could save $600 a month on car insurance, so he wouldn't have to drive them to school anymore because he gave up driving. What a piece of shit. Claimed he was going to homeschool his kids. I'm sure that their life went totally to shit after that. And
barely any socializing,
Well, his daughter was an honors student. I mean, she was like in grade school, but they had her in the this was Hamtronic, a Muslim school, and they had this thing like an honors system even for kids at the lower grades. And so she was in this honor roll for her grade. And he takes her out of that and destroys her future. It's just disgusting.
She was on a good path, and then he just took her right off the...
Yeah. What
an idiot.
Yes, thank you. There's no words for that. And then this idiot, basically, the thing about it was that when it comes to something historical like that, like, Muhammad was a pedophile. I've explained this before. Look, at that point in history, we did not have orphanages. We did not have, places to put kids whose families were killed. So what happened was Muhammad was engaged in a religious war. He was wiping out entire ruling families. And this is what happens in Middle Ages warfare is... in medievalist warfare, you kill the heirs to the throne so they don't take over the throne. Either that or you marry them into your family. And so when you've killed off the entire family and you've got there's a couple of 9-year-old daughters or 8-year-old daughters left, 7 years old, and you got a choice of selling them into slavery, which people would buy them at that age, you just raise them as slaves. Or you can say, okay, I take her as my wife, and that way she's brought into my family, and she's under care, gets educated, and at least is spared slavery. This does not mean he's a pedophile. There's no other way for him to deal with the situation. So it's like...
Exactly.
So when you're looking at history from a pragmatic or practical perspective... This is the way men were operating, and we can't enforce our perspective onto them because they're in a completely different situation. But when we come closer to our point in history, which is the Spanish-American conflict, and you're talking 1900, it's only like a few years before World War I and World War II. And you say America is, faced with a nation that wants its independence, and just says, fuck you, we're taking over. This is something which the Americans call, this is like Russia invading Ukraine. If you take a look at Russia invading Ukraine, you say, why, that's wrong. But you see America invading the Philippines and just say, well, that's the way they dealt with it in those days. No, you can't just, pick and choose as to where your morality is applicable. That's preposterous. So what America did was wrong, and it was evil. Now, on the flip side of this, maybe if the Filipino independence movement had not been fucked with, if the Americans had not rolled in and committed effectively genocide, because what you've described was in the North. And in the South, they went in and waged an even more mass murderous, literally exterminatory campaign against the Muslims. This is something that is, of course, just hidden from history. It's a hidden Holocaust. But it's the reason why Muslims hate Americans. Americans killed 3 million Muslim Filipinos. 3 million. And this is just outrageous. One of the men who was the partner of Timothy McVeigh, who blew up the Oklahoma City bombing, was Terry Nichols. And Terry Nichols participated in the Oklahoma City bombing because he was married to a Filipino Muslim. And he had learned about the American genocide against the Filipino Muslims. And on behalf of his wife and her people, he was striking back at America by participating in the Oklahoma City bombing. Now, they executed Timothy McVeigh because he was quote-unquote affiliated with neo-Nazis. They wanted to make a show of him, a show trial, and show him off and then execute him as a public deterrence to neo-Nazis. But Terry Nichols, no one has ever interviewed Terry Nichols. He's locked up in a concrete hole the rest of his life. He's not allowed any interviews because he would talk about the Muslim genocide, the American genocide of the Filipino Muslims. So this is the situation, is that Americans are responsible for Holocausts they're not even aware of. This is the horror of what we're talking about. And so when it comes to, if you ever wonder, why do Muslims hate Americans? There's your answer.
That's a good example,
Yeah, Americans killed 3 million of them, you dumb fucks. It's, of course the Muslims should hate the Americans. If they didn't hate Americans, there'd be something wrong with them. Now, all that being said, the Philippines is a case where after the Spanish occupation for 300 years, maybe? Seriously. Indonesia was occupied by the Dutch in what was called the Dutch East Indies for almost half a thousand years. Something close to 500 years. It's incredible.
Right.
When you think about the Indonesians, when they were liberated by the Japanese, and then after the Japanese trained them and they retained their liberation, they fought the Dutch, who tried to return, but they had a lot of Japanese advisors. The Dutch were fought off, and then Indonesia gained its independence as the largest Muslim nation on earth. Their independence has been only since World War II, and a few years after that. They've only been independent for about 80 years, close to 80 years, 75 years, something like that. Yet they were a colony under foreign occupation for hundreds of years. Imagine what that does to people. So the Filipinos have this kind of experience where they were colonized first by the Spaniards, then the Americans came in and killed them, slaughtered them, colonized them, and then the Filipinos became completely dependent on American military economics, on the American military bases, their major source of income in Manila. And they had a whole industry of prostitutes raised to do nothing but service American soldiers. They had everybody was involved with the post exchange, the PX, the supplies in northern Manila, to give you just an idea of how corrupt the whole situation is. The Americans would try to take old Filipino school buses and vehicles and put them on islands so they could have target practice. They'd take these old broken school buses and vehicles, put them on islands to shoot at them from their ships or artillery so they could have their target practice. But before they could even start the target practice, the Filipinos would run in there and rip all the vehicles apart so they could salvage all the metal to turn into balisong knives and shit. So the Americans would be shooting at nothing. And then the Americans would have this post exchange, a big military base in Manila. And this military base had to have bars, had to have shopping centers, and all these Filipinos worked there, and all they did was steal everything so they could sell it to their own people or give it to them for free, redistribute it to their family members and shit. This was so massive a theft operation of continual loss of supplies from the base, of everything. Booze, medical supplies, everything, that the Americans had to find out how it was disappearing, and they found that the Filipinos had tunnels so large underground that you could drive an 18-wheeler truck through them. 18-wheeler trucks underground loaded with supplies on a daily basis, stealing from the American military bases. The Americans...
Which they deserve. Have everything stolen.
Yeah. I mean, in a sense, at that point, you say they kind of deserve each other. I mean, the Filipinos are just corrupt as hell, but the Americans, of course, deserve it. The Americans were trying to... They knew that they couldn't just put a brick wall at either end because they knew the Filipinos would just dynamite it. So they had to fill the whole tunnel with concrete. The expense of doing that, the Americans concretized these tunnels from end to end. All the concrete they used could have repaved New York City. They used enough concrete to repave New York fucking City to shut down these stupid tunnels with concrete from end to end. This is this is ultimately why the Americans pulled out of the Philippines. But now, of course, the Filipinos are asking the Americans to help back them up in their... because China wants to take over, and China's muscling in. It is it's a situation that is tragic, and it's a travesty. But add to that the cultural factor. Cultural factor is monstrous. The cultural factor is that the Filipinos in the old days, it was the Irish. The Irish, of course, who most Australians are descended from. In the old days, Ireland suffered the potato famine. It suffered relentless assaults, attempts to exterminate the population by the British Empire. And so Irish went all over the world to work, but especially to America. They wound up working on the railroads, everything else. Now, the Philippines economy is so bad that Filipinos work all over the world. And because the Americans were so involved with the Philippines, the Filipinos have basically become inextricably linked with the American military. And when it came, say, for instance, at the time of Pearl Harbor, one of the reasons the Japanese could sneak into America and destroy. Now, just for people who don't know, you can look up old World War I videos or post-World War I. Look up the American Naval Aircraft Carrier Program or American Navy Blimp Aircraft Carrier Program. These were dirigibles the Americans made to fly planes. The planes would connect to the blimps, and the planes would fly off the blimps using a hangar system that was a catapult system, a kind of trapeze system. They call it a trapeze system. And this kind of trapeze system enabled the planes to hook up to the bottom of the blimp. And the Americans were developing flying aircraft carriers. And this was really the future. And this was something that they could use to bomb other nations from America itself. And the entire program was wiped out. All their dirigibles crashed. The Macon, the Akron, the Shenandoah. People can look this up. Macon, Macon, Akron, Akron. The Shenandoah, spelled after the Civil War battlefield. So the Shenandoah, the Macon, and the Akron all went down in flames. And they had to shut down the program. All of these flying aircraft carriers were destroyed by the Japanese. How did the Japanese get into America to do this? Easy. The Americans had so many Filipino stewards that were basically butlers for the officers, that there were more Filipinos serving as stewards to American officers in the U.S. Navy than there were Filipino troops in the Filipino Army. The Filipino Army, with their troops at full strength, was smaller than the number of Filipinos who were serving officers, shining their shoes, wiping their ass, serving them dinner. They took care of their families, babysat their babies, walked their dogs. There were so many Filipinos serving American officers that it was larger than the Filipino military forces back home. So all these Filipinos were in the United States. The Japanese would just disguise themselves as Filipinos, go on in, work for the officers, and then plant explosives on their flying aircraft carriers. It's just, this is how, I mean, how can you even believe America won the war?
They're so ignorant and incompetent. They couldn't distinguish the difference between Japanese and Philippines. They just would have thought every Asian was the same back then.
It's just, it's like, they're out of their minds. I mean, it's just like, but at any rate, it's not only that. How could anyone think the Americans deserved to win based on what I've just explained? It's exactly, so when it comes to this, but not only that, obviously, you want to see the Filipino people in a sympathetic light, and obviously they're heavily exploited. But you grow jaded after working with them or being exposed to them as long as I was throughout my life, just because of they saturate the military now. American military is loaded with Filipinos because a lot of these, of course, every Filipino woman, this is a horrible generalization, but sometimes we have to work with generalizations. But generally, every Filipino woman's dream was to marry some American GI, go to that great big PX in the sky called America, and, just live fat and happy the rest of their lives while bringing the rest of their family over. And that worked that way for a long time. And because of that, many of these Filipinos became nurses. Like I said, in the old days, American women would be nurses, and nurse uniforms look like lingerie. Nurse uniforms look like Halloween costumes for sex outfits today. Back in the old days, they had capes, they had the little cap, they had white shoes, they had a very specific look, and this was because women became nurses so they could marry doctors. And once they allowed women to become doctors, then doctors only married doctors. And after that, no nurse was able to marry a doctor. And because of that, no white woman wanted to be a nurse. And so all these Filipinas took their place. So all these female Filipinas became nurses, and the medical industrial complex went to shit. It was like, it just went to shit. And then you got the fact that when I said the Yemeni, the king of Yemen, pulled all of his people out of Saudi Arabia when he was insulted by the House of Saud, and all those people who were serving as their maids and butlers all left and had to go back home to Oman. Then all the Filipinos took their place, but they treat them like slaves, have them sleep in closets. That's horrible. Of course, it's wrong. But when it comes to many of these other situations where the Filipinos are involved, there's really that endemic corruption from back home that is reflected in what they do to a profession. Another profession they've come to dominate is security, private security, the cream puff end of the industry, which is like guarding like stupid places like skyscrapers downtown or something where, generally you don't face anything serious. They're not generally in high risk armed security environments, though there can be. There are some Filipinos that do excel, become kind of like really professional. They become like what you'd find, what you'd expect in a kind of competent force. But the majority of them are just really just unprofessional, and they're just kind of there. And they just get a job where their job is to watch the garage all day. And so you might think that this is like, okay, no harm in that. But it's, you notice that there's this kind of dependency on another society that's very parasitic. They've become a very parasitic, professionalized kind of caste, and it's a tragic thing. But then add to that the kind of fascination they have with whiteness, to the point where there's a lot of skin whitener products in the Philippines and Africa. There's a lot of skin lightening lotions, skin whitening products all over Africa and the Philippines. There is this kind of they've given up in general, in a sense, very real sense. They've kind of given up on trying to establish a culture of their own. It's kind of like they're very much dependent on another culture, and because of that, I'm not quite sure that the Filipino economy, for instance, it's a non-industrial economy in general. It's generally not industrialized at all. It's very non-industrialized economy. They are essentially it's like you just wonder about the future. It's one of these things where I've often said, what you have in essence as a economic symbiosis that will work, the only one I can think of will be the fact that Australia, thanks to AUKUS, thanks to the Australia, United Kingdom, United States, and they're trying to get Canada and Japan to join now, and the Americans and the British are going to provide Australia with nuclear submarines, and Australia is gradually going to become a regional empire, but its population is extraordinarily small, and it relies heavily on migrant labor. There's just jobs Australians don't want to do. It's with any other culture, there's jobs you don't want to do, and you hire immigrants to do it. So Australia has migrants, and they do the scut jobs. But as I said, in the future, what I see with Australia is basically the reestablishment of almost a chattel kind of economy. They would somebody has to move in to basically reoccupy the Philippines. It's only a choice of the Chinese, the Japanese, or the Australians. You can't count on the Americans to do it anymore. They're just too far away. There's no other European culture that's going to replace it. So it's going to be the Chinese, the Japanese, the Australians, or God forbid, the Indonesian Empire. So ultimately, because the say for instance, what was it? Ireland was always outside of Europe. It's blocked from Europe by England. So Ireland is just hanging out there in the Atlantic. So most Irish found their way to America. And in that sense, you've got this Americans celebrating St. Patrick's Day. It's a national holiday in America.
Yeah.
So that's how influential the Irish culture became. But the Philippines has always looked west. They've always looked west. They're Catholicized. That southern part is Muslim, but the rest of the islands are all heavily Catholicized. They have always been affiliated generally with the Spaniards, the Americans. They would look to the Australians more than they would look to any other culture, because the Australians also consider themselves a Western European descendant culture in the middle of Asia. They may be geographically Asian or Pacific, but the Australians are culturally Western, Eurocentric. So really the only fitting people to take on the Filipino economy and integrate it and develop it, because that's what the Filipinos need is development, would be the Australians. They would get a labor force. The Filipinos would get, obviously, in return, management, and there would be policing that would end the corruption. The problem is, the Filipinos themselves will tell you this, they cannot trust each other. They're just, anybody who gets in power there, they're just going to rip each other off. They're just... So the Australians, if they move in, then what we're going to see develop is basically a return to a kind of economic system that you saw in the antebellum South, like the Confederated States of Dixie. A kind of return to a chattel system that would border on slavery. And believe me, this is the only case in which I will say this, because I've heard arguments before where people say, the blacks in America were better off as slaves. And of course, you cannot morally present those arguments anymore. These are just not, the times have moved too far away from that period to be applicable anymore. But in the Philippines, this is one of those cases where a kind of codified serf system would only be a benefit. It would be a development of the Filipino economy. Their life would improve because the sanitation would improve. A kind of plantation system in which Australians were managing it, either through combines or corporations or even private ownership. Trust me on this, compared to the mismanagement under what they've got now under dictator after dictator, it would only be orders of magnitude a step up, an improvement in the quality of life for the people in the Philippines. This is one of those classic textbook cases where you could argue for constructive colonialism. That's what I foresee as the best possible future for the Philippines and Australia, because otherwise Australia can't survive either. Australia can't survive.
Full benefit.
Yeah. Australia can't survive without a labor force. You've got Australians. There's too few of them to maintain what they've got to maintain. Australia is too vulnerable because it's enormous. It is the only nation on Earth that occupies an entire continent. There is no other nation on Earth that occupies an entire continent other than Australia. So with that few people and that much space, it's not going to work without, say, for instance, all-out combat with, at this point in history, if all-out war took place between the Muslim Empire of Indonesia and the largest Muslim nation on earth, with more Muslims in their empire than all the Arab nations on earth put together, if they went to war against Australia, Australia's technology could barely help them survive. It would be probably a victory for Australia, but it would be so costly that Australia could face a kind of extinction. So they would need a mass army. The only way they could get that kind of manpower is through a kind of deal with the Philippines where the Filipinos provide the manpower. They provide the conscripts.
China would, by default, would have to get involved because they own a lot of land in Australia now. So if the Indonesians started fucking with Australia, China would be obligated to get involved.
True enough. I mean, certainly what Nemo brings up is one of these technicalities that seems important at first, but guaranteed. In a national crisis, you can bet everything. The Australian government would just say, fuck it, and nationalize whatever it was that China purchased. They would just say, fuck it, and they'd nationalize it. They wouldn't have time to mess around. There's not going to be some issue where they're going to be negotiating or, this is like when you're in a situation like that, all those contracts go out the window. You just say, fuck it. Right. Trust me. I give the Australians that much credit, where they would have that much common sense where they would do that. When it comes to the situation again, as I said, you've got the point is, as I said before, the lingua franca in the Philippines now is English. And this is what also is complementary. The Australians also speak English. So it's not like the two cultures could not understand each other. But it's a culture which would be complementary in the sense that the resources of the Philippines. You see, what that white American was saying, there's a certain logic to what the white American was saying. He was saying the Filipinos are indolent. You can't do nothing with them. This is what they used to say about the blacks, and what they used to say about you've got to whip them to get them to do anything. Now things have changed in that department in terms of not only attitudes changing towards minorities in America, but in the Philippines, of course, things have changed in the sense that people are no longer subsistence farming generally. They're no longer subsistence farming. But they're not really developed either. A lot of fishing. There is a lot of local agricultural economy. Either way, if Australia moved in and developed it, again, we've covered all the benefits for both sides. The standard of living for the Filipinos would only go up. So this is the most constructive future, but it would be one that would definitely border on a caste system. It would border on a caste system because the Australians are extraordinarily protective of who comes into Australia. So whoever would be working in Australia would be like on a working pass. It would be like they would be rotated back to the Philippines after a certain amount of time. This is all based on Australian behavior now. The Australians take illegal migrants and they put them in hellholes out in the Pacific that are where they basically die of boredom and kill themselves in depression. Nauru Island. The Australians have a contract with Nauru Island, which is they mined all their phosphate, so they're an island with a big hole in the middle, and that big hole is like this mine shaft that just goes down until, the core of the island itself, and this is where they house a lot of the migrants that Australia puts on hold. Like, they put them on hold who are asylum seekers. They take asylum seeker migrants and they stick them in Nauru Island. And they just die of depression there or kill themselves or go mad. In that sense, Australia is a lot like a colonial empire with its own penal islands, penal colonies. And So this is one of those cases where it's the future will be kind of a return to the past. It'll be kind of yesterday's tomorrow. You'll see developments like nuclear submarines in Australia. You'll see development of hypersonic missiles, but you're also going to see this kind of serfdom develop. If it doesn't happen the way I described it, I don't care how people say, "Oh, that's dystopian," or that's certainly not an ideal that's morally acceptable. The only alternative is Australia's, as it stands, Australia as we know it, is otherwise going to fucking die because it's surrounded by immense populations that would overwhelm it. Or it's going to have to do exactly what I said to give it that manpower boost that it needs to sustain itself against the other regional powers emerging in Asia. And so that's my vision of the Macronesian Empire that I see developing out of Australia, which was, by the way, predicted by all people, Steven Spielberg, when he produced this film called Sequest, DSV something, and it was, he never articulated any of the economic details that I did, but he was obviously exposed to some of the speculative material that I turned over to think tanks, to the Department of Defense, when I first articulated this scenario. And he produced it into a series and thereby made money off me. It didn't last too long. It was about 2 seasons of stupidity before it finally, he pretty much gave up on the project, and then they turned it over to someone who obviously had read my material, and then they militarized the program and made it into a state of terrestrial conflict, which they were portraying in the 3rd series. So it was only a single series that you saw this real militarization of that series and this kind of concept. The original 2 series were just a kind of boy idol kind of vehicle for this young kid who ultimately killed himself because he was depressed because basically he had been raped repeatedly by Steven Spielberg. And Steven Spielberg was using it as a vehicle to, you give me sex in exchange for me making you a star. And that kid, he had so many girl fans that he had to go to the set escorted by armed security because they were afraid girls were going to mob him and gang rape him to death or something. And because he got so many fan letters. But yeah, like I said, he ultimately killed himself. There's a price to pay for everything. But then once he was on the outs with the series and was just in as kind of an extra, they militarized it, made Australia the enemy, which everybody thought was the weirdest thing in the world. But nobody had read my materials. Nobody had read what I had written other than whoever was brought onto that series when Steven Spielberg gave it up. So when Steven Spielberg gave it up, he gave up the direction and just kind of turned it over. Whoever they brought in was someone who had seen what I had written. And so they said, okay, the enemy is Australia, and it's now this Pacific superpower, and it basically has manpower essentially from the Philippines, because they show these kind of colored Polynesian-looking people that are essentially working for them, but they never specified anything. The Asian enemy was portrayed as Wdy, which simply means great dynasty or big house, literally like big house or like noble house or great dynasty. So they portrayed this Wdy empire as being the Asiatic enemy, but other than that, the forces that were supposedly the good guys were the United Earth Oceans, that was essentially a kind of American and Japanese and European kind of coalition that was protecting the Earth's oceans. But when it came to that last season of that series, it was definitely Dietrichonic, though I was never given credit. And so there's a bit of trivia. Aside from that,
Pay up, Spielberg.
Yeah, go on.
I was saying pay up, Spielberg.
Thank you.
The money he made.
Oh God. Not that he made, like I said, not that he made much. I mean, the ideas only came in at the last season. In all fairness, You know, I mean, take a look at Spielberg. You know, he could never understand anything I wrote. So,
Right.
like I said, it was, in all fairness, it wasn't really Spielberg. It was whoever took over after that idiot. You know,
After,
he only made that series just so he could have a fuck buddy out of that boy and give him
Wow.
something in exchange. That's how the series started. And anybody takes a look at the first 2 seasons of that series, just scan through and you'll see what I'm talking about. There's nothing to it except that stupid boy and a talking dolphin. And it's just basically, young Johnny Fuckable and the star from Jaws, Roy Scheider. And, then after they got rid of him and replaced him with Michael Ironside, I think, whatever the actor's name is, I think it's literally something like Michael Ironside. And then they militarized the series, redefined the whole concept, and that's where someone came in who had looked at what I had written. But, so aside from all of that, we can always get back to this topic later. But definitely, Australia has a lot of potential. It has a lot of potential, but this is a very delicate time. But I'm pretty confident that Australia is pretty secure. The more immediate problem, of course, is Indonesia, even more than communist China, really. But and probably the biggest problem is maybe Australians who just are too easily intimidated by communist China. Australians, it's like they're it's hard to tell. Also a big factor, the Murdoch family. Exactly. The Murdoch family is so entrenched in power in Australia. Not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, if you ever take a look at the old Confederate States of America, it was just people like the Murdochs. It's just people like the Murdochs who just ran everything. It's not necessarily it's negative in the sense that the founding father is a climate change denier. That's a negative. But as he's gonna die, and he's gonna die sooner than later. The guy's a fucking, he's bordering on 100. So at that point, some other guy takes over, the younger guy, who may be just as bad as he is in terms of climate change denial, but we'll see what happens. If he's younger, there's always hope that he can adapt and change. That's all I can say. But, there are other members of the Murdoch family that are pro-environmentalist. They have tended to sever from the main Murdoch family. The good news is when you're dealing with dynasties like that, other factors can come in where other international powers can always play one part of the family off against the other and maybe install the pro-environmentalist later at some point. But if someone were to ask me what is the future government of Australia, I take a look at Japan. When you take a look at the Japanese, let me kind of put this into some perspective here when it comes to some of the original power families of Japan from the days of the shogunate. Nei-san. Now we know them as Nissan. Toyota. Now we know them as Toyota. These are ancient families that go back, at this point, onto 1,000 years. Some things in some cultures don't really need to change. If it's not broken, don't fix it. If the Australians are, which they are, or they're truly run by the Murdochs, at some point you might as well just formalize it as kind of like the House of Murdoch, a kind of dynasty. And then, again, like, say, for instance, the old Confederate South, you've just got a kind of oligarchy that's running the economy. It's if anything, it's stability. This is, again, people might say, well, this is dystopian, or this is somehow not right by a democratic sense of perspective, but it's not every place on Earth needs to be democratic. The Australians they started off as a penal colony, for God's sake. You're talking about at one point Australia was administered by Captain Bligh. You're talking about the man who was so much of a disciplinarian that his sailors rebelled. He was the guy from the Mutiny on the Bounty. This guy he wound up running Australia for a period of time in the early days. It's kind of like, when you take a look at their system now, it's just a sham. It's a farce. Their votes are completely controlled and manipulated by the Murdoch family anyway. So you may as well just formalize it and bring it out into the open. Okay, so that being said, I'll go into monologue now and do me a favor.
for informing me of all that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the fact that you understand it. Obviously, you live there, but you know that what I'm saying obviously is true. You've certainly seen you live it. I mean, you live there, you live it, and it's.
I wish I didn't live it, but yeah.
I know, and certainly back me up here. I mean, let Nemo tell you. Honestly, are most Australians responsible enough to uphold an actual democracy? Really?
Not really, no.
Thank you. I mean, good God, tell them. I mean, your dad was out in the outback. I mean, there's people out there that are just fighting and fucking. They're just fighting and fucking and hunting.
Savages.
Oh my God. It's
Badass.
Yeah.
Yeah. I prefer if Australia would get the Third Reich treatment.
Yes. They need it. I mean, basically everybody needs it to some kind of degree. Australia will. There are certain things that you see. Just I've always been how would I say it? Able to prognosticate, meaning able to project into the future, based on historical realities. And this is what I see as the most logical or the most constructive evolutionary development in terms of society in that part of the world, Australasia. Again, it would be something that would seem all too reminiscent of the antebellum or pre-war South to many Americans. But in that part of the world, honestly, there would be no real constructive alternative. The Australians are simply, they're better fighters than they are laborers. They basically excel in war. For those of you who don't know, the Australian units in World War II had, outside of the Axis, when it came to the Allies, they were the highest performing units in terms of combat effectiveness and performance. It was the Australians that held the Pacific, not the goddamn Americans. The Americans weren't even there until the latter half of the war. So the Australians more than proved themselves, but again,
we're tougher than the Americans. They're softies compared to us.
Absolutely, but beyond that, as Nemo can attest, they're an inherently violent people. The Australians are an inherently violent people.
Might as well be in the next Vikings.
Yes, they are essentially a warrior culture, and that warrior cultures generally have a serf or labor caste. The Filipinos would fill that role as well as the role of mass combatants or the mass troops. The Australians would be the elite troops and the officers. So it would be a formidable fighting machine. So that would also give the Australians forward bases that would directly border both China and Japan. That's it's a geopolitical powerhouse, what I envision. and it's something that would be economically a kind of resource-based economy. It would be based off plantation farming in the Philippines, resource extraction in Australia. But you see, the beauty of it is, through the Filipino islands, the Australians would be producing their own food, which otherwise would be almost impossible to sustain a population in a barren desert like Australia. The Australians could also explore aquaculture. They already farm tuna for the Japanese. And so this could be well expanded by orders of magnitude in the Philippines area. This is something that would, again, enable Australia to sell surplus food to a starving world. It's something that, without the extermination that the Americans conducted, the Americans were saying the Filipinos are lazy and just kill them all and we can get hardworking Americans here. But this would be a better situation. The Filipinos would be alive, working under Australian management. The way I envision this would be combines, large conglomerates. This would make them employed. In general, the employment would go way up in the Philippines, and they would be producing a surplus. And then the surplus would be sold, and ultimately everyone would benefit. Filipinos would get consistent medical care. At that point, if their labor, their assets, they would be provided for. You don't destroy an asset. You don't wear it down. You preserve it. They would be given medical care, ultimately retired when they got too old. It would work out. They would also provide the babysitters, the domestic service. It would come more and more to reflect kind of like the pre-war South in terms of the lifestyle and economy. And of course, that's ultimately the Australians are a Celtic culture, and the Celtic culture has this in its history, this kind of warrior and serf kind of balance that would be reflected in this. So that's a future you can actually be proud of for Australia. I mean, what you see now is just like, as Nemo would say it, nothing to really be proud of. Yeah, but that would change. The flag, that would be interesting. Try and conceptualize a flag for us. There's your homework. Think of a good flag for that kind of empire.
Big swastika.
I don't know if that would be, if we get away with that too soon, but it would be, it
could be an Asian swastika.
It could be, but I don't know how many, or Celtic, yeah, some kind of, Celtic design, I would presume. Okay, so that being said, do me a favor, hang with me, and I'll go into monologue, and if I need your help, I'll call for you, but otherwise let me know if you decide you're going to fade out, and we'll just kind of
I'll probably go in half an hour now. I'll try and stay as long as I can.
Okay, well, thank you. Just let me know when you're ready to go, and then we'll see how long I last after that. Maybe what I'll do after that is just kind of end a little bit early because, our lovely Heather Holman spoiled me by paying the rent. She's covered the rent.
That was very generous of her.
Oh my God. I feel, obviously indebted. I will call her with each episode, see if she comes on. But, oh my God, her daughter. I mean, doesn't that just break your heart?
Yeah.
It's
unfortunate.
Yeah, this is like, and her grandfather, that fiendish.
Yeah. Just as soon as I saw that image, I'm like, yep, why am I not surprised?
What a piece of shit.
Yeah.
It's like, that was the guy I told you I saw in those photographs, barefooted, but with the atomic bomb goggles. Yeah, that was, and it's like, what a tragedy. and at least she lives in a beautiful place. Funny, she has if her boyfriend was celebrating the Marine Corps birthday, that guy was really fucking brainwashed. Man, they indoctrinated him. Oh my God. I don't know what to say other than what I did. It's like, dude, if that was your life, what can I say? This like, I didn't ask.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah. Good God, is that all that was? I mean, Jesus Christ. But all right. Well, do me a favor. Say good morning to everyone.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. And please support Douglas any way you can. Buy his books on Amazon and send donations towards him via PayPal.
Thank you.
Yellow button on the top right of his webpage.
Thank you so much. Profoundly appreciate it. And that's Nemo Albano. And hopefully he's with us every episode. And all depending on his sleep patterns and his gaming. And that he saves up enough money for that goddamn mattress and bed frame, okay?
That's what I'm doing.
Oh my God. I can't imagine stubbing my toe on cold metal in the... Where did you get that bed frame?
Just... My father got it for me in 2007.
From a prison? What?
It looked nice, but it's just fucking... It's not safe.
Brutal. It's brutal. It's
brutal.
I
shouldn't even be selling a bed frame like that. It's stupid.
Fucking... I was drinking water when you said that. It all went up my nose. Holy fucking shit.
Just buy a double mattress or one with a wooden frame and integrated drawers. Just something not going to get in your way.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. Oh my God. Oh, yes, thank you. That's, okay, on that note, going into tonight's, I want everyone to understand on March 24th, this year, 2024 in London, England, Britain's Catherine, Princess of Wales, has made announcement of her cancer diagnoses. The Princess of Wales had abdominal surgery earlier this year and has revealed that cancer has subsequently been found. So we now know it is abdominal cancer. We know the specifics. She said she has been receiving chemotherapy and asked for privacy for herself and her family. So, that out of the way as an update, specifically for our friend George Knight and our other friends in England. Let's talk about Trump's lucky break. Donald Trump has built up his reputation as a rich guy. When he ended up unable to cover a massive bond, the courts threw him a lifeline, but just for now. It's a temporary reprieve. The day before yesterday by now, Donald Trump was thrown a lifeline as the deadline approached for he and his co-defendants to pony up a $464 million United States dollar bond in a New York State civil fraud case. An appeals court reduced the amount to $175 million US dollars and issued a new 10-day deadline to post the bond. The case, in which a judge ruled yesteryear that Trump had lied about the value of some of his properties, has become a financial headache for the former president and a blow to his reputation. Trump's public image leans heavily on the persona of a deals guy that he has been peddling for decades. He has long touted his own wealth, but it seems that he did not have the cash on hand to pay the astronomical bond the courts initially demanded. His attorneys called securing such a large bond a practical impossibility and requested the bond amount to be lowered to $100 million US dollars, which would be an impossibility for the rest of us on planet Earth. Trump had been scrambling to come up with the money for the bond, and roughly 30 companies had reportedly rejected his appeals for help. Imagine that! No point throwing in good money after bad. Atlantic Magazine observes that this reprieve is a lucky break for Donald Trump. To quote their columnist, David Graham, it's really remarkable how often Trump seems to get windfalls like this out of nowhere. but it is also, by definition, temporary. It does not necessarily have any bearing on the amount of a later penalty, which could still be $464 million US dollars, nor does it reflect the court's view on how appropriate such a fine would be. Although this stay is convenient for Donald Trump, it also makes some sense from the perspective of the Attorney General's office. As the aforecited David Graham noted in his recent article, seizing assets to guarantee a bond could have created a mess for the Attorney General's office if Trump ends up winning his appeal to reduce the final penalty, or manages to convince a court that Judge Arthur Engoron's decision was wrong. What this bond does do is to let the appeals process play out. Qualifying that she herself was not shocked by the decision, which came from a notoriously pro-business court, Caroline Polizzi, a white-collar defense attorney and a lecturer at Columbia Law School, reminds us that Trump's assets are not going anywhere, and that the court has appointed a monitor to, in her words, make sure no funny business is done between now and the eventual final ruling. This is far from over. A bond is only meant to secure faith that the litigant will actually eventually have the ability to make the payment. Getting Trump in a position to have liquid assets on hand is actually better for the state. It seems easier for them to accept cash than it would be to go through the arduous process of seizing properties and placing liens on various businesses. Now, Trump's true net worth remains murky. A good deal of his money is tied up in non-liquid assets such as real estate, or set aside for payments in his other legal battles, as he faces 91 felony counts in state and federal courts. Although not every case would involve a financial penalty, he already posted a $91 million appeal bond in the E. Jean Carroll judgment earlier this month. Declaring bankruptcy is an obvious maneuver for someone with financial woes, but beyond the potential embarrassment it would bring upon Trump, he has repeatedly used corporate bankruptcy in the past. Though he is quite touchy about the subject now, there are a few practical reasons he is unlikely to pursue that path. Debts, such as fraud judgments, in the New York case are generally not dischargeable, meaning that he could not shake them off by declaring bankruptcy. Going bankrupt would also require him to open up about his finances, including naming his creditors. Depending on who they are, that could lead to reputational or political damage. Trump's financial saving grace may come from his media venture. On Friday into this weekend, in an 11th hour deal, his on-paper net worth skyrocketed when his company, Trump Media, the parent company of Truth Social, merged with a special purpose acquisition company, also known as a carte blanche, or a blank check company, that helps private businesses go public quickly. Trump Media started trading on NASDAQ, yesterday by now, or the day before, and the former president's shares are already worth about $4.5 billion United States dollars on paper, though restrictions in place would prevent him from using or selling shares of the company for half a year, 6 months, unless the board, which is made up of various loyalists, including his son Donald Jr., agreed to remove the restriction. Even as he navigates choppy financial waters, Trump has not relented in pumping up his own valuation. Last week, he claimed on Truth Social that through hard work, talent, and luck, I currently have almost $500 million in cash. The basis for that claim being quite unclear. Trump rode to the White House in part based on the public impression, one he meticulously curated, that he was a high-rolling businessman. The civil fraud case has cut to the core of how he presents himself to the public, but the courts have given him a break, and in the end, unfortunately, his voters might as well. Now, across the Atlantic, Russia's tragedy is Putin's humiliation. Terrorists struck deep inside Russia on Friday into this weekend last, and the conspiracy theories are already spinning. If you are still trying to figure out who attacked a Russian rock concert and why they slaughtered and wounded scores of people, your confusion is understandable. In an era when social media spews chaff and deception during every crisis, some fairly straightforward issues get obscured in all the drama. As we all untangle the ghastly attack just outside of Moscow, bear in mind 3 realities about politics in Russia. What was it Peter Moon was trying to quote Eisenhower about? A riddle in a mystery, wrapped in an enigma. It's a stupid fucking quote, but it gives you an idea. First, to cut through all that bullshit, the so-called riddle and mystery and enigma bullshit, which is all it is. It's all just bullshit. First, some terrorist groups have a long-standing hatred of the Russians, and mass casualty attacks in Russia's cities are nothing new. Americans, scarred by 9/11, often think that they are the prime target of Islamist extremists. But over the past 12 decades, Russia has endured more mass casualty terror attacks from Islamist extremists than these United States, including barbaric assaults on a school and a downtown Moscow theater. The most recent massacre is only one of a series of such attacks in Russia over the past 30 years. Second, reliable information will be scarce for some time. The immediate Russian response in such circumstances is to clamp down on the media while government officials mostly dummy up, in part because people who may have been asleep at the switch will already be engaging in desperate ass covering. And third, always remember that Russia and its useful idiots in the West will try to shift blame and obfuscate as much as possible as they try to blow the stench of failure away from Moscow. So, let's see that Eisenhower quote again. Our quote, Russia. Here we are. Russia, riddle, enigma. Here we are. A riddle wrapped in a mystery, inside an enigma. Oh, it looks like it was Churchill. I guess they're attributing it to Churchill. I mean, who the fuck cares? They're all the same. Yes, in 1939, Winston Churchill described Russia as a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma during a radio address on the invasion of Poland. So that's all they had to say on the Russian side of the invasion. Well, I've just given you the riddle answer. The riddle is, first, some terrorist groups have a long-standing hatred of the Russians, who have been extremely Islamophobic, and therefore the Muslims have struck at Russia far more than they have the United States. Second, the mystery part, reliable information is going to be scarce for some time. They're going to engage in desperate ass covering. And third, the enigma. Just remember that Russia's got useful idiots in the West who are always going to try and shift blame and obfuscate, create as much of a smoke screen as possible to blow the stench of decay away from the state of shame that is subjected from Moscow. So let's start with what we know, or what we think we know at this point. On Friday, into this weekend last, gunmen opened fire at a crowd gathered for a concert at the Crocus City Hall, a music venue that is part of a shopping mall in the Moscow suburbs. So far, Russian authorities say at least 139 people were killed and more than 100 were critically injured. The Islamic State, formerly ISIS, note how I say that. It's kind of like saying X, formerly Twitter. They've rebranded. I had to explain that to Peter, because he said, yes, that's not ISIS. And like had to explain it's Islamic State, which they use now, so you don't think it's, the pagan goddess that you used to see on Saturday morning kid shows. Oh, mighty ISIS. No, now they've gone brand specific. They've matured. Their brand is matured, and they've claimed responsibility. But American officials, according to the New York Times, are connecting the attack to ISIS-K. So we're back to ISIS all over again, but it's ISIS-K with carotene. Or that vitamin K that Trampus Nicholson and J.C. Lilly use when they're fucking dolphins. Carotene? What is that one again? I've never used that particular drug. But as an NPR national... Ketamine! I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Thank you. Yeah. It's ISIS-ketamine. ISIS-ketamine, thank you. ISIS-K. By the way, as I've noted before in my Sunday transmission, I believe, ISIS-K is a regional group. The K stands for the Khorasan area of Central Asia, which they believe to be their promised land, that has declared its loyalty to the larger ISIS in the Middle East, and it, to quote, is fighting or has declared hostilities against Al-Qaeda, China, Iran, Pakistan, Russia, Syria, the Taliban, and the United States. They're fighting both the Taliban and the United States. It's just, they just said, fuck everybody, let's kill everybody on Earth. Yes, that ISIS-K. The ones with all the friends. They, by the way, my source for that quote is NPR National Public Radio report. But it has a particular animosity for the Russian Empire. Moscow's troops have fought ISIS there in support of the Syrian regime of Bashar al-Assad. So far, the Russian government has not publicly accepted the ISIS claim. But before the attack, American intelligence sources were so concerned about the possibility of an ISIS-K assault in Moscow that the State Department warned United States citizens to stay away from big gatherings. Personally, I can't understand why any American would be in Russia anyway. The Americans reached out and warned the Kremlin as well. Whether the Russian government took these warnings seriously is, they're telling us it's still unclear in general media, but I can tell you the Russians dismissed it and just said, fuck you, you're trying to blackmail us. Anyhow, the Russians have now arrested people, and 4 of them, all from neighboring Tajikistan, showed up in court looking like they'd been severely beaten. No surprise there, but the next development to watch for is whether they make detailed confessions. 12 of them, according to the Russians, have admitted guilt, which of course anybody would after enough beating. Putin, in a predictable authoritarian maneuver, is trying to pin this attack on the Ukrainians, whose government is denied any involvement. He was just re-elected with the Kremlin's laughable claim that he netted 87% of the vote. I mean, let's just be serious here, okay? There was no Russian election. And his crusade against putative Ukrainian Nazis looks like lethal incompetence if Islamist terrorists can walk into Russia from next door while Russia's security agencies are focused elsewhere. He must assert that Ukrainians were involved. Otherwise, he has a lot of explaining to do about why he's butchering Orthodox Slavs in Ukraine, fellow Christians, while Russians are being butchered by Islamist terrorists in Moscow. Authoritarian governments, of course, aren't big on, they're not big on explaining anything to anyone. And Putin, as is his habit during a crisis, initially hunkered down and stayed silent. This is why, by the way, I don't think this was a false flag, or inside job. Not that I would put it past the spooks and ghouls in the Russian intelligence services at all. They've done it before, but the situation is too embarrassing for Putin. If the attack were an inside job, I myself would presume that even the Kremlin would have set it up better than this incredible mess. Early on Monday, opening this work week, Putin finally acknowledged that radical Islamists were behind the attack, but he was still trying to somehow tie them to Ukraine. The suspects will probably be required to support Putin's line, as soon as Putin settles on one. But the Russian dictator's attempt to pin all this on Ukraine will probably become more difficult as we all learn more, including whatever the United States chooses to release about the warnings it offered to the Russian Empire. Fortunately for the Kremlin, however, Russia has apologists in the West who are already more than happy to carry forward the charge of Ukrainian involvement. The entrepreneur, David Sachs, a man who almost daily illustrates the problem of plutocrats who think that their wealth qualifies them to speak about any subject, posted on X, formerly Twitter, that if the Ukrainian government was behind the terrorist attack, as looks increasingly likely, the US must renounce it, else we become complicit. Sachs then preemptively griped about the inevitable bogus community note that he knew was coming. You see, on X, these community notes allow other people to correct what they believe is bad information in a post. To quoteist the Sachs man, I'm aware that Ukraine has denied responsibility for the attack. I'm also aware that such denials don't mean much. In fact, they are part of a pattern. Man, the only pattern is your male pattern baldness, motherfucker. Not just the one on your head, but the lack of hair on your crotch. Not as much of a pattern as Islamist extremist attacks in Russia, by the way. But for many of the Westerners siding with the Russians, history began only a few years ago, when Russia tried to complete its takeover of the Ukraine. The sack of shit known as David Sachs isn't clever enough to create really detailed nonsense. For that, we must go to the former Fox News regular and retired Colonel Douglas McGregor, whose 2020 nomination by Donald Trump to be ambassador to United Germany, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, was stopped in the Senate because they felt that this man was so insane that the Germans would declare a state of war against the United States, were he sent there to basically harass them. McGregor, also posting on X, where else, claimed that the perpetrators are the perpetrators of the terrorist attack in Russia escaped from Russia into Ukraine near Belgorod and are directly tied to Muslim elements fighting on behalf of Ukraine. He added that they were allegedly paid about 500,000 or $500,000 rubles, of which 250K was paid up front. An unknown third party provided weapons. And McGregor has also posted that he has little doubt that MI6, that's British intelligence in case you didn't know, /CIA were involved. This guy was a high-ranking officer, and you still believe your military wins wars? Of course, McGregor has no way of knowing any of this, but it all sounds like a cool spy movie. It's only a matter of time before this narrative gathers steam in the right-wing ecosystem, because the charge that the terrorists escaped through the Ukraine is basically Putin's line. although Putin has claimed only that this was the plan, not that any of them had made it out. It's a long way from Moscow to Belgorod. The immediate question for Ukraine and for these United States is how far Putin will go to shift the blame for this horrific tragedy away from himself and onto his various enemies. For now, the Ukrainians will bear the brunt of Putin's anger. Gangsters don't take humiliation well, and Putin will want someone to pay, even if it's just those who have the misfortune to be within his immediate reach. As always, the price will fall on ordinary Russians, Ukrainians, and potentially millions of other people who are cursed with living under, or too near, Putin's neo-totalitarian regime. This brings us to the tyranny of expectations. Winning the battle but losing the war. From Ukraine to Israel. In early 2022, much of the world applauded the heroic Ukrainian troops who held back Russian forces outside the gates of Kharkiv and Kiev. Great Britain's then Prime Minister Boris Johnson declared, "This is Ukraine's finest hour that will be remembered and recounted for generations to come." The United German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said, "Its Soldaten, its soldiers have demonstrated immense bravery." In his speech from Warsaw, capital of Poland, U.S. President Joe Biden proclaimed that Russian forces had met their match with brave and stiff Ukrainian resistance. 12 years later, Ukrainian soldiers are again resisting massive Russian military assaults, this time in Donetsk, Luhansk, and elsewhere. But now there are far fewer cheers. Instead of celebrating Ukrainian valor, many observers are chiding the country for not turning the tide and going on the offensive. Last November, for example, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni made revealing comments to 12 Russians who were pretending to be African Union officials. I mean, how fucking dumb can this Italian guy be? To white Russians. "Hey, we're United Africa officials, officials from the African Union." It's like, did you get a Michael Jackson melanin job or bleach yourselves? What the fuck? But no, he spilled everything to these guys. He said, "There is a lot of fatigue." Oh, no, that's not Italian. "There is a lot of fatigue. I have to say the truth. From all the sides. We are near the moment in which everybody understands that we need a way out." That's awful. That is, that's the worst. That's every worst element of Italian stereotype. But this guy deserves it. It's just, Ukraine may again be holding off a more powerful aggressor. Yet this outcome now seems like a stalemate, if not a defeat, to the amateurs. The global shift in perceptions is an example of the tyranny of expectations, or how assumptions about who will win a war can skew judgments about who prevails. Outside observers, both experts and lay people alike, do not evaluate military results by simply tallying up the battlefield gains and losses. Instead, they compare these results to their expectations. As a result, states can lose territory and still be deemed winners if they overperform. States can take land and be labeled losers if they underdeliver. The resulting conclusions about the winners and the losers, however skewed, can even rebound and shape the battlefield itself. Ukraine, for example, lost territory during the initial weeks of Russia's invasion, but Kiev's unexpectedly resolute defense earned it widespread Western assistance, which helped it liberate numerous cities in the following months thereafter. But the tyranny of expectations is also at work in another major war, the Israeli campaign of genocide in the Gaza. When this mass extermination began. It's not war, but murder. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu made a grandiose promise that his country would crush and destroy Hamas. Declaring that he would eradicate the group completely was a mistake. Hamas is amorphous, dispersed, and heavily armed, which means it is almost impossible for Israel to abolish. Netanyahu's pledge makes it extremely difficult for Israel to be seen as the clear-cut winner of the war. When expectations and reality clash, crises often follows. Israeli disillusionment with Netanyahu's war could cause a seismic shock in Israeli politics. So, this is perception and reality here. At first, it might seem that the key success in war is to exude great confidence about victory. In wartime, after all, optimism can be a force multiplier, whereas defeatism can be contagious. If everyone thinks one side will win a battle, it really might prevail, in a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. In the novel titled War and Peace, for instance, Leo Tolstoy argued that Russian troops fled from the French in the 1805 Battle of Austerlitz. Despite suffering from similar casualties, because the Russian troops had a crisis of confidence. Tolstoy wrote, "We said to ourselves that we were losing the battle, and we did lose it. But an image of sure success can also be dangerous. Judging who wins and loses in war is incredibly murky, and people may make their determinations by comparing the battlefield result with a somewhat arbitrary reference point, their expectations. As a result, the conflict's perceived winner may have little to do with the outcome of the outcome on the ground." Consider what happened in 1975 when forces from the Khmer Rouge, the communist group in Cambodia, captured the merchant vessel Mayagüe and its 39 American crew members. In response, Washington launched a rescue mission that turned into a debacle. 41 United States service members died. Over half a hundred were critically injured. And 3 United States Marines were accidentally left behind in Cambodia, where they were captured and executed. The crew of the Mayagüe was set free, but not thanks to the rescue mission. It turned out that a local Khmer Rouge commander had mistakenly taken the Americans prisoner, and senior Cambodian officials ordered their release before the United States raid even started. That raid, then, produced nothing except United States Marine Corps casualties. Yeah, Semper Fi, Marines. I shake my head. But back home, Americans saw the raid as an enormous success. It's like Truman said, the Marines got a propaganda machine that's bigger than Joseph Stalin's. In one poll, 79% of people judged United States President Gerald Ford's handling of the crisis as excellent or good, versus 18% of those who were well-informed who rated it only fair or poor. Ford's overall approval ratings surged. One of the main reasons for this upswing was Americans' low expectations about their military's capabilities. They didn't understand that they got their asses kicked again. South Vietnam had just fallen to communist troops, and so U.S. confidence was at a low ebb. Americans were, therefore, delighted to see Washington put on a seemingly muscular performance. In one poll, 76% of Americans agreed that, after losing Vietnam and Cambodia the United States had no choice but to take decisive action, even risking a bigger war, to get back the ship and crew. Great expectations, by contrast, can spur great disappointment. In 1967, U.S. President Lyndon Johnson began a progress campaign to show that the United States was winning in Vietnam. The administration published reams of statistics to demonstrate that the communists were on the run, bolstering Americans' confidence. Public support duly ticked upward. But then, in January 1968, communist forces launching the Tet Offensive and attacked almost every major city in South Vietnam. Tactically speaking, Tet was a disaster for the communists, and a United States and South Vietnamese forces inflicted massive casualties, effectively exterminating or at least extinguishing the Viet Cong as an effective force in the field. But Americans, having been told that their opponents were running out of steam, saw the offensive as a defeat. U.S. public confidence in the war declined. For the communists, a battlefield loss became a strategic win, since it put the United States on the long path to withdrawal. That brings us back to the classic David versus Goliath equation. For Ukraine, the tyranny of expectations initially worked to its advantage. After the invasion, Kiev was the underdog, with United States government officials estimating that the Russian Empire might overrun most of the country in just a few days. When Russia failed to seize the capital, Western countries were impressed by Ukraine's performance, which encouraged them to provide more material aid. In turn, Ukraine launched a series of successful counteroffensives that liberated roughly half the territory Moscow had stolen. But in the process, Kiev was saddled with great expectations. Western observers began suggesting that Ukraine might somehow drive a bedraggled Russia out of all the territory it took in 2022, and perhaps even the land that Moscow seized in 2014. Some analysts, such as Elliot Cohen, a Johns Hopkins University professor and former State Department official, argued that Ukraine's offensives could cause the Russian military to collapse. The Ukrainian government, for its part, encouraged such thinking. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky pledged that Ukraine would liberate all its territory and fight until the end, without any concession or compromise. Top Ukrainian officials openly suggested that a cascade of Russian defeats might force the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin from power. These expectations. By the way, our man Nemo's going to go to bed. Say good morning to everyone, please.
Yeah. Good morning, good day and night, everybody. Please support Douglas any way you can. Buy his books on Amazon, send money via PayPal.
Thank you. Okay, all our love and blessings, and of course, stay safe and be well, and hopefully you'll join us on Sunday. Okay.
I'll try.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Thank you. And, okay, good man. Aristides is with us asleep. I can always wake him up if I get desperate. And our dear lady Esther is active in the chat. Thank you, honey, for keeping me company. And with that, these expectations that I've articulated were perhaps completely unrealistic. Russia incurred tens or even hundreds of thousands of casualties, but the empire was still much stronger than Ukraine. Its gross domestic product was 9 times the size of its neighbors, and its population was over 3 times as large. After suffering setbacks, Moscow mobilized more forces, spent months laying mines and preparing other defenses, and learned to use drones more effectively. As a result, when Ukraine launched a highly anticipated offensive in June of 2023, it faced fierce resistance. its efforts quickly stalled out. In the West, overblown expectations of Kiev's imminent success led to widespread disappointment with the Ukrainian counteroffensive, as well as grim prognoses for the war's future. In December, Republican Senator Ron Johnson said, "I know everyone wants Ukraine to win. I just don't see it in the cards." One poll of Europeans in early 2024 found that only 10% predicted a Ukrainian victory on the battlefield, whereas 20% foresaw a Russian victory, and 37% expected a compromise deal. United States and European officials, concerned that the campaign had reached a stalemate and that Kiev was running short of men and materiel, have even talked with Ukraine about peace negotiations. The darkened mood has translated into growing skepticism about providing assistance to Ukraine. In October, for example, Republican Senator Mike Lee called the conflict America's new forever war. In December, House Speaker Mike Johnson said, "What the Biden administration seems to be asking for is billions of additional dollars with no appropriate oversight, no clear strategy to win, and with none of the answers that I think the American people are owed." In January, the Slovakian Prime Minister, a Russian stooge named Robert Fico, declared that the only way to end the conflict was for Ukraine to give up territory. For Ukraine, growing skepticism is, of course, bad news. But the pessimistic turn cometh with a silver lining for Ukraine. It may, once again, makest Kiev look like David fighting Goliath and lower expectations for the future. If so, analysts may celebrate Ukraine's defiance and criticize the slow pace of Russian advances. After all, despite its greater power, Russia is still struggling to capture Ukrainian territory, and Kiev has enjoyed clear wins in some arenas of the war, such as targeting the Russian Navy in the Black Sea. Fighting Russia to a near standstill remains a massive accomplishment, an achievement for Ukraine. Here, Kiev can better manage expectations by combining confidence in its long-term success with a realistic appraisal of its short-term difficulties. Ukraine, for example, should make it clear to policymakers and its global audience that it is a massive underdog battling a brutal dictator and perhaps the third greatest military in the world, and yet will ultimately prevail in its fight for independence. This story might help unlock more Western aid. So, overpromise, underdeliver. That's the opposite of the Ukrainian accomplishment, which you find in Israel. You see, unlike Ukraine, Israel has decades of experience with the tyranny of expectations. Beginning with the Yom Kippur War in October of 1973. During that conflict, Israel clearly defeated the Egyptian and Syrian militaries, but Israelis, nevertheless, saw the campaign as a costly debacle. After the fighting ended, the country created a commission to determine what went wrong, and top Israel Defense Force officials stepped down. So did Israeli Prime Ministress Golda Meir. Israelis were gloomy in part because the Yom Kippur War was an intelligence failure for the government. But a deeper reason is that Israelis had sky-high expectations for their military, rooted in past experience. In the 1967 Six-Day War, Israel rapidly defeated a coalition of Arab states, leading Israelis to believe that their military was, in effect, invincible. Seen through that lens, the tougher fight in 1973 looked like a defeat. Israeli overconfidence in 1973 also helped cause the intelligence failure, because Israelis assumed the Arab states would never dare attack. In Egypt, meanwhile, the catastrophe in 1967 dramatically lowered the bar for success in 1973. Egyptians still celebrate the October War as a victory, even though they lost on the battlefield. This pattern recurred in 2006 when Israel fought Hezbollah, an Iranian-backed militant group in Lebanese territory. Israel killed hundreds of Hezbollah fighters during the war, and afterward, the Israeli-Lebanese border became calmer as Hezbollah troops were replaced by the Lebanese army and United Nations forces. But Israelis still saw the war as a defeat. They assumed that a few thousand Hezbollah fighters would be no match for the mighty Israel Defense Forces, and that the militant group would be destroyed. Israelis, therefore, were furious when Hezbollah survived and continued to fire rockets at their territory. One former defense minister, Moshe Arens, said that Israel handed Hezbollah a victory in Lebanon. Polls suggested that most Israelis wanted Prime Minister Ehud Olmert to resign, although he held on to power for another few years. In a similar vein to the Yom Kippur War, the Israeli government created an official commission to investigate what went wrong. Today, the tyranny of expectations may encourage Israelis to see their war in Gaza as a failure. Hamas, like Hezbollah, is much weaker than Israel in material terms, boosting Israeli confidence that the Israel Defense Forces should win easily. Israeli officials have strengthened these expectations by making expansive promises, such as Netanyahu's declaration that the war in Gaza will end with an Israeli win akin to the propagandized Allied victory in World War II. In February, Bibi declared that, for Israel, there is no other solution but a complete and final victory. It is tempting for Netanyahu to use such rhetoric to rally support, signal resolve, and justify the investment of lives. But maximalist war aims and promises of triumph set Israelis up for disappointment by suggesting that the only acceptable outcome is an outright triumph. Victory would require either removing Hamas entirely from Gaza or forcing the organization's surrender, neither being likely. It is increasingly clear that defeating Hamas is no simple feat. Hamas is a deep-rooted organization that operates through family and clan networks. It is part of the Axis of Resistance, the network of state and non-state actors that includes Iran, Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen, and various militias really, in Iraq and Syria, all of which can provide Hamas fighters with diplomatic and material support. Hamas had months to prepare tunnels and other defenses in the Gaza. As a result, although Hamas has suffered losses, it is not close to being destroyed. Israel claims to have killed 13,000 Hamas operatives, but the group may have 30,000 or more fighters in toto. Support for Hamas among Palestinians in the West Bank has risen, and Israel may be running out of time to deal more damage. It is under pressure from Arab states to end the conflict, and the United States has increasingly criticized the number of Palestinian casualties. United States President Joseph Biden has warned Netanyahu, for example, not to launch a full-scale invasion of Rafah, which Netanyahu has said is needed to eliminate Hamas. Even some top Israeli officials are worried about endless fighting and aware that a total victory is impossible to achieve. In January, Gadi Eisenkot, a senior member of Israel's wartime cabinet, said of the campaign against Hamas, "Whoever speaks of absolute defeat is not speaking the truth." Hamas, by contrast, benefits from the tyranny of expectations. As the weaker party to the conflict, observers may see its very survival as a kind of victory, just as with Hezbollah in 2006. In the long term, then, Israel's campaign may inadvertently strengthen its adversary, or create a new and even more dangerous successor organization. For Israel, it is probably too late to reset expectations, especially given that it was never the underdog, unlike Ukraine. Israelis are likely to look back on the war as a costly campaign and a missed opportunity, and perhaps as a major defeat. Polls in Israel suggest that confidence in the country's security is waning. Perceptions of failure could have profound consequences for Israeli politics and society itself. Inside the country, the result could be a siege mindset, a hardening of Israeli politics, and a search for scapegoats. But recollections of loss could also spur a greater willingness to make concessions to the Palestinians, much as the perceived defeat in 1973 made Israelis more willing to trade land for peace with Egypt. The tyranny of expectations is a tough problem for powerful countries, but sometimes self-criticism is necessary to make it the peace. But, in the case of Ukraine, arm the Ukraine now, or risk global nuclear proliferation later. In 1994, former United States President William Jefferson Clinton convinced former Ukrainian President Leonid Kravchuk to give Ukraine's nuclear weapons and strategic bombers to the Russian Empire in exchange for security assurances underwritten by the American and British empires. This policy was pursued under the pretext of making the world safer. It accomplished the opposite. America's mistake was twofold. First, Washington assumed that the Russians would evolve from a 19th century empire into a law-abiding member of the international community. This was obviously false. Second, despite Kazakhstan and Belarus relinquishing their nuclear arsenals to Moscow alongside Ukraine, other states did not forego proliferation. Pakistan became a nuclear power in 1998. Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi maintained his nuclear weapons program until 2003. North Korea followed suit in 2006. Israel destroyed the reactor that Pyongyang built for the Syrian tyrant Bashar al-Assad in 2007. Iran is also on the verge of acquiring nuclear weapons capacity today. Washington's misguided policy toward Kiev was a moral and strategic mistake of historic proportions. Today, Europe and the American empire subsidize Ukraine's survival against Russian aggression. Meanwhile, Kiev pays the cost in lives lost, territory stolen, children kidnapped, and cities destroyed. The Ukrainian government regrets giving up its giant nuclear arsenal to Russia, namely because a nuclear-armed Kiev would have deterred the Kremlin from illegally annexing Ukrainian Crimea, setting the Donbas War in motion, and launching its full-scale invasion of Ukraine on February 24th of 2022. Hindsight is nonetheless 2020. The mistakes of the past are irreversible. History will judge America for her errors. All Washington can do is learn from the past and set its sights upon the future. As it stands, replenishing Ukraine's ammunition is by far the best thing the American empire can do for both Kiev and global nuclear non-proliferation. America's allies have many reasons not to trust Washington. The United States being unable to provide military assistance to Ukraine when the President, the Senate, and a majority of the American people are in favor of doing so is only one of these reasons. This can get worse. If Trump is reelected in November and withdraws from NATO, as he intends to, America's partners will never trust Washington again. Forget purchasing American military equipment. The only thing that'll give smaller states with aggressive neighbors any peace of mind is acquiring nuclear weapons of their own. Countries like Deutschland, the new United Germany, Poland, Romania, Finland, and the Baltic states are unlikely to feel safe under a French or British-led nuclear umbrella. Paris and London are not great powers, let alone a superpower like the American Empire. Their nuclear deterrents also lack the range and flexibility provided by Washington's triad: intercontinental ballistic missiles, submarines, and heavy bombers. Some, perhaps even all, of the aforementioned states might even seek nuclear weapons of their own without the United States and NATO. Even worse, the alliance that nearly succeeded in institutionalizing peace on the world's most war-prone continent is at risk of falling apart without Washington. Are Berlin, Paris, and a post-Brexit London even capable of sticking together if America removes herself from the equation? Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany, the so-called leader of Europe, would rather leak classified intelligence and throw allies like France and Great Britain under the bus instead of providing Ukraine with Taurus missiles. That alone sayest enough. Yet the cascade of consequences does not end there. Ankara, capital of Turkey, already on edge over Tehran's nuclear program, also wants to acquire nukes on its own terms. Not only would Greece follow Turkey down the path of nuclear proliferation, but so would Saudi Arabia and Egypt, perhaps even Algeria, and therefore Morocco. Failing to stop the Houthis from sabotaging freedom of navigation in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait is another reason why America's allies are reluctant to trust her. If Washington is unable to deter and defend international commerce against a second-rate Tehran-backed terrorist group in Yemen, how will it respond if Iran blockades the Strait of Hormuz, or if Red China does the same to my Taiwan Strait? Europe and the Middle East aside, it is unlikely that any of this inspires confidence for American allies in my Taiwan, the Empire of Japan, South Korea, or the Philippines, and Australia. If anything, hanging the Ukrainians out to dry and enabling the Russian Empire to continue prosecuting its illegal and unjustified war of aggression against the Ukraine only emboldens the Communist Chinese Empire to adopt a more aggressive posture in the Indo-Pacific. By now, every party who has paid any attention knows what happens when you don't possess nuclear weapons. Dictators suffer the same fate as Muammar al-Gaddafi or Saddam Hussein. If they're lucky, they end up like Bashar al-Assad. Meanwhile, sovereign states undergo the same doom that the Russian Empire has inflicted on Ukraine since 2014. As the number of states with nuclear weapons increases from 9 to 15 or 22, or perhaps even more if we consider America's allies in Asia, so too does the likelihood of a nuclear strike or a terrorist group obtaining the technology. If Washington thinks that keeping Americans safe is expensive and complicated today, just wait until any version of the nightmare scenario mentioned by myself in this transmission unfolds. Arm Ukraine now, or risk global nuclear proliferation later. Because America isn't ready for another war. Another war would catch the United States off guard. Just look at history. Of course, I'm the historian who enables you to do that at all. Yes, taking a look at our dear Esther. She doesn't need to erase what she writes. Stop doing that, Esther. Leave it up there. Even as Congress debates the latest round of defense funding for Ukraine, the Pentagon warns that the American empire's own weapons stockpiles are growing dangerously low. The military chiefs concur that at least 10 billion United States dollars is needed just to replenish what has already been sent to Kiev. How would the United States meet its defense needs if it were drawn into another major conflict? It isn't hard to imagine one. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin warns of nuclear war as his Ukraine invasion drags into a third year. The Israeli genocide and Palestinian Holocaust still threatens to spread across the Middle East. And nuke-backed North Korea has renounced peaceful reunification with the South. The peninsula may soon go up in nuclear fire. And South Korea wants to acquire its own nuclear arsenal to potentially deter that, or at least have a chance to strike back. The worst-case scenario would be an invasion of my Taiwan by the People's Republic of China, where tensions are running sky high. The CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, a Washington-based think tank, has wargamed how a communist Chinese amphibious assault on my Taiwan might play out. The good news is that my Taiwan, with the backing of these United States and the Empire of Japan, usually repels Red China's assault, but it cometh at a high cost. The CSIS report concludes, and here I read therefrom, the United States and our allies lost dozens of ships, hundreds of aircraft, and tens of thousands of service members. The high losses damaged the United States' global position for many years. Ergo, the United States needs to strengthen deterrence immediately. War is an expensive business. Among the consequences of the American Civil War between the states for rights and tens of thousands of lives immediately lost with the opening battles was the temporary imposition of the nation's first income tax. World War I brought back the income tax, and this time for good. Well, this time in perpetuity. For no good. War also tends to take people by surprise, when perhaps it should not. On January 26th of 1942, of the war then sweeping across Europe and Asia, Baron's magazine wrote, "A year or so ago, it all seemed remote and slightly incomprehensible. The Japanese preemptive surgical strike against Pearl Harbor on December 7th of 1941 was propagandistically exploited to change that. An American populace that had wanted no part of a foreign war was immediately indoctrinated into diving all in for World War II. In January of 1942, as he took the unprecedented step of nationalizing American industry under the control of one man, Chief of War Production Donald M. Nelson, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt told Americans, "Powerful enemies must be outfought and outproduced." America fell into the assembly line as an aggregate of automatons. On January 26th of 1942, the aforecited Barron's magazine wrote that the same Mr. Nelson, a former Sears Roebuck executive, in their words, set the pace in the automobile industry by chopping off all passenger and light truck production on February 1st. He will probably move with equal speed in other lines. Our entire normal method of doing business is undoubtedly in for some revolutionary changes. Competition in the usual sense is out for the duration. It will take wholehearted cooperation to get the job done. The same line they're using in the Palestinian Holocaust today. Donald Trump and Donald Jr. and Jared Kushner. Get the job done, Jews! Car makers were soon turning out planes and ships. Consumer goods were repurposed for the troops. Food and other essentials were rationed, and every single American was enlisted into the war effort. In aerocraft alone, United States yearly production jumped from 5,865 in 1939 to 96,318 in 1945, totaling more than 300,000 by war's end, tripling Gross Germania's, or Greater Germany's, output. Add in 10 battleships, 27 aerocraft carriers, 41,000 artillery guns, and 88,000 tanks, and America thusly became propagandized unto its allies as the world's arsenal of democracy, even as it fought to make the world safe for the Sino-Soviet communism and Frank-Anglo-imperialism. Fighting World War II was all about sacrifice, and FDR gave Americans fair warning of the costs of outproducing the enemy. Taxes and bonds and taxes, he said. And, indeed, by 1945, the tax rate for the top income bracket reached a record 94%. A couple of decades later, President Lyndon Johnson, facing his own war-based fiscal squeeze, chose differently. The military costs threatened Johnson's signature domestic program, the Great Society, the War on Poverty. But raising taxes was unpalatable so soon after his vaunted 1964 tax cuts. On December 21st of 1965, the Wall Street Journal reported, "The spending demands of the Vietnam War are skyrocketing. Old magician Lyndon Johnson is working harder now than ever to pull another rabbit out of the hat." That wascally rabbit never appeared. Johnson kept paying for the Great Society, while refusing to raise taxes, no less, even as defense spending spiked from 9.5% of gross domestic product in 1965 to 11.1% in 1967. Note that it was but 3.7% in 2023. He disappeared from the stage in early 1969, leaving an unpopular war and fast-rising inflation to his successor, Richard Mulhouse Nixon. America would go on to lose both wars, against North Vietnam and high prices. The mistakes of Vietnam have been rehashed for half a century. Yet, barring some kind of nation rallying event that can be propagandistically exploited as effectively as Pearl Harbor was, the next American war seems likely to be another unpopular, distant affair that's nevertheless important in terms of geopolitics and ally building. In such a case, could our politically divided nation cometh together the way the so-called greatest generation did for World War II? And in an age of free markets and multinationals, could the nationalization of industry even be on the table? Imagine Elon Musk's reaction to a government takeover of Tesla. He has never responded to my own requests for comment, it goes sans saying. Even Roosevelt's call for bonds and taxes seems far-fetched. Consider that, while fighting wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, with defense spending rising from 3.8% of gross domestic product in the year 2000 to 4.7% in 2004, President George W. Bush still found a way to cut taxes. For now, as Congress wrangles over defense spending bills, the Department of Defense is, in the words of one official, still, in the big scheme of things, pretty close to broke. That's no way to fight a war. Not while Great Britain stands alone. The European Union would halt weapons exports to Britain if war breaks out with Russia. On Tuesday of the week before last, it was announced that the European Union would block exports of weapons to Great Britain if war breaks out with the Russian Empire. The European Commission's plans will limit EU countries from purchasing weapons from UK-based firms, a top official since saying that plans had been drawn up to prevent overseas shipments of arms and civilian technologies to make up for the Euroblock's own shortfalls in a security crisis. The European Commission is calling for new powers to control military exports from the Eurobloc to secure its capitals in case the war in Ukraine escalates over its borders. Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union, wants to massively boost joint weapons production and procurement among its 27 member states with the ambition of strengthening the continent's security and reducing reliance on these United States. The proposed overhaul is part of a wider strategy to boost Europe's military support for war-torn Ukraine and prepare for the mounting threat posed by Vladimir Putin's Russian Empire. While outlining the scope of the potential export blockade, Josep Borrell, the EU's top foreign diplomat, said that around 40% of the weapons and ammunition currently produced in the Eurobloc are shipped overseas. To quote his team, "We have a powerful industry of defense because we export a lot. Certainly when there is a big push on demand, which might happen with a war, we have to ask for extra input." Member states would have to vote on the crisis situation, which includes security or more general shortages in weapons, before the export ban could be applied. The measure resembles the export controls introduced by the EU on vaccine shipments at the height of the coronavirus pandemic, which sparked a jabs war with Great Britain. While the EU promised to team up with strategic, like-minded, and international partners, the United Kingdom is excluded from any of its new schemes to boost defense production. Ukraine will be treated as a quasi-member state, as Brussels seeks to make up for its recent failure to give Kiev a promised 1 million artillery shells. The scheme will also limit EU countries from purchasing weapons from UK-based firms, such as BAE Systems, if they want to benefit from financial incentives paid out of the Eurobloc's budget. Marguerite Vestager, the Commission Vice Presidentress, has said that EU members have spent more than 100 billion euros on defense purchases since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. To quote she, almost 80% of that was spent outside of the European Union, and the United States alone accounted for more than 60% of this spending. This is no longer sustainable. The strategy aims to have internal trade of weapons within the bloc, the Eurobloc, reaching 35% of total value of its defense market by 2030. National capitals will also be encouraged to procure European weapons costing at least 50% of their own defense budgets in the same period, increasing to 60% by 2035. An initial €1.5 billion fund has been committed to hand out incentives, including tax breaks, to firms and governments backing joint European purchases. As he announced plans to put the Eurobloc's defense industry on a war footing, Thierry Breton, the EU's industry commissioner, who having previously said this would need to rise at least 100 billion euros for the Eurobloc to be able to outcompete Washington and the United States defense industry, has now told reporters, and here I quote his T, to counter the return of high-intensity war on our border, we have decided to kick up a gear. The EDIP, the EDIP, the European Defense Investment Programme, has prioritization measures in it. EDIP, that's EDIP, contains a fully fledged security of supply pillar that is in it for crisis situations. Once this stage is declared, specific measures can be applied, including priority rated orders on civilian products or defense products depending on the situation. So, Britain stands alone. More so than it ever did in World War II. That would be all right if England had an empire, but the UK is not okay. What if 14 years of conservative rule done to Britain? The recent epoch of British life, which began in 2010 when the Conservative Party, then led by David Cameron, gained power, have been years of loss and waste. Living standards have fallen. The country is exhausted by constant drama. But the United Kingdom cannot move on from the Tories without facing up to the damage that has occurred. The subsequent 14 years of Tory leadership, with a succession of prime ministers, have been marked by a series of disasters: austerity, Brexit, the pandemic, a handful of other more vague but no less troubling markers of failure. A former governor of the Bank of England has explained that, in his words, the core problem is easy to observe, but it's tough to live with. It's just not that productive an economy anymore. It might be tempting to look at the crisis of Britain in the broadest and most maudlin of strokes. If you live in an old country, it can be easy to succumb to a narrative of decline. The state withers. The charlatans take over. You give up on progress, to some extent, and simply pray that this particular chapter of British nonsense will come to an end. Rishi Sunak, Britain's fifth Conservative Prime Minister since 2010, faces almost certain defeat in an election later this year. But a country cannot move forward without honestly reckoning with where it has gone, or at least gone wrong. This side of the Atlantic, the 2024 elections, they equate to shards of glass. Think of the movie by that title. There's 12 media bubbles, a dozen media bubbles that could determine the fate of the Biden versus Trump rematch. Let me take you inside media's dozen splintering realities. Traditional media, at least as a center of dominant power, is dead. You can't understand November's election, or even America itself, without reckoning with how our media attention has been shattered into a bunch of misshapen pieces. Think of it as the shards of glass phenomenon. Not long ago, we all saw news and information through a few common windows: TV, newspapers, cable. Now we find it in scattered chunks that match our age, habits, politics, and passion. This is the shattered glass of modern media. Now, I've got a favorite quote all my own. Friends don't let friends read Ayn Rand. That may not be immediately relevant, but there's a method to my madness, and someday you'll see the wisdom in what I say. Regardless, 25 years ago, Adam Pennenberg collaborated with many other colleagues working for Forbes' digital tool, the digital offshoot of Forbes magazine, to bring to light the story of Stephen Glass, a young journalist who turned out to be a fabulist, it est, a fraud. Glass fabricated facts, or rather, defrauded the New Republic, and a handful of other publications. Back then, it was quite a scandal in media circles, and it was eventually turned into a movie titled Shattered Glass, because he was fabricating facts. 20 years later, Pete Croatto, a freelance writer, decided to write a story about the movie and the events that led up to the making of the film. Despite the controversy surrounding Glass's actions, the movie is seen as a great yarn and has found its place in journalism classrooms. For myself, the events and the movie are but a faded footnote. It all came back thanks to Croatto's retelling of events. Pete interviewed as many, if not all, of the people involved with the saga. It feels like a different era, a time when values, truth, and accuracy mattered. Every young reporter was inspired by the movie All the President's Men and how it led to the undoing of an American president. The movie Shattered Glass was about the sanctity of the media establishment, the Fourth Estate. And even then, it pointed to a future where half-truths were becoming part of the media narrative. There have been many media scandals since then. The pressure to publish as quickly as possible will only push media to adopt even more shortcuts, including new AI, or supposedly artificially intelligent tools. And not just media people, entrepreneurs, academics, politicians, doctors, and researchers are all faking it or plagiarizing to get ahead in life. Fake it till you make it is a popular t-shirt slogan for a reason. And if that is not enough, we are already drowning in misinformation. We are living in an age of lies and half-truths. We are dealing with machine-generated nonsense and alternative realities. And that is the shattered glass whose shards have pierced our very minds and society itself. Why it matters? Traditional media, at least as a center of dominant power, is dead. Social media, as its replacement for news in the internet era, is declining in dominance. What comes next? America is splintering into more than a dozen news bubbles based on ideology, wealth, jobs, age, and location. Take a point here. This means where you get your news, the voices you trust, and even the topics and cultural figures you follow could be wholly different from the person sitting next to you. Another point. So instead of Red America and Blue America, we'll have a dozen or more Americas and realities. This will make understanding public opinion and finding common agreement even more complex and elusive. Now here's a disclaimer. No, this does not mean the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, or CNN are dead. It just means their influence will wane with most people in the other bubbles. Nor does it mean Facebook and Twitter will lose relevance. They simply will be influential in tighter bubbles. To help get your head around this shift, I'll generalize in describing some of today's most powerful bubbles, which are of widely varying sizes. When talking to influencers, left, right, and center, media executives, political operatives, C-suite executives, and more, here be what you findest. Number one, unfortunately, that comes to my mind, and I'm counting on my 10 fingers, my left hand pinky identifies the Musketeers. Yeah, the Mouseketeers for Elon Musk. This is a fast-growing, mostly male group who feed off Twitter podcasts, especially All In and Joe Rogan, and follow independent reporters led by Barry Weitz through social media or newsletters. 2. There's the Instagrammers. This is mostly young to middle-aged women in college and the professional class. They're very engaged with this more visual form of journalism and gravitate toward influential voices in the creator economy, including Jessica Yellin of New Not Noise. And I don't understand that at all. Betches News. Emily in Your Phone, former Democratic strategist Emily Amick. And Sharon Says So. That's Sharon McMahon, an educatress who does history and civics explainers. Then, the third thing on my middle finger of my left hand, TikTok Kids. This is where most kids get most of their information about the world and hot news topics, from the communist Chinese. They scroll fast and furious through pictures and microbursts of information and trust people most parents have never fucking heard of. Think Mr. Beast, Addison Rae, and Zach King. And of course, it's all manipulated by the Chi-Coms. So they're all being programmed for the red takeover of planet Earth and shit. The three-body problem, as promoted by Brandon Young. You all got the three-body problem. Not gonna go there. Fourth on my left hand's pointer finger is the New Age Grandmas. Consumers of news on Facebook have been trending older. Yes, Facebook has deliberately de-emphasized news over the past 3 years, emphasizing what Meta Global Affairs President Nick Clegg calls babies, barbecues, and bar mitzvahs. But a lot remains. Then, fifth on my left-hand thumb, the right-wing grandpas. Senior citizens, especially sour, sorry old men, still flock to Fox News, especially in primetime, and especially around popular personalities. They would have been big Rush Limbaugh fans back in the 90s. And my thumb on my right hand, MAGA mind melders. The new conservative news ecosystem would seem like a distant planet to anyone whose habits were formed pre-Trump. People like Charlie Kirk, massive because he's multi-platform, Jack Posobiec, and Mike Chernovich are dominant voices. Then there are folks who are taken seriously only in Trump world. Laura Loomer, Alec Brujevitz, but can really move the needle there. No one rivals Tucker Carlson with the base, even without his Fox News platform. Don Jr. is second, with his massive X, Facebook, and Instagram engagement. Amaga Insider actually went on record to say, he's the meme lord of the right. Steve Bannon's War Room remains a Juggernaut. Breitbart's Matt Boyle is a go-to newsbreaker on the right. Plus there's a potent crew of video clip guys. Then on my pointer finger of my right hand, my trigger finger, the liberal warriors. Think of Rachel Maddow as patron saint of this block. Hence her sky-high ratings. This crowd feeds daily off the New York Times, especially opinion pieces, and prestige magazines, especially The Atlantic and The New Yorker. They once were addicted to Twitter but left, or lessened their dependency, after Musk turned it into, or rather perverted it into, X. Now, on my fuck you finger of my right hand, there's the elite power consumers. This is the Axiospace. These are mainly college-educated, ambitious professionals. I would estimate 25 million to 45 million nationally, who seek out news near daily, partly for passion and partly for professional enhancement. This group is most likely to overlap with other bubbles and lap up Morning Joe. These power users are huge fans of newsletters, which in some respects mimic, in shrunken form, newspapers. A beginning and end, punctuated with pictures and visuals. LinkedIn is a hot, if still small, pipeline for content. And then, on my ring finger of my right hand, the financiers. This is the base of the Wall Street Journal, CNBC, especially Squawk Box, and Dealbook, the newsletter by New York Times and Squawk star Andrew Ross Sorkin. Lots of rich, white, older East Coast or big city professionals live here. My 10th finger, my pinky on my right hand, would be the nichers. These are professionals who exploit the abundance of high-quality, in-the-weeds news about their job, industry, or specific role. The internet is nirvana for ones who know who to follow, what newsletters to get, and what specialty pubs to buy. This is often a subset of elites. Reddit is a hotbed. WhatsApp is also a shard/bubble. A huge number of people, especially immigrants, and people with family and friends in other countries, get news and memes from WhatsApp groups, which can be a big conduit of misinformation. So, they're basically a brainwashed insurgency. Then you have, as number 11, the emerging majority. There are upwardly mobile, college-educated Latinos and Black Americans who no longer have Black or bilingual publications to read anymore. They've turned their attention to trusted journalists in mainstream outlets such as NPR, TV critic Eric Deggans, and Los Angeles Times Metro columnist Gustavo Arellano to make a sense of the world. Also, they turned to Black and Latino influencers around tech, like Market Brownlee, or financial planning, Yanely Ispenel, or Espanol. And fashion. Well, Black and Fashion Council comes to my mind. And then finally, the 12th media shard I can think of would be the pacifists. On most days, this might be the biggest group. It's people either too busy or too disinterested in news to even hunt for it. They bump into it, often accidentally, as they chat or buy things or scroll through fun stuff. You know, like while they're cruising for porn. You can imagine what kind of news you find then. At any rate, the bottom line is that all the shards mean it's much more effort for you, the information consumer, to find healthy news that doesn't waste your time or insult your intelligence, and much harder to make sense of the realities around you. Now, maybe this is because capitalism has been replaced by techno-feudalism. The former Greek finance minister, Yanis Varoufakis, argues in his new book that big tech has turned us into digital serfs. One solution? A Star Trek-based economy. Now, the other day, while he was fighting his way toward the exit at Columbia University's Alfred Lerner Hall, where he just spracketh at a conference on sustainable development, the economist and former Greek finance minister Yanis Varoufakis, who is tall and bald with a rakish demeanor and is still not Aristides, but was wearing boots and a black trench coat like some character from The Matrix instead, was quoted as saying, "I never planned to be a politician. Never. Not in my wildest nightmares." A man blocked his path, introduced himself as a United Nations employee, and said, "5 minutes, Professor? I'm Italian." And Varoufakis laughed and replied, "Nobody's perfect. I'm Greek." In 2015, amid one of the worst financial crises in Greece's history, he was appointed by the country's new left-wing government to try to save the financial system and to fend off punishing austerity measures that the country's creditors had proposed in exchange for a bailout. During the negotiations, the Financial Times called him the most irritating man in the room. The press referred to Varoufakis as the rock star finance minister and noted his leather jackets and glamorous artiste wife, Danae Stratu. His own observation has been quoted as, "So what that I have a motorcycle? I live in Athens. There's no way you can get around in a car." Varoufakis is still bitter about the way his tenure ended 6 months in. He was criticized for basically for appearing in a flashy Paris match spread at a time when Greeks were suffering economically, and shortly before the country's prime minister abruptly agreed to the type of bailout that Varoufakis had been resisting, he resigned. On his blog, he wrote, "I shall wear the creditors' loathing with pride." Now, while hailing a cab to take him to the Guggenheim Museum, a regular New York stop for himself, he was recorded as saying, "I wanted to do one thing, restructure Greece's debt. If you're bankrupt, and your bankruptcy gets bigger by getting more credit cards, this is a cycle. I wanted to break this doom loop, and I failed. I don't regret it for a second, but politics stinks." Now, Varoufakis has just published his 17th book, called Techno-Feudalism, in which he exposits that capitalism has been replaced by a new economic system that's more dangerous than anything Karl Marx could have conjured. The big tech companies, Meta, Amazon, Apple, Alphabet, control our attention and mediate our transactions, turning humans into digital serfs, incessantly posting, scrolling, and buying on their platforms. Rather than chasing profits that derive from labor, the tech overlords, whom he calls cloudalists, extract rents. Like in paying rent, like I couldn't have done without Heather Holman, the lady who helped Michael Aquino survive his intestinal cancer. In the book, Varoufakis refers to Homer, Hesiod, the seminal televisual series Mad Men, FDR, Batman, and Thomas Edison to illustrate what has happened since people started staring at smartphones for most of their waking hours. Under feudalism, a landowner would grant fiefs to vassals, who would farm the land and give a portion of the yield to the landowner. Varoufakis writes that Jeff Bezos' quote, relationship with the vendors on Amazon.com is not too dissimilar, unquote. But the new setup is a bigger threat to representative government than the old capitalism ever was. As Varoufakis paid the fare when the cab pulled up to the Guggenheim, he explained that although he's a critic of technology, he still uses it, especially X. To quote his T, I'm all day on Twitter. I hate it. Was it Stephen Fry, the English writer and actor, who said that it's like taking all the graffiti from male toilets and posting it online? Well, there you go, but he revels in it like a pig in a sty nonetheless, doesn't he? Varoufakis hadn't checked the museum's exhibition schedule, but said that he liked surprises. A show called Going Dark, subtitled The Contemporary Figure at the Edge of Visibility, featured images of people wearing hoodies and shrouds, and eerie sculptures of staggering giants bathed in green light. As he peered at the shadowy figures, he said that the only thing that could counter the new tech feudalism was a revolution in which citizens took control of the algorithms and put them under democratic oversight. In his own book, he admits that this is, quote, a tall order, unquote. Varoufakis thus advises that the ideal system might be called anti-techno-feudalism, while staring at a large Chris Offaly painting that was almost entirely blue. He related that he especially loves Star Trek: The Next Generation, in which Patrick Stewart plays Captain Jean-Luc Picard, himself recalling a favorite episode in which the Enterprise crew thaws several people who were cryogenically frozen. To quote his T at length and verbatim, with technology working for all of us in a perfectly democratic way, and the removal of systematic exploitation on the basis of who owns what, that's Star Trek. Whereas I hate Star Wars. Star Wars is the Middle Ages with laser guns. I'm a Trekkie, by the way. Absolutely fanatical. I've seen every single one. When I get seriously depressed, it's art, music, and Star Trek. The major reason why I like it is because it's a post-capitalist, socialist world. There's no money, there's no profit, and there is the primary directive. We do not interfere with other races, which is exactly the opposite of the imperialist directive. There is a fantastic dialogue between Captain Picard and a businessman from the 1990s who demands to see his lawyer because he had a lot of investments on Wall Street. And Picard says, "My friend, these were all illusions which are no longer current. We have overcome the need for material possessions." All of this is such fucking bullshit that I choke. First of all, understand that, yes, in the Star Trek series, the human universe has taken a very hard left turn at some point in history. This is serious. It is also something that I find personally repugnant in terms of Star Trek: The Next Generation, which was taking the wheel away from Gene Roddenberry and, of course, given to the next generation of writers. This bullshit about the primary directive, all they do is find ways to violate their way around it. As for not having assets, is not the Starship Enterprise an enormous asset of the state that Jean-Luc Picard is responsible to defend with his very life were some enemy to try to, well, appropriate it? Not only that, but Jean-Luc Picard is retired in France, where he owns a massive estate with a vinery and a winery. I'm sure he's getting profits from all that wine that's being produced. There's got to be some economy behind that, or you wouldn't be producing a surplus. There's more wine there than one man can ever drink. So this is all bullshit, and you have to understand that this man, Varoufakis, is a Varoufaker. Poverty is on the decrease worldwide because of capitalism. The world is not exactly a good place. In many ways, it's a terrible place. But it's also a far better place than it used to be. Take poverty, for instance. A shocking 1.9 billion people live in poverty, and 700 million live in extreme poverty. That's 29% of the global population. A disturbing figure, if ever there was one. But compare it to what was happening a century or two ago. The rate of poverty used to be much higher, and has steadily decreased, and is continuing to decrease. Part of this cometh from the fact that the world is richer than ever before. However, simply having more money on average doesn't necessarily mean poverty is reduced, because the money can be distributed disproportionately to the rich. In fact, this is what we're seeing nowadays with rising inequality. And yet poverty is on the decrease. So what exactly is happening? Well, let me show you. And I mean literally fucking show you. I'll give you a chart. Going to enter this link into our chat. And there you go. Feast your eyes and gloat your soul. As we turn to free markets, you see, the traditional narrative is that capitalism is happening. Capitalism has enabled people to improve their income and climb the economic ladder more than any other economic system before, largely due to free markets and globalization. Capitalism is an economic system characterized by private ownership of the means of production and their operation for profit. You know, like Jean-Luc Picard's privately owned fucking vineyard. Central to capitalism is the accumulation and reinvestment of profits gained in a market environment where decisions regarding investment, production, and distribution are guided by the prices of goods and services, as determined by supply and demand. This system emphasizes individual entrepreneurship, the protection of private property rights, like Jean-Luc Picard's fucking vineyard, voluntary exchange, and competition as a means to improve innovation, efficiency, and economic growth. If you look at a correlation between capitalism and poverty, you see a clear correlation. Whenever capitalism starts coming in, poverty seems to decrease. Free markets have undoubtedly been a boon for the world's poorest, enabling millions to escape the poverty trap. But this doesn't tell the whole story. In a compelling showcase on Our World in Data, Esteban Ortiz Ospina argues that other factors, like larger governments and more social protection, are just as important. Here is where I, of course, support the hard left turn of Star Trek-onomics. See, by the people, for the people. Now, hey, our man Peter Moon has joined us. So,
yes, to relieve you.
Yes, thank you.
I've been listening for at least an hour.
I heard the diatribe on Russia and the media and the nuclear weapons. And
thank you.
And I want to remind everybody, I don't know if you got your any donations while I was gone.
I did. I got quite a few, and I more than made the rent. I'll be able to survive that dry period in between paying the rent and the check being deposited. $240 was donated in a single donation by Heather Holman, the young lady who kept Michael Aquino alive during his period of dealing with intestinal cancer. And I brought her on the show to speak a little bit about how her life has been going. It turns out her daughter, 10 years ago, a beautiful model whose pictures and are on her YouTube channel, disappeared and has never been found again.
Pictures of the daughter.
I'm sorry, her daughter. Yes. And she, of course, was sharing that tragedy with us, and also updating me on just how far down the tubes Revolution Radio has gone. I'm shocked it's still around. But aside from all of that, there were other contributions from other wonderful people, and I should give them their credit now, as a matter of fact. So thank you for coming aboard to give me that opportunity. Let's take a look at our PayPal. And as I enter that account, logging in right now, I'll bring up these other wonderful people. First coming to mind is Samuel Romero, who contributed at least $250 United States dollars, and said, "I hope this makes it to you in time to help with rent." And it, of course, it does more than that now that Heather Holman effectively paid my rent. She wrote a wonderful poem. I will share that with you. I'll just cut and paste it and put it in our message box here. Zahir Glass was another individual who contributed 20 United States dollars. He said, of course, that this is support. Thank you for sharing on YouTube. Thank you, Mr. Glass. And I believe he's a wonderful individual who has also appeared. Kevin Schley. Excuse me, KP, KP.org, yes, KP, like Kaiser Permanente, said,
As
mighty...
in kitchen patrol, as in kitchen patrol.
There we are, yes, he said, mighty DDD, keep on trucking, there we are, keep on trucking, 30 United States dollars. Of course, as I said earlier, Dylan Breeding with his rent fundraiser money of $20, and Victoria Hobbs, our young lady, with 10 United States dollars. Hopefully she's enjoying the eclipse down in Mexico. Now let's go over to my other PayPal account and just check in with the contributors there. And of course, all of this is profoundly moving. Just really moves my heart that so many people responded so quickly. We didn't even need to put forth our needs in our upcoming episode.
Go into freak out mode.
Yes. Well, there's always people who help me in the end. A good person who often comes in at the last minute is Aristides. He's an angel, as is Amy Como. So as I mentioned, the payment from Sami Romero, $10 in each account from Nemo Albano in Australia, and of course 40 United States dollars from the lovely Clarice Claudette, who has provided me care packages with elements that I'm still using even right now. The heating pad that warms my butt that I'm using right now from Clarice Claudette, and many other things she sent, food items, etc. She sent 40 United States dollars. Goddess bless her, and everyone keep her in our thoughts and prayers. She was the archaeologist in Israel who then made the mistake of marrying an Israeli man who took everything she had. And that's the kind of, what a harsh lesson to learn from life. But there's a lot of these female archaeologists, and I've seen bad things happen to them. Please, ladies, don't start digging up things that they buried. They buried them for a reason. Don't expose yourself to that. And of course, our good friend Stephen Myers Brother from Another Mother in New York, 25 United States dollars earlier in the month, and the recurring automatic payment from Brooke Hagberg in Canada of $40 a month. Everybody, feel free to follow her example. It will make your life easier just to initiate recurring payments. Such being said, yes, let me cut and paste that poem, and please join us with any thoughts you have on what I've been talking about, anything at all and everything at all, please.
Well, the first thing I want to thank everybody, and Douglas, I want to give a response to this, and I want to see if you recognize the response.
Wonderful. Wow. Maybe it's a tune in clapping, but I'm afraid I don't know which tune.
It's how Japanese end a party, according to this video I saw.
Oh hell! Oh my God!
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, okay. Now I get it. Yeah. Bum 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 bum. Right. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's that's so cute. Oh, good try.
Google is. YouTube is semi-acculturating me, with this video they saw, Yeah. But anyway, no, that's very, very good. It's the support that you're getting is heartfelt, and this, I think, the most meaningful thing you were saying, because all that nuclear stuff is, just a bunch of bad juju, whether it's occurring or not. It's I could comment on that, but the most, I think, impactful thing you were talking about was the media. Now, I've never heard of these movies, the Shards of Glass and this stuff.
Okay.
Perhaps it would be watching, but it really wouldn't perhaps teach me anything I didn't know. It would just give me a more real perspective on the so-called media war.
Right.
The media was never in the business of telling the truth, never.
Good point. Actually, your point's well taken.
Yeah, and I mean, going back to the Office of War Information and even before that, and as the New York Times would say, all the news that's fit to print, it fits.
Actually, it should have said all the news that's printed to fit.
Exactly, but it's all about. That's a whole discussion about controlling the narrative, but the real question. Maybe we can address that in a moment, but the real question with all of this, and I'm listening to you talking about all these pockets of media, which I've never heard of most of them. Of course, I've heard of Rachel Maddow and who you mentioned in brief, and Fox News and Tucker Carlson, the obvious ones. You didn't mention CNN.
Well, it's so boring.
You mentioned all these things I'd never heard of, and nor do I really care to watch them. But you're totally right about the factionalization and the Shards of Glass. The question becomes for us, existentially, is where do we fit in? Where do we fit in to this morass of media? And as Jupiter goes into Gemini, and it'll be a lot of fun as that actually happens, and as it goes into mode, how the astrologers will comment on it, what to expect, etc. But where I realized immediately where I fit in is to do exactly what I'm doing with the book.
Thank you.
Exactly. In other words, and I hate to refer to or quote in any way Carlos Castaneda.
Understood. Yes.
But he made, in the first book, which is the only real book I read of his, the others were too disjointed. I've read pieces of them. Mm. And he was super mysterious.
And on a lot of drugs.
Playing on a lot of information. Yeah, he was in touch with his own artificial intelligences. And very much connected to the government. And very, messed up.
Yeah.
But he said one thing. It comes from Don Juan. He said about a man has to find his spot.
Yeah.
And he's talking about finding his spot. And it's like, well, is your spot in the corner? Is it by the cactus? Is it by the rock? And I just kind of I never forgot that, because I said, the spot you're in is not necessarily a geophysical spot. it's a spot of circumstance. It could be, playing quarterback for the 49ers or some team. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or being president. Donald Trump is certainly somebody who's found his spot, and he's very comfortable in his spot. Yeah. I'm not casting any judgment. He plays his role. He's Donald Trump, and that name Trump suits him because he has a way of trumping things.
Yes.
Even if it's arrogant and ostentatious, and even if he loses 10 court cases, he'll win the one that matters, or at least enough to trump.
Got
it's
it.
Like,
yeah,
that's who he is. And even somebody like Biden, who's corrupt as hell, is being exposed as corrupt, but they still can't dislodge him. It's like it's like a piece of something that you're trying to get out of something, and you can't dislodge it because it's so wedged in. He's so wedged into the infrastructure of that which supports him.
Yeah.
Even when they're exposing the evidence on him, which they have clearly done before the Congress, before the House. And of course his advocates will say, "Where's the evidence?" Oh, it's right in front of your face. But where's the evidence? It's like, it's a great response. Where's the evidence?
Jeez.
Because this is not a court of law.
Yeah.
This is just House investigations are just a charade. It gives people a way of being being tried without being convicted, unless you have the votes. It's not it's just ridiculous. But anyway, it's like, so but Biden is the consummate politician. And I don't know if you probably didn't hear this. That I just saw brief news is that they asked Jean-Pierre, what's her name, his press secretary. Is that her name, Jean-Pierre?
I don't know. I don't know. It escapes me.
She's a black lesbian.
Okay.
And she's his spokesman.
Jesus.
And they asked her.
Can't get more politically correct than that. A black female lesbian. Holy fucking shit. She's got all the bases covered.
Yeah. And she, they asked her, about his senility. They didn't say it in those words. They said, his mental
capacity
stuff. And she says, she says this all the time. Well, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to dignify that question. It's like, but he's basically saying, this is what all the people in North Carolina are worried about. Why don't you address it? And when she doesn't address it, it, causes them to wonder. And it's just a question is, how long can this guy go on? How long can he walk around with his pants around his ankles before nobody comments? Does anything about it. So what if he has his pants around his ankles? It's like he's just a rapper. So it's like,
that's funny, by the way. That's a funny line. He's just a rapper.
Yeah, and he's got his spot. His spot. Can he dislodge from his spot? This is the funny thing about people. Putin. He knows his spot, and he knows how to keep his spot is. Through elimination of opponents. And I would say that about any situation. If you eliminate your opponents, the question becomes, how do you eliminate your opponents? Sometimes you can eliminate your opponent by convincing them that your position is right. You turn them into a friend instead of an enemy. I think Putin, and I don't know if he needed to kill this guy.
Navalny?
Yeah, I don't know if he needed to.
I don't think he needed to. I think he was, but there you go.
Now that the guy's dead, how much opposition is being fostered? Or is it just kind of die? And, there's all sorts of, voting protests against Putin. And I want to go back to the narrative. But I was going to just comment, if if Putin, like say, let's just say, and I'm not saying this is how it would play out, but if Trump were to be elected, as he most seemingly will be, we don't know what weird things are going to happen in the meantime. what tremendous, politics are going to happen come September when Pluto goes back in Capricorn. But if he was elected and he just says, okay, enough of giving money to Ukraine, and well, what's interesting here about what you're saying, all these countries are going to start building their own nuclear weapons. Yeah. Well, why don't they teach Ukraine how to build their own nuclear weapons to defend itself, and tell them and teach them how not to give them away? Like look at it from that. But if you let all these countries build their nuclear weapons, they're going to find out, like, Russia can't even use their nuclear weapons. Yeah. So much these are going to be better, and you just have a bunch of North Koreas at best, creating havoc. Yeah. And the ones that would be most effective would be the Israelis, because they know how to use them.
Yes.
They have experience.
Yes.
And so Putin could just sit back and watch the world crack up on itself and live out his life. I was of the opinion when this war started that the only reason he was fostering war really was to preserve himself from all the crumbling infrastructure and problems he was having. He was using it as distraction. Now, I'm not sure, and the same with the Chinese guy, but I'm not sure what's going on there. Now, he seems to be part sustainer of an economy that is he seems to be doing something that's, what's the word, propagating the economy, or propagating Russia to the point where he's bad, but he's better than the alternative. I don't know. I really don't know. But I think what's important, certainly with regard to the Ukraine, it seems like what's most important is the preservation of those gases, of the security of the gases for creating the artificial chips.
Yes.
This seems to be the real war, and you might find Trump changing his tune if he were to be elected. You might not. I don't know. Because he can't, if he understands that, he seems to have some understanding of something vis-a-vis his defense of Taiwan. So when it comes to, of course, it's very, and that's not something you can talk to the base about, he can't say, well, he's got to tell the base that we can't be sending our money to Ukraine, because that feeds the, you want all the MAGA type people to think we got to bring the money back to America. and if America, and then America is not even America anymore, because it's being invaded by people, by immigrants, which we're not supposed to call illegals, we're supposed to call migrants, uncertified migrants. I mean, it's like, but this gets back to the narrative. It's all about controlling the narrative. Like, what is in, if you think, you say the narrative of, a black gay, a black lesbian is perfect, to make yourself politically correct. Like, what is political correctness? It is, at one time it was, a devout, pious man. And a pious man, a God-fearing man, feared the wrath of God. Things change with time. Now a God-fearing person is basically a right-wing Christian idiot. And they probably are more into manipulating than they are into God-fearing. But this whole control of the narrative is what becomes critical. And as they say, what is the narrative? What like if you take what is political correctness? Well, you're not supposed to insult in any way transgenders or gays. You shouldn't be pro Christian or pro United States because these people were slave owners. All that sort of thing. Like it's like these, and now we have Easter, where tomorrow's Good Friday.
Yes.
You're not hearing too much about it.
No, not too much.
I always found it a very irritating holiday. I don't like it. It's the greatest holiday in the Christian religion, and it's like having an anvil clocked over your head. But nevertheless, I did like it when I was a kid because you get an Easter basket.
There's a redeeming side to everything. Yes.
Exactly. And I remember my ex-wife saying, no Easter, and my daughter just broke her heart, and I said, no. I said, there's going to be an Easter.
Yeah.
She just said, no, there's no Easter. We're not going to do Easter.
Oh my God.
And it was just broke her heart. She's like 4 or 5 years old, and
Oh
we would always.
God.
Yeah, it's just like no, and so we got I would get these what I called healthy candies from the health food store, and I'd put them in these plastic eggs and hide them all over the house, and she just loved it. But it's like, okay, no, it's like this isn't about religion. This is about a kid having fun.
Yes.
And it's just so. And she later recapitulated.
Thank goodness.
She recapitulated and I guess made. Got some flour and made some bunny prints around the house. She did it very good because she's a good artist. But no Easter. Like,
oh my God! Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like to be a kid.
Right.
But
where does that come from? Why would she have no sense of empathy with that?
I think it all comes from her birth when she was separated from her mother, and she would probably readily agree and put in an incubator for 4 days.
Jesus.
And her mother had RH factor.
Okay.
So she was like in an incubator for like 4 days at least, and the mother could no longer produce milk. She became infertile after that.
Jesus.
It was so traumatic for both of them.
Yeah.
And the mother was the sweetest person in the world. Sweetest person in the world.
Whoa.
As they say, when I met her, I was dancing with her at the wedding. I said, I married the wrong person. the grandmother, of course, that I'm saying she was just such, what a pleasing personality. And by far, the most beautiful of them all. It's where my wife was beautiful. Her mother was even more beautiful, and my daughter, I believe, draws her beauty from the grandmother.
Yeah. Yes.
And both of them. But yeah, just what a wonderful thing. But yeah, so anyway, emotional intelligence. Yes. She was challenged in.
Yes.
But so be it. This is the lot. People suffer from more, but
yes,
far worse.
Right. By the way, I just wanted to let people know we've had another contribution from a person who wishes to remain anonymous. Peter Moon and I both know who this individual is, and I'll certainly inform him later privately, but they have contributed 5 Greater British Pound Sterling. So it's 5 pounds GBP, Greater British Pound. I have no idea how PayPal will handle this, so this is going to be interesting how PayPal handles that contribution.
Well, I think I have euros on account that I didn't even know about.
Okay.
Modest amount of euros.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
I guess you can convert them into dollars.
I hope. Yeah, we'll find out. But it's definitely appreciated, and thank you to them. And so with that, back to Peter and
Well, yeah,
yeah.
controlling the narrative, controlling the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we're talking about, what is the archetype of somebody who's completely, a politically correct archetype, and that you're not supposed to offend. A Republican is not politically correct. An evangelist is not politically correct. A Christian can be barely tolerated. And I don't consider myself a Christian. I don't want to be labeled. I don't consider it. But, it's like a Muslim is somewhat politically correct.
Yeah.
It's okay to be a Muslim. It's what's the other one? Jew. No, that's a tough one.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
That's a tough one, because you're politically correct from one side,
yes,
but you're not politically correct. You're really straddling the fence, which tells you a lot.
Yes.
Which tells you a lot in itself. Well, how come a Jewish person can be politically correct? But how come they're not?
They're both a race and a religion, according to them. So yeah,
it strikes you as if they're both sides of the coin.
Yeah.
That maybe just from a logical basis, that maybe they're behind the dictates of what is and what is not politically correct. That would be the logical corollary of, okay, well, Jews are politically correct because they're, they were oppressed. It's not politically correct to deny the Holocaust or to be anti-Semitic. It is definitely not politically correct to be anti-Semitic. It is, it's not politically correct.
Again, just to show the weird, convoluted controversy here, the many Jewish people, of course, insist that it's politically correct. Liberal progressives who have taken the side of Palestinians that are Judeophobic, what they call anti-Semitic, and so it's weird. It's just, again, you've got a convolution of what's what. But yes, continue.
Well, yeah. So. Now, and then I guess you would say, I hate MAGA because MAGA, I don't hate MAGA, I hate the term MAGA because it stereotypes many people that don't fit into that category. But in any case, from, I guess you'd say, the right, it's politically correct to, like Trump, to think he's being conspired against by the deep state. But they have their own form of political correctness.
Yes.
And it can be very regimented as well. And in the meantime, the whole, truth is being severely compromised and ignored.
Yes.
And it's so it's like whoever seizes the narrative controls. It's a point of control. If we go back into Inquisition times, it's politically correct to believe in to not be a heretic. Okay, to believe in the religion or the
doctrine,
the narrative of that's being reported on you, so as not to be raising any threat to the body politic, and furthermore to not have any money, because if you have any money, you better donate it to the church.
Yes.
Otherwise, they might find a reason for you to be a heretic.
Yes.
So, it's politically correct to be poor and humble.
Yes.
And the most revered people are the monks who live a life of extreme poverty.
Yes. Yes.
And then you have a controlling, and then the society is controlled by, the church hierarchy.
Yes.
Who can then dictate where money goes. And they will be charitable in certain instances to certain degrees to make themselves look good.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps even out of genuine humanitarian endeavors that are credible to them because they don't shape the power structure. So it's like, who can control, the narrative? Who can control? It's all about politics, and politics is about control. And it's, I think one of the biggest problems with politics is once you get in control, what do you do with that control? With Putin's case, you keep it.
Yeah.
With Pelosi's case, you do everything you can to maintain and take it. And whoever's behind the liberals to put up a stooge like Biden because he's expedient.
Yeah.
And he's more electable than Hillary. Hillary incited such hatred.
Well, for what it's worth, I mean, she still won by a landslide by millions of votes, but the Electoral College prevented her from entering the office. It's not that she really was that reviled or hated, though she was on the right. She wasn't that reviled or hated by the majority.
And how come they didn't put her back up?
Your question's well taken. I mean, I think that it was just. I think it's kind of like she was at that point kind of worn out, kind of like a product that had been past its lifetime or something. Kind of like it was past the expiration date for the product or something. Kind of, right? I mean, it's just.
I think people were just, really.
Yeah, probably tired of her too. Yeah, at that point they were probably tired of her. Probably tired of saying
he won the election. Now Trump is saying he won the election. He's saying he won the election.
He won the Electoral College.
No, in this last election.
Oh, okay, the last election.
He's saying he won this election, but he's still going strong. He's still electable.
Yes.
He's still electable, and I think Trump. Yeah, I think her base got sick of her.
Yeah.
So certainly. A lot of people were sick of her because, it's good she's gone, and I think she'd still like to come back.
Oh God, yes, yeah. No, she definitely feels very, very bitter. She definitely really wanted to come back. I don't know if that's possible at her age, but then again,
Joe Biden.
Yeah. There you go.
And she was, many times her health was a problem. Because she was doing, the Watusi, she was losing control of her body.
That my understanding was I haven't pursued that, but my understanding
definitely it's not faked. It's not faked at all. It's clear, and if you look, it's just she had lost control of her body.
Wow. I like I said, I never looked into that, but my understanding was it was fake.
No, because then they also had shots of her of a fake Hillary. Do you remember that?
These were things that I really had no time to really pursue or look into. But
they were not. There was a fake Hillary, and it was on the news, and it was like, because and then they had this black doctor.
Uh-huh.
Who was shooting her up with a shot. He was there to shoot her up so she wouldn't have these episodes. What's very controversial and dubious about the Hillary Watusi is I should send you the clip.
Okay.
But what's very dubious, the dubious aspect is they were equating it to symptoms of having cannibalized, about eating human meat.
Oh, you mean Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease, which would be the human form of bovine spongiform encephalopathy or mad cow disease. That basically she had mad cow disease.
Yeah, and that she's losing control because of that, her motor functions because of that. And what somebody had done was put up this was very phony, but it was a restaurant in Los Angeles that served human meat. It was it was called Cannibal or something, and Hillary went there, and it was, and people would swear by it. It was a lot of BS. That that was
that's obviously
that was over the top.
Thank you.
And the question is whether she was, if this was a result of that, but she was losing. She had severe, health problems.
Yeah, but if she had that manifesting then some kind of mad cow disease, I mean, she'd be dead by now.
Well, I'm not saying it was mad cow disease,
right?
But that was the accusation.
Got it. Okay, got it. That the symptoms were similar.
Hillary losing motor.
I mean, I don't care that much, but you're free to send it.
You've got to see it. You've never even seen it. It was like, I don't. It's not been scrubbed because I've seen it before.
Okay.
But I mean, it's amazing.
They seem to have scrubbed that footage of Biden kissing that little blonde girl's head that was taken before he was even running a long time ago. Back when we had who was president then? I forgot. I guess it was Trump. Maybe it was Trump. But Biden was kissing that young girl's head. It was disgusting. It was before Trump, though. It was during Obama days. That was it. It was Obama days. It was that young underage blonde girl that her father threw her in front of Biden so he could schmooch all over her. It was disgusting. And that seems to have been scrubbed from the internet.
Now, here's one that says Hillary Clinton, motor freezing Parkinson. Now, she might have had some, but this is not the one. It's like where she might have just had some indication. Hillary Clinton appears to faint during medical episode. Boom, 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 boom. No, the one. Well, if I find it, you should watch it because it's just. I mean, the woman was physically sick, and I think they did a lot to work on her. And I think just the stress of all she was involved in only exacerbated whatever she was going through.
Yeah.
And certainly she has a pretty heavy karmic wagon, as you described.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah.
With all of her adventures.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Ill adventures.
Yes.
But so any body politic is going to control a narrative. I mean, Scientology is notorious for it, and they just control, and they put out the same stuff. It's like the TASS news agency of Russia,
yes,
of Soviet Union. They put out the most, ridiculous statements that nobody could believe until you go into a permanent form of cognitive dissonance of just accepting, what's there.
Yes.
Because there's nothing there. It's like if you had nothing but powdered milk for, years, and this is all that was available, certainly you just accept the powdered milk.
Yes, that's awful.
Because that's what's there. So this is what we're living in. And what we have to offer is a certain brand of truth that is unique and is not going to be. That's what we have. This is what our spot is.
Yes.
To deliver this and to do our part in waking up the world. And it's, I don't know where I heard it, but the question is this was it. This could be a whole topic. I saw popped up on my YouTube feed. Regina, our new friend, Regina Meredith, was interviewing a guy on Enochian magic.
Okay.
Regina has a lot of Athena energy in her. She's very mentally sharp.
Yes.
To her credit.
Yes.
And this guy, I forget his name. I've seen him before. I'm not impressed with him, although he has studied a lot of John Dee. And he might, his stuff might be, his scholarship might be credit worthy in terms of reading. I would love to hear Joe Mathany's comments on him. I'm sure he wouldn't take the time to read him. I don't really know. But because Joe has actually experience, and this guy says, well, I don't do the stuff. I'm just a student of it. And then he teaches it. He's got all YouTube classes and stuff.
Well, you know what they say, if you can't do, teach.
However, I smell something else. And he also is, sort of sounds like an apologist for Christianity in his own weird way, saying, well, people, so it's all, but he's basically, what's more interesting than that, he's saying the angels want to unify mankind, and they think mankind is rapidly deteriorating, and they don't like the schism of the church, or not the schism, the Protestant thing. They want to reunite the church. And when they say that, they seem to be throwing out the whole Eastern Orthodox schism. Right. If they don't, I really haven't read what he said, but I get the impression is, well, what is if the angels are upset about the schism between Martin Luther,
right?
What about the Eastern Orthodox thing?
I mean, it's a logical question.
Yeah, we'll just throw that out. Now, I don't know that they threw that out. But in other words, Catholic Church is okay. We got to get back with the Catholic, because the big issue at that time with John Dee was Catholicism versus Protestantism.
Yes.
Now, maybe John Dee wasn't that in on the schism of Eastern Orthodox. I don't know. I really don't know what the cross-culturalization of those two places were, and perhaps I wouldn't be as sensitive to it if had I not had some experience with it.
Good point. I mean, it could be from Dee's perspective that was like a different universe, just wasn't part of their reality.
Oh yeah, I really don't know, and I'd have to read this guy's work to know. But what was more interesting than that was that the angels were like, very concerned and upset, not only with John Dee, not only with the way the church had been splintered, and that people weren't on the same page, that mankind was deteriorating, and while this author, I don't remember his name, I'm sorry, is critical of the New Age and occult stuff, because he says, you've got to check people by their, like, what are their lives like? This is how you got to evaluate them. What are their lives like? And of course, John Dee and Edward Kelly were no examples to anybody. John Dee, perhaps for his wisdom, and Edward Kelly, perhaps for his wizardry.
Yeah.
But they were horrible examples of human lives as far as their suffering and stuff went.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, well, why would I want to study Enochian? And it takes a long time to learn it, and then, and I'm not being critical of it. Joe Matheny was a real super scholar of it and practicing magician. And when you do these Enochian rituals, it will create an effect. But what effect are you trying to create? He's got his own form of genius and scholarship. And as I say, it's like I don't want to try and emulate him, because that's his own unique genius, which is all tied into supercomputing. And I haven't looked. He does have a website. I haven't checked it recently, but many years ago, he was, kind of like very disappointed that, he felt that his stuff, his alternate reality game of Ong's Hat had been weaponized, and that QAnon was a weaponization of what he'd done, or at least in part.
Interesting.
Yeah, exactly. In other words, he's created this incredible metamachine and stuff, and then you find, it's like he's, for all of his incredible, knowledge, intelligence, technical know-how, he's far from all powerful, because he's just disgusted as everybody else is. And so this would go back to I guess you'd call the Enochian angels being disgusted. And I can't speak for them. I can't speak for the people of those times. But I do know that I was much more fortunate to be born in 1953 than to be born in 1553.
Yes.
Or 1653.
Oh, yes.
Or any 53.
Thank you.
And even to be, there's no other time I would like to be born.
Mm-hmm.
Just like I don't wish to go back and change my history.
Mm-hmm.
Although maybe, I could have done this better. I had a better car. I could have had, a happier, I mean, marital life or whatever. I don't know. It's like, what's the point?
Yeah.
It's like what. So from that perspective, I would say is John Dee. Do I envy him because he had all this knowledge? Not at all. Not at all.
Good.
Because it sucked.
Yes. Yes.
And for all of the knowledge you have, which is incredible, I don't envy, the suffering you've gone through.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's like, it's like no. It's like but nevertheless, so you have all these, and they were very concerned. The angels were very concerned, and of course these angels identified themselves as the angels who serve Solomon. And it's kind of like that leads to other existential issues. And it's like you always have these spirits on the horizon. In fact, spirits, this is one of the great problems, and this is one of the problems with Radu Cinemar's work. These creatures are on the horizon, and they don't come forth, and you can't talk to them. Like, if I want to call you on the phone, sooner or later I'll get you. It might not be right away.
Right.
But with them, it's like, I'm at the estate. Not going to see you. We're more interested in the Blood Boys, than talking to you. And we've got some, So what, this leads to a good question. If these higher intelligences that have been proliferated into my universe, well, what are they doing? I'm ready, willing to hear from them if they have anything to say, and they're taking the attitude, well, when the time is right, when the time is right, we'll let you know, and then so it leads you to wonder: are they, do they have blood boy issues of their own? Or are they doing the wrong thing part of the time? Which I'm not suggesting that, but what is, and this is the nature of spirituality. What I would say is when we talk about the event horizon, an event horizon is a very interesting concept, because the event horizon is where you can't there's no longer events. The universe as we know it is canceled. Talk about cancel culture. You're going to go get sucked into all this gravity, and you're just going to become, you're going to become chaos.
Yes.
You're not going to survive anymore. But that event horizon, like in Radu's book so brilliantly explained, is like that's where we all come from. It's like a black hole. It's like we all emerge. It's a black hole in the center of the earth. There's your black sun. And it's much more than just a big, gravity vacuum. And so when I'm talking about when these characters are on the horizon of consciousness, in other words, they don't quite come into visibility. That's Neptune. That's the principle of Neptune, which is it's illusionary, it's illusory. That's where one is dealing with, and I'm just trying to delineate or perhaps associate spirituality and the high and mighty, whether they be Enochian angels or Jesus or I'm trying to think of a different reference frame. In Radu's book, the blue goddess Mashande, who's not as polarizing as either the angels or Jesus, because those figures are very patriarchal.
Yes.
Jesus is very patriarchal.
Yes.
Even though he has a feminine tint to him, there's still this patriarchal. He's the son of the father.
Yeah.
Mashande, yeah, she's more like Kuan Yin.
Right.
But nevertheless, all of these characters, they kind of like appear in their own time, on their own terms.
Yes.
And they are on the horizon of consciousness.
Yes.
And Radu connects them, at least connects the ones he's talking about, to Shambhala, and this is a paradisical environment that is much more. It's I think it's like the estate without all the blood and the drugs, and maybe the sex is a little more low key. I don't know. I really don't know.
By the way, speaking of time and terms, it's almost time to end the stream in a few minutes. So take your time. Say good morning to everyone. We've got about a few minutes left, 4 or 5 minutes, but say good morning to everyone, and then you and I will speak privately for a few minutes.
Yeah. Good morning to everybody. Thank you so much for your donations to Douglas. Yes. I will get working on the book. I'm already working on it. I'm looking to wrapping up this chapter, and I can't wait to get to the Henry Wallace chapter and the Vox Arca chapter, which might necessitate some more communication, and then we'll discuss our plans to see Yonda and to keep working the energies and this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah.
So everybody, and goodbye, good morning. Today is March 28th.
Yes. Thank you. That was beautiful. Aristides, how about yourself? It's Guan Yin's birthday today, by the way, just so everybody knows.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's basically, she has 3 birthdays a year, but this is the birthday that celebrates her, I believe it's her renunciation. No, it's actually her Enlightenment Day, when she was deified as the goddess of mercy in the Buddhist pantheon. A very important day, and of course I'll be escaping to the estates soon. But let's bring on Aristides first. Aristides, how do you celebrate Guan Yin's birthday? And tomorrow's Taiwan Youth Day, by the way. Of course, a perfect day for the Blood Boys and a field trip, and of course I feed. So, Aristides, do join us. How are you going to feed?
How am I going to do what?
Feed.
Celebrate Kuan Yin's birthday.
Celebrate Kuan Yin's birthday. Yes.
I'm still finalizing plans on that
one.
That's when
Today.
Say good morning to everyone, dear Aristides.
Good morning. I'm sleepy. I've been listening for a little while here, but
wonderful. Yes. Oh, that's adorable.
Anything huge happened?
Yes. Yes, the young lady who helped Michael Aquino survive through his intestinal cancer by becoming his care provider for that period of time at least. She contributed 240 United States dollars, what I needed to make rent, along with other contributions. It helps me make it between paying the rent and the deposit of my check 72 hours or 3 days later. So, you were aware of this?
Was that the one she came on after that?
Yes.
Heather Holman.
Yes.
Yeah.